Tabling of documents, dépôt de documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 36.8, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's response to one petition.
Introduction of government bills. Déclaration.
Statements by ministers.
Instruments of parliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees. The Honourable Member for Calgary North East.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the 7th report of the Standing Committee on International Trade entitled Report on a Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement between Canada and India. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to the report. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'Honourable Deputy de Laurent.
The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The NDP is in favor of broadening and strengthening economic relations with India. We believe that the economic partnership agreement will give opportunities, produce opportunities for both countries. The NDP generally supports the findings and recommendations of the report, but we find them to be incomplete. We think that Canada's economic partnership agreements need to be improved. So we have included the recommendations and findings that we find relevant to improving and providing Canada with sound economic relations. Without going into detail, note our concern for workers' rights, the environment, public services, and any abuse of labour mobility clauses. The NDP feels that Canadian interests have to be protected. We have to protect exporters. We have to increase value-added exports and create lasting jobs for Canadians. We therefore encourage the pursuit of dialogue, but until those key aspects are addressed, we feel it's premature to enter an agreement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I have the honour to present in both official languages the 24th report of the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights in relation to Bill C-452, an act to amend the Criminal Code, exploitation and trafficking in persons. The committee has
studied the bill and decided to report it back to the House with amendments.
Sherbrooke.
The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour of presenting in both official languages the 6th report of the Standing Committee on Access to Information, Privacy and Ethics. Pursuant to order of reference, the committee studied votes 40 and 45 under Justice, votes 15 and 20 under Parliament, and vote 45 under Treasury Board of the main estimates 2013-14. Less amounts, and we report back.
Waterloo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the 11th report of the Standing Committee on Government Operations and Estimates in relation to its study of the main estimates for the fiscal year ending March the 31st, 2014. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very good. Introduction of private members' bills. Première lecture de
First reading of Senate public bills.
Mr. Gossel for Mr. Flaherty, seconded by Mr. O'Connor, moves that Bill S-17, an act to implement conventions, protocols, agreements, and a supplementary convention concluded between Canada and Namibia, Serbia, Poland, Hong Kong, Luxembourg, and Switzerland for the avoidance of double taxation and the prevention of fiscal evasion with respect to taxes be now read a first time. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Motions, motion. Presenting petitions, présentation de pétitions. The honourable member for Burlington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have two petitions to present this morning. I have undersigned from my riding a group, and it states that as recently we were appalled by the CBC program This Hour Has 22 Minutes, where the most sacred sacrament of the Holy Communion was the object of an offensive and most disrespectful attack on the very core of our faith, the Holy Eucharist. Therefore, we ask the House of Commons to stop the federal funding of CBC, which is financed by our tax dollars. And then the other petition, I actually have three of them, but they're all on the same topic, so I'll just talk about it once, obviously, and that these petitioners call on the House of Commons in Parliament assembled to condemn the discrimination against girls through sex selection abortion and to do all we can to prevent sex selection abortions from being carried out in Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Ottawa South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm rising today to pursuant to Standing Order 36 to table a petition signed by local residents who are urging the government to impose a moratorium on genetically modified alfalfa. There is yet to be a transparent process established to determine the genetics, preservation or production of GM organisms, nor are there any measures for establishing the possibility of coexistence or cross-contamination, or for appropriate mechanisms for transportation. I am pleased to table this petition. I look forward to the government's response. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable deputy to Westmount.
The honourable member for Westmount Ville-Marie.
This petition signed by a very large number of my constituents, and it concerns the closing of 3 Canada Post offices, one in Westmount, one in NDG, Notre-Dame-de-Grâce, and one in Snowdon. These post offices were closed without public consultation, the way public consultation should occur, and are at the heart of the communities that are affected by it. And I would ask the government to reconsider its decision. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Etobicoke North.
Speaker, I'm pleased to present this petition regarding physical activity. A lack of physical activity is a major public health issue in Canada. Canadian children are getting more than 6 hours per day of screen time and are spending more than half their waking hours sitting down. Only 9% of boys and 4% of girls meet the Canadian physical activity guidelines. The petitioners call upon the government to work with the provinces and territories to develop a comprehensive pan-Canadian strategy to promote physical activity, to commit to the resulting strategy, and to make the necessary investments. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well said. The member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to take the floor today to present two petitions. The first was signed mainly by residents of Parksville and Qualicum Beach in BC and in Mississauga and Grimsby, Ontario. The petitioners call on the Prime Minister and members of Cabinet not to ratify the Foreign Investment Protection Agreement between Canada and China because it will undermine Canada's sovereignty and environmental and labor standards, as well as in other areas.
Is on the subject of shark finning and calls for the government to regulate the trade, distribution, and offer for sale of shark fins. More than 90 million sharks a year are killed simply to take their fins for a specific delicacy. The petitioners, in this case from Surrey, Victoria, and Vancouver, urge that we do whatever we can to stop this practice. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, présentation des pétitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the following questions will be answered today. Q 1258, 1259, 1261, and 1262. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, questions number Q 1254, 1255, 1256, 1257 could be made orders for returns. These returns would be tabled immediately.
The pleasure of the House that questions 1254 to 1257 be made orders for return and that they be tabled immediately. Agreed? Agreed in so order. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Thank you once again, Mr. Speaker. Lastly, I ask that the remaining questions be allowed to stand.
Is that agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day. Order du jour. Oh, sorry. The Honourable Member for Calgary Northeast is rising on a point of privilege.
That's correct, Mr. Speaker. I feel I need to address the point of privilege raised by honourable colleagues opposite regarding my private member's bill C-425, which amends the Citizenship Act. From the time I tabled my bill, I have been clear in saying that I am open to friendly amendments which are in line with the aims and intent of my legislation, which is to create more pathways to integration, reward those who put their lives on the line for Canada, and to underscore the immense value of Canadian citizenship. The second part of my bill revokes citizenship from a person who demonstrates deep disloyalty to Canada and Canadian values. Now, my colleagues opposite want this House to believe that amending my bill to articulate acts of terrorism is not in line with the original intent of my bill. Well, I can tell this office, Mr. Speaker, as an author of this bill, that strengthening it to include acts of terrorism in addition to treason is well within my stated aims and intentions. I also want to remind my colleagues opposite that as feared, the threat of terrorism has become very real to Canadians in recent days and months. I believe we as Member of Parliament and members of the committees of this House have an obligation to take this threat seriously and need to be able to deal efficiently and effectively with the issues that touch the lives of Canadian citizens in a timely manner. Mr. Speaker, the members opposite perhaps forgot that a national poll conducted on this matter showed that 80% plus Canadians agreed that the citizenship be revoked of those who commit acts of terrorism. I hope my colleagues opposites are not using delay tactics to thwart the will of Canadians, but from this side of the House I am afraid that it looks as though they are. Perhaps they should be clear about their intentions. Do they oppose stripping citizenship from convicted terrorists? If they do, they need to come clean and say so. Adding serious convicted terrorists to my bill wholly conforms to the spirit and intent of my legislation. I have been talking about stripping the citizenship of those who act against our Canadian values and commit violent acts of disloyalty. Mr. Speaker, being a terrorist is absolutely against our Canadian values and should be condemned in the strongest possible terms. I would hope the opposition will appreciate an extra 3 hours to debate my bill and make their case. Perhaps they could use the extra time to clarify their position. Do they support removing citizenship from convicted terrorists or not? Mr. Speaker, Canadians need to see their parliament able to act and act quickly in the interests of safety and security of its people. I urge the opposition members to stop playing politics with this issue as it can have dire consequences. Or they should tell Canadians why we need to keep convicted terrorists in Canada. Mr. Speaker, this House should be allowed to have a debate regarding the scope of my bill, especially in the light of recent timely events that have put homegrown terrorism front and center in the minds of Canadians and has put Canada's reputation at stake at the international level. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliament Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise in response to the interventions made by the honourable members for Toronto Centre and St. Lambert concerning the 8th report of the Standing Committee on Citizenship and Immigration. This report contains a request that the committee be granted the power to expand the scope of Bill C-425, an act to amend the Citizenship Act honouring the Canadian Armed Forces, such that the provisions of the bill not be limited to the Canadian Armed Forces. One member suggested that the report itself is out of order, while the other suggested that the recommended instruction is deficient and therefore out of order. Mr. Speaker, I disagree with both of these assessments. Let me address the first of these objections, the one put forward by the honourable member for Toronto Centre. At the core of his presentation, he argued that Standing Order 97.1 excludes the possibility of a committee seeking an instruction in relation to a private member's bill because that standing order enumerates 3 reports, not 2, as the honourable and learned member said, that a committee may present within 60 days of an order of reference. The honourable member made reference to one approach to legal interpretation in support of his view. I, on the other hand, would offer you a different school of thought on interpretation, the mischief rule. In other words, what problem or mischief was being remedied when a law was enacted? To this end, I would refer you to the 13th report of the Standing Committee of Procedure and House Affairs presented during the first session of the 36th Parliament back in 1997. In the section on the disposition of bills by committees, the report observes, and I quote, "A number of private members' bills that have been received second reading and have been referred to committee have unfortunately disappeared and never heard from again. We are not in a position to comment on specific cases, but we do wish to prevent this situation from arising in the future." End quote. There you go, Mr. Speaker. The intent was not to interfere with or restrict the manner in which a committee can consider legislation, but just that a committee cannot sit on a private member's bill indefinitely. This echo was echoed in the Private Member's Business, a Practical Guide, 9th edition, which was published in October 2008 under the authority of the Clerk of the House of Commons. At page 16, under the heading of Committee Consideration of Bills, one reads that, quote, "A votable private member's bill follows the normal procedure for a bill. If second reading is agreed to by the House, the bill is referred to a committee for the hearing of witnesses, clause-by-clause study, and possible amendment." End quote. The guide then discusses the rules that are particular to private members' bills, deadlines to report and proceedings on recommendations not to proceed further. Nothing is suggested in this publication of the House to suggest that these types of bills are exempt from procedure on instructions. Mr. Speaker, I would further argue that Standing Order 97.1 has also not been circumvented by the 8th report. The Standing Committee on Citizenship and Immigration remains seized by Bill C-425, and it remains subject to the 60-day sitting deadline established by that Standing Committee to dispose of the bill. Indeed, citation 68.1 of Beausain's Parliamentary Rules and Forums, 6th edition, advises that, quote, "The instruction should not be given while a bill is still in possession of the House, but rather after it has come into the possession of the committee." End quote. Therefore, it follows that the committee remains seized with Bill C-425 and consequently has not made yet any of the reports required by Standing Order 97.1. Now, Mr. Speaker, having demonstrated that Standing Order 97.1 does not exclude the ability of the House to give an instruction to a committee on a private member's bill, as argued by the honourable member for Toronto Centre, I will now turn to the argument advanced by the honourable member for St. Lambert about the requested instruction itself. Instructions are not common in our contemporary practice, which page 752 of House of Commons Procedure and Practice explains. Quote, motions of instruction derive from British practice during the second half of the 19th century. They were carried over into the practice of the Canadian House of Commons, although they have rarely been used. End quote. As such, Mr. Speaker, I will be referring to some of our older texts and United Kingdom authorities in addition to our contemporary procedural books. Page 752 of O'Brien and Bosk states, and I quote, once a bill has been referred to a committee, the House may instruct the committee by way of a motion authorizing what would otherwise be beyond its powers, such as expanding or narrowing the scope or application of a bill. A committee that so wishes may also seek an instruction from the House. End quote. Then at page 992, the manner for committees to obtain additional powers is described. Again, I quote, if a standing legislative or special committee requires additional powers, they may be conferred on the committee by an order of the House, or by concurrence in a committee report requesting the conferring of those powers. End quote. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, the chair of the Citizenship Committee cited this at the committee's meeting on April 23rd, and then added, and I quote once again, that's what the honourable member for St. Catharines is doing with his motion. End quote. Citation 681-2 of Beauchange Parliamentary Rules and Forums, the 6th edition, observes that, quote, the purpose of the instruction must be supplementary and ancillary to the purpose of the bill and must fall within the general scope and framework of the bill. It is irregular to introduce into a bill by an instruction to the committee a subject which should properly form the substance of a distinct measure, having regard to usage and the general practice of enacting distinct statutes for distinct branches of law. End quote. Citation 222 of the 4th edition of Beauchange traces that proposition to an 1893 ruling of Mr. Speaker Peel of the United Kingdom House of Commons. In the present instance, we are considering a proposal for the extension of the objects of Bill C-425. These types of instructions are explained at citation 686-1 of the 6th edition of Beauchange. Once again, I quote, an instruction is necessary to authorize the introduction into a bill of amendments which extend its provisions to objects not strictly covered of the subject matter of the bill, as agreed to on the second reading, providing that these objects are cognate to the present general purposes. End quote. This statement, as distilled from citation 226-2 of the 4th edition of Beauchange, which quotes at length pages 398 and 399 of the 13th edition of Erskine May. There's one portion of that passage which I would like to add to the record, Mr. Speaker. And I quote, the object of an instruction is, therefore, to endow a committee with the power whereby the committee can perfect and complete the legislation defined by the contents of the bill or extend the provisions of a bill to cognate objects. End quote. Page 559 of Erskine May's Parliamentary Practice, 24th edition, offers the same abbreviated advice we saw in the 6th edition of Beauchange. The British text then goes on to recite several examples of instructions to this effect. The first bill on that list offers a compelling parallel. Quote, the public bodies, admission of the press to meetings, Bill 1959-60, was limited to the single purpose of admitting the press to meetings. An instruction was necessary to extend the bill to the general public. End quote. The chair may be interested in knowing that the bill was also a private member's bill. In fact, many of the bills on that list, as I understand, private members' bills. And, Mr. Speaker, as an historical aside, you may be interested in knowing the sponsor of that 1959 bill was the then young and up-and-coming Member of Parliament by the name of Margaret Thatcher. To be clear, though, sir, the text of the instruction in relation to Mrs. Thatcher's bill bears similarities to the case now before us. The British motion is found at column 1064 of volume 619 of the United Kingdom House of Commons debates for March 14, 1960. I quote once again, that it be an instruction to the committee on the bill that they have the power to make provision in the bill for requiring members of the public other than representatives of the press to be admitted to meetings of bodies exercising public functions and for matters arising out of their admission, end quote. Now, Mr. Speaker, in the case of Bill C-425, we have legislation which proposes to make two changes to the Citizenship Act with reference to the Canadian Armed Forces. The 8th report simply proposes that the Citizenship Committee be empowered to consider amendments which extend the application of those two objects to circumstances not involving the Canadian Armed Forces specifically. As I understand the context, it became apparent at committee that, quote, the act of war, end quote, is not defined clearly in either our domestic law or in international law, so that those references in Bill C-425 needed to be clarified. Amendments were to be proposed to address this and to clarify this. Moreover, the committee heard suggestions about convicted terrorists in the context of the provisions for deemed applications for renunciation of citizenship. Amendments were also to be proposed in this vein. I am further informed that there was an interpretation by the committee clerk that these amendments could be outside the scope of the bill. I am also told that the 8th report, now before the House, was drafted with the assistance of one or more committee clerks. This report specifically addresses what committee members have been grappling with through their study of the bill, while at the same time being careful not to hamstring their own deliberations or to risk bringing forward a report with inadmissible amendments as contemplated at pages 775 and 776 of O'Brien and Bosk. Additionally, there was a view that this action was consistent with the intentions of the sponsor of the bill, C-425, the honourable member for Calgary Northeast. Ultimately, Mr. Speaker, it is up to the House to decide what to do with Bill C-425. The discretion of the House and of the Standing Committee on Citizenship and Immigration remains unfettered. Should a motion to concur in the 8th report be moved, the House will have a concurrence debate and vote where all members will have an opportunity to have a say on the proposed instruction. Should the report be concurred in, the instruction to the committee would be permissive. That is to say that the committee is not mandated to amend the bill in such a manner. Now, Mr. Speaker, should the committee report the bill with amendments consistent with the instruction, it remains up to the House to accept the amendments, reverse them, or further amendment when Bill C-425 is considered at report stage. Alternatively, of course, Mr. Speaker, the House retains the option of defeating the bill. Mr. Speaker, in summary, the intention of the instruction sought by the Citizenship Committee is not overly broad and results in an intelligible outcome. It is consistent with instructions authorizing the extension of the objects of a bill. It is for a purpose cognate to Bill C-425. It does not import a different subject matter into the bill or seek to amend other parent acts. Finally, it does not propose an alternative scheme contradictory to the principle of the bill adopted at second reading. Therefore, I respectfully submit that the 8th report of the Standing Committee on Citizenship and Immigration is admissible. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be somewhat brief, but I think it's important that we be perfectly clear in terms of what is actually happening here. I sit on the Citizenship and Immigration Committee. I'm very familiar with the motion that has been proposed by the government, and I want to approach it in two quick fashions, Mr. Speaker. It's interesting that both the mover and the parliamentary secretary that have spoken to this issue are somewhat implying in one sense, motives. We are not using this in any form to filibuster or to prolong any sort of debate on Bill 425. And I think that's an important thing to note, Mr. Speaker. We've raised it as a privilege a couple of weeks back because we believe that, in fact, it's important that private members' bills be respected for what they are as they go through the process. And you, through your office, Mr. Speaker, will be reviewing that. So this is not a delay tactic whatsoever. In regards to what the parliamentary secretary has said, in regards to, he made reference to perfect and complete. He is suggesting that this amendments that the government wants to propose at committee stage is going to make it perfect and complete. And he cites Beauchesne's and other rules of orders to be able to substantiate that comment. Mr. Speaker, what's very clear is that the government, in particular the Minister of Immigration, has given his intentions to change the scope of the legislation. The legislation, best described, does two things. Number one, it reduces the amount of time that a landed immigrant would be required to be here in Canada in order to receive their citizenship. So as opposed to having to wait for 3 years, they would only be required to have to wait for 2 years if they are a member of the Canadian forces in order to be able to acquire their citizenship. That is the number one reason behind Bill C-425. The second reason is if you are a Canadian citizen and you commit an act of war against the Canadian forces, then you are deemed to have denounced your Canadian citizenship, Mr. Speaker. Those were the two issues related to 425. Then, through the committee hearings, Mr. Speaker, there were guests that were invited to participate, and individuals started to change the focus of the debates or of the bill itself. And then we started to find out that the Minister of Immigration was wanting to develop this bill, and the principle of the bill be that of terrorism as opposed to the issue of citizenship and the act of war on the Canadian forces. So, Mr. Speaker, as a result, the government recognized, the government members on the committee recognized that they were attempting to change the scope of the private member's bill. And that is the reason why there was a motion at the very beginning, before we went into clause by clause, Mr. Speaker, there was a motion from the government side saying that, well, let's bring it back to the House because we recognize that we have to change the scope. Mr. Speaker, I cannot tell you how many times I've sat in a committee or I've sat in caucus where there's been a discussion in terms of that you're not allowed to change the scope of legislation. And that's very clearly what's happening here. And my concern is that the government wants to use the majority that they have in the House to override a very important principle of private members' bills and the private member bill process. Because if you look at the process of a private member's bill, Mr. Speaker, it is 2 hours of debate inside the House. It goes to committee. 60 hours it's back in the House, and then 2 hours it's debated and ultimately voted upon, Mr. Speaker. We don't want to use private members' hour as a backdoor for government legislation. And that's, in fact, what we would be opening it to, Mr. Speaker. And so I caution all members of this House to review in terms of what has actually taken place and what it is that the Minister of Immigration is hoping to do. The Minister of Immigration should be bringing in his own piece of legislation, Mr. Speaker. So my advice to all members, in particular to you as the Speaker, Mr. Chairperson, is to protect the rights of the individual members' ability to bring in their own bill and not have it being hijacked and where the scope of that legislation is being changed. Thank you for the opportunity to address the House, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
I just want to respond to one brief point made by my friend from Winnipeg, and he cautioned you against allowing private members to propose legislation that might have the same scope as the government can propose in legislation. And I think that would be a very, very alarming interpretation. I understand for the Liberal Party it's always been about ensuring individual members of Parliament don't have any power here, but in the rules of this House, they do have the same power as the government to propose legislation. It is a strong power, and we believe it is important that private members be allowed that power. There are some who argue that private members don't have as much power in this day and age as they once did. The reality is, in this Parliament, more private members' legislation is becoming law than in any other Parliament in Canadian history, because we finally have a government that within its caucus empowers private members to bring forward legislation on important issues, that allows them to do that gives them the freedom to participate in a meaningful way in the legislative process on matters that are important to them. And so I have to respectfully differ with my friend when he says in some way, shape or form private members have to be restricted and prevented from being able to introduce meaningful legislation. I think that proposal from the Liberal Deputy House Leader is a very dangerous proposition.
Hopefully a very brief addition, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, and I will be extremely brief, Mr. Speaker. Suffice to say that there's clearly no privilege in this case. No privileges of any member has been impugned because, as I pointed out in my intervention, procedurally we being the House are absolutely within our rights to give instructions to a committee to expand the bill. I gave the one reference and the one example in my intervention of the 1959-1960 bill by Margaret Thatcher, in which the intent of that bill was to allow members of the press, and only members of the press, to attend committee hearings. Mrs. Thatcher wanted to expand that to allow members of the general public to also attend hearings. And therefore, the House gave instructions to that extent to the committee, which then made the proper amendments, and the resulting bill allowed both members of the press and the general public. The point being, Mr. Speaker, the House has the complete authority to give instructions to a committee to allow them to expand the scope of the bill. That is the procedure that is placed, Mr. Speaker. Then there's no privilege argument to refute that.
Thank all honourable colleagues for their further contributions. As the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader just stated, and as I stated last week when this was first brought to my attention, that I'm not treating this as a question of privilege. I'm treating this as a point of order, because this has to do with procedural reporting of the committee, and there's no evidence of members' rights and privileges having been affected. So I think when the Honourable Member for Toronto Centre raised this, it should probably have been raised as a point of order, and that's how I'll be treating it. Orders of the day, order du jour.
Government orders, business of supply, motion de l'opposition sur le rapport de...
Opposition motion on the Auditor General's report, the 2013 Spring Report, in the name of Mr. Ravigna. Mr. Ravigna, seconded by Ms. Blanchette-Lamotte, moves that in light of $3.1 billion of missing funds outlined in Chapter 8 of the 2013 Spring Report of the Auditor General of Canada, in order of the House to issue for the following documents from 2001 to the present, allowing for redaction based on national security
and anti-terrorism annual reports submitted to the Treasury Board Secretariat. B, all Treasury Board submissions made as part of the initiative. C, all departmental evaluations of the initiative. D, the Treasury Board corporate database established to monitor funding. That these records be provided to the House in both official languages by June 17, 2013.
That the Speaker make arrangements for these records to be made available online, and that the Auditor General be given all necessary resources to perform an in-depth forensic audit until the missing $3.1 billion is found and accounted for. Debate. The Honourable Member for Pontiac. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to tell you that I'll be sharing my time. Mr. Speaker, as I like to do, let us take the road to enlightenment and wisdom, because my dear colleagues will no doubt agree with me that when the sun shines in our life, everything is clear and all is well. Spring has come, and it has brought hope along with warmth. Is that not true, Mr. Speaker? So, it is a very good time for the Auditor General to table a report, but unfortunately with this debate there is very little light, and we have seen the government quote the Auditor General out of context to defend itself. But the truth is is that this government is proving yet again that they're poor managers of public funds, that even if they say that they respect taxpayers' money, they aren't careful enough with it.
The Auditor General has done his work very well. I remind you that in Chapter 8 of the 2013 Spring Report, which was the information on public safety and anti-terrorism, it states the following. Information on whether departments used $3.1 billion in initiative funding. $3.1 billion was not available. It's simple. That means that no trace of this money was found. Period. Over the course of his audit, the Auditor General asked the Treasury Board Secretariat for information that could help explain how the balance of $3.1 billion allocated between 2001 and 2009 was used. And even though no clear explanation was provided, the Secretariat admitted that a possible scenario was that the funds were perhaps spent on various public safety activities and anti-terrorism activities and recorded under current program spending. Let us recall how the Auditor General came to the amount of $3.1 billion. In 2003, Treasury Board Secretariat received funds to strengthen its capacity to ensure the production of reports and appropriate assessment of horizontal activities in public safety and anti-terrorism, SPAT, which affected several departments and organizations. The Secretariat was the only department to gather financial and non-financial information across the federal public administration on the subject of this initiative. This information was captured in a dedicated departmental database. Moreover, at the end of 2003, the Secretariat established a framework for reports, and departments and organizations were bound by Treasury Board to comply with the production requirements. The framework obliged departments and organizations to provide financial and non-financial information each year on the subject of their SPAT or PSAT activities. Then the Auditor General reviewed departmental projects and approved allocations to determine whether the financial amount allocated for PSAT. The Auditor General determined between 2001 and 2009 that $12.9 billion were approved for these programs for PSAT. Officials at the Secretariat agreed with the Auditor General's analysis. The Auditor General then reviewed certain annual reports in order to see whether or not departments had reported to the Secretariat every year the expenditures and real results of the initiative, which were announced and which corresponded to the objectives and themes of the PSAT initiative. On using that information, the Auditor General was able to conclude that of the $12.9 billion allocated, the departments and organizations or agencies declared only $9.8 billion to the Secretariat for PSAT activities. That, therefore, leaves us with $3.1 billion, for which we have no trace. They're not accounted for. So it's incredible, Mr. Speaker. The Conservatives set up ineffective and useless laws on terrorism that breach our civil liberties without, at the same time, being able to explain whether the astronomical sum of $3.1 billion allocated to the Public Safety and Anti-Terrorism Initiative was even spent, and if it has been spent, how and for which programs. Moreover, the Auditor General's report has demonstrated a shocking lack of oversight for the progress across the government and on reports for funding public safety, Mr. Speaker. Unfortunately, today we can also add $2.4 billion of contracts that have been given to outside consultants for which the government has no reports either. But this is not limited to the period before 2009. What happened in 2010, for example? Well, the Auditor General and his assistant had some very interesting things to say on that subject. They said that their audit stopped at that point in time, and it is at that point in time that this manner of reports was abolished. And furthermore, they said that the Treasury Board Secretariat stopped gathering data on departments through annual reports. We are in the process, they said, of setting up a different way of operating, which we hope to implement at some point in 2014. Oh boy, Mr. Speaker, the entire annual report system that is really being questioned here. The Auditor General has realized that the Conservatives weren't even counting the money as they are supposed to, and that the government has simply stopped counting. Rather than accepting the light that's been shed on this by the Auditor General, very humbly, on these expenses, the government decided to cherry-pick quotes out of context. The president of the Treasury Board also said that this was just an accounting problem and that all of the information is available in Canada's public accounts. But just a minute, Mr. Speaker. Here's what the Auditor General said to Maclean's journalist, Aaron Wherry. And he said that the information in the public accounts every year are cumulative. Most of them are linked to the PSAT initiative and were not individually reported in a distinct line. Moreover, over 10 years after the launching of this initiative, most of the information is archived or unavailable. No, Mr. Speaker, all of the information is not available to Canadians. Moreover, in order to defend themselves, the Conservatives amuse themselves by quoting the Auditor General incompletely. And the quote that they use is that nothing was found that would lead us to believe that the money was used inappropriately. But the real quote goes further, because it says because the government never made proper reports on this subject. So what's also as shocking is the silence of the Liberal Party on this issue, perhaps because they know that they also are guilty. For example, why didn't the Liberals react in 2004? What did they do? Nothing. They have no credibility in condemning the waste of $3.1 billion, or the Conservatives, when the previous Liberal government lost track of $1 billion themselves. If this government really feels strongly about the proper management of the taxpayers' dollars, they will support this motion. $3.1 billion is not peanuts. Our motion is simply asking for more information. This government should and must provide us with all of the possible information on the loss of $3.1 billion. Thank you. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Rosemont, La Petite Patrie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to congratulate my new Democrat colleague from Pontiac and a wonderful initiative in tabling this motion. It's a simple question. He's asking where the taxpayers' money has gone. How has the Conservative government said, whoops, we lost $3.1 billion without knowing what they did with this money? I would like to ask a question because in C-60 we've seen a government that wants to interfere in collective bargaining negotiations. They have a paternalistic attitude. They're saying you're not able to manage the public's money. It has to be the President of Treasury Board who sits here at the negotiating table with us because we want to ensure that those funds are well spent. How is it that we have a government that allows itself to give management advice to Crown corporations when they're not even able to find a trace of $3.1 billion. The Honourable Member for Pontiac. I thank my honourable colleague for his question, which was very well put. It's a double standard that they're imposing on others. They're not able themselves to manage things properly, so I imagine they have the vision, or they imagine that there aren't any good managers in the public service. And the problem is, well, I believe that our public servants and officials are probably the best in the world. This government, it's something else altogether.
Comments, the honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
No, sorry.
Oh, pardon me. Questions and comments, the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank to the honourable member for Pontiac for raising today's Opposition Day debate. Clearly, there has been a significant problem in tracking dollars. The Auditor General has identified it. We've yet to hear any response from the Conservatives and the administration as to how this money could have been so poorly tracked. What we know from the Auditor General is it didn't get spent, as far as they can see, on national security, although it might have. It might have been shifted to other government spending, but there's no way to tell. It might not have been spent at all. They don't know. That summary of what the Auditor General found is quite astonishing. It's a much larger amount of money essentially missing, although the Conservatives, we know, will say, as they have in the question period, look, the Auditor General didn't say there had been any wrongdoing. Well, obviously, the Auditor General can't figure out where the money has gone. It's going to be a difficult forensic exercise, and I wonder if the honourable member will comment on whether the points in this motion do the official opposition believe will get to the bottom of the matter.
Honourable member for Pontiac.
Well, colleague, for that question. I think indeed it is a forensic exercise, and that's why our motion proposes access to information that would allow us to actually, as parliamentarians, tell what happened to this $3.1 billion boondoggle scandal missing money. It's incredible that a president of the Treasury Board is absolutely incapable of even saying what happened or even indicating what might have happened. That's worrisome. I think that the competency of a government first is to take care of taxpayers' money, and this is a clear violation of that pact with the Canadian people.
Questions and commentaires.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Longueuil-Pierre-Boucher. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I congratulate my colleague on his speech, which raised so many concerns about how this country's finances are managed. I'm wondering if there isn't a link between this culture of secrecy that they have within the Prime Minister's office that seems to impose decisions and choices on others. I'm wondering if my colleague from Petite Patrie talked about the incredible interference and when it's an issue of CBC, and I'm wondering if the ministers are concerned or if they're even aware of what's in this bill in terms of Crown corporations. So does he think that this whole concept of secrecy can result in such monstrous errors? The honourable member for Pontiac. Well, I think so, yes. And I'd like to add, if I may, the inability of this government to listen to their own officials, to listen to the experts, and to listen to the Auditor General now. They're putting into place measures that are symbolic. They throw money around, and they don't care how it was spent. They don't care if there were reports. And it's just total incompetence. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Chambly-Bourgeois. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to be able to speak to this motion today because I, myself, at the beginning of my career as an MP, I sat on the Public Accounts Committee, and I indeed had the opportunity to look at previous Auditor General's reports and to see how the whole process works. And I think that puts me into an advantageous and interesting position here, because I'm able to see to what degree this is an error and how monumental a mistake it is to have lost track of $3.1 billion. It's crazy, Mr. Speaker. At the outset, I would like to say that it's interesting because here we're talking about such a significant sum of money, and yet day after day after day, we have to be subjected to these almost personal attacks by the government, these invented stories and myths, and they talk about tax and spend NDP and how much our taxes would go up. And today, it's not the NDP that's abusing of Canadians, it's the government, because once again, they've lost $3.1 billion. We can't say it often enough. So when they rise in question period today and repeat these same phrases over and over again, I think people should appreciate the irony of them attacking us in such a way when in truth it's their government that is in no position to criticize how other people might manage taxpayers' money. It's really shameful, Mr. Speaker. So what we're seeing here today is really an issue of government accountability, because every day our leader, the member for Outremont, raises this issue, and also my colleague from Welland, my colleagues from Pierrefonds-Dollard, and others who sit on the Public Accounts Committee raise this issue of the $3.1 billion. And the Prime Minister and the President of Treasury Board reply with a great deal of disdain, I would say. And they say, oh, well, you just have to look into the public accounts. Everything's there. But, Mr. Speaker, that's not true. It's not. It doesn't appear in the public accounts. And I'd be interested to know whether or not the President of Treasury Board will go and see the Auditor General and tell him, oh no, you missed something in the public accounts. Everything's written down there. So I think you have to have a little more respect than that for the Auditor General, for his competence and the work that he does, which he was appointed to do. I think he's very well placed to say and speak for himself and say whether or not those amounts appear in the public accounts. My colleague from Pontiac, who I thank very much for having tabled this very important motion today, which is asking the government to really be obliged to disclose these documents to parliamentarians and to the Auditor General so they can do their work. But my colleague from Pontiac was mentioning the quote, which the government likes to repeat endlessly, and indeed it is a quote. It's actually the beginning of a quote, so it's interesting because I think that a student who was writing an essay or a paper and wrote only part of a quote and not the rest wouldn't get a lot of appreciation from his professor on that. So I think that you can't use half of a quote. You have to put in the whole thing and see that, yes, nothing indicates that the money was incorrectly spent, like we saw with the GA funds and the gazebos. But the point here is that the money can't be found. So that is the scandal in and of itself. And it's a very, very serious problem, Mr. Speaker. So the money doesn't seem to have been spent illegally or inappropriately. But the government, or the Auditor General says he can't find the money. He doesn't know where it was spent. So I think there's a very serious problem here, and the President of Treasury Board should assume his responsibilities. So it's not just the Auditor General. As parliamentarians, we also have to be in a position to do our due diligence and see what the problems are here. What's interesting, Mr. Speaker, is that this isn't a new problem. And it's not a problem that is limited to the Conservative government. It started under the Liberals' watch. We saw in 2004 in Sheila Fraser's report who was an Auditor General who was highly respected. She did fantastic work by unveiling the sponsorship scandal, for example, and I'll set that issue aside for another day, but it's another example of poor management of taxpayers' money. And this is what we're seeing here today. In her 2004 report, her work showed us that there were big structural problems in terms of how money was spent on public safety programs. We know this initiative now as PSAT, but there are problems at Treasury Board. And today, we can see with the fact that we're several years down the road, 9 years later, that the improvements still haven't been made because we've lost all trace of the $3.1 billion.
And the problem doesn't appear to be improving because in the testimony of the Auditor General and the Assistant at the Public Accounts Committee meeting, they said that now they're trying to make improvements to the way amounts are reported, or rather, efforts are not being made to improve accounting, and apparently there's no intention of changing the way things are done next year. So what's being done meanwhile with all the government spending, a full fiscal year without any mechanisms to improve reporting for next year? They're just going to drop this whole illusion of transparency, and they're just going to carry on with this lack of responsibility and ethics. And it's funny because yesterday when my colleague from Pontiac was asking a question, I heard the Minister of Heritage laughing and saying, it's just a year, what are you whining about? Well, a year when $3.1 billion has been lost, to wait a year without knowing what's really gone on, where that taxpayer money has gone, it's unacceptable and it's shameful, Mr. Speaker. What's interesting here, Mr. Speaker, is that we're talking about public safety programs, anti-terrorism programs that all began in 2001, understandably after 9/11. And the goal was to improve our public safety and anti-terrorism measures. This is, of course, relevant. It continues with S7 and S9. S7, which is the bill that would implement or extend or revive anti-terrorism measures. When I did my speech a couple weeks ago on that bill, I talked about the fact that it's a shame that at the very time when public safety resources are being cut back, their budgets being cut back, the number of staff available to protect us is being cut back. But at the very moment when all these cutbacks are being made, at that very same time, our civil liberties are being curtailed. And what I said at the time was, before barging ahead with this type of curtailment of our civil liberties, we should at least make sure that there's enough funding there already, that it's being spent properly. And now today, Mr. Speaker, here we are in a situation where there's $3.1 billion lost, absolutely disappeared. It doesn't show up on the books. So I would ask the government, on behalf of taxpayers in my riding and all ridings, in fact, that's precisely what we're here for. We're here to make sure that taxpayer money is well spent. So it's time for the government to roll up its sleeves, do its job, tell us where the money went, where's the $3.1 billion, provide the documents to MPs and the Auditor General. It seems to me that's the least they can do. And so they should at least take some responsibility for this. It's the least they can do.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I congratulate my colleague on his speech. I think it's clear today that the Conservatives are just as bad as the Liberals at managing public monies. We're seeing one scandal after another, and today $3.1 billion has gone missing. So my question for my colleague is, what could be done with $3.1 billion in his riding? How could that money have been spent usefully instead of just being lost? What uses could that $3.1 billion have been put to? The honourable member for Chambly-Bordua. I'd like to thank my colleague, Mr. Speaker, for his question. Indeed, when I look at all the desperate needs for infrastructure, for culture, what have you, I could have rhymed off a list of things: the Champlain Bridge, Fort Chambly. The city is doing a great job in my writing, but I think all parties could probably give the same list of things that $3.1 billion could be used for. But with reference to his preamble, he talked about the fact that the Conservatives and the Liberals are just as bad at managing public monies. I think he's really put his finger on it there. Since the beginning of the week, we've been hearing about interference with Crown corporations, for example. And the Prime Minister said it's because we take taxpayer money serious. Well, if you get serious with the $3.1 billion.
Davenport.
Speaker, and I want to congratulate my honourable colleague for his speech. And while I was listening to his speech, I was thinking about some of the members of the front bench of the Conservative Party who were on the front bench of the Mike Harris government in Ontario. And what they did, one of the first things they did, Mr. Speaker, and when they first took power, was they filled a big hole on Eglinton that had already been dug to build a subway. They came in and they filled that hole and cost the taxpayers millions of dollars just to fill that in. Some of you remember that, I can see over there. And now we're spending millions to dig that hole again in order to build a subway. That's the kind of economic model this government operates under. It's no wonder they've lost $3.1 billion. It's no wonder they've got the biggest deficit in Canadian history. And I'm wondering if my honourable colleague can talk a little bit about the disconnect between this idea that they're sound fiscal managers on the one hand and the reality of the fact that they are incredibly, unbelievably inept at this.
The honourable member for Chambly-Bordua. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague. It's a lot like the question from my colleague from Sherbrooke. We see examples in our own backyards of mismanagement. We could certainly do better. I think Canadians deserve better. I think that's an obvious, glaring example of where the $3.1 billion could have been better spent. I think we get tired of hearing the Conservatives boast about what good managers they are of the economy and of taxpayers' money. But what we're seeing today is that they've simply lost track of $3.1 billion. They've lost all track of it. And as I said in my speech, that was money that was supposed to go to public safety and anti-terrorism. Here's a government that claims to be tough on crime, but when it comes time to spend money on programs on public safety, all of a sudden they've lost, or they're not sure where they put $3.1 billion. I think that leaves a lot to be desired, Mr. Speaker. And when you look at provincial examples, the famous common sense revolution, well, what we can really see is that they could use some common sense on the other side.
Red Deer.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I certainly welcome this opportunity to stand in this House today and to respond to the honourable member's motion. I'll be splitting my time with the honourable member for North Vancouver, the Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Treasury Board. The motion in question concerns Chapter 8 of the Spring 2013 Office of the Auditor General's Report on the reporting of public security and anti-terrorism initiative funds. I've reviewed the motion in detail and appreciate this opportunity to correct the false assumption on which it is based. The Auditor General and his office have had full access to all of the public security and anti-terrorism, or PSAT, reports. He's been clear in saying, and I quote, "We didn't find anything that gave us cause for concern that the money, was used in any way that it should not have been." And, Mr. Speaker, that's not all he said. He also confirmed in his testimony before the Standing Committee on Public Accounts that characterizations of these funds as lost are inaccurate. In fact, Mr. Speaker, he clarified in his testimony that the reporting on the funds in question was purely an internal government reporting process. And he verified that the shortcomings which our government acknowledges did not prevent parliamentarians or Canadians from scrutinizing spending through the estimates process and through the public accounts process. Those, Mr. Speaker, are the facts. It's also a fact that our government has taken decisive action to ensure the security and safety of Canadians. Canadians can be assured that government funding tagged for security initiatives was used for that purpose. Core security-oriented organizations such as the Canadian Air Transport Security Authority, or CATSA, the Canadian Border Services Agency, National Defence, the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, and the Canadian Security Intelligence Service are the type of agencies that report through PSAT. Now, Mr. Speaker, on July 14, 2000, I was in the Pine Lake tornado, so I've seen death, destruction with neighbours, students, and our family lived through this disaster. And a year later, we were just kind of getting over this trauma. But at 2000, what I had to do was to speak to my students when I came back in September to talk about that event. So when the world witnessed the destruction of the Twin Towers by terrorists in 9/11, those images affected me on both a personal level and as a horror shared by my fellow citizens. So again, we had to discuss with my students the intolerance and the devastation in the fall of 2001. So I understand what it's like to try to make sense out of both natural and man-made disasters. So when it comes to terrorism, I take it very personally. So, Mr. Speaker, in a post-9/11 environment, Canadians expect law enforcement to adopt a proactive posture in order to disrupt terrorist plots before an attack occurs. Our government has taken strong action to keep Canadians safe, including measures such as the recent Combating Terrorism Act, targeting serious drug crime, cracking down on organized crime, and preventing nuclear terrorism. I think that all members in this House would agree with me when I say that terrorism is a heinous crime. Its objective is to strike fear into all citizens and to discourage us all from going about our lives freely and without fear. Terrorists live by a philosophy that rejects the democratic process, and their motivation is fundamentally at odds with our rule of law. Acts of terrorism cannot be allowed, and our government continues to act to prevent the types of tragedies we've seen in New York and in Boston. We are balancing, though, two very distinct needs in this post-9/11 world. We will keep our country safe, and we will be responsible with taxpayers' dollars while doing so. This chapter of the Auditor General Spring Report 2013 comes with important recommendations that our government agrees with and intends to implement. We acknowledge that there was some lack of clarity in some aspects of horizontal reporting, despite all expenditures of the federal budget being reported through the regular parliamentary reporting cycle. Despite all the factual statements made by the Auditor General, the NDP are again willing to be deceitful and are attempting to manufacture a scandal despite formal assertions that our reports to Parliament are sound. Mr. Speaker, let me reiterate that the premise of the motion in question is completely false. The processes that departments follow for reporting to Parliament and Canadians on their spending and results were respected. The audit acknowledges that deputy heads as departmental accounting officers are responsible for accounting and reporting their spending through the Public Accounts of Canada. These reporting requirements are in addition to the internal reporting requirements imposed under the Public Security and Anti-Terrorism Initiative. Mr. Speaker, all government spending, every nickel and dime, is reported to Parliament and accounted for in the public accounts. This took place in 2001, and it took place in 2002, and so on, all the way to 2009. The Auditor General himself said that he did not find anything that gave him cause for concern that money was used in any way that should not have been. On the contrary, what the Auditor General has concerns about is the clarity and characterization of reporting between government departments over the period 2001 to 2009. The Auditor General's recommendation focused on improving that reporting process. Now, our government accepts his recommendation and is committed to improve public reporting on initiatives that involve multiple departments. In fact, our government has already taken actions to improve public reporting on such horizontal initiatives. In the fall of 2011, the Office of the Auditor General said that the government did a good job of monitoring progress and spending for Economic Action Plan initiatives, saying that the government was diligent in monitoring the progress of projects and their spending. With respect to reporting to Parliament and Canadians, the government has taken several steps to improve financial reporting and to support parliamentary scrutiny of estimates and supply. On April 22, 2013, a new searchable online database was launched that for the first time ever will consolidate all information on government spending in one place. The website allows the public and parliamentarians to track government spending, showing trends and government-wide totals for specific areas like personnel spending. This, in addition to other significant actions that we've taken. For example, we now post financial data sets on the Treasury Board Secretariat website and the Open Data portal. We also now publish quarterly financial reports. And our government has made ongoing improvements to the form and content of reports on plans and priorities and departmental performance reports. Clearly, Mr. Speaker, much effort has been made to improve reporting. So I ask the House to reject the honourable member's motion and to reject this diversion from what really matters, the work done every day to keep Canadians safe. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Marc-Aurèle Fortin. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This morning, I had breakfast with people from the food banks of Canada. The people they feed are the people who can't afford to feed themselves. $3.1 billion. If they'd had that, the problem of hunger in Canada would be solved. So let's not just say this is an administrative problem. $3.1 billion that was supposed to be spent on public safety has disappeared. And the need was calculated to be $12.9 billion. So what wasn't done? Was the automation of passport readers not done? Were the exit controls not done? What wasn't done? What that was budgeted for was not done? What cuts have been made to our safety?
Mr. Speaker, those unfortunate people that have to go through food banks also expect honesty. And the statements that are coming from the opposition are misleading statements, and they are political mischief. Let's go through what the motion is about. $3.1 billion of missing funds outlined in Chapter 8. That is what is mentioned. The opposition's motion is based on a false premise, and the members know perfectly well that in the words of the Auditor General, we didn't find anything that gave us cause for concern that money was used in any way it should not have been. And as the opposition knows full well as also, there is no indication that any dollars are missing, misappropriated, or misspent. Only time missed comes into play in the Auditor General's report. And I'd like to read from the press release where the Auditor General said, "We believe that the government missed an opportunity to use the information it collected to generate a picture of spending and results under public security and anti-terrorism initiative across departments." And he went further to say that the government recognizes that it needs to improve the way it reports financial and non-financial information for future government-wide initiatives. And I mentioned the word future for the member.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Markham Unionville.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's very clear from the Auditor General's report that he cannot identify where the $3.1 billion was spent or whether it was spent. So in that case, it is truly missing. But I would like to read from the Auditor General's report of late 2004, Sheila Fraser, who had this to say about the anti-terrorism initiative. The current management framework of the Public Security and Anti-Terrorism Initiative met most of our audit criteria. The vast majority of funds allocated in the 2001 budget have been channeled to identified priority areas. In addition, the Treasury Board Secretariat is taking care to track spending." End of quote. So at the end of 2004, they were tracking the spending. So the problem came later, presumably under the Conservative government. Can the member indicate what went wrong once the Conservatives came to power?
The order. The Honourable Member for Red Deer.
Certainly, I would love to explain what had taken place. And as a matter of fact, in the Auditor General's report, I can read through what happened in 2004. It says, in our 2004 audit, we examined the management framework of the Public Security and Anti-Terrorism Initiative, including funding allocations and spending. We identified weaknesses in the way the Treasury Board of Canada Secretariat assessed departmental proposals for funding. We also found that the reporting process needed to be improved. I think that is what the present Auditor General, how he categorized the types of things that were said. So I question perhaps how up-to-date that the member is with regards to that. But let's talk about the situation between 2001 and 2009. And I suppose as well to go back to the motion, because what the motion says is issue documents from 2001 to the present. Well, Mr. Speaker, the audit was from 2001 to 2009. So either the opposition didn't read the actual audit, or they are purposefully trying to create some misdirection to align the conversation with their misguided and malicious talking points. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Treasury Board.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my pleasure to speak to this motion before us today. First of all, I would like to thank my honourable colleague from Red Deer for his speech and the great work that he does on the Public Accounts Committee. I would like to also thank the honourable member from Pontiac for bringing this issue forward and for the opportunity to talk about our government's strong record in cracking down on crime. Before I go any further, I want to clarify the Auditor General's statements on this chapter, and I was there at committee, Mr. Chair, Mr. Speaker. He has confirmed that this money was not lost and that he found no reasons to make him believe money was misspent. Mr. Speaker, since our first day in office in 2006, our government has made a firm commitment to Canadians that would make their safety and security a key priority. Chief among our efforts includes moving forward with measures to address the threat of terrorism very seriously. Terrorism is a global phenomenon, and Canada is certainly not immune. Several hundred Canadians have been killed or injured in terrorist incidents in the past several decades. We can all recall tragic events like the 1985 bombing of Air India Flight 182. In the past decade, our world and the way we view it has changed since September 11th, 2001, when terrorist acts took place in New York, Virginia, and Pennsylvania and claimed thousands of lives, including 24 Canadians. We also clearly recall recent attempts to blow up airliners, such as the failed underwear and shoe bombers plot in 2009. Most recently, the Boston Marathon bombings have again reminded us that we are not immune to terrorism. The memory of the victims of terrorism and the pain of their families strengthen our resolve to fight criminals and terrorists at home and abroad, and to stand up proudly for the principles that bind us: freedom, democracy, rule of law, and human rights. Our goal is to continue to build the resilience of our society and all communities to all forms of violent coercion. Since first coming to power, our government has taken decisive action to address the evolving threat of terrorism, both within and beyond Canadian borders, through legislative changes, targeted programming, criminal investigations, and other initiatives. As security threats are borderless, particularly threats to our cyber networks and critical infrastructure, in 2010 we launched Canada's Cybersecurity Strategy and the National Strategy and Action Plan for Critical Infrastructure. Through our Beyond the Border Action Plan, signed with the United States, we have strengthened aviation, marine, and rail security in Canada, including through our more rigorous screening for port and airport employees, enhancements to technology, and improved security procedures. We have improved information sharing among the agencies involved in detecting terrorist financing. We have listed terrorist entities under the Criminal Code to send a strong message that Canada will not condone any kind of terrorist activity. And we have passed the Justice for Victims of Terrorism Act, which allows victims of terrorism to sue listed foreign states for committing an act of terrorism or for supporting listed entities under the Criminal Code. Hitting these entities in the bank account, in the pocketbook, helps prevent and deter them from carrying out further acts of terror. Mr. Speaker, countering terrorism and securing Canada is a shared responsibility that involves many organizations from all levels of government: law enforcement, border services, and private sector and international partners. While terrorism remains a threat, it is one that we are better able to deal with as a result of greater collaboration and partnerships. Given the global reach of terrorism today, addressing the threat requires universal cooperation. We stand firm with our allies against the threat of terrorism. By combining resources and aligning our focus on a common set of priorities with our international partners, we are in a better position to target the threats to our safety and security. These priorities are clearly laid out in Canada's counterterrorism strategy, a comprehensive strategy introduced in 2012 that outlines our efforts to prevent individuals from turning to terrorism, detect terrorists and their activities, deny terrorists the means and opportunities to attack, and respond in a rapid and proportionate manner. It speaks frankly about the terrorist threats we face at home and abroad, and the importance of strong partnerships and collaboration among government, security agencies, law enforcement, and community groups, among others. And it underscores Canada's contribution to the global efforts to counter the terrorist threat. We have made great progress in meeting our commitments under the three previously mentioned strategies, and we will continue to put forward a clear focus on combating terrorism and countering violent extremism. At the same time, we have no plans to stop our work to strengthen our justice system and keep Canadians safe through a number of robust measures. We will continue to take action on crime, as we have done since we came to power. We've toughened sentencing and bail provisions for serious gun crimes. We have strengthened the sentencing and monitoring of dangerous high-risk offenders. We have ensured that murderers connected to organized crime will be treated automatically as first-degree murderers, and we have imposed mandatory jail time for drive-by or reckless shootings. our government has ended sentence discounts for multiple murders, and we have passed legislation to abolish the faint hope clause, which allowed early parole for murderers. We have delivered legislation that limits credit for time served in pre-sentence custody. I am very proud to note that our government has passed legislation to help reform the pardon system. In particular, we have made sure that the Parole Board of Canada has the discretion it needs to determine whether or not granting a pardon would bring the administration of justice into disrepute. I'm equally proud to note that our government has passed legislation to strengthen the National Sex Offender Registry and the National DNA Databank so that all persons convicted of sex offences are registered. All in all, honourable members, our government has taken significant action that achieves results in tackling crime in our communities and in countering terrorism, and we will continue to do more. With each of these measures, we have kept one goal at the forefront: to keep Canadians and their families safe. And we have done all these things and more while ensuring we are using Canadian taxpayer dollars prudently. Indeed, we have taken great strides to leverage partnerships across governments, with law enforcement and security agencies, with our international partners as well. By combining resources and aligning our focus on a common set of priorities with our international partners, we are in a better position to target the threats to our safety and national security. Mr. Speaker, law-abiding Canadians expect to live in a country where they don't have to worry when they go to bed at night. They expect, and rightfully so, to live in a country in which their government is working with its allies to create a strong and robust national security system that is ready to prevent, detect, and respond to any type of emergency. They want to know that their streets are safe and that their children are protected against predators. This is the commitment which our government has made, and one, Mr. Speaker, that we have kept. Today's opposition motion isn't concerned about the well-being of Canadians. Instead, they are focused on manufacturing a crisis where the Auditor General himself has clearly said there is none. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for St. Bruno, St. Hubert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened carefully from the beginning of my colleague's speech, and I would like to say this. The Conservatives can say what they want, but what we're talking about here is $3.1 billion that is unaccounted for. That is what we are talking about here now. I would like to know how the member can explain to Canadians who work extremely hard to make ends meet, and how will he respond to the question, how can the government not find $3.1 billion? So I would like him to respond to that question, please. Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Auditor General said that there is no indication that any dollars are missing, misappropriated, or misspent. In fact, I was in committee, Mr. Speaker, when the Auditor General himself said, "We didn't find anything that gave us cause for concern that money was used in any way it should not have been." What I'd like to ask the member opposite is, why is she disagreeing with the Auditor General himself?
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Markham Unionville.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think the Honourable Member over there is denying the undeniable. If you read the Auditor General's report, I'll just give you one brief quote. However, information to explain the difference of $3.1 billion between the funding allocated to departments and agencies and the amount reported spent was not available. So in other words, the money may have been spent appropriately. The money may have been in the public accounts. Perhaps it was lapsed. Perhaps it was spent. We don't know what it was spent on. So in that sense, how can the Honourable Member possibly deny that this $3.1 billion is missing, in the sense that we do not know what it was spent on or whether it was even spent? That is very clear from the Auditor General's report.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm glad that I got a question from the member opposite from the Liberal Party, because it was exactly scandals that took place in that party, in that government, which required us to bring in tough new rules when we came to power in 2006 with the Federal Accountability Act. However, I want to address his immediate question with regards to the matter at hand, and this matter relates to the categorization of expenses by Treasury Board between 2001 and 2009. Part of that time was when his government was in power. All of the funds in question are accounted for in public documents presented to Parliament, including the public accounts. Let me repeat, the AG, the Auditor General, said there is no indication that any dollars are missing, misappropriated, or misspent, and that the Treasury Board Secretariat has accepted all of the recommendations by the Auditor General. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank my colleague, the Parliamentary Secretary for the President of the Treasury Board, for clarifying once again this issue. And, you know, Mr. Speaker, I want to ask him about what kind of feedback he's hearing from his constituents. The opposition continually tries to manufacture scandals, and the Canadian people are much smarter than the opposition gives them credit for. So when the Canadian public saw this report, has seen the comments from the Auditor General, seen very clearly that there is no money missing and the Auditor General is satisfied. He has suggested some improvements. We've taken those suggestions. The Canadian people, I know in my office, I'm not getting calls, I'm not getting emails. Why? Because the Canadian people don't buy the nonsense from the opposition. So I'm wondering if the my colleague, has had the same experience. Is he finding the Canadian people are basically looking at the opposition saying, same old game, trying to make a scandal where there isn't a scandal?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Treasury Board.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for the question. The number one priority of government is to keep its citizens safe. Safe from terrorism, safe from threats. And that's what my constituents want us to do. That's what they expect us to do, is to make sure that we have the measures in place to make sure that their safety is protected. Since coming to government in 2006, we've taken extensive measures to make sure that public safety is one of our top priorities, and we're making real progress in that regard. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Markham Unionville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very pleased to be able to speak on this subject.
And the subject, of course, concerns the missing $3.1 billion. So why are we here today? Among the many troubling revelations in the Auditor General's spring report was a rotten Easter egg in the form of a $3.1 billion hole in the government's public security and anti-terrorism spending. It turns out the Treasury Board Secretariat simply can't find the money. Notwithstanding the opposition's statements to the contrary, it is abundantly clear from the report that they cannot locate those $3.1 billion. So it's not surprising coming from this President of the Treasury Board. Simple details like the term border infrastructure can mean gazebos in his riding. Or what about $5 billion in budget cuts announced last year? We still don't know where those cuts are, which is why the former parliamentary budget officer had to take the government to court. What's worrying, Mr. Speaker, is that this audit only covered public security and anti-terrorism funding. We have no information on other government programs. We have no idea what other programs and services that middle-class families rely on are not getting the funding the government says they are. In the Auditor General's report, Treasury Board provided three possible explanations for where the missing billions were. One, the money lapsed. In other words, it was not spent. Two, it was spent on public safety and anti-terrorism, but was not properly recorded. Or three, it was carried forward and spent on non-public safety and anti-terrorism programs. So those are the options. Those are mathematically what the options must be. It either was not spent, it was spent on public security, or it was spent on things other than public security, and the government simply has no way of knowing which of those three options was the more prevalent. They all stem from the same problem. The TBS tracking process for those funds was not developed enough to keep track of everything. However, it was a tracking system. I was completely blown away to read in the report at paragraph 8.24, and I quote, "In 2010, the Treasury Board approved the Secretariat's request to end the government-wide reporting requirements on initiative spending. The last reports entered into the database are those related to the 2008-9 fiscal year. The Secretariat stated that it would develop a new mechanism for managing and collecting performance information on the public security initiatives. At the time of the audit, a project was in the pilot stage, but a new mechanism was not yet in place." End of quote. This is deeply concerning, Mr. Speaker. It would appear the Treasury Board now has no system at all to monitor public safety and anti-terrorism spending. So we have actually regressed. Treasury Board promises to have a new system in place by March 2014, nearly a year from now and 4 years from when they killed the original system. Whatever the flaws of the old system, certainly it must have been better than nothing, Mr. Speaker. Or perhaps it wasn't. But right now, what they have had for 3 years is nothing in terms of monitoring those public expenditures on security. I want to turn now to the response we have had from the government on this matter. The President of the Treasury Board has repeatedly told this House that all the money is accounted for and can be found in the public accounts for the years 2001 to 9. This is a laughable response. Every financial transaction is, quote, recorded in the public accounts to some extent. What we don't have is any detail in terms of where that money is in the national accounts. We know it's in the national accounts, public accounts. We don't know where in the public accounts, and so in that sense, it is truly missing. The Minister's response did not provide us with any information, nor does it do anything to calm the concerns of Canadians that this government simply can't keep track of its own money. That's why I have asked the government in a written question to detail where in the public accounts these funds can be found. I eagerly look forward to their reply. And as I said previously, we don't know if there is a systemic problem with other categories of expenses. The Auditor General only examined public safety and anti-terrorism funding. Again, we don't know if other funding destined for services to middle-class Canadians may not also be missing. Mr. Speaker, I also want to share my concerns about the NDP's reaction to this issue. Their motion, which we are debating today, demonstrates a curious lack of understanding about the role and powers of the Auditor General. Liberals support publishing the information related to this audit so that Parliament and Canadians can examine it for themselves. But the portion about turning the data over to the Auditor General is interesting. The Auditor General already has that power, Mr. Speaker. He certainly would have looked at all the relevant information. We don't need a motion to ask him to get the information to which he is already entitled. Listen, please, to Section 13.1 of the Auditor General Act, which states, and I quote, "Except as provided by any other Act of Parliament that expressly refers to this subsection, the Auditor General is entitled to free access at all convenient times to information that relates to the fulfillment of his or her responsibility, and he or she is also entitled to require and receive from members of the Federal Public Information Administration any information, reports, and explanations that he or she considers necessary for that purpose." End of quote. So the law is perfectly clear on this matter, Mr. Speaker. The Auditor General would not have had to contend with security matters either as subsections 2 and 3 of Section 13 also grant the Auditor General access to secret materials so long as their staff take the oaths that would be required of public servants handling such information. So I think it's fair to say that access to the required information was not a problem for the Auditor General. The problem was that that information did not exist. This is also the question of resources. However, I would contend that if that money could have been found, then Treasury Board would have found it during their consultations with the Auditor General on this report. No government wants the Auditor General to tell the public that we've lost $3.1 billion. It's the worst-case scenario. I imagine many Treasury Board officials worked late hours to try and find the missing money. I have no doubts that that if it could have been located, it would have been, and they would have shown the Auditor General's office exactly where it was. It's purely a case of self-interest, Mr. Speaker. I imagine this government and the public servants worked very hard to find the missing money, and they didn't. They didn't. The information did not exist. That being said, of course, we are in no way opposed to giving the Auditor General more resources, and if his office thinks that more resources will help answer this question, then I say, let's give them more resources. Liberals support this motion because more transparency is a good thing. The Auditor General has raised serious concerns about the systems used to track expenditures of the government, and Canadians deserve to see how it's done so that they can judge this government's track record. Now, just before I move on to the next portion of my remarks, I want to comment on the general tone of the NDP response to this matter. Good government is about solutions. However, we don't see many solutions emanating from the NDP, and I find this particularly surprising, considering how plainly obvious the solution to this problem is. Perhaps it's simply easier to point fingers and try to score political points, but I was dismayed to see the member for Pontiac ignore an obvious solution proposed by the committee we are both members of. The solution is to change how the government appropriates money. The Government Operations and Estimates Committee held a wide-ranging and in-depth study on the process of supply. We heard from experts inside and outside the government, former parliamentarians, the Auditor General, a former clerk of the House, other governments, and the Parliamentary Budget Officer. Our committee made numerous recommendations, some of which the government has endorsed, others not so much. But the most important recommendation we made was to transition the estimates from their current vote structure to a program-based structure. Mr. Speaker, our current vote structure is archaic and can't keep up with the size and scope of 21st century government. Its failings are well known. For most departments, they have 3 votes: operating, which means paying for public servants and hydro bills; capital, for acquisitions; and grants and contributions, the funds that are actually handed out to Canadians. If a department wants to transfer money outside their vote, they only need the approval of the Treasury Board, not Parliament. No, Mr. Speaker, they only have to tell us if they want to switch money between the votes, say to fire a public servant and buy a new ministerial limo. The best example of this problem may be the G8 Legacy Fund debacle. The confusion of our current system was that parliamentarians thought that when they approved the supply bill, they were authorizing money specifically for the Border Infrastructure Fund. This was not the case. In fact, Parliament has approved a single massive pot of money for infrastructure construction. The only condition was that the money be spent on infrastructure. That's why the Treasury Board was able to create a new program, the G8 Legacy Fund, and provide it with funding by taking money from the Border Infrastructure Program. They did not have to tell Parliament they were doing this, since the money all came from the same large pot that Parliament has approved for infrastructure. But if Parliament had to approve spending by programs rather than the current way, this would have been impossible, and we would also have been able to track public security spending. So, Mr. Speaker, our primary proposition is to amend this NDP motion to include a solution to the problem. And the solution to the problem, the evident solution so that this will never happen in the future, is to do the estimates according to programs rather than according to the current archaic system. So I would like, Mr. Speaker, to read my proposed amendment, and this is why, Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the member for Bourassa, that the motion be amended by adding the following, quote, and that, in order to avoid losing funds in the future, the House requests that the government take all actions necessary to transition to program-based appropriations according to the timeline provided to the Standing Committee on Government Operations and Estimates. End of quote. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Seconded by Mr. Kadai.
Order. It is my duty to inform the honourable members that an amendment to an opposition motion may be moved only with the consent of the sponsor of the motion, or in the case that he or she is not present, consent may be given or denied by the House Leader, the Deputy House Leader, the Whip, or the Deputy Whip of the sponsor's party. Since neither the sponsor nor any of these other members are present in the chamber, cannot consider that there is consent for the amendment. Therefore, pursuant to Standing Order 85, the amendment cannot be moved at this time. Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de...
Honourable member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I have to ask myself why the Liberals think that they have any credibility on this subject. Allow me, please, to give the Liberal member a little course on this. In 2004, when the Auditor General reported the PSAT initiative, including funding and expenses, at that point in time, she pointed out weaknesses and said that they had assessed the funding initiatives, and she also pointed out to the Liberal government at the time that the production of reports should be improved at that point in time. So why didn't the Liberals act when they were in power after the 2004 Auditor General's report in order to put in a process for tabling or producing reports that would be improved? It's clear that the Liberal government hasn't done what they could have done at the point, as the Conservatives haven't as well, and they need to be accountable and transparent.
Monsieur le Président, peut-être...
Mr. Speaker, perhaps the member will recall that I read a quote from the Auditor General's report in 2004 where she said that at this time, just until the end of 2004, Treasury Board did follow the spending on public safety, and therefore that means that the problems came after that point in time, when the Conservatives were in power. And the problem that I have with what the NPDP has proposed, as I said in my speech, is that they aren't proposing any solutions, whereas I moved as an amendment would provide a solution so that this problem would not happen again in the future. And the NDP doesn't have anything to propose as a solution.
Silence.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Audits, of course, are looking for the paperwork to match it against the money that's spent, and certainly I can recall, and in the recent audits, and we have an audit where, as in this case, we say, well, there's no evidence of wrongdoing, but we can't find the paperwork, we can't figure out exactly where the money was spent. And I wonder if the honourable member for Markham Unionville will contrast and compare the reaction of the Conservatives when their fingers were pointed at much, much smaller amounts of money in the Ottawapiskat community versus the way they are sloughing this off as though nothing has happened when $3.1 billion can't be tracked. This is lousy attention to detailed paperwork and keeping track of the money, for which they were contemptuous when it was a small First Nations community. But now they just say, look the other way, there's nothing here.
The honourable member for Markham Unionville.
Well, I thank my colleague from the Green Party for that excellent comparison. I think it is telling when they bring in this third-party administrator to deal with an impoverished small Aboriginal community, maybe dealing with, I don't know, hundreds of thousands of dollars, and then they slough it off when $3.1 billion goes missing under their watch. So I think this shows a certain tendency to take on small, poor communities with a vengeance and to simply ignore when $3.1 billion goes missing under their watch.
Questions and comments? Honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And in trying to get a better understanding in terms of just how much $3.1 billion is, it's fair to say that it's virtually 50% of the total budgets of some provincial governments here in Canada. We're talking about a significant amount of money. And my question to my colleague is that when you think in terms of the government standing in its place saying that it's not true, that the money hasn't been lost, I wonder if he can point it out in a very simple fashion as to why Canadians need to be concerned about this $3.1 billion and what it is that the Auditor General is actually saying.
The honourable member for Markham.
Well, I thank my colleague for his very good question, and it is true that $3.1 billion is a huge amount of money, so big that it's hard for many Canadians to picture an amount that size, but perhaps it is, I don't know, half the budget of the province of Manitoba, something like that. So that gives you some idea of the magnitude. And look, our amendment is a practical solution to this problem. We acknowledge it is a huge matter when an amount of this size goes missing, but our proposal would ensure that such a thing would not happen in the future, whether it's a Liberal government or a Conservative government. So that is the practical nature of our suggestion to bring a solution to this matter.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We've been told by the government that the money isn't lost, it just isn't found. But it's $3.1 billion. And that's good management on their part. And I'd like to go back to the issue of third-party managers. They viciously attacked an impoverished community of Attawapiskat, not on that the money was misspent, but there weren't enough receipts. So there was never even an allegation that the money was misspent. It's just that they didn't have all the receipts. Meanwhile, they can't even produce the receipts for taking $3.1 billion in misspending it. I'd like to ask my honourable colleague, given the sheer magnitude of incompetence that we're seeing over there, has he thought what the cost would be for us to bring in independent third-party managers for each of these departments that are misspending money, losing money, hiding money through secret contracts that they're not coming clean with? We need some sense of accountability over there.
The honourable member from Markham Unionville.
Well, I thank my colleague for his point, and I've already acknowledged that I think the Ottawa-Piscot comparison is telling. I think to bring in third-party managers when you're talking about funds on the scale of $3.1 billion would be enormously expensive. And so our proposal, I think, is a more practical one, that if we move to estimates based on programs, then we will avert any such problems in the future. Now, it would be nice if we could solve this problem, the $3.1 billion problem, but I'm not sure we ever will. I think the Auditor General has done his best, and he simply says the information is not there.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On December 4, 2002, the current Prime Minister was the Leader of the Opposition, and he asked a question of the Liberals concerning the loss of $1 billion that they referred to as a boondoggle. I don't know what the precise French term for that would be, but it's clear that it was a scandal. And the Prime Minister, who is the Leader of the Opposition at the time, was shouting out from the rooftops about how scandalous this was. So I wonder if he could comment on the attitude of the Conservatives at that time when it was a Liberal scandal, and now their attitude when it's $3.1 billion and it's their fault. So how they changed their tune so drastically when the scandals are almost the same. Well, it wasn't at all the same. The member wasn't here at that time, and neither was I.
It was proven that the billion-dollar boondoggle did not exist. That is the difference. Ça, c'est la différence.
That is the difference. The so-called Liberal scandal wasn't a scandal. It didn't exist. The Conservative scandal of $3.1 billion exists. We cannot find that money. It's completely different, Mr. Speaker.
It's a very short question. The honourable member for Nipissing to Miskaming.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it's clearly that $3 billion we're talking about is a reporting thing. It's horizontal, and clearly it will come out in due course. But I have a question for the member. If he's so good and his party's so good at finding money, perhaps he can tell us where the
million in sponsorship money went?
The honourable member for Markham Unionville.
Focus on today's $3.1 billion.
I would suggest that the honourable member focus on today's issue, not something from decades ago. He says that he thinks that the $3.1 billion will be identified in due course. What does that mean? The Auditor General said the information was not available. How can he say that it will be identified in due course when the Auditor General said that the information does not exist?
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Marc-Aurèle-Fortin. Mr. Speaker, we're talking about $3.1 billion out of a budget of $12.9 billion. Government spokespeople say that in 2001 there was an emergency, there was a real terrorist threat, which has never gone away. So there was a fear that Canada might be in danger of imminent attack, and we had to respond. So that was the justification for the budget. There was the view that in order to protect itself, Canada had to spend $12.9 billion. But $3.1 billion is missing. Where'd it go? We don't know. And that's quite dramatic. The Auditor General says there's no explanation for the missing $3.1 billion. For the fact that there's no report of these amounts being spent. So it's not in a Swiss bank account, in a corrupt minister's bank account. At least we have that guarantee. And that's not bad, because sometimes, if you look at the Senate, for example, you have to wonder. So needs were expressed. What came of those needs? So it's like with PSAT. There was a $750 million to fight cyber threats. The problem is that people tell us, the government says, we're not completely exempt from any cyber threats. This is a serious thing. I'd just like to point out that I'll be sharing my time with my colleague. So that's the problem. There's no accountability here. Either you spend money or you don't. Money's being repurposed without saying whether the essential mission has been accomplished or not. That's the whole problem with this government. The $3.1 billion, if it had been spent to guarantee that Canada would be safe from terrorism, that's what was supposed to happen. But we don't have that information. We don't have that guarantee. They're just telling us that $3.1 billion is missing. So we want to know what happened. We insist on knowing. How do you correct a situation if the scope of the problem is being hidden? If the nature of the problem is being hidden, how do you come up with a solution? In order to come up with a solution, you have to know precisely what the problem is. And that's what we're asking for. That is the very purpose of this motion. We want to know. Stop hiding things from us. Stop hiding relevant information. In 2010, this government decided, and the Auditor General showed this clearly, the audit ended in 2010, and that's when the reporting stopped. So they didn't solve the problem, they just stopped reporting on it. But sweeping things under the rug do not make those things disappear. The more you sweep under the rug, the more the rug's going to get lumpy. That $3.1 billion, in theory, to protect Canada, this same government came up with Bill S7 They said we have to protect Canada against terrorists, and that terrorism is going to be fought how? Well, they spent some money, or they cut spending to public safety by $6.7 million. That is going to make $687 million, rather. That's going to make the terrorists smile. They're going to say, great, keep electing this government. That's the best thing that's ever happened to the mafia, the election of the Conservative Party. $143 million has been cut back from the CBSA. Along the Quebec border, there are border crossings that are not staffed. There's no one there. And people who are crossing the border, fraudsters, are asked to pick up the phone at those unmanned border crossings to say, hey, we're crossing the border. Everything they do is irresponsible. They say they're going to protect Canada, and yet they ask terrorists to self-report. That's great. In Bromont and Granby, people who've crossed, there are people who've crossed the border illegally and seek political asylum. But the problem is not those who seek asylum, it's those who cross without reporting. We don't know how many times this happened. 626 full-time positions have been cut, 325 frontline officers, according to the union. They've cut 19 sniffer dog units. Those sniffer dogs sniff out explosives, too. So our system for protecting airports and borders against bombs and terrorists who would blow up planes, those services have been cut back. And that is somehow supposed to guarantee that we're in greater safety. And at the same time, $3.1 billion for anti-terrorism measures, we don't know where that money's gone. So not only has the job not been done, it really hasn't been done. It's serious. They've also cut $195 to the RCMP. So how are they supposed to do their job? And then they say, when it comes to search and rescue, if a plane were to crash or a boat were to be taking on water, if there was ever a hijacking, well, we won't have the planes or the helicopters to respond, to rescue these people. We no longer have the means to respond to accidents. But $3.1 billion has disappeared. It might have been useful to look at what is truly threatening Canada and take the money to make sure that that threat is dealt with. But that's not what they've done. They may have some inkling where the $3.1 billion went, maybe on the G8 and G20 summits. Now we have the same minister on the hot seat for this $3.1 billion. The same minister who was on the hot seat for the fake lakes and gazebos is now on the hot seat for this $3.1 billion. Maybe that's the riding to live in. The money that was spent on gazebos and public outhouse toilets and sidewalks and so on. That was supposed to be a budget for protecting the borders. So they took that $50 million and gave contracts out to buddies to ensure re-election. This is completely nonsensical. And that, Mr. Speaker, was apparently important. It was important that the Conservative government indicate when it was repurposing money. And clearly, that's what's happened here with the President of the Treasury Board. What's obvious, Mr. Speaker, is that the President of the Treasury Board shows all the skills necessary to become a future senator. It seems to be the brand of this government. So, Mr. Speaker, the $3.1 billion in our motion, we want an accounting. We want to know what happened to it. They had a budget of $12.9 billion. They only spent $9 billion of that. Canada is not completely safe from terrorism. Is it any safer? We want an accounting for that $3.1 billion. Canadians deserve it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments?
Member for Charlottetown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I compliment the honourable member on his remarks. Mr. Speaker, this problem isn't unique to what was in the Auditor General's report, nor is it unique to the period in question. In fact, we have a more recent example in this year's budget. I am the critic for Veterans Affairs. Within the budget this year, there's an indication that $65 million has been allocated over the next 2 years towards the Last Post Fund. We know that the Last Post Fund spends about $10 million a year, so we know very well that that $65 million will not be spent in the next 2 years. So a few years from now, are we going to have another Auditor General's report where we say, well, there's $40 million that we can't account for. We know that it wasn't spent when they said it was going to be spent in the budget. So my question for the honourable member, given what's in the Auditor General's report, given this apparent continuing of this behaviour in this year's budget, how do we stop this from recurring in future?
The honourable member for Marc-Aurèle-Fortin. The culture of secrecy is going to have to disappear. There's going to have to be some rules around accountability. Over a period of 10 years, it's to be expected that when a budget is audited or reconsidered, that some amounts budgeted were excessive, and so those can be reduced. That's just sound management. But did this happen here? We have no idea. That's what we're asking. We're not asking for the moon here. We're asking for earthly things here. But the accountability is missing here. If the budget had been reevaluated and the amounts had been reduced, we would have no problem with that. Thank you. The honourable member for Chambly-Bourgeois. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to congratulate my colleague on his speech. If I'm not mistaken, I believe he sits on the Public Accounts Committee, so I think he's in a good position to know what the situation is and how irresponsible the government is being. But I spoke about this earlier in my speech. I said that day after day, we have to listen to the insults and the dishonesty of the Conservatives who say that the NDP can't manage the economy, that they don't know how, that kind of myth that they repeat. Whereas the reality is, and we see this today, we've seen this all week, we've been talking about it all week, they've lost track of $3.1 billion. They're the ones who don't know how to manage the economy and account to taxpayers. So how does he feel about this contradiction? The honourable member for Marc-Aurèle-Fortin. That's an excellent question, and it opens the door to some very harsh criticism of this government. They boast, they claim they're the best managers. They think they're the best at guiding the economy when you compare to Greece, Spain, Italy. Once in a while, I'd like them to compare themselves to the best, to Sweden, to Germany, to Australia. But no, they're only willing to compare themselves to other mediocre administrations. The fact is, all they're really saying is that they're the least mediocre of the mediocre. We have 400,000 unemployed in Canada. It's going up by 50,000 a month. We have a huge trade deficit. Households are in debt up to 163%, and yet they still claim to be the best. It's not true. And the best example is this. You've lost track of $3.1 billion at a time when we're in economic difficulty, at a time when Canadians are deeply in difficulty. Food banks have basically doubled their clientele. It's not because things are going well. That's the problem with this government. They hide the truth. They lie in a bald-faced way on economic figures. The economic figures that the government cites have nothing to do with the reality that Canadians are living and experiencing. Resuming debate.
The honourable member for Nickel Belt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very happy to speak today on our official opposition motion on the recent Auditor General's report on the missing $3.1 billion. I have to say that there are days an MP on this side of the House that I don't know whether to laugh or cry. On the surface, we can shake our heads and poke fun at the government that can't find $3.1 billion of taxpayers' money. We know what we do at home when some money goes missing. We look under the bed, in the washing machine, maybe a few Canadians check a sock. Yesterday, we asked this government if they checked the banana stand. But, Mr. Speaker, all kidding aside, we are not talking about some loonies or toonies or change. We are talking about $3.1 billion. This is the stuff that accounting teachers use with their students as prima facie evidence on accounting gone wrong. This is where one wants to cry rather than laugh. This comes from a government who has inflicted on Canadians ad nauseum their economic action plan, commercials, and of themselves more waste of taxpayers' money. They have made outrageous claims about being good managers of the economy when the evidence, such as the missing $3.1 billion, tells the real story. This is the government that brought Canada the $50 million spending spree of the member from Parry Sound, Muskoka for the G8 summit. The gazebos and the paving of the yellow brick riding that had nothing to do with security. Is this where we should be looking for the $3.1 billion for security measures? We saw the financial fiasco with the F-35 jets. Are there fumes where we should be looking for the $3.1 billion? In the past, we have seen economic mismanagers spend money on government programs that did not exist. Coming from Northern Ontario, I know the fiction of FedNor spending claims from the Treasury Board President. Is it any wonder that when someone of the integrity and independence of Kevin Page, the former parliamentary budget officer, comes around to point out this incompetence, that this government chose to shoot the messenger rather than conduct the business of the government in a proper fashion? Mr. Speaker, the ridicule of this government's spending and accountability knows no bounds. Richard Cleroux writes in his Straight Talk blog that Treasurer Board Minister is a Treasury Minister who's lost his treasure. The Minister claims the money is not lost, that it's only an accounting difference between himself and the Auditor General Ferguson. Mr. Cleroux suggests the Treasury Board Minister might not be wise speculating the money might have been spent in Afghanistan in border crossings. Mr. Cleroux reminded Canadians that this minister, who spent $50 million on building public toilets in a farmer's field, a gazebo in a town, buying a $2 million cruise boat that won't float, and the killer, paying $1 million to have someone carve a fake miniature lighthouse out of an old tree stump. He said if anybody out there comes across $3.1 billion bundle somewhere in the government office, you'll know whose it is. Others are calling the government's explanation in fancy fudging of facts. The minister acknowledges that the individual reporting by departments has not followed by by a whole government reporting. Mr. Speaker, if you do the math, it is pretty simple. You add up the different departments, you get the bottom line figure, but it doesn't add up. We are out $3.1 billion. Mr. Speaker, let us be clear here about the importance of security and anti-terrorism initiatives. They are needed to meet the post-9/11 security environment. No one disputes that, but with all the spending cuts happening, we need to be sure we have value for our spending. We need to know where this money is going and whether we are getting the security we are paying for. We have a problem when the Auditor General tells Canadians he doesn't know and can't determine how this money was spent. It is real concern that this government shows such a lack of interest in monitoring overall spending on national security. This government loves to blame the previous Liberal government for getting us in this mess, and there is some truth to that. But it is this government, this Conservative government, that in 2010 let drop the commitment to strategically monitor overall spending on national security. It was this government that stopped providing annual reports on where all the money was going. The Auditor General found that $3.1 billion was missing between 2011 and 2009. So what happened in 2010? Both the Auditor General and the Assistant Auditor General had some interesting things to say about that. The Auditor General says, and I quote, "Our audit only went up to this time period, and at the end of this time period, this method of reporting was stopped." So it seems that when the Auditor General found that the Conservatives weren't counting money properly, the government's answer was to simply stop counting. Banana stand nonsense. Mr. Speaker, we can do better. We must do better. I am the mining critic for the official opposition. We have a 20-member mining caucus who met this week to look at what a proper national mining strategy might look like, one that can support the good-paying jobs and investment the mining industry makes in our economy. $35 billion is gross domestic product in 2011, a mining strategy that can pay dividends for Canada when it is done in a sustainable fashion. That is good managers of the economy. My leader has made it clear that for these natural resources projects, it is not Canada's best interest, not even for our bottom line, to take as much resources out of the ground in as short a period of time and sell to whoever, usually foreign countries, with foreign companies getting most of the profit. This does not serve Canadian interests now or future generations. We in the party know something about sound economic management, how it means both paying attention to the bottom line and to the social good. It is not surprising, as a federal government report indicated, that taking into account all governments in all parties, NDP governments have balanced the books more than any other party. Whether it is this mining or national security, we can get it right. That is good fiscal management. That is not what we are talking about today with this missing $3.1 billion. Where is that money? Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, during the audit, the Auditor General asked the Information Secretariat who could help to explain how the balance of $3.1 billion allocated between 2001 and 2009 was used. Although no clear explanation was given, the Secretariat collaborated with the Office of the Auditor General in order to indicate a number of possible scenarios. The funds may have lapsed at the end of the year in which they were allocated. The funds were perhaps spent on various public security and anti-terrorism activities and recorded under current account expenditures. The funds were perhaps carried over and spent on programs not related to the initiative.
We are calling on the Conservative to make public a detailed summary of all departmental expenditures specifically related to public security and anti-terrorism initiatives between 2011 and 2009 by June 17, 2013. and that the Auditor General be given all necessary resources to perform an in-depth forensic audit until the missing $3.1 billion is found and accounted for. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Surely it is time to stop politics and actually
Stop clapping.
take the issue of preventing terrorism seriously and account for the money spent on anti-terrorism initiatives. Conservatives are bringing forward initiatives and unnecessary laws that infringe on our civil liberties without actually being able to explain whether a whopping $3.1 billion allocated for the public security and anti-terrorism initiatives was actually spent, and if so, how and on what programs. Ordinary Canadians need to know why $3.1 billion of their taxpayers' money is missing and why the Conservatives are not doing everything in their power to find where the $3.1 billion went and what it was used for. We will leave no stone unturned to try and get the bottom of this boondoggle that is a real economic action plan. Mr. Speaker, if the Conservatives have nothing to hide, why do they not do it transparent and release all necessary documents to the Auditor General to make sure the $3.1 billion is found and accounted for? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question and commentaire. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There is no doubt that $3.1 billion is just a huge amount of money, and very difficult for many, if not most, ultimately, to get really an appreciation of just how much money that is. One of the things that we're hoping to see is, at the end of the day, that there is a solution, some reason to say to Canadians that at the end of the day that if this motion were to pass, that ultimately there is a solution to it, to prevent this from occurring in the future. And my question to the member is in regards to the amendment that was brought forward by my colleagues earlier, in essence stating that it's necessary for transition to program-based appropriations according to timelines provided by the Standing Committee, just to change the way in which we do estimates here so that it's more so program-based. Does the member agree with that? Would he support what it is that the Liberal Party is suggesting?
The honourable member for Nickel Belt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for that question. And the honourable member from Winnipeg North asked me what is expected. We expect the government to supply all the proper information to the Auditor General. At the end of the day, we want to know where this $3.1 billion is. Where was it spent? How was it spent? But we want to know where it is. That's all we want to know. Where is it? So give us the documentation. Give it the documentation to the Auditor General, and he can figure out where that money is. If it was misspent, then they should pay it back.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The
Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A number of times during the debate we've heard Conservative members say that all the information is available in the public accounts, but we know that Canadians are not fooled, and what they're saying is false. I want to quote from a discussion with the Auditor General and Aaron Braid at Maclean's, and he said, and I quote, the information in the public accounts each year are cumulative. Most of the expenditures related to the Public Security and Anti-Terrorism Initiative was not reported individually as a distinct or separate line item. Furthermore, with over 10 years elapsing since the beginning of the PSAT program, much of that information is now archived or unavailable. So what the Conservatives are saying is false. Does my comment have any comments on this?
About.
What the Conservatives are saying is, and you are correct, it's completely false. What we have to, or are to take from this discussion, is that the Auditor General is telling Canadians, and he is the one we need to believe, what he says, not the Conservatives. The Conservatives are a party that has hid the truth from Canadians, and we shouldn't believe them. Questions and comments.
Comments. The honourable member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to direct this question to the honourable member for Nickel Belt. My father was an accountant, and I recall vividly, because I was about 8 years old, and he was the senior cashier for a large insurance company, and doing year-end, they missed him. They couldn't find $1 million. He came home from work, he'd say, we can't find that $1 million. And it was a matter of accounting to figure out where it went. And I was a very little girl, and I remember saying, keep looking in all the waste paper baskets. It's got to be there somewhere. And I find the misapprehension of what it means to have missing $3.1 billion from Conservative members of the House today to be quite like my reaction as a little girl of 8, saying the money isn't really missing. We just can't figure out where it is. It's not really missing money. I think we understand in an audit, if you have to track where the money is, where it was spent, you keep track of, that's why we have an Auditor General, to figure out that the government is taking good care and can account for every penny spent. $3.1 billion can't be accounted for. Will my friend from Nickel Belt agree with me? That means it's missing.
Honourable member for Nickel Belt, you have 30 seconds.
Thank you for that question, and I completely agree with her. The money's missing. All they have to do, all the Conservatives have to do, is give the Auditor General the proper documentation so that he can find where the money is. If he can't find where the money is, then it's up to the Conservatives to tell us where they spent that money. $3.1 billion is a lot of coins to be missing.
Resuming debate, the reprise de débat, the honourable member for Nipissing Temiskaming.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll be sharing my time with the member for Sault Ste. Marie. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to have this opportunity to add to this debate. It gives me an opportunity to talk about our government's strong commitment to protecting the personal safety of our citizens and defending them against threats to our nation. It also gives me a chance to assure Canadians that government spending tagged for security initiatives continues to be used for this purpose. This includes initiatives such as the Public Security and Anti-Terrorism, or PSAT, initiative. Mr. Speaker, as we know, the Auditor General of Canada recently released a chapter of his spring report on the reporting of PSAT funding. And contrary to what some have said and want to lead you to believe, the Auditor General did not find that PSAT funds are missing or were misappropriated or misspent. The Auditor General did express some concerns about the clarity and categorization of the reporting between departments between the 2001 and 2009 period. He also made some recommendations to improve the process. And I'm pleased to say that the Treasury Board Secretary has accepted these recommendations and is committed to following them. One of the developments under the PSAT initiative was the Canadian Air Transport Authority, or CATSAT. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to take this opportunity to highlight the work done by our government to strengthen the security of the transportation system in Canada. Our safety measures affect all means of transports. However, it is aviation security which I will speak about today. The tragic events of September 11, 2001 marked a turning point for aviation security not only in Canada but also globally. In the decades since, many countries have taken significant action to improve the safety and security of their aviation industries and the traveling public. This is certainly the case in Canada, where the government works with international partners and industry to enhance aviation security. And thanks to the significant improvements we've made to the network of Canada's aviation security since September 11th, our transportation system is now one of the safest and most secure in the world. While time doesn't permit a comprehensive list of aviation security accomplishments, I'd like to briefly highlight a few, such as implementing the restricted area identity card in Canadian airports to strengthen airport access control, the first dual-function biometric card, iris and fingerprint, and working with industry to ensure that all air cargo is screened to the highest standards using the most effective technology at a point in the supply chain that makes the most sense to shippers. All this work has contributed to make Canada Canada's civil aviation security program, one of the strongest in the world, and we are proud of that. Mr. Speaker, we know terrorists are constantly adjusting their tactics and trying to exploit what they perceive to be soft spots in our defenses. So we must ensure our aviation security system continues to evolve to meet these challenging threats. In part, we do this through effective risk management. One lesson we've learned during this last decade is that enforcing prescriptive regulations, the one-size-fits-all approach, doesn't always mean getting the best outcomes. Instead, we recognize that our partners, including airlines, airports, and CATSA, the Canadian Air Transportation Security Authority, are committed to security and capable of managing risk. Where possible, we believe we should allow industry to pursue innovative ways to meet their obligations while accounting for their local realities. Fundamentally, this means focusing our efforts on areas of aviation security systems where they have the greatest benefit. Our approach to securing air cargo is a good example of us putting these principles into practice. As we know, cargo is handled at multiple stages, from the point at which it is packaged until it is boarded on a plane. This includes shippers, agents, freight forwarders, and air carriers. It would be not only inefficient, but near impossible to impose a one-size-fits-all security rules to each stage of the package journeys from factory to aircraft. That is why we decided to adopt the security supply chain. This model allows for security checks where industry has determined that it is more economical to do so in this supply chain while ensuring the cargo remains in control while passengers board the aircraft. This approach is balanced. It maximizes safety and it minimizes cost while maintaining the efficiency of the entire network for travelers and goods. In addition to managing risks, our government recognizes that having a safe and secure aviation system depends on the strength of the partnerships that support it. First, this means partnerships at home. While the Government of Canada may develop policies, set regulations, oversee those regulations, and set technology standards, our industry partners are the ones who must implement them. They may do this by either complying with the regulations or developing the technology that meets our standards. These are the people who are on the front lines of aviation security, including our industry partners. Our international partnerships are equally important to our shared security. We know terrorists don't respect boundaries. We've also seen how attacks launched from halfway around the world can affect us all. Cooperation on our shared air border with the United States remains a priority given the fundamental role it plays in our bilateral economic relationship. We want to make sure this strong relationship continues long into the future. We are confronted with ever-evolving threats. The ability to provide the practical technical solutions to these threats is integral to maintaining aviation specifically and more generally for all Canadians. Mr. Speaker, the steps we have taken to ensure the security of Canada's transportation network are good examples of our government's strong commitment to protecting the personal safety of citizens. Indeed, the first job of any government is to keep citizens safe from harm, and I believe our government record speaks for itself. We continue to fund measures to enhance the security of all Canadians. The Auditor General has provided us useful recommendations to improve the reporting upon all this important initiative, and I'm pleased to say that we're doing exactly that. For example, we have made significant improvements to the reporting of the financial and non-financial information on future government-wide initiatives such as PSAT. To conclude, I cannot support this motion as I believe it is clear the Auditor General has reviewed in all available documents and has himself reached the conclusion that he didn't find anything that would lead to believe money was used in any way that it shouldn't have been. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The Honourable Member for Davenport.
Well, in fact, what the Auditor General said was that it's important that there be a way for people to understand how this money was spent And that summary reporting was not done. In other words, Mr. Speaker, nobody knows where the money is. And if money can't be accounted for, then it's missing. What we want to know is where the money is and what the money was spent on. Now, the member across the way can go on and drone on, and many of the members opposite on the government side have done that all day, Mr. Speaker. You know, they talk about how the opposition is trying to manufacture a scandal. No, we're not trying to manufacture a scandal, Mr. Speaker. They're doing a fine job on their own manufacturing scandals right over there, and instead of all the torqued rhetoric, why don't they just come clean, tell us where the money is and what it's been spent on?
The honourable member for Nipissing to Miskaming.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the honourable member for his question. Well, essentially, the honourable members are manufacturing misinformation. There's no money missing. It's clear that these are summary reports. In due course, we've adopted the recommendations by the Auditor General, and that information will be coming forth in due course. There's no money missing. The only money missing, Mr. Speaker, is the $40 million from the Liberal scandal years ago.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, the member really needs to get a little bit more focused in terms of today's reality. And today's reality is quite different in terms of what it is that he just finished stating just in his one answer and his speech on this issue. Put very simply to the member, and that is, there is a question about $3.1 billion. We're talking about tax dollars, ultimately. Canadians have a right to know where that money is spent. All we know is that there's $3.1 billion that is not accounted for. So if we say to the government, where did you spend that money? The government's response will be, I don't know, but trust us. It hasn't been lost. Canadians don't trust you. They don't trust this government, Mr. Speaker. My question is where can that member provide us today any tangible, concrete display of where that $3.1 billion is?
Nipissing to Miskaming.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for his question. Mr. Speaker, I guess I would suggest my honourable friend ought to be a little bit more focused on just what the Auditor General said. The Auditor General didn't say there was any money missing. The Auditor General wants us to come up with the summary reporting as per his recommendations. We've agreed with the recommendations of the Auditor General, Mr. Speaker, and that will be forthcoming. As I repeat, the only money missing is the $40 million that his party lost several years ago.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire.
The honourable member for Saint-Bruno Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, what is really scandalous here is that the scandal comes from the Conservatives. $3.1 billion that has disappeared. The Auditor General himself says that he cannot see where this money was spent. On the other hand, we in the NDP would like to know where this money went. $3.1 billion. It's not peanuts. It's a lot of money.
The honourable member for Nipissing to Miskaming. We have 45 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for her question. There's nothing scandalous here. The only thing that's scandalous is the opposition trying to make the public perceive that there's money missing. There's no money missing, Mr. Speaker, as I continue to repeat. It's summary accounting. If the honourable members knew what summary accounting was, it's a horizontal accounting system. You know, Mr. Speaker, this goes back to 2001. It involves the Liberals when they were in power. What we have to do is reconstruct a summary accounting system to show the Auditor General where all this money is, and that's simply the case.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member for Sault Ste. Marie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to have this opportunity to respond to the concerns expressed by the honourable member opposite about the funding for Canada's anti-terrorism PSAT initiative. The Auditor General himself has been very, very clear on this issue. When he released his report on April 30th, he indicated that he, quote, didn't find anything that gave him cause for concern that the money was used in any way that it should not have been, end quote. He had access to all available documentation on this issue and found there were some reporting deficiencies. The Auditor General recommended that our government improve our reporting practices. And Mr. Speaker, I am a CGA, and I've sat on a finance committee with City Council for years and had financial reports presented to me, and certainly from time to time, reporting mechanisms differ and reporting procedures differ, and this is what ultimately we will find is that this is simply a reporting practice, and the money will materialize. It is in the public accounts. It is in the public accounts. We agreed with that recommendation, and the government is already improving the way it reports on whole-of-government projects. We recognize that Canadians are concerned about how their government invests in their safety. The first job of any government is to keep its citizens safe from harm. Since the tragic incidents of September 11, 2001, the Government of Canada has taken important steps to increase and strengthen security in the air, on the ground, and at sea. One of the things we did, and it's something many Canadians have experienced firsthand, was to create CATSA, the Canadian Air Transport Security Authority. CATSA plays a critical role protecting travelers at Canadian airports by screening passengers and their belongings before they get on the plane, screening checked bags to look for explosives and other objects that could pose a threat, and screening people who enter restricted areas at airports. The government has also been working on improving the infrastructure for air travel. On planes, that means we've reinforced cockpit doors to prevent unlawful intrusions. We've also introduced highly sophisticated detection equipment to screen travelers and their luggage. We redesigned the sections of flight attendant training that deal with air security. In airports, we have increased the number of screening officers. We also enhanced requirements for airport security plans and introduced the restricted area identity card for Canadian airports. The card strengthens airport access control, and it's the first dual-function biometric card using both iris and fingerprint identification. But air travel is only one part of it, Mr. Speaker. We're also working to improve security for ground travel. Our Conservative government has been working since May 2007 with major rail, transit, and intercity bus operators from across Canada and their primary associations, including the Canadian Urban Transit Association and the Railway Association of Canada. We have developed a series of voluntary security standards and security guidance documents with these associations. We also changed some of the laws to better respond to threats. For instance, the International Bridges and Tunnels Act came into force in April 2007. The Act provides the government with the legislative authority to ensure effective oversight, including safety and security, of the existing 24 international vehicle bridges and tunnels and 9 international railway bridges and tunnels, as well as any new international bridges or tunnels built in the future. Thanks to this legislation, the Minister of Transport has the authority to issue an emergency directive in response to a potential threat to the safety or security of any international bridge or tunnel. Under amendments made to the Transportation of Dangerous Goods Act in 2009, the federal government has the authority to ensure effective oversight, including security, over the transportation of dangerous goods on our roads and rail lines. In November of 2007, the Minister of Transport and the Railway Association of Canada signed a Memorandum of Understanding that reflects the core principles of a good security regime, including regular updates to risk assessments and security plans, drills and exercises, training and awareness, and incident reporting. Beyond land and air, the Marine Security Program protects Canada and Canadians by safeguarding the integrity, efficiency, and security of Canada's marine transportation system against unlawful interference, terrorist attacks, or use as a means to attack our allies. Marine security program personnel conduct inspections, review and approve security plans, and work with stakeholders to assist them in meeting the requirements of the Marine Transportation Security Act and its regulations. Established in 2004, Coastal Marine Security Operations Centres, HoCs, have the authority and capacity to support a national response to perceived and real marine security threats to our country. HoCs are located in Halifax, Dartmouth, Victoria, and Niagara. We rely on the skills and knowledge of federal government departments and agencies responsible for marine security, asset support, or maritime expertise to ensure that HoCs are effectively protecting our marine borders. These centres have the authority and capacity to use all the civilian and military resources necessary to detect, assess, and support a coordinated response to a marine security threat or incident. Mr. Speaker, in addition to these investments in air, ground, and marine transportation security, the government continues to work closely with international partners and allies, sharing information of interest, such as threat assessments, best practices, and mitigation strategies to help develop harmonized and compatible security systems. This information is shared bilaterally as well as with international forums such as the International Civil Aviation Organization. In addition, the aviation and marine transportation security clearance programs reduce the risk of security threats by preventing interference with the aviation and marine transportation system through background checks on employees who perform certain duties or who have access to certain restricted areas of airports and ports. These comprehensive background checks better protect Canada's transportation infrastructure, employees, and passengers against insider threats and reduce the risk of having individuals linked to organized crime working at airports and ports. The government also conducts and participates in government and industry-led exercises on air, marine, and surface security to ensure the government and industry are ready to react in emergency situations. These are wise investments in protecting Canada from threats, investments that began under the PSAT initiative. Before I conclude, I just want to say that I cannot support this motion. The Auditor General reviewed all available documentation during his audit and concluded, quote, "We didn't find anything that gave us cause for concern that money was used in any way that it should not have been." Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaires. L'honorable député de
The honourable member
Rosemont La Petite Patrie.
for Rosemont La Petite Patrie. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I thank my colleague for his speech, even if I don't share the analysis nor the conclusion, but I will share with you a story that any parent would know. Last year, I asked my son where your mittens are. Children always wear mittens, and I said, "No, you haven't, I haven't lost them," he said. "I just don't know where they are." And that's exactly the attitude of the Conservative government. We haven't lost $3 billion, but we just don't know where they are, those dollars. They might have been spent. If it was spent, it wasn't poorly spent, but we can't tell you on what it was spent, and we can't tell you if it's in a reserve or what the situation is. That's what the Auditor General told us. We have a government that says that they want to be accountable. That's what they're promoting, but that's not what they're doing. They're always hiding things, and we've seen this with several different departments and agencies who've gotten an F for their access to information, but I think that the entire Conservative government should get an F. Tell us where the $3.1 billion is now.
Thank my honourable colleague for his question. And here's the challenge I have with this bill. One of the challenges. The key one is they're asking for a forensic audit. And when you look up the word forensic, a forensic audit is an examination of an organization or individual's economic affairs resulting in a report designed especially for use in the court of law. And I think that's ridiculous that the opposition would bring forward a motion that speaks to having to do something in a court of law. Forensic accountants may be involved in recovering proceeds of crime and in relation to confiscation proceedings concerning actual or assumed proceeds of crime. A forensic audit, they're talking about crime here. There's no crime that has occurred here. The Auditor General has been very, very clear in terms of what he stated. And specific to reporting, here's one of his quotes. Departments are responsible for accounting and reporting their spending through the public accounts of Canada. And he states, the spending within the department should have undergone normal control procedures in these departments. So there are internal controls in departments about spending, and they would go through all of those normal processes. We didn't identify anything that would cause us to say that we felt there was anything going on outside of these processes. And to ask for a forensic audit is unbelievable.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Ottawa South.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I listened with interest to my colleague's speech, and I think I heard him say that the money would appear. Somehow it's going to materialize. And that's interesting, Mr. Speaker. We'll wait to see how that all works out. But I'd like to ask him a question about money that we do know exactly how it was spent. And that's money that relates to government advertising. And I'd like him and his colleagues to listen for a second, and maybe he can explain how he can justify this by looking in the eyes of his constituents. The government has erected 9,000 billboards at a cost of $29 million, Mr. Speaker. They are running economic action plans now on an annual basis at about $100 million a year. They spent $23 million doing media monitoring for 60% of the backbench MPs in the Conservative caucus. Wow. They're spending $90,000 per advertisement, Mr. Speaker, on each and every ad during the hockey playoff series. So I'm wondering, that alone would pay for 40 to 50 additional summer student jobs. Can this member and the other members of the Conservative caucus, who I'm sure are ashamed of this, explain to Canadians how this is possibly defensible given the situation we're in now economically?
Honourable member for Sault Ste. Marie.
Mr. Speaker, I'm really not sure what that question has to do about this. I'm surprised that you're not actually bringing that to the attention, because that's not at all what we're talking about today. But what I can state is that we, as a government, have spent significantly less on advertising than the former Liberal government, and we will continue to do so.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As always, it's a great honour to rise in this House and represent the people of Timmins, James Bay. We are here today to ask for a simple thing, that the government that has lost track of $3.1 billion admit that they lost track of the money and work with us and bring forward the documents so we can find out what happened to the money. However, we've heard from the government, we've heard a number of fascinating euphemisms. The money wasn't lost, it just hasn't been found. The money's horizontal. Perhaps that means it's under someone's bed. We heard that it will materialize. I don't know, are they expecting it to just appear at some given time? What it speaks to, Mr. Speaker, is the sheer level of defiant incompetence within this government. I remember in 2006 when they replaced the Liberal Party, and they made a promise to Canadians. At that time, Canadians were frustrated with years of the arrogance of the Liberal Party and the numerous scandals. And the Conservative government party at the time made a promise that they would come in and they would clean up Ottawa. It was a simple promise. It was going to be, they would bring a standard of ethics back to Ottawa. But that's not what's happened. What we've seen is this level of defiant immaturity on the most basic issues of public policy. It's like they've created this carnival circus of spite and mediocrity, and they have attacked all the existing standards of transparent accountability that is essential for ensuring democratic foundations. And we see at the center of a lot of these scandals is the present Treasury Board president, who bragged about destroying Canada's long-form census. And he said at the committee hearings, if one person in the country objected, just one person, that would be enough to destroy this system that was gold standard for gathering information around the world. Well, then they came up with Bill C-30, which showed they were more than willing to intrude on the privacy of Canadians. In fact, they were going to spy on Canadians. They thought that was perfectly fine. We now see that their decision with the long-form census shows, again, a level of managerial incompetence that is staggering. We see the same with the fact that he took $50 million of border infrastructure money and blew it on the most outrageous and needless projects, the gazebos, the sunken boat. He invested money in a sunken boat, putting a lighthouse in the forests of northern Ontario, while telling senior citizens that the cupboard was bare, while telling senior citizens who are living on poverty, I'm sorry, these are tough times, but that member took money that was meant for border infrastructure security and blew it in his riding. We now find out there's $2.1 billion of secret contracts being shoveled out the back door, again happening under the Treasury Board watch. They're not even meeting the basic guidelines. They're taking money without any sense of accountability. And now we have $3.1 billion gone missing. And the Conservatives are saying, well, don't worry, it was all spent well. But they can't tell us where it was spent. That's not a standard for accountability, Mr. Speaker. I think when Canadians watch this government, they're saying, what is happening in this nation? People don't expect government to do everything. They expect the government should play a role at times when people need them, on issues like pensions, on issues like infrastructure, on issues like health care. That's the role of government, is to maintain a good standard of public policy that is accountable, that is transparent, that can meet international norms. They expect, yes, and they expect government to unify, to bring people across this great country together. But what we've seen in this carnival circus of spite and mediocrity is that sneering has replaced leadership, that the 140-character attack has replaced debate. We're seeing that this sense of political mendacity is being moved throughout every level of this government, through their committees, through their backbenches. And I haven't even mentioned the fact that they're actually spending millions of Canadians' taxpayers' dollars to keep tabs on their own backbenchers. It's a level of suspicion and wastefulness that's staggering. I think the other thing, Mr. Speaker, is that when we see their attacks on science, when we see their attacks on international institutions, Canada once had a reputation as a country that was a model of openness and decency. Instead, now, under this government, Canada is becoming a stranger to the world, a place that is where this government responds with suspicion and distrust. And when representatives come who are from the United Nations, they get ridiculed. I will be sharing my time with the member for Welland, Mr. Speaker, just to clarify that we see the Conservative backbench ridiculing members of the United Nations who are dealing with the fact that in the far north, in the health minister's riding, for example, people can't afford food. And the government attacks. They attack the international institutions. They've shut down rights and democracy. They've shut down the round table on the economy and the environment. They've attacked relentlessly the role of the parliamentary budget officer, whose primary job was to provide documents to Parliament. They have turned this House of Commons into a place where the role of the MP to hold government to account has been shut down through efforts to shut down debate time and time again. And what that's left with, Mr. Speaker, is this culture of arrogance that they believe that they are entitled to their entitlements. They believe that their friends like Mike Duffy and Patrick Brazo can get away with things because they're Conservatives. It is a level of arrogance that even outstrips something that the Liberals had, and I think that that's staggering, and it's an insult to the Canadian people who were promised that they would do government differently. So now we have $3.1 billion. That's incompetence. That's incompetent management when the Treasury Board president says, I don't know where the money is, but it's okay, trust us. That is not what you do with accountable government in any Western nation. That would be considered an abomination. This is like they've just taken the Berlusconi model and just made it meaner. It's not an acceptable standard. So, Mr. Speaker, what we're talking about here is they say that the money, we're asking about what happened to the money. They can't explain, but they tell us all the good stuff they're doing. Meanwhile, they continue with their cuts. They continue wasting money on their ads. They continue wasting money spying on their own members. They continue wasting money going after civil rights activists like Cindy Blackstock, spying on her, going to court to fight basic things that most Canadians would consider issues of decency and fairness. But those are words that don't belong in this government's lexicon. It makes me think, Mr. Speaker, of Andrew O'Hagan's recent article on Maggie Thatcher, where he said that her legacy was to make England a seedier and greedier place. And the kind of attitude that we're seeing from this government, where they've taken the level of partisanship to the level of almost psychosis in dividing Canadians from each other, to change the channel on the fact of basic, incompetent mismanagement. I would suggest, Mr. Speaker, if you go into any Tim Hortons in any place in this country and you ask them, is it okay that the government can't find $3.1 billion? Would you trust them? I don't think you'd find a single Canadian who would give the answer yes. And I think it's the contempt that they have for Canadians' taxpayers' dollars, with their friends like Mike Duffy, with their friends like Patrick Brazo, with their attitude of their secret contracts, refusing to say whether it's tendered, their refusal to come forward and even be able to produce documents of how money is spent, is an example of why this government has lost touch with the Canadian people. I think, Mr. Speaker, what we're asking for in the motion is fairly straightforward. We want to know where the documents are. Is it a case like the President of the Treasury Board, who took the $50 million from the border infrastructure and funneled it through his constituency office and buried the paperwork and got away with it? But he buried the paperwork. He hid the paperwork. He said, I'm sorry, there's no paperwork. Well, that wasn't true. There was paperwork. We managed to get a number of it. He did it on his homemade forms. So were they filling out this on homemade forms? They can blame the former Liberals for being part of it, but they should have changed the system. If there was a problem when the Liberals were doing it, they could have changed it, but they didn't. So now we see this level of mendacity, this level of incompetence being shown to the Canadian people, in a level of arrogance that they don't believe that they're accountable to explain what happened to $3.1 billion. Mr. Speaker, it's simply not acceptable.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Sault Ste. Marie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My challenge here is that in the normal process, what would happen with this Auditor General's report, in all likelihood, because apparently it contains a little bit of controversy, according to the opposition, in the normal process, it would go to the Public Accounts Committee. And undoubtedly, when your resolution fails, which it will, this is going to go to the Public Accounts Committee. So my question to the member is, does he not think that the Public Accounts Committee is capable of doing their job and bringing forward witnesses and reviewing this report? And considering the Public Accounts Committee is chaired by a member of the opposition, I would think that they would be able to. So that's my question. Would you not agree the proposed resolution is redundant because there's a committee in place that will undoubtedly look at this report and report back to Parliament?
The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think the real question here is not whether I believe that the committee is able to do their job. It's whether I believe the government is doing their job. And clearly, they haven't been. And clearly, the Auditor General supports the position of the New Democratic Party. The government is saying, well, it's just a little bit of controversy. Oh, we lost $3.1 billion. The Auditor General said it's important for there to be a way for people to understand how this money was spent, and that summary reporting was not done. Where is this money? It's a simple question. If this government has nothing to hide, then they should be willing to bring forward the documents and exonerate themselves. What they're trying to do is play procedural games to escape from the basic fact that they can't account for $3.1 billion through their own incompetence, and they're hiding whatever documents there are that would show where that money was spent.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Nickel Belt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to ask the honourable member from Timmins. I have a document here in my hands, and this document, it's clearly indicated here. It comes from the Government of Canada. That's that government over there. And it speaks about political party years and surplus number of budgets, and it's about accountability. And I want to quote these numbers. NDP, 48% of the time surplus. That's 65 surplus budgets. Conservatives, 41% of the time. That's 101 deficit budgets. The Liberals, a dismal 27%. That's 80 80 deficit budgets. Now, Mr. Speaker, I think that these numbers are so important that I would like you to ask unanimous consent for me to table these numbers.
Does the member from Nickel Belt have unanimous consent to table this document? There is no unanimous consent.
See, Mr. Speaker, that's what we're up against. They will say or do anything to keep Canadians from knowing what the real numbers are.
The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague. We remember in 2008 when the world economy was in the worst tailspin since the Depression, and that the major financial houses in the United States were melting down. And this present Prime Minister said, hey, this is a good time to pick up some deals. That showed what out of touch they were. That they said there would be no spending to stimulate the economy, that they were fine. At this point, they'd already blown through the surplus. They were already going into deficit. And they said, well, you know, if you let the NDP get into power, there might be a $30 billion deficit. Within 3 months, they'd racked it up to $50 billion deficit. They had no plan for dealing with the economic crisis at the time because they thought it was a good opportunity to go and pick up some good, easy gifts. It shows, Mr. Speaker, a level of incompetence and a lack of managerial skills in this government that when they lose $3.1 billion, they tell us, don't worry, the money is horizontal. What kind of answer is that to the Canadian taxpayer?
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Welland.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague from Timmins, James Bay, for sharing his time. And I noticed his last comment was the Conservative Party said it was horizontal. The last time I checked, if anyone was horizontal, they were actually asleep. And clearly, when you lose $3.1 billion, you're not asleep. You must be comatose. Because if you were just asleep, you might have woke up, rolled over, and found it under the mattress. But in this particular case, they can't find it at all. Don't know where it is. They say, well, we just lost track of it. We didn't really lose it. We lost track of it. Well, Mr. Speaker, they need to find themselves a good bloodhound. Maybe they can find the track and then go and find where they lost it, because they've clearly misplaced it. Mr. Speaker, you know, when you talk about that type of money, you think, well, in a government of this size, the government of Canada, is that a rounding error for the entire government? One might say, well, that's a rounding error. We've got, you know, we spend hundreds of billions of dollars. But that's not the case here, Mr. Speaker. The case is here, they got slightly less than $13 billion, of which they lost 3.1. They simply lost track of it. You know, if you do the quick math, it's about 24%. You know, 24%. I mean, if a business lost track of 24% of its product, they'd go bankrupt. But yet this government says, well, it's okay. You know, it just kind of went places. And then, of course, they relied on the Auditor General's report, and the Auditor General, with the departments, went through a list of things, and he said, and I quote, the funding may have lapsed without being spent. It may have been spent on PSAT activities and reported as part of ongoing programs. 3, it may have been carried forward and spent on programs not related to the initiative. And the interesting part about those 3 statements, Mr. Speaker, there are 2 common words in every single one of those statements. And those words are may have. They don't know. And the Auditor General didn't know either, Mr. Speaker. He had no idea. This was purely a perhaps. Well, let me posit another perhaps. Perhaps they did spend it somewhere else. They don't want to tell us. They can't tell us that they didn't, even though they continue to say, well, nothing was misspent. The Auditor General said so. No, the Auditor General said you might have done something. The Auditor General didn't say you definitively did something. The problem is, it's open because we don't know what you did with it because you can't find it. If you could find it, you could tell us what you did with it, but you can't find it, so you can't tell us. So how do we know you didn't misspend it? I don't know. But I know when I asked the Minister for Treasury Board the other day about that, Mr. Speaker, he didn't know either. He couldn't tell me where he put it. Doesn't know. Except he says he believes it's in the public accounts. Well, oddly enough, the Auditor General disagrees with that. He says, well, no, it's not actually there. And so when the Minister of Treasury Board needs to go back and take a look, and I think that's why
you know, the member from Pontiac, my good friend from Pontiac, has actually moved this motion is to actually do that. Let's find out. Where did $3.1 billion actually go? I mean, this is a government that said they would account for every penny. That being the case, they've lost, you know, and I would look to my young colleagues, the pages, to actually do the numbers for $3.1 billion times 100 pennies, how many pennies that is that they've lost. But we're now talking about a number that probably would be best suited with a digit behind a 10, since we'd probably have to do it to whatever, the 15th or whatever. Me not being a mathematician, but I am a Scotsman by birth, Mr. Speaker, and I count every penny. And I tend not to lose them. And perhaps that's why we need to go in 2015 so we can actually count the pennies and we won't lose them, unlike this government that took $3.1 billion and literally lost it. So clearly, Mr. Speaker, there's a number of things that are happening here with this. Now, what is PSAT? Canadians deserve to know. You know, is this just some sort of department, or, you know, it just sort of doesn't really matter to people a lot? Not that important, Mr. Speaker. Just sort of, you know, it's one of those things that happen. The government does, really doesn't affect Canadians in general. Has a kind of effect. Well, let's see what PSAT is, Mr. Speaker. Mr. PSAT has the PSAT department actually has 5 initiatives, according to the Auditor General. And he outlined them in his report. The 5 initiatives are, sir, keeping terrorists out of Canada. I'd say that has an effect on Canadians, but keeping them safe. And we know after 2001, September 11th, we know what we needed to do, and we allocated money to do it. It was a previous government that started. And, of course, the second item is deterring, preventing, detecting, and prosecuting and or removing terrorists. The third is facilitating relations between Canada and the United States, one of the biggest unguarded borders in the world. We have an obligation to our partner and our friend across the 49th parallel, and for me, across the Niagara River, where I live, Mr. Speaker, and I know where you are across the Detroit River. We're very close. We can literally see our friends across the way. And the fourth was supporting international initiatives. And the fifth was protecting Canada's infrastructure. Now, one would have thought that when one asked for $13 billion to protect Canadians against terrorists, to make sure they weren't in the country, to deport them if we needed to protect vital infrastructure, to show our common friend across the way that we've been at peace with for over 100 years, that we would be saying to them, we spent every last nickel and penny to make sure it happened. And what do we have, Mr. Speaker? We have a Conservative government that says, we kind of wanted to, but we kind of lost track of $3.1 billion. So to our friends across the way in the South, we're not sure if we did. Oh, to Canadians, we're not sure if we actually did all the safe things that we thought we were going to do, because we didn't spend the money, perhaps. They might have. But the problem is now they can't tell us, which is on an equal par for me, Mr. Speaker, about not being able to track the money, is the fact that there are things that maybe are being left undone when it comes to protection of Canadians against terrorists because they don't know what they did with the money. That's a critically important piece. And that's an answer the government hasn't been able to give because they don't know if they spent the money or not. So which parts of that security didn't they do that should have been done, that was left undone, that perhaps, you know, it is a perhaps, I say that with, great, I quantify the word very, very specifically. I say perhaps was left undone, and then it meant the Canadians were less secure than they might have been if they indeed had spent the money in the first place. And that's a question this government cannot answer, because it cannot answer the fact of where is that $3.1 billion. The Treasury Board Secretariat hasn't been able to do that. And what I find fascinating about this, Mr. Speaker, and when I was reading through Chapter 8 of the Auditor General's report, was the fact that the department was given $2.75 million. And that million, small number, big number for Canadians. Average Canadians, $2.7 million is a lot of money. They were given that money to do what? Oh, to build a reporting system so they could track the $13 billion. So they had almost $3 million to figure out what they did with the $13 billion. They spent the $3 billion, and then they lost $3 billion. There's government incompetence for you. spend $3 million and lose $3 billion. Now, if you are spending money to devise a system to track a system that's spending money, and then you lose the money, in a math class you get an F. Out. Unadulterated F for failure. Pure and simple. It's not even an issue of not doing the right thing, not doing the things against terrorists you said you would do, because you don't know if you did them. It also is about, you said you could count, you can't. And then you want to tell us, well, it's there, don't worry. You know, we'll find it, we think. Maybe. Because we might have put it somewhere. Well, let me just say this. In 2015, if they can't find it for us now, in 2015 we'll go look for it, we'll find it. And we'll tell Canadians what they did with it and what they didn't do with it. And then what we'll do is we'll actually make sure Canadians are safe, and we'll spend the appropriate amount of money that needs to be spent on Canadians to make sure they're not under threat by terrorists, to make sure that they're safe, to make sure that infrastructure is actually looked after, unlike our friends across the way who lost track of $3.1 billion, and they think it's okay. Let me just say to my friends across the way, it is not okay. You have failed Canadians miserably when you lost the money. You lost track of it, you don't know where it went, and you can't defend it. It's a lot of money. Unfortunately, you've lost track of it. You need to come clean and tell Canadians, where did it go?
Member's time is up. I would ask him and all other members to direct their comments and questions through the chair, not to each other members. Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Edmonton Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And one of my jobs is as Canadian co-chair of the Canada-U.S. Permanent Joint Board on Defence. And let me tell you what's not okay, and that's to insinuate that somehow the Americans have no confidence in what we're doing with respect to collective perimeter security. Now, collective perimeter security of North America is something NDP has consistently opposed because of some of their members, probably not this one because he lives close, but a lot of their members' knee-jerk anti-Americanism when it comes to collective security. But I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, that the Americans have every confidence in what they're getting, the cooperation they're getting from their allies across the border in Canada, and we have every confidence in them. So to suggest that somehow, because of some accounting things that went on starting in 2001, that somehow we're shirking our duties with respect to collective protection of Canadians and Americans is simply false.
The honourable member for Welland.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague across the way, and I know his passion about security, and I respect his duty and service to this country as a former member of the armed forces. I've said this before, and I'll continue to say it every time he asks me a question, because I admire his service. But unfortunately, I disagree with him. The problem is, the government can't tell us if they actually expended the money the way they intended to do it. They can't. So did they leave bits out of the security piece that they intended to do? They don't know. And neither do Canadians. And that's why I say neither do our friends across the way, because he's absolutely right. I live within a stone's throw of the border. They are great friends of ours. They've been coming back and forth across that border for hundreds of years. They still continue to do. We have many friends on the other side that are personal and otherwise, and so we respect them a great deal, and we love our friends across the border. We truly do, for those of us who live in border areas. And so I respect the fact that my colleague says, you know, we need to be careful about it. I agree with him. We need to be careful about it. And that's why the government has to tell us where the money is. What did they do with it? How did you spend it? If you spent it appropriately, then we can say that.
Again, I'd ask the member to direct these comments through the chair, not to individual. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Hamilton Centre. I keep wanting to move you around.
Very
the
good.
city.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Appreciate that. If I could, through you to the member, the honourable member is a veteran member of the Public Accounts Committee, and in fact happens to be the senior lead for the official opposition. And so he was in attendance, Speaker, on May the 2nd when we held our Public Accounts Committee held our public hearing with the Auditor General on this report. And during the course of that meeting, one of the members asked the Auditor General this question, quote, "Is there a risk that some of the $3.1 billion may not have necessarily been spent on what Parliament had approved it for? Answer by Mr. Ferguson. I guess I would have to say that there would be a risk because there is not enough information to answer the question completely. So my question to the member is he is concerned about this risk, as we found out we should have been on the border security infrastructure money, which happened to find its way to build gazebos in Northern Ontario. Is that risk concern shared by the honourable member, Mr. Speaker?
The honourable member for Welland.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague from Hamilton Centre. He's absolutely correct. He's quoted the Auditor General quite clearly and quite succinctly. I share the Auditor General's concern about risk, because as much as he said may have in the three scenarios that he and the department said this could have happened, clearly they could have added another may have, which is there is a potential risk that it didn't get spent the way that the possibilities were laid out, because there is no definitive answer. No one knows. The government won't provide an answer because it seemingly doesn't know. Otherwise, I'm sure the government would stand up, Mr. Speaker, and say, no, we spent it on, and here's a list of the things we spent it on. They have been unable to do that, which clearly says they don't know, which clearly indicates that the Auditor General, Mr. Ferguson, was correct in his assessment when he said there is indeed a risk that the money went to another place, and that's potentially why the government doesn't want to provide us the information, is perhaps it went to a gazebo, perhaps not in Northern Ontario, but perhaps in some other place in this country. There's a new gazebo being erected as we speak that would be quite lavish, and clearly for $3.1 billion you can build a lot of gazebos.
Yeah, my border patrol.
Order. Resuming debate. For the prise de débat, the honourable member for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's indeed a pleasure for me today to rise on the House to talk about the honourable member's motion. Mr. Speaker, I will be splitting my time with my honourable member in front of me from Portage Lisgar. The motion before us enables us to the reporting of the Public Security and Anti-Terrorism Initiative funds, as examined by the Auditor General in Chapter 8 in the spring 2013 report. Let us turn to the attention, instead of what really matters, the work done every day to keep Canadians safe, secure, and while encouraging economic growth and development and job creation. In fact, let's take a very recent example. In the immediate aftermath of the Boston bombings, officials with the Canada Border Services agents and the U.S. Customs and Border Protection were in contact to coordinate efforts to protect the public safety on both sides of our border. This example speaks to the strength of our relationships with the United States overall. Our American friends and neighbors know that they can count on us to be a stalwart partner in protecting safety and security for both of our countries. We are more than trading partners. We're friends and we're actually neighbors. Where our nations are under attack, we stand together, defending our shared values of freedom, democracy, and the rule of law. Providing the level of security we need in today's complex and threat environment, it is a significant undertaking, Mr. Speaker. Doing so without encumbering the biggest and the most important bilateral trade relationship in the world makes the challenge even greater. With our government's efforts here in Canada and in collaborating with our partners in the United States, it is clear we are making substantial progress towards our goals. We continue to move forward with the implementation of the Beyond the Border Action Plan, developing and implementing new measures to strengthen our mutual security while fostering the economic relationship between Canada and the United States. We're moving forward with our commitments to the Integrated Cargo Security Strategy, continuing to harmonize standards and testing new approaches to further ease the congestion at the border. Last October, we launched the pilot project for marine cargo arriving at the port of Prince Rupert in BC. Cargo cleared into the entry in Canada is simultaneously cleared for entry into the United States. Cleared once, accepted twice. We expect to launch the second pilot for incoming cargo at the Port of Montreal in the upcoming months. In March 2013, Secretary Napatilio and the Minister of Public Safety signed a memorandum of understanding clearing the way for a pilot project in which United States Customs and Border Protection under cargo conduct pre-inspection of U.S.-bound trucks in Canada. In addition, the preload air cargo target pilot has been underway since last fall. An expanded version of the free and secure trade program is being tested at the Blue Water Bridge at the crossing in Sarnia. If the pilot is successful, we could see this implemented on a permanent basis at all three entry programs where the free and trade security program is now in place. We're also installing new wait time technology at key ports to enter to enable more effective logistics planning. British Columbia, Nexus, lanes in Douglas and Abbotsford opened last November. We opened an additional lane to the better managed peak period traffic at Surrey Blaine Crossing in February, and in Ontario, the third Nexus lane was opened at both the Peace Bridge and Fort Erie crossings. We continue to promote the membership in Nexus, and we are now over 800,000 members. Nexus itself was created as a part of the public security and the anti-terrorism initiative. Expanding our trusted trader and trusted travel programs, reducing paperwork, and expanding pre-clearance programs. These are all integral to making the border more efficient and supporting economic growth in both of our countries. Increasingly, we see businesses on both sides of the border building products together, working to produce and assemble parts and components. We're also addressing these threats to our joint security and economic well-being. In March, our government introduced new legislation to address the growing problem of counterfeit goods. This legislation gives new authority to police and custom officials to seize and destroy shipments of counterfeit and pirated products. It will also establish new criminal provisions for copyright and trademark infringements. It will help ensure businesses in Canada and the United States enjoy similar protection from counterfeiters. This is a global problem, Mr. Speaker, and we continue to work with our partners in the United States and with our allies around the world to identify and respond to these kinds of threats. As close as we are, Canada and the United States are independent countries with our own sovereign interests, which we will continue to pursue in our own ways. There are, however, areas in which our sovereign interests coincide. Preserving and growing our economic relationship and protecting the peace and security we enjoy, we cannot do these things effectively if we act unilaterally. The connections are too many, too complex, and so, Mr. Speaker, we're compelled to work together. The Beyond the Border Action Plan is commitment to do just that on these key items. We're developing and implementing the innovative measures that enhance our joint security while assuring that the legitimate flow of goods, services, and people across our borders are shared in an efficient and possible way. We're making real progress towards those goals, and with the continued support of organizations like Can-Am Border Trade Alliance, we will continue to get the results that we want and what we actually need. Mr. Speaker, much good work is being done to ensure the well-being of Canadians. The programs conducted under the auspices of the Public Security and Anti-Terrorism Initiative represented the beginning of a new focus on the safety and security of our fellow citizens. In fact, the audit conducted by the Auditor General found that the overwhelming majority of spending reported by departments was evaluated and consistent with the objectives of the Public Security and Anti-Terrorism Initiatives. where the Auditor General had concerns was about the clarity and the categorization of reporting between government departments over the period of, Mr. Speaker, not just 1 year, but from 2001 through 2009. The Auditor General has provided recommendations to help improve the reporting process. Mr. Speaker, we on this side agree with those recommendations. The Treasury Board Secretary agrees with those recommendations. And thank you very much for your time.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaires. L'honorable
The Honourable Member for Chambly-Bourgeois. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for his speech. It was interesting because all day today we've heard Conservative speeches avoid the question of the $3.1 billion that's disappeared. It's fine and well to give a listing of all the measures taken to counter terrorism, and that's important and these initiatives, and we're not denying that. We feel public safety is very important, but the issue today is really an issue of transparency, that the Auditor General raised this issue and quoted. They have quoted selectively the AG's report. I'd like to read another quote from the Auditor General's report with regard to the issue of public accounting. And he says, the information reported in the public accounts was at an aggregate level, and most of the PSAT spending was not separately reported as a distinct or separate line item. Furthermore, with over 10 years elapsing since the beginning of the PSAT program, much of that information is now archived or unavailable. So it's not something that we can just look up in the public accounts. The government has to collaborate with the Auditor General and all parliamentarians. I wonder what my colleague thinks about that.
Honourable Member for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the comments made from my colleague. He actually has filled in on a couple of committees, and I always have an appreciation for his questioning and his ability to understand things. And saying that, that's actually why when I wanted to speak about the whole issue around the Public Security and Anti-Terrorism Initiative Fund. I mean, Mr. Speaker, that is what this discussion is focused and should be focused around. Because, quite honestly, what I'm hearing on the other side is that I find it actually a little disrespectful that we have members on the other side that are taking on the challenge of what the Auditor General was saying. The Auditor General is saying we did not find anything that gives us cause for concern that any money was used in any way it should not have been. Now, Mr. Speaker, I mean, you can twist the words and you can come up with your own initiatives. And quite honestly, I think the reason those initiatives come up is because they don't have a platform to run on in a budget. They have not supported one of the initiatives in any of our budgets since I've been elected, since that party has formed official opposition. And so, Mr. Speaker, I understand the anxiety, I guess, that they must have over there as they need to start to search and to swing things to try to get something to come to fruition. But, Mr. Speaker, that is not the way it is, and not by the Auditor General's report.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think it's important that the government recognize that citizens have an expectation of government, and that is that you are collecting phenomenal amounts of tax dollars every day. There's this expectation, Mr. Speaker, that the government knows what it is doing with those tax dollars. So in this particular case, we have $3.1 billion, which is an astronomical amount of money, Mr. Speaker, in which one would think that if I were to pose a question to any minister of the government as to what it is doing with the taxpayers' dollars that it is spending, that one would like to think that they could get a tangible answer. That is not the case with regards to this $3.1 billion. And my question to the member specific is to say, how does he say to his constituents, if the constituents were to raise the question to him, there's $3.1 billion that is unaccounted for in terms of where or if that money has been spent? How would he answer that constituent?
For London, Kent, Middlesex, you have 45 seconds to respond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And clearly, I won't have to repeat just what the AG said. That there is absolutely, in any way, that there was money used where it should not have been. That's pretty clear. But I will turn to my member belonging to a party that scammed $40 million from Canadians, and I'm asking him, could you help provide us with that information? We've not withheld anything, but clearly the Auditor General also says, Mr. Speaker, the Secretary collected detailed performance information on public security investments. There was no obligation to provide a government-wide perspective on the initiative. In our opinion, this resulted in a lost opportunity as the ability to generate a government-wide perspective. That's the categorization. That's why we accept the Auditor General's report.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I really do appreciate the opportunity to stand today and to speak to this opposition motion, especially being in the House over the last few hours and hearing them stand up and time after time again deliberately mislead the Canadian public and deliberately twist the words of the Auditor General, a highly respected man and office in this country. It's very disturbing, it's troubling, but as my own colleague just said, I think it's clear that the opposition is in a panic mode because they have no ideas for the Canadian public. They certainly have no ideas that will benefit Canadians economically, and so instead they are actually attacking indirectly and directly the very integrity of the Auditor General by twisting his words. So I'm very pleased that I can stand today and speak against the motion. As you know, Mr. Speaker, the opposition are calling into question the government's accounting for the money used to fight terrorism both at home and abroad. And the fund that they're referring to is funding for Canada's Public Security and Anti-Terrorism Initiative, also known as PSAT. Again, a very important initiative, something that we have taken seriously, Mr. Speaker, which was even proven again last week when we debated Bill S7, a bill that gives law enforcement the ability to stop terrorism, intercept terrorism, and stop individuals from leaving the country to engage in terrorist activity, which is a real threat to Canadians. That party voted against it. And today, again, they are using their opposition day, instead of doing something constructive for the country, to twist and mishandle the words of the Auditor General. Shame on them. Mr. Speaker, we have indicated that all of the funds in question have been accounted for in the public accounts, and those are available to Parliament. And that's what the Auditor General said as well. What's more, there is no indication that any money is missing or that any money has been poorly used or wasted. Again, not our words, but the Auditor General. Shame on them for misusing and twisting the Auditor General's words. Thank goodness, Mr. Speaker. You know what I'm so grateful for today? The Canadian public are smart, they're intelligent, they know a distortion when they see it. They're not buying that, and I think it's indicated even by all of our offices. We're getting support from our constituents. Thank goodness, Mr. Speaker, the Canadian public is smart and they don't buy this kind of nonsense. Mr. Speaker, as I said, these are the conclusions of the Auditor General. He gave the government a clean bill of health in the accounting for these expenses. And in fact, Mr. Speaker, he just confirmed at committee that the anti-terrorism funding that he was reviewing was purely an internal government reporting process. Now, my honourable colleague from across the way mocked at the term horizontal. So let me read the words. I guess he's laughing at the Auditor General, because the Auditor General said in his testimony to the committee, what we are looking for again, and these are his words, was a very large initiative that was a horizontal initiative. So again, those are not our words. That's not our description, Mr. Speaker. That's the description of the Auditor General. We understand, Mr. Speaker, the priority of Canadians and our priorities are aligned together. We understand that there is no more fundamental duty than to protect the personal safety of our citizens and defend against threats for our national security. That's why we did things like introduce Bill and pass Bill S7 to greater protect Canadians. Again, the opposition voted against it. This objective to protect Canadians with regards to spending on anti-terrorism measures has been successful. We work with other countries to prevent terrorist acts, to monitor developments in unstable nations, and to take appropriate actions to deny and respond to the threats faced by peace-loving people. Over the past few years, we have witnessed many severe changes in several countries in North Africa Asia, and the Middle East, changes that had an impact on the stability of many of these countries. We're seeing that terrorism remains a problem in countries like Afghanistan, Algeria, and Iraq. We take this very seriously, Mr. Speaker. Indeed, part of our efforts to combat terrorism includes strengthening our laws to deter terrorist-related activity within our borders and to support Canadians who fall victims to these acts. That's why, again, Mr. Speaker, I want to just reiterate, that's why we passed Justice for Victims of Terrorism Act. This legislation allows victims of terrorism to sue listed foreign states for committing an act of terrorism or for supporting listed entities under the Criminal Code. That's also why we list terrorist entities under the Criminal Code, to send a strong message that Canada will not condone terrorist activity. Again, that's why it's so disappointing to see the NDP vote against a great bill that we just passed last week to combat terrorism. Again, they're too busy trying to spread mistruths and mislead the Canadian public, which really is shameful on their part. While terrorist threats may seem to take place far away from Canadian shores, Mr. Speaker, we know we can't be complacent on the belief that we are immune here at home. We know terrorism is a threat and remains a threat even here in Canada. We must be ready to counter threats like these through investments in public security and anti-terrorism measures and other actions. As you know, Mr. Speaker, one of the greatest threats facing democratic nations today is the threat posed by homegrown violent extremists, individuals who seek to harm others in pursuit of overtly political, religious, or ideological objectives. There is real concern that new and evolving conflicts in the world may lure youth to engage in violent extremist activities at home and abroad. Canada, like all nations, has a responsibility to guard against its citizens traveling to areas of turmoil and participating in terrorist acts. That's why our government sought passage of the Combating Terrorism Act, the bill that I just referred to, which makes it a criminal offence to leave Canada for the purposes of participating in or facilitating terrorist activity. We must actively work to prevent individuals from being recruited overseas to learn a terrorist trade and possibly return to Canada or elsewhere to commit further acts of violence. We passed this bill. Again, it is beyond belief and beyond reason that the opposition didn't support this initiative. But again, seeing what they're doing today, I guess it's clear they are so out of touch with Canadians and what Canadians believe to be important that they spend their time on this kind of nonsense. Mr. Speaker, to move forward on both combating terrorism and countering violent extremism, we also launched Canada's counter-terrorism strategy. The strategy is composed of 4 elements, as well as to prevent, detect, deny, and respond to terrorist threats. It sets out a clear approach for Canada to address terrorism with a focus on building community resilience. And we appreciate so much the input from communities across this country that want to see this kind of resilience built into the fabric of their communities. They want to see their young people growing up in Canada being strong and successful, having families and jobs, and not entering and being radicalized by extreme groups. So we appreciate so much their help in the work that we're doing here in Canada. A resilient society challenges and rejects the ideas and values associated with violent extremism and works together to mitigate the impact of terrorist attack. The success of our strategy relies on collaboration with Canada's international partners, security, intelligence, and law enforcement agencies, as well as all levels of government, industry stakeholders, civil society, and, as I mentioned, communities throughout Canada. International cooperation on counter-terrorism initiatives is a key component of Canada's counter-terrorism strategy. Since 2005, counter-terrorism capacity building program has provided training, funding, equipment, technical and legal assistance to other states. So, Mr. Speaker, we can see how many great initiatives are going forward in this strategy. Mr. Speaker, we want to make them capable of preventing and responding to terrorist activity in accordance with international counterterrorism standards and obligations. We also promote international cooperation in forums such as the G8 Roma Lion Group, the Association of Southeast Asian National Regional Forums, and of course the Global Counterterrorism Forum, just to name a few. Here in Canada, much of our work focuses on research, on community outreach, on training and awareness, as well as engagement with key stakeholders. So, Mr. Speaker, as you can see, we are working hard to protect Canadians. We believe, Mr. Speaker, that is the job of a responsible government, which is what we are, Mr. Speaker. The opposition, on the other hand, is trying to manufacture a scandal, a crisis that just doesn't exist. I would encourage them to respect the words and the office of the Auditor General and get back to the priorities, if they can, of Canadians. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Toronto Danforth.
The honourable member across the aisle spoke of, quote, spreading mistruths and misleading the public, unquote. She tried to attribute that to others in the House besides the government and the Conservative Party. This is Orwellian doublespeak of the highest order. Everybody in this country knows that this government and the Conservative Party have mastered as a high art exactly what she accuses others of. She also misquotes and quotes out of context the following from the Auditor General. He said, "We didn't find anything that give us cause for concern that the money was used in any way that it should not have been." However, it's important for there to be a way for people to understand how this money was spent, and that summary reporting was not done. End of quote.
It wasn't done.
He has three scenarios. The Auditor General has three scenarios what happened to the money. One, the funding may have lapsed. Two, it may have been spent on PSAT activities and reported as part of ongoing programs. But three, it may have been carried forward and spent on programs not related to the initiative. Why would the government not want Canadians to know how $3.1 billion was spent? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
How was it spent?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much. And again, I actually really appreciate that member reading that quote from the Auditor General. For any Canadian listening, other than an NDP mindset, they would understand that what the Auditor General said is that the money is accounted for. It's horizontal money. There are better ways to report it. We agree with the Auditor General. We agree with that quote, that there are better ways to report it, and that's exactly the recommendation we're going to take. Mr. Speaker, again, it's very troubling that the opposition would purposefully mislead Canadians when they know what they are asserting is completely false. I want to read what the Auditor General said again, Mr. Speaker. He said, "We didn't find anything that gave us cause for concern that money was used in any way it should not have been." Here's another quote. This was from committee when he was asked directly, Mr. Speaker, does that indicate that there was no money lost or missing? Can you confirm that? And let me just finish what the Auditor General said. It means we didn't see anything in what we were looking at that put any sort of red flags in front of us and that said we would do a lot more work on this. So the Auditor General has just said, case closed.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member just finished saying that there's maybe a better way of doing it. And one of the things that we've come up with in the Liberal Party is made a suggestion. And we would like to see the government get behind the suggestion. In fact, Mr. Speaker, the former parliamentary budget officer also supports what it is that we are advocating. There is, in fact, a need for us to change the way in which we report in terms of the estimates, that we need to move towards program-based appropriations. This is something in which would prevent things of this nature from happening in the future. I'm wondering if the member would commit that this is, in fact, what the Government of Canada is prepared to do. It's not only the Liberal Party that's saying it, even the former parliamentary budget officer, Kevin Page.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for that question. Mr. Speaker, we have seen the Auditor General's report. We appreciate it. We've taken those recommendations, and we're going to follow through because, Mr. Speaker, we believe that that is what the Auditor General is there for, to give advice, and that's why I would encourage the opposition to support and to respect the office. While I'm on my feet, though, I do want to ask that member from the Liberal Party, the Gomery Commission asked, where's the $40 million that was clearly missing? We've never heard that answer. Can the Liberals stand up, one of the Liberal members, and answer where is the $40 million that clearly the Auditor General and the Gomery Commission said has gone missing? It's never been paid back. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise de débat, resume debate. Honourable Député de Brassard.
The honourable member for Brassard-La Prairie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to begin by apologizing to the taxpayers that we played against yesterday. We played the Pages yesterday, and they were very nice to us, but no, honestly, it was a great pleasure to play with them. And I also ask the indulgence of the House. I'm a little upset today because one of my childhood friends committed suicide, and I just learned that today. His name was Maxime Leroux. He has 2 children, and his friends and family will all miss him very much. On that note, I'd like to continue on the motion before us in the House today that is dealing with the $3.1 billion that the government has lost track of here. What the government's saying is that they haven't necessarily lost them, they just don't know where it is. So in terms of this amount of money, it's massive, $3.1 billion that could buy a new Champlain Bridge, for example, in my riding. That would be really important. We're talking about fantastic sums of money. And what the government is saying is that really there's a lot of partisanship here, and I don't want to use overly strong language here in the House because that's really part of how people see us. People see that it's very partisan. But when you lose track of $3.1 billion, you have to ask yourself a few questions. And we know that the government is often going to use the Auditor General's words and will take quotes, but only part of them. And I will read exactly what the Auditor General said. So he said, "We didn't identify anything that gave us cause for concern that the money was used in any way it should not have been." But when you read the rest of it, it says, "However, it's important that there be a way for people to understand how this money was spent." There hasn't been an appropriate report on this by the government. So I remind you, Mr. Speaker, the $3.1 billion was to serve for the fight against terrorism. And I wanted to say also that I will be sharing my time. Now, we hear the government saying that they don't know where the money is. It's not the same thing as with the Liberals with the sponsorship scandal. We don't know that if it was money that was badly spent, like when we were talking about the gazebos for the President of Treasury Board's riding, but here is clearly not the same problem. The Conservatives are saying that it's in the public accounts, but the Auditor General himself has not managed to find where those funds were spent. So what we want to see is the line where it states and the date where this money was spent, and they don't know. And that's unfortunately the only answer that we can get from them, is that they don't know. So the objective of the motion is to ask the government to be more transparent. We're asking for the documents. Why? Because we want to know where they are, so that indeed we can assure ourselves that the money was properly spent, which is something we don't know. And then when they say that they've given everything to the Auditor General, I remind them that it was this government that, for the first time in our history, was found in contempt of Parliament. It's the first time in the history of this country that a government's been found in contempt of Parliament because they didn't do what Parliament asked. Parliament had asked for documents on the F-35 at the time, and then when we see how this government manages the F-35 file, which is a fiasco, and then after that, they have the nerve to tell us that we in the NDP aren't able to manage a government. And so I call on this government. If you look at the level of the provinces and all of the levels of government together, and even according to the government's own research, you'll see that the NDP is the party that has the fewest deficits and best manages the public purse. The government has to learn that rather than making hollow promises and boasting about being the best managers, they should look in the mirror. Perhaps they'd see a black eye like I have here today, because they really are a very bad example. When you talk about $113 million spent on advertising that are completely meaningless, that people are sick and tired of watching, you have to really ask yourself if that's money that's well spent. When you talk about $3.1 billion that they've lost any trace of, we will agree that the fight against terrorism is important, but the way in which this government fights terrorism, if you look at S7 that we voted against, because it goes too far. It attacks fundamental rights, basic rights that Canadians have, charter rights. And what changed here is that the Liberals voted for it. Why? And we agree that everything that happened on September 11th was serious. However, we should have learned, and we should know, that we are safe. There are ways to take care of our security, and that is to better manage our money. And what do they do instead? They cut. And I'm trying to understand this, Mr. Speaker. They cut back on border security. And on that note, I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the time. I think we just have to remember that this government is a bad manager of public funds. Thank you. The member will have 4 minutes remaining to complete his speech after question period, when we resume debate. Statements by members.
The honourable member for Haute-Gaspésie. Once again yesterday, the National Assembly of Quebec called on the federal government to back down on its decision to close down the Quebec City Search and Rescue Centre. The mayors of 35 municipalities along the St. Lawrence are also calling Ottawa to back down because the closure would compromise marine safety. And today we learned that the government finally decided to abandon this dangerous plan. I would ask the government to confirm immediately that the Quebec City Search and Rescue Centre will remain open. The federal government also has to take action on the Per Se Wharf. Ottawa doesn't understand its importance, but the tourist season is about to start, and the National Assembly and the local municipality are calling on the federal government to take the necessary steps to restore the wharf and reopen it as soon as possible. The government has to understand this unanimous appeal from Quebec.
The honourable member for Medicine Hat.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor today to stand in this place and express my excitement that the Brooks Bandits have advanced to the RBC Cup National Junior A Championship for the first time in franchise history. The Bandits earned the right to represent the West at the National Championship after defeating the Yorkton Terriers of the Saskatchewan Junior Hockey League 1-0 at the Crescent Point Energy Western Canada Cup. I would like to congratulate player Mark Logan for having won the Player of the Game award. I'd also like to congratulate the coach Ryan Papiano, as well as assistant coach Brent Gunlifson for their continued support and leadership. The Bandits are no stranger to success, as they were ranked the #1 team in the Central Junior Hockey League for 21 consecutive weeks, dating back to October of 2012. 5 teams will compete in the 2013 RBC Cup, including the Brooks Bandits, and will be held in Summerside, PEI, from May 11th to 19th. I'd like to congratulate the Brooks Bandits and wish them all the best. Go Bandits, go!
The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Speaker, the Canadian Association of Elizabeth Fry Societies annually celebrates Elizabeth Fry on this week. Based in communities across Canada, including Edmonton and Ottawa, they work to improve public awareness of circumstances of victimized and criminalized women in the criminal justice system. Their goal is to break down negative stereotypes that exist about women who are imprisoned and institutionalized. Their members regularly testify before parliamentary committees supporting more humane justice measures. Why is Elizabeth Fry Week held the week preceding Mother's Day? Tragically, the majority of women who are imprisoned are mothers. Most, the sole supporters of their family. Far too many are Aboriginal. When mothers are sentenced to prison, their children are sentenced to separation, and the tragedy multiplies. Elizabeth Fry Societies challenge Canadians to reach out and bring women into our communities so they can take responsibility and account for their actions. Their expressed hope is that a more proactive focus will enable more community-based alternatives to costly incarceration. Please join me in expressing our gratitude and support for these Canadians who dedicate decades to pursuing a path for more humane and constructive judicial process.
Hear, hear. The honourable member for Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is my pleasure to welcome to Parliament Hill today the grade 8 students and teachers from Doncrest Public School. Doncrest is a remarkable center for learning in my riding of Richmond Hill. What truly sets it apart is the dedication of its staff and administration. In addition to its focus on the important academic skills, the school has developed a tremendous eco, arts, and global citizenship focus. Students graduating from Doncrest Public School do so as well-rounded young adults, Mr. Speaker, positioned for success in their secondary school careers and beyond. This week's visit to Ottawa is providing these students with exposure to an immense wealth of knowledge about our country's parliamentary process and history. I commend the Doncrest Public School community for giving these young people, Canada's future leaders, such an enriching experience at this important stage of their lives. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Markham Unionville.
Mr. Speaker, as one whose mother was a nurse for many years, I am pleased to rise on the occasion of National Nurses Week. First celebrated in 1985, it highlights nurses' contribution to the health and well-being of Canadians. The International Council of Nurses designated May 12th, which was Florence Nightingale's birthday, International Nurses Day. Registered nurses, nurse practitioners, and clinical nurse specialists champion principles of health, equity, and social justice in Canada. They provide vital care to individuals, communities, and populations in multiple settings across Canada by advancing principles of primary health care. Nurses are innovators, caregivers, and educators who demonstrate leadership for transformative change in the Canadian healthcare system. Nurses play important roles in all levels of healthcare, from bedside to community and public health advocacy. During Nurses Week, let us acknowledge and thank them for their dynamic contribution in improving the health of Canadians.
Go nurses, go. The honourable member for Langley.
20,000 Canadians from all walks of life gathered here today in front of the Parliament buildings. They're asking Canadian leaders to end discrimination against women and girls occurring through the global gendercide. Female gendercide is the systematic killing of women and girls just because they're girls. The UN says that over 200 million girls are missing in the world right now because of the female genocide. The Medical Association of Canada revealed that this barbaric form of discrimination is actually occurring here in Canada. Mr. Speaker, the statement, "It's a girl," shouldn't be a death sentence. Gendercide is the ultimate form of discrimination against women and girls. A huge thanks goes to the thousands across Canada standing up against all forms of discrimination and violence against women and girls. I also want to thank Lucky Gill with Global Girl Power. Thank you.
Member for Beaches East York.
Mr. Speaker, Iron Man 3 gets the box office bucks, but the students of Beaumont Public School are attracting the critical acclaim. 9 of the 26 Ontario finalists for the TIFF Kids International Film Festival were from Beaumont. Congratulations to Umar, Delaney, Sean, and Meja, Laura, Verena, Safa, Samantha, Mafuza, and Katie, to Emma, to Jack, and Jason, Julia and Laura, Kaylee and Allegra, Leanna and Sienna, Emily, Willow and Estelle, and Amy. I hope you continue to use your talents and refine your craft, because if you do, Hollywood, watch out. A Canadian wave of cinematic talent is coming to wash over you. To Ms. Jarvis, Ms. Partridge, Mr. Davis, Mr. Sikdorian, and Principal Sambrook, as the son of 2 teachers, I know how hard you work, how much love you share, and how much you give of yourselves so that all of your students find their voices and are encouraged and empowered to share with us their perspective on this world. Thank you.
Honourable member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Speaker, today I had the honour to join our Minister of Health and Canadian Police Chiefs to proclaim National Prescription Drug Drop-Off Day, to be held the first time formally this Saturday, May 11th. Prescription drugs are designed to help, not to harm. But despite these good intentions, the sad reality is that too many Canadians suffer from misuse of prescription drugs. The creation of National Drug Drop-Off Day does not cost taxpayers money, but instead takes advantage of an array of committed people who can work together to resolve a growing problem. I thank the Ministers of Health and Public Safety for their support, bringing to life an idea that was endorsed by constituents of mine over a year ago in West Vancouver. Today's announcement is about people working together, including a government that listens and mobilizes its citizens. It's about doctors and pharmacists who help their patients use prescription drugs wisely. It's about educators and parents who work together for the safety of our youth. It's about householders working with police chiefs for safe communities. I encourage all Canadians on May 11th to go into our medicine cabinets and take our unused drugs to the local pharmacy. As our Minister of Health said today, everyone must do our part.
Honourable member for Brampton, Springdale.
Mr. Speaker, over the past month I have heard
had the opportunity to partner with Amar Karma Organ Donation Society, the founder Loveen Gill, on a special campaign to highlight the need for organ donors across our country. The Amar Karma Organ Donation Society is Canada's first South Asian non-profit organization that has pledged to educate on organ donation and encourage Canadians to become organ donors. More than 1,500 people are on a transplant wait list in Ontario alone, and the need far exceeds the number of registered donors. A single donor can save up to 8 lives, Mr. Speaker, and hence up to 75 others. I would like to thank all of the Amar Karma volunteers who work tirelessly to encourage Canadians to become involved in this extraordinary cause. The success of this campaign showed us all, Mr. Speaker, that together we can make a difference. Thank you.
The honourable member for Sackville Eastern.
Speaker, I have to admit, Mr. Speaker, last night's level of violence by the youth of this country, meaning one of the pages of this House of Commons, to damage the nose of the member from Brossard-La Prairie and take out our best player of the soccer game, plus our other better player had to take him to the hospital. We were down 2 people, Mr. Speaker. Unbelievable. But, Mr. Speaker, I do want to give credit to the super page, Sarah Brown, who was the MVP of the pages, to the honourable member from Welland, the MVP for the members of Parliament, and want to say, Mr. Speaker, that although we are now 11-5 from members of Parliament to the pages, the reality is the pages did win the game because yours truly, from Sackville Eastern Score, screwed up on the last penalty kick, Mr. Speaker. I humbly regret. What I do want to say, Mr. Speaker, that your humble MPs wish to bow to the mighty pages this year and congratulate them on a fantastic victory. And on behalf of the House of Commons, thank you for your service and God bless. Thank you.
Honourable member for Niagara West, Glanbrook.
I rise to express our government's concern regarding recent violence and targeted attacks in Pakistan in advance of this weekend's general election. Our sympathy goes out to the victims and their families. The deliberate targeting of candidates by terrorist groups in Pakistan is an attack on democratic rights of all candidates, democratic institutions, and governance. Canada commends the commitment to democracy of the more than 4,600 candidates standing for office federally, the 11,000 standing provincially, and the 86 million Pakistani citizens registered to vote. And we express our unequivocal support for free, credible, and transparent elections in Pakistan. Mr. Speaker, the 2013 general elections are a historic moment for that country, where political authority is being passed from one elected government to another. We believe it is essential for Pakistan's continued democratic development that women and men in all parts of Pakistan feel safe to commit their energies to the democratic process by standing for election and voting without fear. Thank you very much.
The honourable member for Dartmouth, Cole Harbour.
Mr. Speaker, 21 years ago today, Canadians bore witness to one of our worst disasters in workplace history, when an explosion ripped through the Westray coal mine in Plymouth, Nova Scotia. Like all workplace accidents, this tragedy could have been avoided. Instead, due to poor government oversight and corporate neglect, 26 men who went to work that day did not return home. Since that terrible day, many thousands more Canadians have lost their lives when they were simply trying to earn a living. Recent events in Bangladesh serve as a poignant reminder of what is at stake. And here in Canada, we still lose an average of 3 workers every single day. Mr. Speaker, each and every member of this House has accepted the responsibility to do better. We cannot just lower our heads and remember those who have been lost. We must rise to the challenge and protect those who are still here.
Here, here.
The honourable member for Kenora.
Speaker, I'm pleased to rise and update Canadians on the status of the experimental lakes area situated in the Great Kenora Riding. Our government has signed a memorandum of understanding with the International Institute for Sustainable Development to take over as operator of the facilities. This agreement is the result of many months of confidential negotiations led by the federal government and is a major milestone in the transition of the facility to a third-party operator. It also includes provisions to support scientific research at the facility through the summer during this transition to a new operator. Our government has been clear. We want to see the facility continue under a new operator, and we are working hard to deliver on that commitment. IISD is well suited to operate the experimental lakes area with excellent capacity, expertise, and international reputation to take on this important work. We understand that IISD will continue discussions with the province, the landowner, on an agreement to operate the site going forward, and we hope that these discussions are successful.
Great job, Greg.
I want to thank the constituents of the Great Kenora riding for their input and their patience throughout this process.
Good job, Greg. Good job.
The honourable member for Sydney Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the passing of a young Cape Breton role model, Eva Van Nostrand, who died suddenly while taking part in the Toronto Marathon. An extremely focused and determined young woman, Emma put forth a passionate effort in whatever she took on, whether it was her studies, her running, or her family. She was always looking to the future. Being an honours student, she went to France, where she studied this past semester, before returning to Riverview High, where she was to graduate with her classmates. Mr. Speaker, Riverview High, with Principal Joe Chisholm, staff and students, have a great spirit, but now that spirit is in mourning. One can never begin to understand the tragedy of losing someone so young. It is hoped that we can find some comfort in the positive impact she made on many in her short life. I ask this House to join me in extending our condolences to her mother Catherine, Father Stephen, sisters Katie, Alyssa, Brother Daniel, and to all her family and friends. Thank you.
The honourable member for Pickering Scarborough East.
Mr. Speaker, 3 days it took to the leader of the National Democratic Party, New Democratic Party, to remove socialism from his party's constitution. 1 day to kick the member from Thunder Bay Superior North from his party for standing up for his constituents. And yet veterans have had to wait 28 days for the leader of the NDP, who has not yet retracted his henchman's hurtful comments about Canadian World War I veterans. Instead of retract, he then sent his Quebec MP to slam veterans by questioning the need to remember their sacrifice in the first place. We are at 28 days. How much more do veterans like myself have to take? Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Skeena, Bulkley Valley.
Mr. Speaker, we can see proof again of Conservatives' love for control of everything and everyone with the revelation today that this government has spent $2.5 million keeping tabs on who? Their own members of Parliament. To quote the member from Barrie, I'm not sure why I would be followed or tracked. You'd think that law-abiding citizens like my friend from Barrie shouldn't have to worry about being spied on by his own government. Losing track of billions of dollars, millions of dollars in contracts being handed out in secret, and a Senate that continues to rip off Canadians blind. No wonder they want to control the debate, Mr. Speaker. The Minister of Aboriginal Affairs tried to justify shutting down debate in Canada's Parliament for a record-breaking 33 times last night by saying, quote, "This motion doesn't shut down debate, it just controls the debate." Thankfully, tonight, the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs will face 4 hours of cross-examination by Canada's New Democrats. He can't control this debate. He can't shut down this truth. And finally, in 2015, Canada will get the government it deserves.
The honourable member for Peterborough.
Mr. Speaker, during a time of global economic uncertainty, Canadians have placed their trust in our Conservative government to keep taxes low, balance the budget, and to create jobs, growth, and long-term economic prosperity. It's clear the last thing Canadians need is increased taxes and spending. Unfortunately, this is exactly what the leader of the NDP proposes to do. The NDP platform clearly demonstrates that the leader of the NDP wants to impose a $20 billion carbon tax. This massive new NDP tax plan would increase the price of everything, including gas, groceries, and electricity, while disproportionately targeting the poor, seniors, and rural Canadians. It's shameful, Mr. Speaker. If this massive new carbon tax weren't enough, the NDP also proposes to bring in an additional $56 billion in wasteful new spending. Mr. Speaker, the last thing Canadians need are the failed socialist policies of the past. It's time for the Leader of the NDP to come clean with Canadians about his $20 billion carbon tax, his $56 billion in proposed wasteful spending. He can do it right now, Mr. Speaker.
Oral questions, questions orales. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, this question perhaps confused the Prime Minister yesterday, so let me try again. If he has nothing to hide, will he, yes or no, support the NDP motion asking that all documents be made public relating to the $3.1 billion for which they are unable to account?
Hi. Is he going to back the NDP motion to make public all documents with regard to the $3.1 billion that they've lost all track of?
Speaker, of course, that is not what the Auditor General said at all, and that's obviously why we reject the motion. In fact, the Auditor General has made certain suggestions to the government, recommendations on how to improve reporting on this matter, and the government will and is following those recommendations.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
So initially, when they tried to explain how they lost the $3.1 billion, they said it was an internal error. Then it was an error in categorization, except they really want to keep secret this internal categorization error. If the Prime Minister has nothing to hide, he should prove it. How can Canadians have confidence in the Conservatives, their government, who aren't lifting a finger to try to find the $3.1 billion? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the Auditor General himself rejected that allegation, that basis of the Leader of the NDP. The Auditor General made recommendations to improve reporting in the future, and obviously the government will follow through on those recommendations.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, Mike Duffy, Mac Harb, Patrick Brazo. They're all very good friends of the Liberals and the Conservatives. And they got caught red-handed to the tune of hundreds of thousands of dollars in taxpayers' money. Their only punishment, once caught, they have to pay back the money. Nothing for having betrayed the confidence of Canadians, nothing to prevent them from doing it again. Is the message here then that if you want to commit fraud, go get appointed as a Liberal or Conservative senator and you're safe? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. External and expert auditors looked at all of these expenditures and said that the rules were not clear in this regard. However, the Senate decided that it expects better judgment on behalf of its senators, and all of these expenditures will be repaid to the government.
Leader of the Opposition.
Here's what is clear. Even the bogus investigation by his hand-picked cronies in the Senate found that Mike Duffy does not maintain a primary residence on Prince Edward Island. That means Mr. Duffy has not been a resident of Prince Edward Island in nearly 40 years, even though he was chosen for the Senate 4 years ago. The Constitution requires that a senator, quote, be a resident of the province for which he is appointed. The Conservatives now admit, through their own bogus investigation, that Mr. Duffy is not a resident of PEI, yet still say that he's qualified to be a senator from PEI. Why is the Prime Minister allowing this continuous fraud by the Conservatives in the Senate?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
On the contrary, an independent external auditor was brought in to examine all of these expenses. He looked obviously at the expenses of three particular senators who have had some difficulty. The auditor has concluded that the rules in place were in fact not clear. However, the Senate itself has decided it expects better judgment from the senators. Senator Duffy has some months ago repaid the money, and the Senate has decided that other senators will be expected to similarly repay those amounts.
The Leader of the Opposition.
Speaker, on another very serious matter, Jane Kittmer was diagnosed with breast cancer while receiving EI maternity leave benefits after the birth of her second child. Jane has beaten cancer, but for 2.5 years she's had to fight this government for the EI sick leave benefits that she's paid into. 6 weeks ago, the Prime Minister said this in this House: the government is looking at a way to resolve this case. Nothing has been done so far. Can the Prime Minister please tell Jane why not?
Excellent. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, let me just remind members of the facts here, which is the government has recently changed the law to deal with such cases in the future. This particular case is occurring under rules that existed under the previous government. However, as I said before in the House, and I reiterate today, the government is committed to addressing this matter and resolving that matter, and we continue to work on that.
The Honourable Member for Beauséjour. Mr. Speaker, while families are desperately trying to help their children find a summer job, the Conservatives have their priorities elsewhere. Instead of helping young people and middle-class families, the Conservatives are wasting more than $3,000 per day of taxpayers' money to spy on their own MPs in the media. My question is this. How many people asked you to waste the equivalent of one job per day in order to spy on your own Conservative MPs in the media?
I'll just remind the Honourable Member for Beauséjour to address his comments to the Chair, not directly at Order. I'm sure he'll remember. The Honourable Minister of Human Resources.
Well, Mr. Speaker, go back to the premise of that question. In fact, we just today announced the launch of Canada Summer Jobs 2013. Program that will create 6,000 jobs for young Canadians right across this great country, so that not only will they get the experience that's so necessary for jobs of the future, but they will also get financial assistance in helping pay for those careers so that they can develop the skills that are needed for the jobs of today and for tomorrow.
Hear, hear. The Honourable Member for Wascana.
Mr. Speaker, the U.S., Japan, Australia, Sweden, other countries are all expecting economic growth better than Canada. Young Canadians especially are falling behind. 212,000 fewer of them are working today than before the recession. 404,000 are looking for jobs. And this paranoid, isolated government wastes $23 million, 32,000 every day, to spy on the media and their own backbench. For that spy money, they could have triggered 7,600 summer jobs. Why didn't they?
The Honourable Minister of Human Resources.
Apart from the Canada Summer Jobs program that we launched today, creating 36,000 jobs for young Canadians, this year alone we'll be helping 60,000 young people get jobs. But beyond that, Mr. Speaker, since 2006, our government has helped over 2 million young people get jobs, get the skills, get the training for those jobs so they can contribute and participate and benefit from the workplace.
Honourable Member for Wascana.
Mr. Speaker, the government is wasting 32,000 tax dollars every day to spy on the media and their own backbench. They waste another 95,000 tax dollars on every government ad during hockey games. They vandalized the census, and it now costs $25 million more to get less data. In 43% of Saskatchewan, it's a total failure. They've lost the town of Davin altogether, so Davin loses its municipal funding. Will this government compensate Davin for this Conservative ideological stupidity?
Order. The Honourable Minister of Industry.
Mr. Speaker, first of all, our government is committed to collecting statistical data while protecting Canadians' privacy. This is the principle, Mr. Speaker. And that being said, Mr. Speaker, the survey provides useful and usable data for communities representing 97% of Canadians' population. More Canadians responded to this survey than the other before, and StatsCan just said yesterday that at the national, provincial level, all of this information is pretty solid. This is high quality, Mr. Speaker.
For Pierre Fondolard. The Conservatives still can't tell us what the $3.1 billion they cannot account for was used for, but where did it go? Is it under a rock, behind a couch, in the washroom of a cousin of an embarrassed mayor? Frankly, the Auditor General's report is clear. The monitoring of expenditures for the anti-terrorism initiative stopped in 2010. Yesterday, I asked the President of the Treasury Board what has been happening since 2010, and he was unable to respond. He lost $3.1 billion by not following the expenditures. How much will he lose if he's not monitoring those expenditures? As I've already said, Mr. Speaker, all information is contained in the public accounts each year, 2001 to 2012, Mr. Speaker. The Auditor General said clearly, and I quote,
gave us cause for concern that money was used in any way it should not have been. He went on to say, departments are responsible for accounting and reporting their spending through the public accounts of Canada. He said that departments would have undergone normal control procedures in those departments. So there are internal controls in departments about spending, and they would go through all of those normal processes. Those are the words of the Auditor General.
Honourable Member for Pierre-Fond-de-Larme. So, will he send an anti-corruption squad to search the office of the Treasury Board President to get an answer? He thinks that he can quote the Auditor General in part to convince people, well, he's the one who lost the $3.1 billion, and he should respond to Canadians about this. His department maintains there'll be no monitoring system for expenditures before 2014. This means another 4 full years of expenditures without adequate monitoring. Can the President of the Treasury Board tell us how much money was spent for the anti-terrorism initiative since 2010? The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Member asked whether I should be quoting the Auditor General. Who else should I be quoting, Mr. Speaker? He goes on to say we didn't identify anything that would cause us to say that we felt there was anything going on outside of these processes. He's very clear that the opposition characterizations of these funds as lost in any way is completely inappropriate. He indicated that there was nothing that gave us cause for concern, that money was used in any way it should not have been. Those are the words of the Auditor General.
Hear, hear. The Honourable Member for Welland.
Mr. Speaker, the President of the Treasury Board continues to simply choose the quotes he likes from the Auditor General and keeps saying the public accounts has got the money. But here's what the Auditor General actually said. The information, I quote, the information reported annually in the public accounts was at an aggregate level and not separately reported as a distinct or separate line item. Furthermore, much of the information is now unavailable or archived. Why is the President of the Treasury Board, Mr. Speaker, claiming the money is in the public accounts when the Auditor General says, no, it's not?
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Speaker, I'll remind the Honourable Member that the public accounts are tabled in this chamber each and every year from 2001 to 2009, or if you wish, 2001 to 2012. These are a matter of public records. Parliamentarians vote on the public accounts. This is part of our responsibility as parliamentarians. Those are clear, and in fact, the Auditor General says that each department is responsible for its own spending, and I quote, normal control procedures in those departments. So there are, and this is quoting the Auditor General again, so there are internal controls in departments about spending, and they would go through all of those normal processes. I rely on him.
The Honourable Member for Welland.
Well, clearly, the Treasury Board President's department didn't do those controls, or they'd know where the $3.1 billion went in the first place. Mr. Speaker, this government has abandoned accountability. The Auditor General said this money wasn't reported to Parliament, contrary to what the Ministry of the Treasury Board says. It wasn't even reported to Cabinet, the Auditor General said. Earlier today, the Conservative member from Nipissing-Temiskaming said $1 billion would be identified in, quote, due course. So, Mr. Speaker, through you to the Minister of the Treasury Board, can he tell us when due course will eventually find its way to this House?
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Well, I hate to disagree with the Honourable Member. I certainly don't want to be disagreeable, but again, I will quote the Auditor General. Departments are responsible for accounting and reporting their spending through the public accounts of Canada. That is a direct quote from the Auditor General. He said that spending within the departments would have undergone normal control procedures in those departments. He concludes, we didn't identify anything that would cause us to say that we felt there was anything going on outside of these processes. These are the words of the Auditor General, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Speaker, here's a reason the government needs to find that $3.1 billion. This week, the Ontario Superior Court ordered a further increase in the award of damages that this government must pay Envoy Relocation Services, now over $40 million total. In addition, they ordered the government to pay the full cost of $4.7 million because, in the words of the court, the reprehensible conduct of the Crown, supplemented and aggravated by their conduct during litigation. How can this government defend this reprehensible behaviour and leaving taxpayers to foot the bill?
The Honourable Minister of Public Works.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'll leave the characterization of the former Liberal government's actions to the member opposite, but as she knows, these actions did occur under the former government, and since this is still before the court, I'm not going to comment any further.
Honourable member for Pontiac. Yesterday, when I asked the President of the Treasury Board about the $2.4 billion in consulting contracts handed out in the dark, often without details, to companies at untraceable numbers, he said, perhaps I could find other ways to ensure that transparency. Well, I hope so, Mr. Speaker. That's his job. Come on. For 90% of the consulting contracts, there are no information available on the granting of them. Canadians have no idea how, to whom this money, their money, is being given. Can the minister tell us concretely how he intends to ensure better management of public funds? President of the Treasury Board.
Speaker, the honourable member does make a fair point. I don't think it's too much to ask that when departments do engage in management contracts for perfectly appropriate reasons, such as First Nations health, using nurses, for instance, that there be a line or two added for publication on exactly what the contract is. I agree with the honourable member, and I think that we should be requiring this in the future.
Mr. Speaker, they're not even able to account for billions in contracts. They're champions in saving their own MPs. We now know that they're pushing it to the extent of wasting millions of dollars in taxpayers' money to monitor the media appearances of their own backbenchers. $2.4 million in taxpayers' funds to watch every move of 65 of their MPs. It's ridiculous. Ridiculous, Mr. Speaker. How can the Conservatives explain this to us? How could they spend and waste such a large amount of money? The Honourable Minister of Public Works.
The member might be disappointed to find out that media monitoring services are used and accessed by the government, but they're also used and accessed by the opposition. And they're there, Mr. Speaker, because on this side of the House, we do want to be aware of all of the media reporting about our members of Parliament, because we're very proud of the work that they're doing. And they appear in many, many articles across the media, doing excellent work on behalf of this government, and we are happy to receive those clippings.
The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let's be clear, the Conservatives spent millions spying on their own backbench while they lost $3.1 billion. Exactly. And then they funneled another $2.4 billion out the back door in contracts they can't explain. And today, Conservative and Liberal senators found guilty of ripping off the taxpayers. Now, this government seems to think they're above accountability. So, simple question. When is the Prime Minister going to take responsibility for this staggering level of incompetence? Why are there no consequences?
Mr. Speaker, today the independent expert audit was tabled in the Senate, and its principal finding was, of course, that the rules were not clear. The Senate has already actually taken action to strengthen and improve those rules. And, of course, from our perspective, the government expects, and I understand the Senate is acting to ensure a higher standard of judgment applies, and thus the individuals in question, the senators in question, are being asked to repay the sums that were claimed that were deemed inappropriate by the Senate.
Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Well, there they go again. The Senate was ripping off the taxpayers because they just weren't very bright. How's that accountability? You know, we have Brazo now. Duffy and Harbour ripped off the taxpayers for close to $200,000. We still don't know what Ms. Wallen ripped the taxpayers off for. Now, if an ordinary Canadian engaged in behaviour like that, they'd call it fraud and the authorities would be brought in. Even some of the senators think the cops should be brought in. So where is the accountability? Will this government insist on accountability? Will they insist that the documents are turned over to the police and these people are held accountable for ripping off the taxpayers? Simple question.
Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the independent expert auditors actually don't agree with the assessment of the honourable member as to what took place. They indicated that the rules were not clear. And as a result, the Senate is taking action to correct them. But certainly, the expert audit found no evidence of anything that would be approaching criminal activity. That being said, the expectation of this government is that the spirit of the rules must be respected. And for that reason, Liberal Senator Mac Harb, Independent Patrick Brazo are expected to repay the funds that they claimed inappropriately, as was done by another senator some months ago.
The honourable member for West Mount Ville-Marie.
Each month, this government wastes $100,000 in taxpayers' money to, wait for it, monitor its own MPs and the media at the same time. They're cutting summer jobs for our young students who are looking for work and increasing the burden for families supporting them. This $100,000 is 30 students who won't have a summer job. Why is this government wasting taxpayers' money for such partisan purposes and forgetting to find jobs for young students who need them so much? Honourable Minister of Human Resources.
I never missed the announcement, but today we announced the launch of Canada Summer Jobs, which will be creating 36,000 jobs. Mr. Speaker, in Budget 2013, our Economic Action Plan, there's the funding there for the creation of 5,000 internships for graduates who have had trouble finding work. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, the Liberals may bray about it, but they do nothing to actually help young people get jobs because they're voting against that budget.
Member for Vancouver Quadra.
Mr. Speaker, despite their self-congratulations, this government is supporting only half of the student summer jobs they used to. Meanwhile, they're finding $3,300 a day for media monitoring of their own MPs. So each single day of monitoring would fund a student job for the entire summer. A day spent peering over MP shoulders is deemed more important than a student's job. Mr. Speaker, will Big Brother please stop wasting taxpayers' money on monitoring their own members and hire a summer student to help them figure out how to do free Google alerts?
The Honourable Minister of Human Resources.
Mr. Speaker, on top of the 36,000 summer jobs being created.
Order. The Honourable Minister of Human Resources has the floor.
On top of the 36,000 jobs being created this summer, just through the Canada Summer Job Program, there's more to helping young people get a job, like apprenticeship. In fact, Mr. Speaker, through our apprenticeship incentive and completion grants, there are over almost 400,000 of those have gone out to young Canadians to help them prepare for the skills, for the jobs that are in high demand, guaranteed jobs for these young people. That's really helping them. The Liberals should have supported those initiatives.
Member for Cape Breton Council.
Mr. Speaker, half as many jobs, summer student jobs now, than when they took power. That's shameful. But let's put this in perspective. $3,300, 3,300 taxpayers' dollars Conservatives spend every day just to monitor what their backbench MPs have to say. Because, you know, they've got to toe the party line. They've got to make sure they regurgitate the PMO talking points. Right. Mr. Speaker, it's shameful what they're doing over there. Each one of those every day, that's a summer student job that they're gassing. Why do they back off on what they're doing with the monitoring and give summer students a job rather than looking after the parents of the...
The Honourable Minister of Human Resources.
And Mr. Speaker, if the Liberals truly wanted to help young people get jobs, then they'd want them to get the skills that they need for those jobs that are in demand. Mr. Speaker, that makes it pretty difficult to explain why the Liberals voted against the apprenticeship incentive grant for young people. Almost 400,000 incentive initiative and completion grants have been distributed. They voted against funding for the Pathways program that's helping 10,000 young people get the skills they need and get connected with the job market. Mr. Speaker, they also voted against improvements to the Canada Student Loan Program, expanding its eligibility. Mr. Speaker, we're helping young people get the skills they need.
The honourable member for Quebec. Mr. Speaker, trustworthy information obtained by Le Soleil de Québec indicates that the Conservatives are preparing to do an about-face on their irresponsible decision to close the Quebec Maritime Rescue Centre. It was supposedly to save money and bring back their zero deficit, but they were closing the only the center providing services in French, answering 1,500 calls per year. Can the minister confirm if he's going to reverse this decision and if the center will definitely stay in Quebec? The Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
It's been clear that safety is #1 priority, and certainly language capability is very important for the centre in Quebec. Mr. Speaker, we're not going to comment on speculation. The safety of mariners remains our top priority. The Canadian Coast Guard will delay consolidation of the eastern portion of the Quebec region until it's confident that a bilingual capacity is there in the system. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Quebec. Well, still no clear answer, but if they just talk to people instead of just spying on each other, that would be easier. We're talking about public safety here. A responsible government has to be reassuring and not leave people in the doubt. And that's true, and as true for users of the river as for anyone else. The right decision is to keep the centre there and keep it open. Can the minister confirm that he's not going to transfer the centre to Halifax, Trenton, or Montreal? Yes or no? Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's exactly what we're making is a responsible decision. The Canadian Coast Guard will delay consolidation of the eastern portion of the Quebec region until it's confident in the bilingual capacity of the system. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for St. John South Mount Pearl.
Mr. Speaker, the fact is that the Conservatives greatly reduced the search and rescue capacity in this country by also closing the maritime rescue centres like the one in St. John's, Newfoundland. Massive protests, public outcries didn't stop the Conservatives from shutting down the St. John's Rescue Centre, which received more than 500 calls for help a year. 500 calls for help a year, Mr. Speaker. Now they're starting to see the impact of their irresponsible, unexplainable choices. Mr. Speaker, will the Conservatives reverse their short-sighted decision to close the Maritime Rescue Sub-Centre in St. John's?
The Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we closed the sub-centre in St. John's a year ago, Mr. Speaker, and the facility in Halifax has been handling the work quite well. We have had no problems with the service at all. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for New Westminster, Coquitlam.
Well, it's clear when it comes to listening to Canadians, this government has a tin ear. Mr. Speaker, the Kitsilano Coast Guard station was unceremoniously closed because this government wanted to save a buck. This closure is putting the lives of Canadians at risk. New Democrats have been fighting against these closures while local Conservative MPs have gone silent. Why won't they listen to their local communities and reopen this station?
The Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
Thank you again, Mr. Speaker. The member opposite is wrong as usual, Mr. Speaker. We are confident that changes in Vancouver have not had any negative impact. In fact, Mr. Speaker, the closure of the Kitsilano base on February the 19th, the Canadian Coast Guard Sea Island has responded to 38 search and rescue maritime distress incidents in the greater Vancouver area. These incidents involve 48 lives at risk, and the reaction time is less than 10 minutes on each of those incidents, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
Honourable Member for Winnipeg South Central.
Mr. Speaker, our government has been working hard to ensure the experimental Lakes Area facility is transferred to a non-governmental operator, better suited to conduct the type of world-class research that can be undertaken at this facility. The federal government has been leading negotiations in order to secure an operator with an international track record. This matters so much to my constituents in Winnipeg South Centre. Could the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans kindly update this House on the important milestone reached today for the experimental lakes area? Thank you.
Well, Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank both the member for Winnipeg South Centre and the member for Kenora for their continued hard work on this file. I'm pleased to announce, Mr. Speaker, that we have just signed a memorandum of understanding with the International Institute for Sustainable Development, an internationally renowned public policy research institute. This agreement is an important step for the future operations of ELA and will allow us to support research projects during the upcoming summer season. Our government looks forward to working with IISD on the future of this facility. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member of La Salle et pour La Salle et Mar. Mr. Speaker, another Conservative decision that is harming Canadians is that to do away with the census long form. The quality of data is so mediocre that Statistics Canada now has no more information on a quarter of Canadian municipalities. That's 1,128 mainly rural communities have no statistical data to effectively plan their development. The Conservatives don't believe that political decisions should be based on facts. But why hobble the municipalities' ability to take decisions? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, our government is determined to provide statistical data while protecting Canadians' privacy. That's important. And other than that, we know that this has produced usable data, this last inquiry, to a high percentage of Canadians, and there have been even more people who answered it than the previous one. So once again, I want to highlight the fact that Statistics Canada said as recently as yesterday that all of this information is quite solid. It's good quality information.
Well, here's what Statistics Canada actually said about the household survey. Quote, "It will not, however, provide a level of quality that would have been achieved through a mandatory long-form census." Remember? The one the Conservatives gutted. The data quality was so poor, they couldn't even report on 1,100 Canadian communities. In Saskatchewan, Mr. Speaker, they reported on only 57% of municipalities. People in Saskatchewan want their tax dollars spent wisely, using the best information possible. Will they now reverse their short-sighted decision to eliminate the long-form census?
The Honourable Minister of Industry.
Mr. Speaker, our government is committed to collecting statistical data while protecting Canadians' privacy, Mr. Speaker, and this is a good principle, Mr. Speaker. And we know, Mr. Speaker, the survey provides useful and usable data for communities representing 97% of the Canadians' population. And more Canadians responded to this form than the previous form. And, Mr. Speaker, not as later as yesterday, StatsCan said that at the national, provincial level, all of this information is pretty solid. This is high quality, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Mr. Speaker, just to be clear, 6 weeks ago, the Prime Minister gave his word that he would resolve the case of the mother with cancer who was denied EI benefits. But, as we've already heard, Jane Kittmer is still waiting, with no word from this government. When are they going to follow up on the Prime Minister's own commitment in this House? Will Conservatives drop the appeal and resolve this case? Is this government prepared to do the right thing for Jane Kittmer today?
The Honourable Minister of Human Resources.
Mr. Speaker, the honourable member should be aware that our government has changed the rules so that people who unfortunately find themselves in situations like this going forward will be taken care of through employment insurance. Mr. Speaker, this particular case occurred under the previous government's rules. That being said, we are looking at ways to successfully resolve the situation.
Remember Haute-Saint-Charles. They gutted the EI program, and there are people like this woman suffering from cancer who are paying the price. What's so troubling is their twisted logic. When an unemployed worker wants to receive benefits, they demand his record of employment. But when they lost track of $3.1 billion, they tell us it's not a big deal, that there's no documentation. So why treat people on EI like criminals while they're soft on their own ministers? Why the double standard? Honourable Minister of Human Resources. Mr. Speaker, workers across Canada expect that we have respect for the money that they pay into the EI system. That's why it is a great responsibility for us to protect the integrity of the system, to assure ourselves that the funds will be there for workers when they need it and when they qualify for it. The Honourable Member for Saint-Laurent-Cartierville.
Democratic reform file is a mess. It took the Conservatives 5 years to seek the Supreme Court's opinion on Senate reform. The Political Loan Act is so bad that a Conservative-dominated committee refused to consider it for 6 months. They tried to table an electoral reform bill without consulting the Chief Electoral Officer. With so many failures, will the Minister of Democratic Reform give his assurance that he will properly consult the Chief Electoral Officer before tabling his next bill?
Good question. The Honourable Minister of Democratic Reform.
Mr. Speaker, the audit that was recently released by Elections Canada highlights widespread errors by Elections Canada in Elections Canada's operations in last election. As I've indicated before, we will be bringing forward amendments to the law in the not-too-distant future.
The Honourable Member for St. Paul's.
Mr. Speaker, in March we found out the Conservatives were fighting Jane Kittmer, new mother and cancer survivor, in court in order to avoid paying her sickness benefits. They were totally ignoring the umpire decision in 2011 in the Rugas case, which showed that this government had been misinterpreting the law tabled by Liberals in 2002. When the Prime Minister was confronted with this disgraceful action, he said, quote, "The government is looking for a way to resolve this." Here's a simple question. Will the Minister get Ms. Kittmer her benefits now, or do the Prime Minister's words mean absolutely nothing?
Right on. The Honourable Minister of Human Resources.
Mr. Speaker, it was our government who did change the rules so that individuals who find themselves in this unfortunate situation will have the support of employment insurance going forward. Mr. Speaker, that being said, this case was under the old rules brought in by the Liberal government. We are looking for ways to resolve the situation.
Member for Nanaimo Cowichan.
Mr. Speaker, in 2007, this House voted unanimously for Jordan's principle, ensuring that the care of First Nations children would not get lost in jurisdictional squabbling between different levels of government. But the Conservatives are now breaking that commitment. They are appealing the federal court's decision that would actually force them to apply Jordan's principle to the case of a severely disabled teenager from Pictou Landing Reserve. Why is this government turning its back on its own vote at the moment when it matters most?
Parliamentary Secretary. The Minister of Aboriginal Affairs.
We are absolutely committed to ensuring the health and safety of Aboriginal children. We've launched a new Aboriginal health project and designated new resources to improve health for children on reserves. In this case, we believe we have met our obligations, and Canada has decided to appeal to ensure that individual cases are treated in accordance with provincial standards. But it's the opposition who should answer for opposing our matrimonial real property rights legislation that protect Aboriginal women and children on reserve. Get on board.
Nanaimo Cowichan.
Mr. Speaker, justice delayed is justice denied. Aboriginal children in need deserve better. Their families deserve better. And Jeremy and Marina deserve better. The Conservative decision to appeal the court's ruling when governments publicly declared it would respect Jordan's principle is downright shameful, especially when the amount of money spent on the appeal would pay for Jeremy's care many times over. Why is this government opposing equality for Aboriginal children?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Minister of Aboriginal Affairs.
Well, as I said previously, Mr. Speaker, we are absolutely committed to the health and safety and protection of children across Canada, but for these purposes on reserve. That's why we've taken steps to make those investments in Aboriginal health projects focusing on children, and that's why, Mr. Speaker, we believe that we must appeal to ensure that individual cases are treated in accordance with provincial standards. And with the matrimonial real property matter, Mr. Speaker, it's time for the NDP to put down their talking points and support protection of women and children on reserve.
The honourable member for Etobicoke Centre.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Liberal Party critic for multiculturalism put out a shocking statement that has caused great offence amongst Canadians of Ukrainian origin. He insulted the memory of all those who fought for Ukraine's independence and died as a result of communist oppression at the hands of Soviet Russia by suggesting that the Brezhnev-era holiday marking the unwelcome return of the Soviet domination of Ukraine should be celebrated. Could the Minister of Citizenship, Immigration and Multiculturalism tell us why this is so obviously offensive to the Ukrainian community and why, unlike the Liberal leader, we condemn this ignorant statement unequivocally.
Honourable Minister of Citizenship and Immigration.
Mr. Speaker, the member is right to point out that members of Canada's Ukrainian community were shocked to see the Liberal Party issue a statement celebrating the Soviet holiday created by Communist Chairman Leonid Brezhnev of Victory Day in Ukraine. Let's be clear, Mr. Speaker, we Canadians celebrate the victory of freedom over Nazi terror on VE Day on May the 8th. But for millions, Soviet Victory Day represents the moment when the Iron Curtain came down on the captive nations of Eastern Europe, beginning decades of communist oppression. What kind of bizarre historical ignorance could lead the Liberal Party to tell Ukrainians in Canada to celebrate a day, this Soviet holiday? I encourage the Liberal Party to retract this insensitive statement and to apologize.
The honourable member for Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Mr. Speaker, a grave situation.
Order. The honourable member for Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor now has the floor.
Mr. Speaker, a grave situation seems to be developing off the coast of Change Islands in Newfoundland and Labrador. The Manolis L is a sunken large vessel 270 feet underwater, and it contains currently 460 tons of fuel oil and 60 tons of diesel. 2 leaks have now been identified, and the situation with the leaking oil is getting worse. Fishermen along the entire coast are calling my office, witnessing this oil coming to surface. So far, the solution is to patch the holes, but if the situation gets worse, what is the minister prepared to do if the situation gets much worse than what we're seeing now? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
The Canadian Coast Guard continues to work closely with its federal partners to address the threat of marine pollution from this particular wreck. The Coast Guard has been on scene since it was reported on March 31st. The Coast Guard will continue to actively monitor the situation and is assessing the best approach for reducing the pollution threat. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Randall Reef in Hamilton Harbour is one of North America's most toxic sites. The deadline to sign a cleanup agreement between the federal and provincial governments and local Hamilton stakeholders is fast approaching. However, the Hamilton Port Authority has now raised last-minute liability issues that threaten to derail the negotiations. Mr. Speaker, will the Minister of the Environment please inform this House and Hamiltonians what action he will take to ensure that this critical environmental cleanup takes place?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I thank my colleague for a timely question. Randall Reef is indeed the largest contaminated sediment site in Canadian waters of the Great Lakes. Remediation is a priority of our government. Environment Canada, Mr. Speaker, is leading this project, moving forward aggressively to complete project implementation agreements with all participating organizations, including the Port Authority, to ensure that this important project continues to move ahead and not establish any schedule issues. Thank you.
The honourable member for Wetaskiwin.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians know and expect that we will always do our utmost to serve and help veterans, especially when they are affected by mental health issues.
Our government is keen to work with valued partners like Steve Critchley and Jim Marland, who run Can Praxis based out of Rocky Mountain House in my riding, who are helping to take our service one step further. As we move towards the end of Mental Health Week, can the Minister of Veterans Affairs tell the House about how our government is listening to veterans and launching exciting new partnerships to help veterans with mental health issues?
The Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I first want to thank the member of Wetaskiwin and all the House for supporting the Korean War Veteran Day in this House. So thank you. And I also want to thank the member for raising the question of mental health for whole society and more specifically veterans.
Three announcements this week. The first with Ryerson University. 150 clinicians will provide care to PTSD victims, also St. John's Ambulance for long-term patients, and a third partnership with an entity in the members' riding for new therapies and also for PTSD victims. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges. Mr. Speaker, the residents of Vaudreuil-Soulanges have been asking for better train service for years. They are fed up with bottlenecks on highways 20 and 40 and construction on the Turcotte and Saint-Pierre interchanges. Yesterday, the Agence Métropolitaine des Transports announced that there will be no new trains before 2015. Mr. Speaker, the NDP proposed a pragmatic plan for infrastructure and transport, but this government voted against it. And so, what is the Conservatives' plan to deal with gridlock in the Montreal region? The Honourable Minister of Transport. Mr. Speaker, once the Highway 20, Highway 40, the Montreal Transport Agency, the Turcotte Exchange, they all have one thing in common. They are all under provincial areas of jurisdiction. My colleague doesn't understand the different levels of government, federal, provincial. They don't understand that on the other side of the House. We respect the provinces and will keep working with the province of Quebec and with its representatives, Mr. Speaker, and we will respect their choices. The Honourable Member for Haute-Gaspésie, L'Amitié-Matin, Matapédia. Mr. Speaker, Quebecers want to know what the truth is regarding the patriation of the Constitution and its forced imposition on Quebec. Far from buying the spin that this is just an old debate, 2/3 of Quebecers want Ottawa to open their archives up to see what really happened regarding these serious irregularities reported by historian Frédéric Bastien, particularly that Supreme Court justices would have violated fundamental principles of democracy. Rather than insulting 2/3 of Quebecers by saying that they're wrong to believe in the importance of shedding light on these events, will the Prime Minister... The Honourable Minister of Transport. Mr. Speaker, it's clear that this member wants to withdraw Quebec from Canada. We want a strong Quebec in a strong and united Canada. It's clear that we won't understand each other here, but Quebecers don't want to reopen these old constitutional squabbles, despite what my friend says. The Supreme Court did their work, made their decision. We're going to continue to work to make Canada a strong and united country.
Question period for today. Je voudrais souligner aux députés la présence sur la tribune.
I would like to draw the attention of members to the presence in the gallery of a delegation of the National Assembly of the Republic of Tunisia within the framework of the initiative of the G8 Deauville Partnership.
The Honourable Member for Scarborough Agincourt is rising on a point of order.
I am, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank you. Mr. Speaker, Ukrainian Victory Day is a national holiday in the Ukraine. I've been in contact with the community. A letter has been issued, and it goes as such. Thank you for your letter. You expressed concerns with respect to my statement on Victory Day in Ukraine.
Order. I haven't heard anything that would suggest that this is a point of order. I was just saying, I haven't heard anything that would suggest that this is a point of order. It sounds like a continuation of debate, which the member is free to do so, but just not on a point of order, perhaps at a future question period, or maybe to make a statement. So I think we'll move on to the Thursday question. The Honourable Minister of Citizenship is rising on a point of order.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker. Adding insult to injury, he referred to this proud and independent country as the Ukraine. It's not a province of Russia or the Soviet Union. It's Ukraine.
Order. That also was not a point of order. I fear we're on the cusp of entering into an elongated debate on this, and if members have points of order that they would like to address, I'll hear them after the Thursday question. The Honourable Member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, not a point of order, but accurate in that case. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to ask the Government House Leader what bills he intends to call tomorrow, as well as for the week after our upcoming constituency week.
To something that was talked about just prior to question period, I'd like to ask the House Leader across the way if he agrees with the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs, who said just yesterday that as his government was in the process of killing off debate again for a record 33rd time on a top-down paternalistic bill for First Nations communities, that time allocation, the shutting down of debate, is not a way of actually cutting off debate, it's just a way of controlling debate. It's an astounding revelation coming from a Conservative minister, perhaps one that was too truthful for my friend across the way's own liking. This government is cutting off debate and abusing the basic democratic principles of this House more than any government in Canadian history. I look forward to the debate in the Committee of the Whole tonight to hear what the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs has to say to defend himself. J'aimerais savoir si le leader de...
I would like to know if the Government House Leader can tell us when the next Committee of the Whole will hear from the Minister of Natural Resources about the priority spendings as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Government House Leader.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This afternoon, we will continue the debate on today's opposition motion from the NDP. Based on the House rules, time has been attributed, and there will be a vote after the debate. Tomorrow, we will resume the third reading debate on Bill S9, the Nuclear Terrorism Act. As I mentioned on Monday, I am optimistic that we will pass that important bill this week. Should we have extra time on Friday, we will take up Bill C-48, the Technical Tax Amendments Act 2012, at report stage and third reading.
Constituency week, I am keen to see the House make a number of accomplishments for Canadians. Allow me to make clear to the House what the government's priorities are. Our government will continue to focus on jobs, growth, and long-term prosperity. And in doing that, we'll be working on reforming the Temporary Foreign Workers Program to put the interests of Canadians first, implementing tax credits for Canadians who donate to charity, parents who adopt, and extending the tax credit for Canadians who take care of loved ones in their homes. We will be supporting veterans and their families by improving the balance for determining veterans' benefits. We will be moving closer to equality for Canadians living on reserves through better standards for drinking water, which apparently my friend objects to, and finally giving women on reserves the rights and protection that other Canadian women have had for decades, something to which he also objects. Keeping our streets and communities safer by making real improvements to the Witness Protection Program, and we will, of course, do more.
Before we rise for the summer, Mr. Speaker, we will tackle the bills currently listed on the order paper, as well as any new bills which might get introduced. After Victoria Day, we will give priority consideration to bills which have already been considered by House committees, such as Bill C-48, which I just mentioned, Bill C-51, the Safer Witnesses Act, Bill C-52, the Fair Rail Freight Service Act, as well as Bill S-2, the Family Homes on Reserves and Matrimonial Interests or Rights Act, which I understand could be reported back soon.
Getting back from committee and passing Bill C-60, the Economic Action Plan 2013 Act No. 1, Bill S-8, the Safe Drinking Water for First Nations Act, and Bill C-21, the Political Loans Accountability Act. We have, of course, recently passed Bill C-15, the Strengthening Military Justice in the Defence of Canada Act, and Bill S-7, the Combating Nuclear Terrorism Act, and hopefully tomorrow we will pass Bill S-9, the Nuclear Terrorism Act. Finally, we will also work towards second reading of several bills, including Bill C-12, the Safeguarding Canadians' Personal Information Act, Bill C-49, the Canadian Museum of History Act, Bill C-54, the Not Criminally Responsible Reform Act, Bill C-56, the Combating Counterfeit Products Act, Bill C-57, the Safeguarding Canada Seas and Skies Act, Bill C-61, the Offshore Health and Safety Act, Bill S-6, the First Nations Election Act, Bill S-10, the Prohibiting Cluster Munitions Act, Bill S-12, the Incorporation by Reference and Regulations Act, Bill S-13, the Port State Measures Agreement Implementation Act, Bill S-14, the Fighting Foreign Corruption Act, Bill S-15, the Expansion and Conservation of Canada's National Parks Act, which establishes Sable Island National Park, and Bill S-17, the Tax Conventions Implementation Act. I, of course, believe, and I think most Canadians who send us here expect us to do work, and they want to see us vote on these things and get things done. These are constructive measures that help all Canadians, and Canadians certainly deserve and expect us to do our job and actually get to votes on these matters. I hope we will be able to make up enough time to take up all of these important bills when we come back, so Canadians can benefit from the many parliamentary accomplishments by the members of Parliament they send here this spring. Now, before taking my seat, Mr. Speaker, let me formally designate, pursuant to Standing Order 81-4A, Tuesday, May 21st, as the day appointed for the consideration in a committee of the whole of all votes under natural resources in the main estimates for the final year ending March 31st, 2014. This would be the second of two such evenings following on tonight's proceedings. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, the honourable member for Cape Breton Council is rising on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker. Yes, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much. I rise in point of order. Just about a month and a half ago, the Minister of Human Resources Skills Development had referred to a letter of support written by me on behalf of a company with regard to supporting an application for temporary foreign workers. I asked the Minister to table the letter, and in absence of her tabling the letter, I brought it forward to the House Leader. This will be the third occasion that I've brought it to the House Leader. He assured me that he would bring forward the letter, so I'm hopefully third time's a charm. Is he able to table the letter now?
Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, it was never my intention to table the letter. It was my intention to encourage the Minister to assist him, since he had trouble finding the letter in his records, by providing to him the date and subject matter of the letter so that he could find it in his own records, because he apparently had not. I did talk to the Minister. I did see it. He did write a letter asking for more temporary foreign workers for his constituency, notwithstanding that it is an area of high unemployment for Canadians. He wanted instead to see more foreign workers brought there. And I trust you've been given the date, and I trust the member's been given the date of the letter which he sent.
The honourable member for Cape Breton Council.
Mr. Speaker, he assured me the last time that he would bring the letter forward, and so, Mr. Speaker, that's what took place last time, and I'd appreciate if he bring the letter forward, because there is no sign, and maybe he can't find it either. Maybe it's in the file cabinet with $3.1 billion. If he could check that cabinet and bring the letter forward. Very simple.
The honourable member for Scarborough Agincourt.
Mr. Speaker, there was a comment that was made about a statement that I issued. Community brought this to my attention. I issued a letter to them. I'd like to read the letter or seek unanimous consent to table the letter in the House that addresses that matter that of the question was raised.
Does the honourable member for Scarborough Agincourt have the unanimous consent to the House to table the letter? Yes? No? No, there's no consent. Order. Sorry, this is another point of order. The honourable member for Scarborough Agincourt.
A letter was conveyed to me. I addressed it with a community, and I asked for their apology if there was any misunderstanding. So, this is a national holiday in the Ukraine. It's a division within the community. I totally understand. And if my action brought any division to the community, I've addressed it with them. Now, do I have unanimous consent to table the letter, Mr. Speaker?
I think the honourable member has already asked. I'll check again just in case anything changes. Is there unanimous consent to table? No, there's no consent. Orders of the day, order du jour.
Ordre émanant du gouvernement, travaux des subsides.
Government orders, supply, resuming debate on an opposition motion on the Auditor General's report of spring 2013.
Où se trouve? Oh. Reprise du débat, resuming debate. L'honorable député de Rimouski.
The Honorable Member for Rimouski, Témiscouata, Nejet-les-Basques. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Accountability, accountability, accountability. It's the reason we're currently here debating this motion during the opposition day of the NDP, the official opposition, which asks the question, where are the $3.1 billion that the Auditor General can't find in the assessment of the spending that's related to the fight against terrorism? When we talk about accountability, we're talking about something that's extremely important to Canadians, particularly after what we experienced in the middle of the 2000s with the Gomery inquiry, which looked into some points where the government during the Liberal era hadn't been accountable for spending that had been done to promote national unity, in quotation marks.
At that time, it became clear that the priorities for Canadians was accountability. We had to be accountable to Canadians, to Parliament, of the expenditures made. And what we've seen in the Auditor General's report, which is the subject of the motion that we're debating today, is to require some justification for this $3.1 billion that has gone missing. I know that I want to put everything in context. Between 2001 and 2009, there were $12.9 billion allocated for the fight against terrorism. This was an amount that was given to 39 different departments. Different percentages were given to different departments depending on their responsibilities. Back in 2001, the Secretariat of the Treasury Board talked about $2.7 million to set up some mechanisms that was going to be designed to be accountable for this money, to ensure that the money was going to be spent well. But what we found out from the Auditor General's report is that between 2001 and 2009, I'm talking about 2012 here, between 2001 and 2009, $12.9 billion that was allocated, well, we could only trace just over $9 billion. So there are $3.1 billion that we're not able to account for. We don't know where it's gone. Is it because the money wasn't spent? We have no idea, and that's the nub of the problem. The members of the opposition and the members of the government have to get to the bottom of this. The backbenchers and the members of the party must be curious about this. Where did this money go? This is a lot of money. We're talking about $3.1 billion. Money that we cannot find anywhere. It's interesting to note that problems were raised back in 2004 in the Auditor General's report on the amounts earmarked for terrorism. So already the alarm bells were ringing with respect to the expenditures. I'd like to read the recommendation made by the Auditor General. The government has to make this information system more interchangeable with other departments. There are some shortcomings in the intelligence gathering of the government. There's a lack of information. There's inconsistency in the watchdog list that you're used to vet visas for travelers coming into Canadian territory. No one is controlling the quality of the data on the list. Criminal information is not used to vet people who are asking for security clearance in the regulated zones in the airports. And this is just but a few of the recommendations made. So 3 years after the implementation of these initiatives, already we were seeing problems with the way the money was being spent. The way that the money was being spent in this fight against terrorism. Today, well, these measures back then were under the Liberal government, but now we're talking about the Auditor General, and in 7 years of Conservative rule, we have not managed to implement the 2004 recommendations made by the Auditor General. And what's more, we've not been able to trace 27% of the budget allocated for this anti-terrorism initiative. So that's why accountability is at stake. The government is responsible for this money. It has to report to Parliament. As the President of the Treasury Board just said, it's Parliament, through committees and through the House of the Commons, that then looks at the public accounts and adopts it. What's clear is that in the public accounts, a report from 2001-2009, there's absolutely no mention. There's no way we can trace this $3.1 billion. No way to track it down. The Auditor General tried to do this. He hasn't managed to find this money. And if the Auditor General, with all the resources that he has in his office, is not able to figure out why $3.1 billion of this over $12 billion cannot be accounted for, well, how are we as parliamentarians in this House, how are we supposed to be able to make a decision with all the information that we're entitled to have? And this situation, Mr. Speaker, obviously this reflects a huge accountability problem, but it's the government's approach when it comes to accountability. It's the management shown by the government that's at cause here. We want to strengthen the office of the Auditor General and of the Parliamentary Budget Office. That's why we need some type of body that has access to all of the information so that it can help the House. Because I'm not talking just about the members in the opposition, I'm talking about all members in the House. I'm convinced that there are Conservatives who want to understand this and can't understand how the government cannot trace the money and denies that there's even a problem. This party is not accountable even with respect to fundraising. But they're just saying this is not an important issue. But back in 2006, when this government came into force for the first time, they ran on a platform of transparency and accountability. That's what they promised. And 7 years later, this has not been attained. And the Auditor General, and I must say hats off for trying to figure this out, but we're still not aware of how this money has been used. The $3.1 billion is missing, and it is clear that we're entitled to ask here in this House. We are quite legitimate in asking these questions. And we need to be able to find where this $3.1 billion has gone. How was it spent? And if it wasn't spent, did it go back to the general treasury? The government should tell us if that's the case. When a member said this morning, when we were told this morning by a member that we will be able to find where this money was spent in an appropriate moment, that's not enough. That's not enough. We want accountability now. And we want the Auditor General's recommendations to be followed. We need to have better accountability. This was said back in 2004 and has not been done. And what the Auditor General is saying now is that the government has to know whether the money designed to protect the Canadian people against terrorists was in fact used in a way in keeping with the objectives. if the Auditor General doesn't manage to find out how the money was spent, well, how are we supposed to know that here? So I'm asking the question again. Where did the $3.1 billion go, and why doesn't the government make an effort to present its report in the House? The government will have to take the blame for this if... Thank you very much. Questions and commentaries? The Honourable Member for York and South Western.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for his speech, which highlights the lack of accountability of this government in any way, shape, or form for money. This isn't the first time that there has been money issues with this government. I believe they were found in contempt of Parliament in the last Parliament over money issues, and they have misled the Canadian public. I was going to use a different word I'm not allowed to use in the House, over the cost of the F-35s, which is far more than $3.1 billion, and yet this government seems to take it so nonchalantly. $3.1 billion is a lot of Canadian taxpayers' money. That's not something to sneeze at. That is an enormous amount of money that has been spent in good faith by Canadian taxpayers, and they deserve to know, parliamentarians deserve to know, how it was spent. That's all we're asking. How was that money spent? Would you agree?
The Honourable Member for Rimouski, Témiscouata-les-Basques. Quite right. What the government is doing on a consistent basis is to ask Canadians to trust them blindly. We should trust the public accounts reports. I have the reports. There are 3 huge volumes, and with tiny, tiny little numbers. It's very complicated. As an economist, I love going through this type of material, but given the resources that we have as MPs, it's very difficult to get to the bottom of this. That's why we need help. We have asked for accountability. And the Parliamentary Budget Office, which has done wonderful work, also needs to have this information, and they complained about the lack of accuracy. And there was problems with the F-35 as well. So we need accountability. This government claims to be accountable, claims to be transparent. The president of the Treasury Board said that this was the most transparent government that Canada's ever had. That's just the opposite. It's one of the least transparent governments.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Chatham-Kent, Essex.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I will be sharing my time with the member for North Cumberland, Quinte West. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to have this opportunity to respond to the motion moved by the honourable member opposite regarding Chapter 8 of the Auditor General's Report on Public Security and Anti-Terrorism, PSAT, initiative. I have reviewed the NDP motion, and I've read the Auditor General's report, and I've heard the AG's testimony on this chapter. After all this, Mr. Speaker, I must reject the premise of the NDP motion. The Auditor General and his office had full access to all documentation for the PSAT initiative, and they were left with a specific conclusion. The reporting process was not as exhaustive as it should have been, but as the AG said, and I quote, he didn't find anything that gave cause for concern that the money was used in any way that it should not have been. Mr. Speaker, the government takes Canada's national security very seriously. And since the terrorist attacks of September 11, 2001, we have been actively involved in protecting our citizens. Recently, our government introduced and passed Bill S-7, the Combating Terrorism Act. This bill proposed to create new substantive offences, making it illegal to leave or to attempt to leave Canada to knowingly participate in or contribute to any activity of a terrorist group for the purpose of enhancing the ability of any terrorist group to facilitate or carry out a terrorist activity, knowingly facilitate a terrorist activity, commit an indictable offence for the benefit of a terrorist group, and commit an indictable offence that is also a terrorist activity. Our government has been unwavering in its commitment to protect Canadians and support the global fight against terrorism. That is why we work closely with international partners to combat terrorism and its perpetrators. The proposed new offences would send a strong deterrent message, strengthening the hand of law enforcement to mitigate threats and increase the penalties for this type of conduct. Putting in place safeguards to protect Canadians as they go about their lives in safety and security is not a new focus for this government. That's why the Public Security and Anti-Terrorism Initiative was put in place to fund measures to enhance the security of Canadians. This initiative involved funding allocated to departments and agencies government-wide to implement a variety of anti-terrorism measures. These measures focused on air security, emergency preparedness and military deployment, intelligence and policing, screening of entrance to Canada, border security and facilitation, and border infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, funding for the public security and the Anti-Terrorism Initiative rolled out before the end of 2001, and it has been scrutinized by parliamentarians according to the proper procedures for examining and reporting on the spending of taxpayers' money. As you know, each department must table in its public accounts each item of spending. This is a legal obligation, and that is exactly what has been done. Moreover, Mr. Speaker, the Auditor General has found nothing in his examination of the spending on this initiative to suggest anything that was done improperly. Mr. Speaker, all the funds are accounted for in public documents presented to Parliament, including the public accounts. There is no indication that any dollars are missing, misappropriated, or misspent. And the process that the departments follow for reporting to Parliaments and Canadians on their spending and results were respected for every year of the initiative. For its part, TBS established an annual reporting framework to monitor the implementation of these initiatives. Key components of this annual reporting approach included funding allocations, progress indicators, emerging issues, challenges and risks, horizontal issues such as capacity, interoperability and partnerships, and audit and evaluation information. When submissions related to PSAT funding were considered, approval was provided based on two conditions. One condition was that existing and established reporting and evaluation requirements were respected, and that funding was used for public security uses. The intent of this condition was to ensure that departments complied with reporting requirements and evaluated security programs to confirm that implementation of the initiatives was creating the right results. The second condition helped ensure that funding was used for security purposes while providing the flexibility to reallocate funds if necessary to respond to evolving risks. Mr. Speaker, Canadians can be assured that government funding tagged for security initiatives was used for this purpose. This was among the conditions for the PSAT funding, and deputy ministers attested that the funding would be used for security-related purposes. Of course, you don't have to take my word for it. The Auditor General of Canada has said his office, and I quote, didn't find anything that gave them cause for concern that the money was used in any way that it should not have been, end of quote. Mr. Speaker, I don't think the Auditor General can be any clearer than that. What's more, the Auditor General's audit acknowledges that deputy heads, as departmental accounting officers, are responsible for accounting and reporting their spending through the public accounts of Canada. These reporting requirements are in addition to the internal reporting requirement imposed under PSAT. Excuse me. The Auditor General has been clear. Departments had internal control and due diligence process in place to ensure spending was conducted according to the rules. The prime concern since September the 11th, 2001, has been the security and protection of Canadians. We have no more fundamental duty than to protect the personal safety of our citizens and defend against threats to our national security. This has been our objective with regard to this spending, and so far we have been remarkably successful, transparent, and accountable to the citizens of this country. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Montmorency, Charlevoix, au Côte-Nord. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Aside from giving some half quotes and grabbing quotes from here and there in a willy-nilly fashion, the member didn't say much. He's acting in bad faith. What I don't understand is why beforehand the Conservatives would shout when the Liberals had lost 3 times less than what we're talking about today. But today they're saying it's not a problem. We're very good managers, but $3.1 billion has disappeared.
Chatham, Kent, Essex.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for the question. You know, I understand that the job, the function of Her Majesty's loyal opposition is to shine a light on government and to make sure that everything is in order. But you know, Mr. Speaker, this particular motion is clear, and I got to say that either the opposition has not read the Auditor General's report, which is so clear. The things that I spoke about were quotes. Yes, they're quotes, but it's so obviously clear that it was taken place. There are no disappropriated funds. There's no money that's being hidden. This is clearly a case that can be explained, and well, my only other conclusion would be that if the opposition has read the report, then they are misinforming the public. They are deliberately trying to create a situation that isn't there, and as such, this causes confusion. So I would throw that right back to the opposition. Why are you doing this when you have the same reports and you have the same information, you have the same facts, and you should be drawing the same conclusions? Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think it is important for us to recognize that we're going to have to, at least with this particular speaker, I'm going to have to agree to disagree in regards to his thoughts on whether or not what the auditor and his interpretation in terms of what the auditor is saying. But let's try to move forward in terms of how do we prevent these type of things from occurring in the future. Now, the Liberal Party has been suggesting that what we really need to do is to look at ways in which we can have move towards program-based appropriations. And this is something in which our former parliamentary budget officer, Kevin Page, has suggested that we should be moving towards. And this is something in which we wanted to be able to move in the sense of an amendment to the motion itself. My specific question to the member is, does the government, from his perspective or his own personal opinion, does he not believe that today we should be sending a very strong message, at the very least, that we need to look at the way in which we are reporting it and to move towards program-based appropriations? Would you not agree with that?
The Honourable Member for Chatham, Kent, Essex.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for the question as well. And I would agree that we, as a parliament, it's our job to do these things and to look for problems and collectively to look for solutions. And I would agree with that. Now, we might not agree on what that solution might be, but I think that's how the workings of Parliament work. And I would agree with the member when he says that that should be the focus of this whole exercise, that we recognize that we could have done things better. And we state that as well, too. The government's response to the Auditor General is that we recognize the recommendations that they make, and our response is that we will endeavor to improve on these things. And I think it's indicative upon us all to work towards a way where we can make this better and subsequently make government that much better. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Northumberland, Quinte West.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to speak today on the subject of the funding for Canada's Public Safety and Anti-Terrorism Initiative. As you know, the Honourable Opposition is calling into question the government's accounting for the money used to fight terrorism both at home and abroad. We have indicated that all funds in question have been accounted for in public accounts, and those are available to Parliament. What's more, there is no indication that any money is missing or that any money has been poorly used or wasted. And, Mr. Speaker, that's also the opinion of the Auditor General of Canada. He gave the government a clean bill of health in accounting for these expenses, and he did so after reviewing all available documents during the course of his audit. In fact, he confirmed that committee that the anti-terrorism funding he was reviewing was purely an internal government reporting process. The Auditor General clearly said that his office didn't find anything to indicate that the money was used in any way that it should not have been. Mr. Speaker, we understand the priorities of Canadians, and our priorities are aligned with theirs. We understand that there is no duty that is more fundamental than that of protecting the personal safety of our citizens and defending them against the threats to our national security. That has been our objective with regard to spending on anti-terrorism measures at home and abroad. And to this end, the Canadian Forces have played an essential role in recent years. We continue to face a wide range of complex and unpredictable threats that, as we know, can emanate from anywhere from down the street to the other side of the globe. These threats can take on many forms, and the government bears the responsibility to protect and defend the individuals, institutions, and infrastructure of our nation against all dangers. And now, as our defense community shifts its focus away from Afghanistan, it is looking closely at that environment, an environment that poses challenges from cyber threats, piracy, illicit trafficking, proliferation, fiscal crises that persist around the globe, to changing regional dynamics in Asia and the Arab world. These challenges, paired with the end of our long mission in Afghanistan, give us clear impetus to make sure that the Canadian Forces are ready to meet today's needs. Indeed, the readiness of the Canadian Armed Forces to react to any eventuality will be an area of continued effort in the post-Afghanistan era. The Canada First Defence Strategy outlines the government's commitment to give the forces the resources they need to be able to carry out their work on behalf of Canadians in the face of a volatile world. In keeping with this commitment, we've increased defence spending by about a third since 2006. We have invested in critical military capabilities like transport aircraft, upgrading armoured vehicles, modernizing warships, and Canada's first military satellite. The government has made significant investments since 2008 in reviewing military infrastructure across the country, and we've given new resources to care for our troops and their families. And I'd like to mention right here, Mr. Speaker, that right in Northumberland Quinte West at 8 Wing, this commitment has never been greater. Hundreds of millions of dollars are being invested in the infrastructure there so that we can accommodate Canada's elite anti-terrorism squad. The results are clear. The Canadian Armed Forces have been able to maintain the highest operational tempo since the Korean War, from Afghanistan and Libya to floods and fires across Canada. All these investments and others like them will leave the forces well equipped to handle their current and future operations, including protecting us at home right here in Canada. Other investments are being made to ensure that our firefighters, our police, our medical professionals, our military personnel are supported with the right resources, the right knowledge, tools, and training to stay ahead of the curve. To support this vital work, the Minister of National Defence announced the establishment of the Canadian Safety and Security Program in 2012. With an annual investment of some $43.5 million, this comprehensive program identifies and funds innovative science and technological solutions to address the full array of public safety and security challenges. And it promotes the collaborative efforts because no single department, agency, or organization is equipped to tackle all of the desperate dangers in today's world. In March, the Minister of Defence announced an additional $20 million for 26 science and technology projects that aim to make Canada more safe and more secure. These projects help address Canadian vulnerabilities in the face of some of the most pressing threats to public safety and security today. For example, Transport Canada will work with the Canadian Border Services Agency, the U.S. Department of Homeland Security, and industry partners to enhance the X-ray capabilities used at airports and border crossings for baggage and cargo screening. Natural Resources Canada will lead an effort with Parks Canada, the BC Ministry of the Environment, and the University of British Columbia to develop a better system to predict and track smoke from forest fires to assist with emergency evacuation decisions. Defence Research and Development Canada, partnering with Laval University and the University of Western Ontario, will lead a project to develop critical technical capabilities to identify, locate, and mitigate potential wireless security threats and enhance the resiliency of digital infrastructure and response effectiveness. And the examples go on. Mr. Speaker, as recent events in Canada and the United States have shown, Canada must continue to be on guard against terrorism. Terrorism threats are real problems that have to be dealt with, and we are getting the job done with continued investments. So I urge the members of this House to focus their energies and their efforts on the real problems we face and work together to defend our citizens against terrorism. The Auditor General found that the deficiencies in the PSAT reporting process did not prevent the programs from achieving their objective, and that is keeping Canadians safe and secure. Mr. Speaker, the Auditor General reviewed all available documents and came to the conclusion, and I quote, "We didn't find anything that gave us cause for concern that the money was used in any way it should not have been." With a conclusion like that from the Auditor General himself, I cannot support this motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Thunder Bay, Rainy River.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I listened with interest to my colleagues' comments, and I have to say before I begin my question is to say that I know this member from the Public Safety Committee. I know him to be diligent, and I know he's very concerned about how money is spent, and so I know that he would be concerned about the accounting behind this particular thing. But you know, my office spent a number of days, a number of weeks, to find out exactly how public safety money was spent. In this particular case, money for from the Border Infrastructure Fund that the President of the Treasury Board used on some projects in his riding during the G8 summit. Which, by the way, of course, none was spent in my riding. No one showed up at my door either. But and I wonder if my final accounting, and there might even be more, and I have it all listed, and I'm certainly happy with unanimous consent of the House to table my findings in the House today. If you could.
Does the Honourable Member have unanimous consent? No, he does not. Good. Order. Could the member please move to his question?
I'm getting to my question. So I wonder, my accounting comes to a little bit over $45 million, and I wonder if the member would just sort of say whether or not he's concerned that $45 million of public safety money was spent on various flower pots and benches and gazebos in the riding Perry South.
The Honourable Member for Northumberland, Quinte West.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I won't comment on the, shall we say, the cross-the-bow shots that may occur here, because this is to my constituents, and he has just said to his constituents and to him personally, and to me personally, I want to belong to a government that has the accounting practices that the Auditor General says are sufficient so that he feels secure in telling Canadians that on viewing the government operations, that the government operations, number one, are being done in a manner that he thinks is appropriate. In this particular case, he's saying there's been no money that cannot be accounted for. There has been no funneling off to any enterprise. As a matter of fact, we have repeated in this House I would have to say ad nauseum, that the Auditor General said we didn't find anything that gave us cause for concern that the money we used in any way that it should not have been. So, Mr. Speaker, what am I saying? I am saying that I would agree with the Auditor General that he needs to be satisfied in order to satisfy my constituents that we need to be a little more diligent, and in some cases perhaps much more diligent, in identifying specifically. So we have agreed as a government to take his suggestions, to take his recommendations, and we will implement them.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. I think it's also very important that we recognize that the Auditor General is also not able to indicate where that $3.1 billion in terms of allocation has actually gone to. So he is not able to provide assurances, for example, that portions of that money were not, or all of that money was in fact spent, nor was he able to provide any tangible proof or evidence that all of that money was spent for the right thing that it was allocated to be spent for. They couldn't give that 100% assurance. I'm wondering if this member is prepared to give the House of Commons today the assurance. Can he stand in his place and say 100% that $3.1 billion has actually been fully expensed? Can he say that? Can he indicate that it has been fully expensed in the appropriations that it was designated to go to?
The Honourable Member for Northumberland, Quinte West.
Well, thank you very much. I think I did say that during my speech and in my response to the Honourable Member and Her Majesty's official opposition, but to the third-party question, I put my trust in the Auditor General of Canada, and the Auditor General of Canada said that the money wasn't spent in any way that it shouldn't have been, that it should not have been. He also went on when he went to committee and he said that government departments are responsible for accounting their reporting spending through the Public Accounts of Canada. And he confirmed, and I quote, the spending within the departments would have undergone normal control procedures in those departments so that there are internal controls in departments about spending and they would go through all those normal processes. We didn't find anything that would cause us to say that we felt there was anything going on outside those processes. So what is the opposition worried about? What's the concern? In their vain attempt to throw mud and hope that some of it sticks, the Auditor General said it isn't going to stick because everything is accounted for in public accounts.
No, we're over. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Parkdale High Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to say that I rise to speak on the motion today, the Opposition Day motion, with really a sense of sadness. Sadness because as the finance critic for the official opposition, I have sadly had a front row seat in watching the greater opacity, if you will, the greater lack of information by this government when it comes to financial matters, from their omnibus budget bills to their time allocations to their silencing of opposition testimony. It's become, frankly, a bit of a chill here in Ottawa, and now I think we get a sense of why some of that is, because what we're debating now with this Opposition Day motion by our party, the NDP, is the misplacing of $3.1 billion contributed to the coffers of Ottawa by Canadians across this country. And not just any amount of money. This money was put in the hands of the government in trust to be spent on public security and anti-terrorism. measures. And the fact that this government cannot account for this money, as witnessed by the Auditor General in his recent report, is frankly shocking, but it is in keeping with the general lack of reporting, the lack of transparency by this government. This is a government that forced the Parliamentary Budget Officer, which was a position created, in fact, by them, and an officer in place who was put in place by them, Kevin Page, forced the Parliamentary Budget Officer to, in fact, go to court to try to get some of the information from Budget 2012 in terms of how government was spending and what departments and programs and services were being cut by this government. And now we find that even the government itself doesn't seem to understand or know or be able to find monies that they that were put in their trust and that they are going to be responsible for. Before I continue, Mr. Speaker, I'd just like to say that I'm going to be sharing my time with the member for Edmonton Strathcona. Should have said that up front. Thank you. And so the motion that we're debating today is really calling on the government to issue documents from 2001 to the present to account for this money on national security. That's when these funds were initially allocated and that this public security initiative was created. And what we're calling for is that all of the public security and anti-terrorism annual reports be submitted to the Treasury Board, that were submitted to the Treasury Board Secretariat. All the Treasury Board submissions made as part of the anti-terrorism initiative, all the departmental evaluations of the initiative, all the Treasury Board database information established to monitor the funding, that all of these records be public and be made available to the House in both official languages by June 17th. That's all we're asking for, that this basic information about the dollars given to Ottawa by Canadians across this country for a very serious purpose, the anti-terrorism public safety initiative, that this money be made available and that the Auditor General be given the necessary resources to be able to perform an in-depth forensic audit, to be able to find the $3.1 billion that is unaccounted for by this government. Now, I should say at the same time as this money has gone astray, no one can find out where it is, at the same time, under Budget 2012, this is a government that has made significant cuts to public safety, a total of $687.9 million will be cut from public safety by 2015. And just to outline some of these cuts, $143 million to the Canadian Border Services Agency, the CBSA, will mean the elimination of 626 full-time equivalents, including about 325 frontline officers. Further 100 positions may be affected in the CBSA. Now, just to put this in perspective, I come from the city of Toronto, the largest city in the country, where, like other communities across the country, we have concerns about handguns that are illegally smuggled into our country and fall into the hands of youth especially, but others. And far too many young people in our communities have died because of the illegal use of handguns that were smuggled into this country. And to think that there would be over 600 border security guards that would be cut from patrolling our borders by this government, they would be cut at the same time this government cannot account for if or whether or how it spent $3.1 billion. Frankly, Mr. Speaker, that is shocking. It's shocking, and I know that it is unacceptable to the constituents of my riding, Parkdale High Park, as it's shocking to Canadians right across the country. I mean, this government's also cutting intelligence agents from the CBSA. It's cutting sniffer dog units. It's scrapped under Budget 2012 the Inspector General of CSIS, who was put in place to ensure accountability at CSIS. They're cutting almost $200 million from the RCMP. So while they're making what I would call reckless cuts to public safety measures, at the same time, they seem to have misplaced over $3 billion that was allocated to protect our public safety. And while we're hearing a lot of stonewalling from the other side on this issue, what we're calling for with this motion is for this government to stop playing politics with our public safety, to stop playing politics with our hard-earned tax dollars, and just give the Auditor General the information that he needs to fully account for where this money has gone. Was it properly spent, improperly spent? Let them give us the documents so that all Canadians can find out what happened to the money. That's all we're asking for, Mr. Speaker. It's very simple. It's very straightforward. Now, we're hearing a lot of stonewalling on the other side of the House. We're hearing that well, no, the Auditor General didn't find any money was misappropriated. He didn't find any money was misappropriated because there were no documents saying where the money was. There were no documents to tell had it been spent, not been spent. Was it turned back into a previous budget? Was it put forward into a future budget? Was it spent for public security? Did it go to the Treasury Board's president's gazebo? Did it go to a fake lake in Toronto? We don't know where this money went. It could be lost in loose change down sofas across the country. We have no idea, Mr. Speaker. But there are clearly some serious spending problems with this government and with the Public Safety Anti-Terrorism Initiative, because this money was not monitored properly, may not have been spent properly, and clearly has not been properly accounted for. And the Auditor General needs the documents to be able to track this money, to be able to find out on behalf of hardworking Canadians who they don't get to say, I just lost a third of the money I was supposed to report. When it comes to tax time, they have to account for every penny. So the Auditor General has to get the documents he needs to properly account for $3.1 billion in missing funds. So we urge the government, we urge all members in this House to support this New Democrat Opposition Day motion to give the Auditor General the information he needs and do the job we were elected to do on behalf of all Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Joliette.
Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. Now, I'd like to have her opinion on a quote. Often, what the party in power tells us is that the President of the Treasury Board said that it's a problem of an accounting nature, and that all information is available in Canada's public accounts. I'd like to have her opinion on that quote, please. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. The problem is that if we continue with quotes, we will see that the Auditor General didn't have all of the information from public accounts. And what we are asking for today is that the government produce these public accounts so that the Auditor General can really look into whether the money was spent, and if it was spent, how was it spent? That is all we are asking for here. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Sackville Eastern Shore.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank my honourable colleague from Highfield.
Thank you for that. For the fact that Conservatives, when they quote something, only take a little sample of the quote. The Auditor General, though, said the rest of that quote was, however, it's important that there be a way for people to understand how this money was spent, and that summary reporting was not done. Mr. Speaker, I was here during the days when Jane Stewart was the Minister of HRDC, and many, many Conservatives are sitting right where I am now, yelling out, boondoggle. Boondoggle right across the country over the so-called billion-dollar boondoggle. In fact, the member from Calgary Nose Hill was on her feet literally every day for months on end over an issue that ended up being not much at all, Mr. Speaker. But now we have $3.1 billion, another $2.4 billion gone off to numbered companies with not proper phones and stuff from what we're hearing. The reality is, this is fiscal mismanagement at its very worst, Mr. Speaker. So I'd like my honourable colleague, the finance critic for the NDP, to elaborate and elucidate just a bit more on why this is so bad for Canadian taxpayers and what we in the NDP, when we're government in 2015, how we would change everything. Thank you.
The honourable member for Parkdale, Hyde Park.
I thank my colleague for his question, and the quote he cites is certainly an important one. However, it's important for there to be a way for people to understand how this money was spent, and that summary reporting was not done. This is what the Auditor General has said. Clearly, what we're seeing here is a shocking government-wide lack of monitoring on the progress of public security funding. And this at the same time while this government is bringing in a variety of laws that infringe on our civil liberties. So if public security is so important to them, then they should be able to account for this money. And I can tell you that under a new Democratic Party government, there will be accountability, there will be a greater sense of responsibility for the hard work that Canadians put into earning their tax dollars. They don't do the job. We will make sure that we are representing the interests of Canadians.
We only have time for a short question, short answer. The honourable member for Thunder Bay, Rainy River.
Mr. Speaker, a short question. I listened intently when the member was talking about illegal guns in Toronto, and I read a statistic the other day that 70% of those guns come through the United States. And, of course, then border security money goes missing and gets spent on other things. And I wonder if she'd like to comment on the $45 million, give or take a couple of dollars, that the President of the Treasury Board used from border infrastructure money in his riding when it could have been used, I guess, to patrol the border and stop some of those illegal guns.
The honourable member for Parkdale, High Park, you have 30 seconds.
Mr. Speaker, there's far too many parents in the City of Toronto that have seen their children murdered by illegal guns. And the fact that border security services that could track down those guns, those services are being cut, is shocking. But even more shocking is to think that money that should have been allocated to track those guns down and stop them in their tracks at the border, that may have been spent elsewhere and could have perhaps saved some of those young lives. That's shocking.
Resuming debate, reprise de dépôt. The honourable member for Edmonton, Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to speak today to the motion by the member for Pontiac, asking for action to be taken to address the missing, remarkably, $3.1 billion. Canadians expect their government to be good public administrators of the public purse. They expect their elected representatives, regardless of party affiliation, to carefully scrutinize spending and to hold the government accountable. Canadians expect responsible and sound fiscal management. In turn, Canadian taxpayers expect their government to use their monies to provide the critical services we all rely upon. In every circumstance, it's unthinkable that a government would be irresponsible in tracking and reporting 100% of their spending. This is all the more the case where it involves a commitment to spend $12.9 billion on public security and anti-terrorism. I feel confident, Mr. Speaker, saying that Canadian taxpayers share the concerns raised by the Federal Auditor General in his spring 2013 audit report regarding $3.1 billion of that amount not yet accounted for. Thank you very much. This will in all likely be of concern to Canadians, as the very services they rely upon are hindered by the cuts to frontline services, including to pensions, tracking of tax fraud, for example. This is particularly galling when the government is asking Canadians to do more with less. Some have suggested, metaphorically, that the Conservatives could take another look between the sofa cushions to find the misplaced $3.1 billion. All joking aside, Mr. Speaker, the failure to account for this amount of taxpayers' monies is a very serious matter. And contrary to what the government has alleged, the Auditor General has expressed concern. Firstly, this is what he and the Assistant Auditor General had to say at the Public Accounts Committee a week back after determining that $3.1 billion was missing between 2001 and 2009. When asked what happened in 2010, he advised, "Our audit only went up in this time period, and at the end of this time period, this method of reporting was stopped." The Assistant Auditor General then added this, in quotes, "The Treasury Board Secretariat has stopped collecting data from the departments in terms of the annual reports and are in the process of putting together another framework that they hope will have in place by, I think, sometime in 2014. Mr. Speaker, that's an incredible gap in accountability. In the text of the Auditor General's report, he says, at point 8.24, in 2010, the Treasury Board approved the Secretariat's request to end the government-wide reporting requirements on initiative spending. The last reports entered into the database are those related to the 2008-2009 fiscal year. The Secretariat stated it would develop a new mechanism for managing and collecting performance information on the public security initiatives. At the time of the audit, a project was in the pilot stage, but a new mechanism was not yet in place. Not terribly reassuring. Treasury has allowed a gap of 4 years in tracking spending by departments, and in such a serious, important area. The President of the Treasury Board has tried to pass the buck to the departments, saying it's their duty to report, and besides, the reports can be found in the public accounts. Perhaps he could show Canadians where, since neither we nor the Auditor General can find the $3.1 billion reported as spent or for what purpose. He has alleged that the Auditor General found no fault in the monitoring and reporting on this total committed $12.9 billion for public security spending. Yet the Auditor General's report is quite clear. The Auditor General does find problems. Let me share this quote from his news release on his report. And I quote, "The Treasury Board Secretariat was required to prepare summary reports for Treasury Board. The audit found that these reports were not provided. Though the Secretariat was the only department collecting detailed information, performance information on public security investments, it did not use this information to generate a government-wide perspective of PSAT spending and results, nor did any other federal department or agency. In the absence of any sort of overall monitoring and reporting, information to explain the difference of $3.1 billion between the funding allocated to departments and agencies and the amount reported spent was not available." He further says, "We believe that the government missed an opportunity to use the information it collected to generate a picture of spending and results under the public security and anti-terrorism initiative across departments." He then adds, "The government recognizes that it needs to improve the way it reports financial and non-financial information for future government-wide initiatives." Mr. Speaker, why is the apparent loss somewhere, possibly, of these billions an issue? Well, there are many ways, as my colleagues have mentioned, that these monies could have been spent to benefit Canadians and, frankly, protect our security. There's no suggestion that addressing terrorism or ensuring national security is not important. It's because it is important that as elected officials we're responsible for ensuring that once dollars are committed for that purpose, they must in fact be used for that purpose. The government does have the power to redirect budget allocations, which they regularly do through supplementary estimates. But there's no evidence that this has occurred in this instance. Even more troubling, Mr. Speaker, is the apparent lack of policy supporting revenue sources. For example, well, go on. For instance, perhaps a thought could be given to the reverse of the staffing cuts to the Canadian Revenue Agency. As my colleague has raised numerous times in the House, Mr. Speaker, we have been seriously concerned that there are missing $29 billion in uncollected taxes. And just a fraction of the missing $3.1 billion, of course, could restore the Conservative cuts to that agency. We are reassured that finally, after raising this concern several weeks in a row, the minister has agreed to finally restore some dollars to the agency. We're not totally sure yet whether or not they have restored the audit and compliance staff. Certainly, it's an important matter. Apparently, so where's the action and accountability on that? The Conservatives don't seem to be worried about money that slips through the cracks. They are more interested in cutting from programs that support the vulnerable in our society. For example, my colleague from Laval-Les-Îles has brought forward Bill C-480, which would allow seniors to withdraw money from their RSP to advance pay their funeral expenses. What this government has done is they ratchet that back, they claw that back from the GIS payments. So we're talking about seniors who are living in the poverty line. That's why they need to receive a GIS. And so we have been proposing that at a mere $132,000, all seniors could be covered. So the government seems to show very little concern. It's only $3.1 billion. How much time do I have left, Mr. Speaker? 2 minutes? We, though, are very concerned about the lack of tracking of the spending of this money in the same way that we're concerned that they seem to give short shrift to the potential for revenue generation, as I mentioned, to collecting taxes that have not been paid, and also to be putting proper charges on those that exploit our resources. One area, Mr. Speaker, that we're particularly concerned about is Aboriginal affairs. The government, in thinking that it was going to increase accountability, decided to pick on one segment of our society. Two segments, actually. They're picking on unions, and then they picked on First Nations. And they said, okay, you have to be more accountable, and you have to report over and over again and be accountable for every cent that you spend. And yet here they are, simply saying, it's only $3.1 billion. What's the big deal? You might eventually find it if you pour through the public accounts. So, Mr. Speaker, there just seems to be an incredible degree of hypocrisy here. And nowhere greater is there that hypocrisy than when we come to the youth. And in my own riding, and I'm sure that every member of Parliament, first of all, we have the privilege of taking a look at what the government is going to allocate for summer jobs. And I have to tell you, Mr. Speaker, it was very painful this year because more than half of those Canadians who offered up jobs to students got turned down. We can't be bothered, this government, finding $3.1 billion when Aboriginal organizations, the University of Alberta, I could go on and on. It broke my heart to be able to have to sign off on a report saying, okay, this group will get student jobs, and all these fantastic organizations who would like to hire students can't. That's a whole lot of students in my riding that aren't going to get summer employment, may not be able to continue their education. So just in closing, Mr. Speaker, I find this issue absolutely critical to our job as members of Parliament. We are elected, all of us in this House, whatever our partisan affiliation, to hold the government accountable for spending. And I expect the Conservative members as well to be equally astonished and upset with the apparent lack of care and attention to $3.1 billion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaires. L'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. It's a speech that I found very reasonable, given what's been asked for, just as reasonable as the motion by our colleague, the member for Pontiac. Because in the end, Mr. Speaker, we're not asking for the moon. We're simply asking to have everything we need to understand what happened with that $3.1 billion that has been lost somewhere in drawers, or we don't really know. $3.1 billion, that's a pretty big amount of money. You'll hear about that later on. There are many families that would need that money, that would be looking under pillowcases and mattresses to find it. It was reasonable what we've asked for, and given our experiences in different committees, and I know my colleague has had even more experience than I have, which must have been very difficult at times. What does she think of how opaque the government is being with this type of situation? How the government is hiding operations of this type?
Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the honourable member for his question, and it's an absolute pleasure working in this place with him. And it's an equal honour to work with the member for Pontiac on the OGO committee. Something that is so distressing about this, to discover that this mere $3.1 billion is missing, is in the committee that I work in, the OGO committee, we issued a report which we spent months upon months and consulted with renowned experts from around the world on, is how we can make sure that elected members can hold the government accountable on spending. And we made a series of recommendations on how that can come about, and mechanisms are being implemented around the world in other democracies. And what was the response of this government? Essentially, they just threw the report back in our faces. Absolutely reprehensible. There was sincere work, cooperatively, by all parties in this House on that report. And you know, the response that they're giving to the missing $3.1 billion, I say, is essentially the same, and it's by the same minister, the President of the Treasury. It's just reprehensible. I mean, this is not a small amount of money, and it was allocated for a very serious matter.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. L'honorable député de Montmorency.
The honourable member for Montmorency, Côte no. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My colleague from Beauport-les-Moleaux said that we weren't looking for the moon. That's what I've been saying. Does the Auditor General have the tools that he needs in order to do his job? My question is about transparency, which is so important to Conservatives. We could use the example of the fact that they've invested millions of dollars to spy on each other because they can't talk to each other. That's the reply we got earlier. So I would like my colleague to elaborate on transparency that is so precious to Conservatives, and the fact that there's no dialogue going on within this caucus. Thank you.
Edmonton Strathcona.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it's a bit of a complicated question, but I thank the honourable member. But I will speak to the first part of his question, which has troubled me from the day I entered this place in 2008. This is a government that ran on a platform of open, transparent, participatory government. And in the time that they have been here, they have shredded every policy and practice that could provide that. They have made the institution of government incredibly undemocratic. Now, if there's one obligation that they have that we had hoped that they would stick with, it is the responsibility to be accountable. Mr. Speaker, it is like a youth parliament, Mr. Speaker. I'm getting reprehensible comments over here. Our main responsibility in this place is to hold the government accountable for spending, every single one of us elected to this office. And what we are asking today is reasonable, what the Auditor General has asked for is reasonable, and we can only hope that the government will finally respond with respect.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's with pleasure that I rise to address the motion that's been put forward from the New Democratic Party, and maybe indicate right up front, Mr. Speaker, that we do recognize the value of the motion, and therefore will be voting in favour of the motion. One of the things that I'm hoping is that the New Democrats will see the benefits in terms of the amendment that we tried to move a little bit earlier today. At the end of the day, I think that we could make the NDP motion better, stronger, if in fact they would be more open to allowing our amendment to be accepted to the motion. So I would really encourage them, because there really are two primary concerns that we have. One is, of course, the $3.1 billion. The other one is dealing with how can or what can we do in order to be able to fix the situation. And I believe our amendment tries to deal with that second one. So I'd really encourage them to look at that. Where to start, Mr. Speaker? Well, unfortunately, I'm only given 20 minutes, and if you can give me, like, when I'm 5 minutes away, a 5-minute warning, I would very much appreciate it, Mr. Speaker. But I wanted to start off by just indicating what it is in its entirety in terms of that the Auditor General of Canada has actually suggested or made statements in regards to this specific issue that we're debating. And this, of course, is in the 2013 audit report. And it goes like this, Mr. Speaker. Our analysis showed that the departments and agencies reported about $9.8 billion in spending by 2009, about $3.1 billion less than the amount that was allocated for PSAT activities. Our review of the financial and non-financial information reported by departments and agencies showed that the projects were consistent with the announced objectives of the initiative. However, information to explain the difference of $3.1 billion between the funding allocation to departments and agencies and the amount reported spent was not available. That's a critical component to what was actually being stated by the auditor. We need to keep in mind we're talking in a number of years, a time frame that led up to 2009. It's actually a total, if you like, of $12.9 billion. Out of that, Mr. Speaker, the Auditor General was able to look at $9.8 billion and feel confident in knowing 100% in terms of what happened with regards to that $9.8 billion. But then there's this $3.1 billion. And the Treasury Board officials, of course, would tell the Auditor General one of three possible situations. But we don't know for sure, Mr. Speaker. One is that that portion of that money could have been lapsed. And it's interesting, I've asked members on that particular question, and they don't believe that it was lapsed. There was no 100% assurance or even close to 100% assurance that none of that money was lapsed. The impression that the government's trying to give is that, in fact, it was all spent. But we don't know that, Mr. Speaker. The person that has best access to that information is, in fact, the Auditor General. So if the Auditor General draws the conclusion that they cannot find the receipts and other items that it looks at, Mr. Speaker, well, then we should be fair to believe and acknowledge that there was not enough information that was available for the auditor. It doesn't necessarily mean that the auditor didn't have access to all of the information, Mr. Speaker. What it means is the information was not there and available for the Auditor General. Now, we're talking about $3.1 billion. What are the other two? Well, was it in fact spent on public safety activities but not accounted for? That's quite possible, Mr. Speaker. But again, we don't know for sure. Third point, or was the money carried forward and spent on activities that were not related to the initiative? And again, we won't see the Prime Minister stand in his chair and give us the guarantee that, no, that was not the case. He's not going to stand in his place and do that, Mr. Speaker, because he's not in a position in which I believe that he really knows, or he's hiding a lot of information from Canada's Auditor General, which raises a whole new area of discussion and debate that would need to take place, Mr. Speaker. So we need to recognize that that $3.1 billion, we really don't know how it was actually spent or if, in fact, it was spent. And at the end of the day, you know, how much is $3.1 billion? You know, when I was first elected, that almost made up the entire budget of the province of Manitoba. Today, you will find that it does make up and exceeds some provincial budgets. You want to talk about health care services and the cost of health care, Mr. Speaker. $3 billion is more than the transfer payments towards social programming that Manitoba would receive. It's a lot of money, Mr. Speaker. You're talking about tens of thousands of jobs that could have been initiated, Mr. Speaker. Tens of thousands of good quality jobs. You know, $3.1 billion is a great deal of money. Now, when I ask questions in regards to that, or you listen to some of the speeches given from the Conservative benches, what you'll often hear is, well, don't worry. Trust us. It will materialize. Well, Mr. Speaker, that's not good enough. So I say, well, why not? Trust me. You know, there's already a high sense of distrust of this government for good reason. Have you ever heard of the F-35 and the disaster that that's turned into, Mr. Speaker? It's truly amazing. Again, we're not talking about millions or thousands or hundreds. We're talking about billions. So, you know, the government's going to have to understand that we have good reason why not to trust and wait for the money to be able to materialize. Think of it in terms of if you're a small businessman. You know, a small businessman, let's say you sell bicycles. Well, you might be a little depressed because of the tariff increases that you're getting, a tax increase from the government this year, but let's just say you sell bicycles and wagons. And you're a good-sized business, and you've allocated out in your budget $100,000. And that budget is to go out there and purchase bicycles and red wagons. Well, Mr. Speaker, you're anxious. The summer's coming around the corner. You know your sales are going to be there, and you find out you allocated $100,000, and there's only $75,000 accounted for? I suspect that any of the Conservative backbenchers and possibly even many of the ministers would recognize that there's something wrong there. That they're going to want to know what happened to their $100,000 because they're dependent on that, Mr. Speaker, for their future income coming into their businesses. They have an assessment in terms of the number of bicycles that they're going to require and little red wagons and so forth, and they're expecting to be able to meet that market. There's a sense of accountability. And if their accountant was to say to them, well, I'm sorry, it's been spent, but we're not too sure exactly where, and they can't show the receipts for where it's been spent, I suspect that someone is going to be let go. There's no small businessman, I suspect, running a credible business in any part of Canada, coast to coast to coast, that would accept that type of behavior coming from their own employees. So why the difference? Why should the government of Canada be treated any differently? If we talk to our constituents, as I'm sure many of us do, you know, there's some things that they have very little tolerance for. They don't like it when you waste tax dollars. And that's why, you know, the leader of the Liberal Party has been up on his feet in question period, and many of my other colleagues talking about, you know, things like the middle class, talking about the tax increases and the number of tax increases, talking about wasteful spending in the last couple of days. You know, we look at the amount of money that's being spent on those advertising ads. If you're watching a hockey game, you're enjoying a game, and then you see one of those blank ads. I don't want to use any unparliamentary words, Mr. Speaker, but we'll just use the word blank in its placement. And recognize that $90,000 is being spent on that. You will find, if you canvass with your constituents, and maybe that's an assignment that we could all take back over the break week, Mr. Speaker, as we go to our constituents. Find out if they believe that spending that kind of money is in Canada's best interest. And if you want to draw the comparison, you know, the previous NDP speaker talked about her summer jobs program. You know, we had our list in Winnipeg North, and I went through the list, and there's 60 employment opportunities for students that are going to be getting jobs. But there's probably another 60 that we couldn't give because the resources weren't there. Give us a couple of those ads, and all of those students would have been employed. Summer students would have been employed, Mr. Speaker. And that's one of the things that really irates the taxpayer, our constituents, the middle-class person that's working day in and day out, trying to be able to make their ends meet, and then they see that sort of an expenditure, Mr. Speaker. We can appreciate and understand why it is they would be upset at this government. The other thing, of course, Mr. Speaker, that upsets Canadians is when they feel that there's no true sense of accountability. When the government, on the one hand, says, well, you know, we're going to need and require X number of tax dollars, and the number of tax dollars has been increasing. You know, in the last 4 budgets, 4 or 5 budgets, what we've seen is a net increase in taxes being collected by this government. Exactly. And that is the reality, Mr. Speaker. They can spin and pay for their advertising using tax dollars all they want. But at the end of the day, we are seeing more and more tax dollars being collected. And what they want to be able to see, Mr. Speaker, is that their tax dollars are being spent smart, and that there is services that they're going to be receiving at the end of the day, and have confidence in the government that they're doing a good job in spending those tax dollars. Now, we have had ample examples over the last number of years in terms of how the government has demonstrated its inability to be able to spend smart. And that has caused a great deal of concern, Mr. Speaker, to our constituents. You know, I made reference to the F-35. You know, the F-35 was supposed to cost originally, I'm not sure, I think it was $9 billion or whatever that X is, Mr. Speaker. And the government went out of its way to be able to try to sell it to Canadians. I even remember in one of the elections it becoming an election issue in my area. And the Liberal Party consistently argued that, yes, we do need to replace the CF-18. We recognize the importance of having equipment for our men and women in our forces, Mr. Speaker. In fact, it was Pierre Trudeau that I believe purchased the last series of F-18 aircrafts, Mr. Speaker, that brought that into being. In the last federal election, we were campaigning, Mr. Speaker, and we're being told that, look, this is what's happening. It's going to be this number of dollars being spent. And we challenged the government on that. We didn't believe the government was being honest. And it was, whether it was the parliamentary budget officer, the auditor general, all the different stakeholders came in, and ultimately the government had to recognize that they messed up. And now we don't know where we are. Years have been lost. You know, what's going to happen with our Air Force and the ultimate purchasing? Hopefully the government's learned something from it, Mr. Speaker. But Canadians expect that there's accountability. We know that there's $3.1 billion in which they need to be able to explain. Well, Mr. Speaker, the Liberal Party wants to see this motion improved. And we're asking for the government at the end of the day to support this motion, and we're also asking the NDP to support the amendment, because we do believe that it would go a long way in preventing this from happening in the future. And that's the second issue, as I pointed out, that I wanted to raise, and that is that we want as much as possible to prevent this. And what we're suggesting is something in which we know Kevin Page, the former parliamentary budget officer, did support. So without further ado, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to move, seconded by the member from Sydney, Victoria, that the motion be amended by adding the following. In that, in order to avoid losing funds in the future, the House requests that the government take all actions necessary to transition to a program-based appropriations according to the timeline provided to the Standing Committee Government Operations and Estimates.
The amendment is in order. It is order. It is my duty to inform honourable members that an amendment to an opposition motion may be moved only with the consent of the sponsor of the motion, or in the case that he or she is not present, consent may be given or denied by the House Leader, the Deputy House Leader, the Whip, or the Deputy Whip of the sponsor's party. Since the sponsor is not present in the chamber, I ask the member for Cole Harbour if he consents to this amendment being moved.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And let me say that I appreciate the cooperation that's been exhibited by the Liberal Party, and that they are supporting our motion, and they would like to try to make any changes to improve it. And we are continuing to have those discussions, but unfortunately, at this point, we still haven't reached that stage. But I want to assure them that we are prepared to continue to have those discussions. And while we're not prepared to accept this amendment, we're hoping that as we go forward in debate, we'll be able to find wording that will be acceptable to both of us.
Obviously, there is no consent. Therefore, pursuant to Standing Order 85, the amendment cannot be moved at this time. Questions and comments? I'm going to Joliette. L'honorable Deputy de Joliette.
The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our Liberal colleague always makes very passionate speeches. I have some questions, however. Why didn't the Liberals act after the 2004 report of the Auditor General? Why didn't they take action? What did they do after 2004 to prevent the situation today from occurring? Here's my question. How can he have any credibility criticizing the $3.1 billion the Conservatives lost when the previous Liberal government left a legacy of waste at HRSDC? It was reported on in 2000 by the Auditor General. Does the Honourable Member have a comment for me?
Ignored.
Yes. First, if I may, Mr. Speaker, I do hope, and I appreciate the government's Deputy House Leader, or the opposition's Deputy House Leader, his comments. I do hope that we will be able to work something out, because at the end of the day, if we want to be able to send a positive message, we in the Liberal caucus believe that this is a message that's very important for us to send. So let's hope we don't lose that opportunity. In terms of the question that's been posed by the member, there was a significant amount of money that she's referring to. The Conservatives at the time in opposition referred to it as $1 billion. I think at the end of the day it was like $40,000 that wasn't ultimately accounted for. And it's one of the reasons why I think it's important that what we do is we recognize where we want to go forward from here. We don't know what will ultimately happen with that $3.1 billion, to what degree it will come out completely cleaned. Will it be $3.3 billion? Will it be $1 million? We really don't know yet, Mr. Speaker. At some point, between, at least Liberals would love to see it break down at some point, the sooner the better, but at the end of the day, we got to break into those two issues. I want to see us make sure that it doesn't happen in the future, and that's why we put forward the sub-amendment, or the amendment.
In comments, question commentaire, the honourable member for Dartmouth, Cole Harbour.
Mr. Speaker, and I appreciated the intervention by the member from Winnipeg North, as I often do. But I want to say this, that it must confound him that when the Auditor General found the missing billion in HRDC, when the Liberals were in government, the opposition in the day, the Conservatives, pounded them relentlessly about it being a $1 billion boondoggle. Taxpayers rightly took their vengeance out on the Liberal Party in the subsequent years. And now here we have the Conservative government that's lost over $3 billion, and they're trying to pretend that nothing happened. I wondered if the member would please give me a sense of his reaction to what he must perceive as the unfairness that they got chastised so badly and pounded, frankly, relentlessly for having lost $1 billion, when the Conservatives think they're going to get off scot-free, losing over $1 billion. $3 billion.
The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. One of the things that I'm very, very much aware of is that we do need to focus the attention in regards to that $3.1 billion. Now, there are some that might have an objective to try to keep down the Liberal Party. Why? I have no idea, Mr. Speaker. At the end of the day, the Liberal Party will rise. You know what, Mr. Speaker? That $1 billion that's being referred to is, when it was all broken down, turned out to be, what, $40,000 or something like that, which is still a significant amount of dollars. You see, at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, we believe that every tax dollar is an important dollar, and we want and we should be striving to make sure that it's being held to account for. But let's not lose the focus of what the issue here today is. And the issue here today is to try to hold the Conservatives accountable on that $3.1 billion and to try to prevent this from happening in the future. And that's what the debate today should be about.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The honourable member for Sydney, Victoria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member from Winnipeg North for his comments. And you know, just to remind the House, it wasn't $1 billion, it wasn't $1 million. So I think at the end of the day, it was in the thousands, and that was rectified. But my question to him is, with this $3 billion, like when you spread it out on what that money could do for health care, right now we're seeing many of the hospitals, they got to charge more and more for just the parking to pay their bills. How can that help, that money that could be allocated to help the health care, and that people can even afford to pay for the parking at these hospitals when they go visit their loved ones when they're sick?
Your Honour, honourable member for Winnipeg North.
You know, Mr. Speaker, my colleague brings up a great point. You know, it's one of those issues that came up. It's another one of those tax increases, of course, from the government, and that was one that was put on if you now go and visit someone in the hospital. Quite often you end up having to pay a parking fee. They're going to tax that parking fee. That's part of the tax cash grab from the government. And no doubt, Mr. Speaker, they wouldn't require that. You know, that's this $3.1 billion and I think this is the point that the member's trying to get across, and that is that $3.1 billion is a lot of money. And we need to recognize the value of to what degree, like what could you do with $3 billion, Mr. Speaker? In some provinces, that would run their entire health care system, Mr. Speaker. In some provinces, it would not only run their health care system, it would also provide all their policing requirements. It's an incredible amount of money. And that's the reason why we need to do as much as possible to find out where that money has actually been spent, to ensure that if the money was spent, that we have it affirmed that it was spent, and that it was being spent in the areas in which this Parliament allocated it to be spent, Mr. Speaker, all of which are very important points. I thank the member for the question.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. L'honorable député de Beauport.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I listened very carefully to the remarks made by the member, and I think that I need to remind my colleague of he talked about the F-35s. I could talk to him about the fiasco of the submarines. It was a fiasco. They cost a fortune, and it really isn't something to laugh at. But I'd also like to add that in 2004, under a Liberal government of the day, because they're pretty good at improvising, the Auditor General at the time stated in her report, looked at funding allocations, and she outlined a number of shortcomings in the way the Treasury Board at the time had looked at these funding amounts. Now, unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, the Liberal Party of Canada should not be trying to lecture anyone in the NDP on these issues. I'd like to know if my colleague hear him say why he is in fact criticizing over these things when we look at what the Liberals did in the past.
I would suggest to you, but I appreciate it. And one of the things the member doesn't necessarily appreciate is that I was an MLA prior to coming here, and I spent many years in opposition in Manitoba, and the NDP were in government. And I can tell you that the Auditor General in Manitoba was exceptionally critical in certain budgets, accused the NDP government of actually having a deficit and creating a situation where they hid the deficit. So where the NDP have been in government, and let's hope they don't ever form government here in Ottawa, but where they have been in government, they have not been that good. They really haven't been. And if you want to do a comparison, a true comparison in terms of governance, you will find that quite often the NDP have very strong ties that keep them down. And you'll find that they have no problem in terms of taxation. We might talk about huge taxation coming from this government. But you know, NDP in Manitoba just increased the provincial sales tax from 7% to 8%. The NDP, if it moves, they tax it in the province of Manitoba. So you don't want to talk about, well, and you say this is about Ottawa. You're right, but the NDP has never been in government in Ottawa. So you have to look in terms of their other provincial jurisdictions. So one should be careful if you're going to throw rocks in a glass house.
Order, please. It is my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the question to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment is as follows.
The Honourable Member for Cape Breton-Canso on Human Resources and Skills Development, Canada. Resuming debate, reprise du débat, l'honorable député de Laurier-Sainte-Marie.
The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank all of my colleagues for their warm support. Mr. Speaker, nearly 1 million Canadians turn to the food bank on a monthly basis. Schools on reserves are underfunded. EI beneficiaries are being tracked as if they were criminals. We are withdrawing from international conventions, like the one on decertification, in order to save $150,000 a year. And at the same time, the government isn't very concerned at all about what happened to $3.1 billion. And the members opposite have said, oh, don't worry about that too much. It's not a problem. But I'm sorry to say, Mr. Speaker, but it is serious, a very serious problem. The people opposite, the members opposite, have said that the Auditor General said that nothing proved that the funds had been misused. But what they don't seem to understand with the problem is that they've forgotten to say that nothing proves that the funds have been used properly either. Now here's what the program secretariat said at the Auditor General's office. They looked at several scenarios, and we were told that the funds were perhaps lapsed at the end of the period. They were perhaps used for anti-terrorism efforts. The funds were again perhaps spent on programming that wasn't linked to this initiative. And no one said the funds were perhaps used for gazebos or something like that. But there is a lack of information, a crucial problem. $3.1 billion is what we're talking about. That represents 25% of the program's total budget. 25% for which there is no accountability. And in the meantime, the Conservatives are putting in place ineffective legislation that affects our civil liberties when they can't even clearly explain why or how or for what programs these funds were used, the $3.1 billion. Mr. Speaker, I sincerely think that there should be some accountability on the part of the government for a change. That would be very helpful. But that's not enough. That's not all. Even for the funds that where the Auditor General could track them, there are problems. Here are some conclusions that were drawn with respect to the public safety and anti-terrorism program. And again, I quote to the Auditor General. These objectives were in general terms, and we noted that the description of the proposed activities by the organizations and departments to achieve the objectives were also equally as general. The departments and organizations spent the funds on the services of a specialist in order to advise on security linked to a sporting event. Nevertheless, or in addition, this was considered to be in accordance with the objectives. End of quote. Now, Mr. Speaker, that may shock you or surprise you. It does me. But the worst is that that's not all. Now, again, seeing that there were difficulties with the proper accounting of money that was spent, what kind of brilliant solution did the government come up with? Well, I'll tell you. The brilliant solution they came up with was to stop counting and stop being accountable. Oh, they just had to think it up. It was a simple solution. And perhaps that attitude will, in fact, explain why just a few moments ago, when my colleague, the member for Edmonton Strathcona, said that the role of the opposition was to ensure that the government was accountable, the Minister of Heritage looked at her with contempt and arrogance. Mr. Speaker, I think that Canadians should be very concerned with this type of attitude.
This being said, this idea that we're not able to keep track of money properly, so we'll just stop doing so, really is no way to proceed. And that's not what we would do, Mr. Speaker. And that is not what Canadians want. What Canadians want, Mr. Speaker, and we've seen it over the past few days and the past few weeks, what Canadians want is they want to know. And they have a right to know. And it is this government's obligation to do everything possible to allow them to know. Mr. Speaker, for Canadians to be able to have the information, it is important that the Auditor General obtain the necessary documents to properly look into the $3.1 billion that have disappeared from the public accounts. Among those documents, let us mention, first, all of the annual reports on public safety and anti-terrorism submitted to the Treasury Board Secretariat, all of the presentations to the Treasury Board set out within the framework of the initiative, all of the ministerial evaluations of the initiative, the data bank of the Treasury Board set out to monitor funding. Mr. Speaker, New Democrats require that these documents be tabled by June 17, 2013, in both official languages, of course. What we want, Mr. Speaker, is for the Auditor General to have not only the documents, but also all of the resources necessary to carry out an audit in detail until the $3.1 billion that have disappeared are found and justified. As I said, Canadians have the right to know. Canadians have the right to know where their taxes are going. Money they have worked hard for. That is why I don't understand why some members of this House would oppose this inquiry, this search for truth. And that is why I am confident that this House should approve our motion, which I would like to amend in the following way.
I'd like to move, seconded by the member for Thunder Bay Rainy River, that the motion be amended by adding the following, quote, and that in order to avoid losing funds in the future, the House requests that the government take all actions necessary to transition to program activity-based appropriation according to the timeline provided to the Standing Committee on Government Operations and Estimates in response to their 7th report, tabled on June 20, 2012. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
It is my duty, order. It is my duty to inform honourable members, advise the House that the motion is in order, and it is my duty to inform honourable members that an amendment to an opposition motion may be moved only with the consent of the sponsor of the motion, or, In the case that he/she is not present, consent may be given or denied by the House Leader, the Deputy House Leader, the Whip, or the Deputy Whip of the sponsor's party. Since the sponsor is not present in the chamber, I ask the Acting Whip, member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour, if he consents to this amendment being moved.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I was on my feet earlier in response to an amendment from the member from Winnipeg North, and I indicated at that point the fact that we were agreeable to heading in this direction, the direction they were proposing, but that we were a bit concerned that the wording needed to be tightened up in order to achieve what I think we both want to have. So I want to say that I thank the member who moved this amendment and would indicate that, yes, we will be supporting it, and I certainly hope all members will find it likewise agreeable.
Since there is consent, the motion is as follows, and that in order to avoid losing funds, the motion be amended by adding the following to the existing motion on the record, and that in order to avoid losing funds in the future, the House requests that the government take all actions necessary to transition to program activity-based appropriations, according to the timeline provided to the Standing Committee on Government Operations and Estimates in response to their 7th report, tabled on June 20th, 2012. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, in following the amendment, I had a bit of a flashback to a time in which I was in Immigration Committee just not that long ago, and on behalf of the Liberal Party, I moved an amendment, and then the government kind of said, "Okay, we kind of agree with you, and we'll move the same amendment." And I said back then, "Well, yeah, well, you know, that's fine. It's the idea," and I see that the idea really hasn't changed, and you know, it's great. I applaud the member in terms of recognizing that what we were suggesting is valid, and I do believe that it makes it a better motion. I would like to see a member from the Conservative caucus stand up so they too can be counted, at least on that particular point. I can appreciate they can be sensitive on the first part of the motion, but on the amendment, I would be interested in hearing what the Conservative Party has to say about the amendment. And I'm wondering if the member might want to just provide some comment in terms of how the Conservative Party could, at the very least, support ideally the whole motion plus the amendment, but at the very least the amendment.
The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Yes, Mr. Speaker, as I was saying a little earlier, I really have a hard time, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his excellent question. I really have a hard time not only with the amendment, but with the basis of the motion. I have a hard time understanding how members who represent their voters could refuse to shed light on an issue that is of concern to all Canadians. The logic, the justification for that, well, I'm sorry, I really can't understand it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
In comments, questions and commentaires, the Honourable Member for Halifax.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And a small point of order before I start. We're not debating the motion with the amendment, right? We are debating the main motion.
At this point, we're just doing questions and comments on the main motion.
Speaking to the right issue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I thank my colleague for her speech. I listened with great interest. And, you know, we talk about the fact that the Conservatives hold themselves out as being great financial managers, and then all of a sudden, where is this money? And there's the issue of where is the money, but there's also the issue of what else could it have been spent on, and are there problems here? And I think about what if the money had been spent on something like the eco-energy home retrofit program, $934 million. But it wasn't spent there because that program doesn't exist, but that might resonate with folks. But if they found out that perhaps it was spent, the $23 million that was spent on media monitoring of conservative backbenchers, I don't think that Canadians would actually accept that that was an appropriate way to spend that money. So it's really important that we know where this money went. And je veux poser à ma collègue.
I'd like to ask my colleague a question. In committee, when the Auditor General was there was a question: is there a possibility that these $3.1 billion haven't necessarily been spent on programs approved by Parliament? And the Auditor General answered by saying, I believe I have to say there's a risk because there isn't enough information to fully answer the question. And to me, that's the point. There isn't enough information to answer, to know what's going on with that money. So my question...
Assessment of the verificator. Auditor General at committee.
The
Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her excellent question, as always. I think there are two main points that were raised. One very important point is what could have been done with that money. I mentioned helping the nearly 1 million people per month who go to food banks, continuing to participate in international efforts, of course, programs like the eco-energy program, and also the fight against homelessness. That's an issue that concerns us, particularly in my riding. It's extremely important. But we don't know, because we don't know where that money went. And I think the Auditor General stated it in very clear terms. Of course, we can't say that the money was misspent, but we can't say that it was well spent either. So why is the government refusing to look into things? Would this be an indication that that money was misspent? If they are so confident that the money was properly used, why not accept to look into things? Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
This will be the last question or comments. Question commentaire. The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to congratulate my honourable colleague for her amendment, which changes the words a bit in the Liberal amendment, but keeps the principle.
A very good outcome of this debate, and I know that we need to point some fingers about this very large amount of money that is that we don't know how it was spent. But I think a very good and very important outcome of this debate and the amendment, which I hope the government will support, is a reform of how Parliament approves the spending of money when the government asks Parliament for permission to spend money. This is so important for the future of the country, and I think it should be recognized. The importance of that fact should be recognized. I think it is a very good outcome of this debate if the House of Commons could approve this motion and indicate its willingness to go to a program-based approval of spending requests from the government.
The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. 40 seconds. Mr. Speaker, it's one of the fundamental roles of this Parliament. It's one of the fundamental roles of the opposition to study and examine estimates and spending. All of the necessary tools must be made available to members so that they can do their work on behalf of the people they represent. And this includes a number of measures. It includes the Office of the Budget. It means also having time to have an in-depth examination of budget bills. All of the tools must be made available to members so that they can fulfill this essential role. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Comme elle est 17h15.
As it is 5:15, it is my duty to interrupt deliberations and to put to a vote all necessary questions to deal with supply. The question is the following. On the sub-amendment by Ms. Laverdière.
Move that the motion be amended by adding the following. And that in order to avoid losing funds in the future, the House requests that the government take all actions necessary to transition to program activity-based appropriations, according to the timeline provided to the Standing Committee on Government Operations and Estimates in response to their 7th report tabled on June 20th, 2012.
Is it your pleasure, honourable members, to adopt this motion? That all those who support it say yea. That all those who oppose it say nay.
In my opinion, the nays have it. Call in the members, convoquez les députés. L'honorable Whip.
The Honourable Whip of the Official Opposition. Mr. Speaker, I ask that the vote be deferred to later for government business on Tuesday, May 21st, 2013.
It being 5:18. Oh, I'm sorry. The whip for the government.
See the clock at 5:30.
We have unanimous consent. Being no opposition, we will see it being 5:30. The House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Orders of the day. Resuming debate. Second reading of Bill C-463, Discover Your Canada Act, standing in the name of Mr. Pachetti.
Debate. The honourable member for Wild Rose.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to this legislation, which I would suggest is very costly and very poorly thought out. It's a novelty proposal, really, from the Liberal Party for a new taxpayer-funded travel subsidy. There are numerous flaws with this Liberal proposal, and unfortunately, the 10 minutes that I've got allotted for my speech are not nearly enough to explain them all. But before I address them in detail, let me briefly explain what this Liberal proposal would actually do. This costly bill would give a very generous tax deduction of up to $2,000 for certain types of travel across at least 3 provinces by bus, train, or airplane, or for short, the planes, trains, and automobiles subsidy. But unlike this, the 1987 comedy by the same name, with the great Canadian actor John Candy, there is nothing funny about this Liberal proposal, especially for the Canadian taxpayers being asked to fork over hundreds of millions of their hard-earned dollars to pay for it. Indeed, for Canadians watching at home, today's Liberal proposal is a perfect example of what our Conservative government means when we say that the opposition is fiscally incompetent. I ask Canadians, in an era where governments are trying to get back to balanced budgets, why would a party with any sense of fiscal responsibility really suggest that a new novelty subsidy with a price tag of over $200 million each year be a sound idea? Or more importantly, why does the Liberal Party think it's the responsibility of government, that's taxpayers, to subsidize personal travel? That kind of big government thinking is a relic of the 1960s and 70s. In the words of respected National Post columnist Kelly McParland, who provided commentary on this Liberal proposal in a recent article, and I quote, "The shrunken little Liberal caucus is pumping out silly ways to spend even more borrowed money, trying to manipulate Canadian behavior just like the old days." What's worse, this bill won't even accomplish what it sets out to do. And that's according to the Canadian tourism industry itself. Let me read directly what the head of the Tourism Industry Association of Canada had to say. And I'm going to quote him verbatim. "We don't think this is a particularly useful mechanism because Canada's challenge is not a lack of domestic travel." In the remainder of my time here today, I'll address the flaws of this proposal in greater detail. Flaws including everything from its unfairness to Canadians across the country, its sizable cost to taxpayers, not to mention its inability to actually increase domestic travel. After that, I'll present our Conservative government's constructive, effective, and more fiscally responsible approach to promote Canadian tourism. First, let's examine the issue of fairness, or unfairness in fact, as it relates to this proposal. For instance, let's consider the modes of travel that are eligible: buses, planes, and trains. But what about boats? What about cars? What about motorhomes? Why are some excluded? Why are some included? Mr. Speaker, it seems it's completely arbitrary. But what about the fact that its eligibility, is tied to travel crossing 3 provincial boundaries? This will mean that some Canadians will benefit more than others, given the shorter distances between provinces in certain areas of the country. Second, let's remember that this costly subsidy won't even accomplish what it sets out to do. As I noted before, the Canadian tourism industry itself has already dismissed today's Liberal proposal. They have done so for good reason, because it's clear that this proposal will do very little to actually encourage interprovincial travel within Canada. For that matter, even a basic analysis quickly reveals that it would carry a significant cost. Specifically, according to the Department of Finance, preliminary estimates suggest that, based on existing travel patterns and expenditures, this proposal would cost at least $215 million each year. I should note that that's a conservative estimate based solely on existing travel patterns. If Canadians were actually motivated to change their travel plans to qualify for this costly subsidy, the stated intent of the member from St. Leonard St. Michel, this proposal would cost taxpayers even more. I know the Liberal Party might not think that $200 million a year is a lot, but Canadian taxpayers know that that's a lot of money. Think of it another way. Over the first 5 years alone, it will cost, at the very least, $1 billion. Not a million, $1 billion. When a politician proposes $1 billion in new spending over 5 years, Canadian taxpayers expect and demand that they also explain how they're going to pay for it. Canadian families working on their household budget around their dinner tables know that if you add new spending, you better know how you're going to pay for it. But even though the Liberal Party has come here today with a plan for new spending, have they told us how they're going to pay for it? Would they cut government services? Would they cut government programs? Would they cut health care transfers like they did in the 1990s when they were in government? Or would they just hike taxes, like income taxes or the GST? Or maybe they'd simply add to the government debt. Mr. Speaker, we don't know what they'd do, because the Liberal Party and this member didn't think about those questions. The very definition of fiscal irresponsibility. Little wonder many Canadians have given a thumbs down to this proposal already. Indeed, here's what some everyday Canadians said when asked by Global News about this proposal. One man said, and I quote, "It reduces tax revenue to the government, which means government has less money to do other things that I might value more." And another added, and I quote again, "We are in financially tight times right now, and letting our country go further into debt for that sole reason seems like a bad idea to me." It's comforting to know that these everyday Canadians have more wisdom and more fiscal responsibility than the Liberal Party. No wonder more and more Canadians are turning their back on them. By rejecting this costly Liberal plan, our Conservative government is standing by the existing support that we provide to Canada's tourism industry. Now, we recognize as a government the importance of the tourism industry to this country. It contributes about $80 billion to our economy.
It creates jobs for 600,000 Canadians. And it's something, it's an industry that touches on all regions of the country. It's important to all regions and to all constituencies. Of every member in this House, it's important to our our constituencies, Mr. Speaker. And that's why in October of 2011, we brought forward our federal tourism strategy. And the strategy, what it does, is it's a whole of government approach. It reaches across 20 different departments or agencies, and it touches on 31 different recommendations across those 20 different agencies and departments. And it's centered on 4 key areas. The priorities there are, first of all, increasing awareness of Canada as a premier tourist destination. Secondly, facilitating the ease of access and movement for travelers while protecting the safety and integrity of Canada's borders. Thirdly, encouraging product development and investments in Canadian tourism assets and products. And fourthly, fostering an adequate supply of skills and labor to enhance visitor experiences through quality service and hospitality. And one of the biggest things it does is it pulls together all those departments for the first time, and it does so by bringing together a steering committee. And through that approach with the steering committee, what it does is it takes those plans and those priorities that we have for tourism, and it pulls them all together and gets all the departments and agencies thinking about exactly the importance of tourism and the effect that they have on tourism. And for the first time, it's something that we're including the tourism industry in those consultations and in those meetings, and making sure that their voice is heard at the government table. And we're making a difference. I could, if I had some more time, I'd like to share with you all the great things that we're doing for tourism. Unfortunately, time runs short in this House. So I'll just suffice it to say that we're very excited about the future prospects of the tourism industry. And as a government, we are committed to fiscal responsibility, and as such, we'll be voting against this particular proposal. But it's also why we're supporting effective programs to boost tourism, and not something that's a costly novelty that the Liberal proposal is for a taxpayer-funded travel subsidy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Rimouski and Égette-Témiscouata-Les Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill is well-intentioned. That is, it wants to stimulate tourism in Canada amongst its citizens. Obviously, taxpayers would be in favor of more tax credits, especially when they believe that it will enable them to cut back on the cost of their family vacation. However, before saying that this deduction will really be of benefit, we have to really assess many factors, including the cost of the bill itself and the impact on state revenues, the uptake of Canadians for such a measure, and the real impacts of this deduction on the tourist industry in Canada, and the fact that the tax system will become more cumbersome. The cost of the bill was assessed by our former parliamentary budget officer, Mr. Kevin Page, who responded to requests made by the Standing Committee on Finance, asking him to assess the loss of revenue further to such a subsidy. His conclusions were as follows: as there's no income source that's been proposed to offset the real costs of applying such a bill, C-463 will result in lost tax revenues, and according to the PBO, the real impact of Bill C-463 will be around $9 to $120 million in lost taxes for 2017. However, the member for Saint-Laurent-Michel is claiming that the economic spin-offs of this bill will be enough to cover the costs of these deductions, and at worst-case scenario, the measure will have a zero impact on state revenues. I think it's undeniable that such a bill will lead to economic benefits, but what's the magnitude? Therein lies the question. If the member has done his calculations or has information, it would be great if he could communicate that to us, because even the PBO was not able to assess the approximate amount. Indeed, we have to determine how the taxpayers will be using this tax credit and what impact this will have on because will this really have an impact on new trips, or will people simply change their transportation methods and decide to cross a particular border in order to get the tax credit?
So they're going to have to go across borders of 3 provinces rather than 2 in order to get the tax credit. Finally, the PBO also added that these calculations were made presuming that the proposed deductions these deductions were made assuming that the modes of transport will not be increased in price, but this could be the opposite. So we don't have any credible figures except those provided by the PBO. So we need figures in order to make a decision. Moreover, citizens have to know that this exists before they can take advantage of it. First of all, the evaluation of this bill is based on the hypothesis that all of those who will be eligible will use this tax credit, but we know that this is false. But we have no other choice but to take this into account. This will skew the figures in favor of the proposals. On the other hand, there are people that will not use this measure but will travel anyway, and that means that they won't get the money that they should be able to get. Moreover, something really bothers me about the logic put forward by my colleague. He claims that this bill will enable Canadians to discover the culture and of country, to visit the country. But with all due respect, there are a lot of Canadians that do not have the money it takes in order to go and travel. I have a lot of respect for my colleague, but it's not, people don't decide not to travel because they don't want to. It's because they may not necessarily have the money. So I've questioned the logic of the member who used the criteria of 3 provinces. He wants Canadians to travel more within the country, but they should be able to choose their destination. He gave this example of an individual who crosses 3 provincial borders, but it may not necessarily cover as much distance as someone who has gone, let's say, from the Northwest Territories to southern Saskatchewan. So there are limitations to this bill. And I quote the member who says Canadians must start to get to know and discover Canada. That the only way to do that is to get them to travel as far as possible in the various regions. And when I talk about regions, I'm not talking about urban centers and rural centers. I'm talking about regions such as the east, the west, and the center. I can't really see what he's getting at there. So what I do understand is that Canadians are in fact proving that they really do want to visit Canada and get to know their fellow citizens. But crossing 3 provincial borders, that's a little bit ridiculous. If someone decides to travel in Canada, that alone should be enough. It seems obvious after reading the criteria for the tax credit that the 3 province rule was put in place to try to limit eligibility. According to the PBO statistics, 92% of all domestic travel already is taking place by plane, by train, or by bus, and the vast majority, 80% of these travels are not connected to jobs. So but for those people who do meet the distance criteria, the travels who cross at least 3 provinces, well, this occurs only in 23% of all of the people who take the plane to travel. That being said, people who are able to afford such a trip covering 3 provinces are usually pretty well off to begin with. So in order to get the tax credit, you have to have an income that's quite high in order to pay taxes. And as for this non-refundable tax credit, well, that is another matter. I think that some people simply don't have the means to allow them to travel very far. And when you analyze this, only 10% of the income tax deductions for trips will be as a result of this bill. That represents about $110 million for $1.1 billion. So is this worth it? There may be some less costly solutions and more sustainable solutions to encourage tourism and enable Canadians to travel. I'm not sure that this is the best way to go about it. particularly that we're trying to encourage the government to simplify the tax system and reduce economic inequality. So I don't think it makes sense to encourage this new tax credit, which gets around the tax system. The PBO has also confirmed this by stating, with figures to support them, that the tax measures proposed in Bill C-463 would certainly be beneficial to people with high incomes. I'm not talking about this credit in particular, but the general orientation of our tax policy. We should have a tax system that is as simple as possible. To conclude, Mr. Speaker, I feel that despite what the member may think, some trips just do not respect the three-province criteria, but they do allow people to understand the various socio-cultural differences that exist from one region to the other. If his intention is to get people traveling and getting to know Canada better, well, the simple fact of leaving one province and going to another should be enough. So whether you're leaving from Toronto to go to Calgary or to Baie de Chalau, the voyage is still going to be, the trip's still going to be good. So I really hope that everyone has a chance to travel. It's great. It's enriching. However, in all honesty, I'm not sure that this should be a priority of the government. This $200 million could, in my opinion, be better spent elsewhere. So to summarize, I do understand the intention. The intention is quite laudable. The member wants to encourage tourism in Canada. I know that my region in the Lower St. Lawrence area is a beautiful region and depends on tourism, but I do not feel that this bill, this tax credit for travel, will do much to help Canadians get to know each other better. And I think it's going to simply be the people who can afford it who are going to benefit from it. Resuming debate.
The announced Michel will have 5 minutes of reply.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise and close the debate on my private member's bill, the Discover Your Canada Act. I've already outlined previously to this House why we should send this bill to committee. I've spoken about why I believe this bill is important for building Canada's unity. I was very clear that the purpose of this bill is an initiative to encourage Canadians to travel within Canada, period. I've produced figures, testimonials, and polling data. I've even shared some personal insights to help my colleagues better appreciate my reasoning for introducing this bill. I do not intend to spend the little time I have today restating what I've already said. I will instead use the limited time I have to address some of the criticism brought forward by members because I'm disappointed by the pessimistic tone and caliber of debate. Mr. Speaker, our duty as members of Parliament is to assess the merits of legislation. In order to do so, we must have accurate and detailed data to make better informed decisions. But many members are obviously not using accurate information, especially when I heard the remarks made on March 27th by the member of Etobicoke Lakeshore who said that the bill is really just a novelty, a gimmicky distraction costing taxpayers over $200 million without really encouraging tourism within Canada. I have a problem with this statement, that it goes beyond its uncollegial tone. Accusing me of imposing a gimmicky distraction upon Canadians is bad enough, but to dispute the claim that the Discover Your Canada Act will cost over $2 million a year, it's a little exaggerated. When researching where this number came from, I realized it was based upon a number that the Department of Finance came up with. To today's date, the Department has yet to provide me with a breakdown on how this number was arrived at, so I'm not sure how credible this number is. Whereas the Independent Parliamentary Budget Office has provided everyone here with a full-blown detailed analysis of this bill so they can better understand the fiscal implications of what they are voting on. The PBO calculations determine that the Discover Your Canada Act will have a fiscal cost of $90 million, but at the same time also says there will be a revenue windfall by as much as $110 million due to the increase in tourism spending. If I were to use industry standards, which are quite conservative, for every dollar spent generates $5 of economic spin-offs, you can see that the cost is not even a factor, contrary to what some of the Conservative or NDP members who have used this as an argument to speak against the bill. Therefore, I'm left to ask the question, what passes for solid evidence on the government side and on other members of the House? When time and time again we've seen the PBO put out estimates more accurate than the government, this happens when the government is more interested in partisanship than pursuing the best interest of Canadians. It's shameful, it's ongoing, and it's got to stop. Malheureusement, j'ai aussi été déçu par...
Unfortunately, I was also disappointed by the arguments put forth by the NDP opposing the bill. My colleague for Montmagny-Kamouraska-Rivière-du-Loup read the report of the parliamentary budget officer, but he doesn't seem to understand it. It would appear that they're trying to put the squeeze on tourism in Canada. If that were the case, then why would the parliamentary budget officer's office state that the measure would bring in $110 million in spin-offs for tourism? My colleague also talked about potential fraud that could take place because of people claiming that a business trip is actually a trip for leisure. Deductions for business travel are much more generous than what this bill is proposing. So an entrepreneur who would attempt to deduct a business trip using these provisions
accept that and I'm ready to work on it at committee, but there appears to be no desire by some of the Conservative or NDP members to work with me on this bill, which has the support of 70% of Canadians that would come into effect in 2017 in time to celebrate Canada's 150th. The addition of the PBO's estimate of $110 million in economic spin-offs, another piece of information that my colleagues have failed to mention entirely in their haste to discredit this claim. This bill by claiming it will not encourage tourism within Canada, which is totally false. In an independent Harris Decima study, which confirmed that 4 out of 10 Canadians surveyed would be more than likely to travel within Canada if this bill was passed. I
would call on all my colleagues to set aside partisanship and to vote in favor of this bill so that we can consider it in committee with a view to improving it.
By simply stating that we should vote in favor of this bill, which 70% of Canadians support in its current form, so we can send it to committee, work collaboratively to improve it, and pass an even better version at third reading that even more Canadians will approve. And finally, we owe it to Canada to support this bill, which is good for national unity. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Is the is the House ready for the question? The question is as follows. Mr.
Pachetti, seconded by Ms. Foote, moves that Bill C-463, an act to amend the Income Tax Act, travel expenses, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Canadian Heritage. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favor of the motion will please say yea. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. In my view, the nays have it.
Accordingly, the bill stands pursuant to Standing Order 93, the division stands deferred until Wednesday, May 22nd, 2013, immediately before the time provided for private members' business.
Order, please. Pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been moved and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn.
The honourable member for Cape Breton-Canso not being present to raise during the adjournment proceedings the matter to which notice has been given, the notice is deemed withdrawn. Conformément à l'article 80.
Pursuant to Standing Order 84-1, it is now time for the committee to move into Committee of the Whole to discuss votes for Indian Affairs and Northern Development for the main estimates for the fiscal year ending March 2014.
Committee of the Whole. I would like to open this Committee of the Whole session by making a short statement on this evening's proceedings. Tonight's debate is a general one on all of the votes under Indian Affairs and Northern Development. Each member will be allocated 15 minutes. The first round will begin with the official opposition, followed by the government, and then the Liberal Party. After that, we will follow the usual proportional rotation. Each member will be allocated 15 minutes at a time, which may be used both for debate and for posing questions. Should members wish to use this time to make a speech, it can last a maximum of 10 minutes, leaving at least 5 minutes for questions to the minister. When a member is recognized, he or she should indicate to the chair how the 15-minute period will be used. In other words, what portion will be used for speeches and what portion for questions and answers. Members should also note that they will need the unanimous consent of the committee if they wish to split their time with another member. Lorsque la période est utilisée,
when time is to be used for questions and answers, the chair will expect that the minister's response will reflect approximately the time taken by the question, since this time will be counted in the time originally allotted to the member. Although members may speak more than once, the chair will generally try to ensure that all members wishing to speak are heard before inviting members to speak again, while of course respecting the proportional party rotations for speakers. Members need not be in their own seats to be recognized.
Will be guided by the rules of the Committee of the Whole. However, in the interest of a full exchange, I am prepared to exercise discretion and flexibility in the application of these rules. I also wish to indicate that in Committee of the Whole, ministers and members should be referred to by their title or riding name, and of course all remarks should be addressed through the chair. I ask for everyone's cooperation in upholding all established standards of decorum, parliamentary language, and behavior. At the conclusion of tonight's debate, the committee will rise, the estimates under Indian Affairs and Northern Development will be deemed reported, and the House will adjourn immediately until tomorrow. Nous pouvons maintenant commencer la...
We will now begin tonight's session. The House, in Committee of the Whole, pursuant to Standing Order 81-4A, the first appointed day, consideration in Committee of the Whole of all votes under Indian Affairs and Northern Development in the main estimates for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2014.
The honourable member for Nanaimo Cowichan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I will be using my full 15 minutes for questions. And I would like to begin with, in the main estimates, the department is asking for $262 million for Aboriginal economic development. However, the information from the PBO's integrated monitoring database shows that the department only spent 50% of its allocated funding in the first 3 quarters of the last financial year. What is the most recent financial data that the minister has on this line item, and does he expect the unused funding to be carried over into the estimates currently before the House?
The Honourable Minister of Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development.
Well, Mr. Chairman, when we talk about economic development, there's no question that our government recognizes that the most effective way to address the gap in socioeconomic conditions that are faced by Aboriginal Canadians remains increasing their participation in the economy. And as all members will agree, all Canadians benefit from strong, healthy, self-sufficient Aboriginal peoples and communities. Now, the historic Crown First Nation gathering reaffirmed the Government of Canada's commitment to creating conditions to accelerate economic development opportunities and maximize benefits for all Canadians. And the funds that are allocated in the main estimates for economic development are in line with what was done in the previous fiscal year, which will ensure that we can continue to make progress on that front.
The Honourable Member for Nanaimo Cowichan.
Mr. Speaker, in the main estimates, the department is asking for $11 million for Métis rights management. However, the information from the PBO shows that the department only spent 38% of its allocated funding in the first 3 quarters of the last financial year. What is the most recent financial data that the minister has on this line item?
The Honourable Minister.
Again, Mr. Chairman, the honourable member will have observed that in the program architecture of that specific program, there have been changes, and as a result, the estimated amounts budgeted in the estimates for Métis can be found at under the program 1, and it is important that we continue to work with Métis people to improve their quality of life. As a matter of fact, Mr. Chairman, I had a good meeting with the president of the Métis Federation the week before, where we renewed and signed a protocol to ensure that we can.
The Honourable Member for Nanaimo Cowichan.
Mr. Speaker, my understanding is that the time allotted for the question and answer is supposed to be roughly the same amount of time.
You're correct. I would direct the Minister to try to restrain his answers to roughly the same length of time as the question. I will go back to the member for Nanaimo Cowichan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. After 2 fiscal years of higher spending, why is the government only planning on spending $9.7 million in the coming year on emergency assistance when we already have high flood forecasts in much of northern Canada?
The Honourable Minister.
Emergency preparedness is a serious concern of the Department for First Nations. That's why I recently was in Western Canada, where I visited, among other communities that were affected by the 2011 one. I had a meeting with the leadership of the First Nations, where we discussed the emergency preparedness. As a matter of fact, I will meet with the Minister of Saskatchewan in the next few weeks in order to ensure that emergency preparedness be effectively implemented on First Nations, not only in Saskatchewan, but throughout all of Western Canada, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Nanaimo-Cowichan.
Mr. Speaker, has a performance measurement strategy for the Emergency Measures Assistance Program of the Department been prepared? Perhaps a yes or no.
The honourable minister.
At all time, Mr. Chairman, the Department monitors the activities that it carries. We want to make sure that the taxpayer dollars that we invest in whatever program are spent in the best interest of taxpayers, and of course, emergency preparedness, just like any other program, are delivered with this principle.
The honourable member for Nanaimo-Cowichan.
Could the minister please indicate where in the estimates is the additional funding required by First Nations to implement all aspects of Bill C-27?
Honourable minister.
C-27, transparency. Mr. Chairman, if she looks carefully throughout the estimates, she will not find it, because it does not result into increased cost for First Nations. I want to remind the member that the First Nations already had to publish, not to publish, but to produce before the consolidated financial statement.
The honourable member for Nanaimo-Cowichan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, since there's clearly no money to implement C-27, why did the government change the most recent contribution agreements to tie implementation of C-27 to the funding agreements?
The honourable minister.
Simply so that such agreement conform to the law as it stands now.
Honourable member for Nanaimo-Cowichan.
Is the department demanding all First Nations send letters stating that they did not sign this year's contribution agreements under duress?
The honourable minister. Response.
I didn't get this question, Mr. Chairman.
The honourable member for Nanaimo-Cowichan.
Mr. Chair, is the department demanding all First Nations send letters stating that they did not sign this year's contribution agreements under duress?
The honourable minister.
Mr. Chairman, the fact of the matter is that indeed some First Nations were kind of taken short by the short period of time at which they received the funding agreement this year. Upon my arrival, I instructed officials to make sure that next year these funding agreements be provided to First Nations with a longer delay so that they may consider those, and that's what will happen.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think, as you said from the outset, if we're to have a thoughtful discussion and debate this evening, we would do a couple of things. One, we would conduct ourselves in a manner that's consistent with the rules in the Standing Committee, and with respect to time allocations, we would leave it in your very capable hands to decide when. We don't need the chirping stopwatches that we're hearing across the way that are interrupting questions and responses. Thank you.
I think that was more of a speech than a point of order, but back to the process. No. The honourable member for Nanaimo-Cowichan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Will the minister announce a joint process with First Nations to develop next year's contribution agreements?
There you go.
The honourable minister.
What we will do and what we have undertaken to do with First Nations concerning the next round of funding agreements is to provide them long in advance so that they may have proper time to consider those.
The honourable member for Nanaimo-Cowichan.
How much time do I have left, Mr. Chair?
Slightly less than 6 minutes.
Thank you. How many specific claimants are still waiting to hear if this government will accept their claim for negotiation?
The honourable minister.
I thought she was going to congratulate the government on the speed at which we have been able to clean the bundle of claims that had not been addressed. I mean, in 2012, we have, as a result of the Justice That Lasts policy, implemented by this government have been able to solve, I think, over 97 special claims with and at a cost of about $1 billion. And these First Nation communities that benefit from these funds, Mr. Speaker, not only does it settle a wrong, but it allows these communities to pursue economic development.
The honourable member from Nanaimo Cowichan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. That actually wasn't the question. My next question is the Kelly Lake Cree Nation claim one of the claims the government is still deciding on?
The honourable minister.
Mr. Speaker.
Could the honourable member repeat the question, please?
Is the Kelly Lake Cree Nation claim one of the claims the government is still deciding on?
The honourable minister.
Mr. Chairman, all of the comprehensive claims that are being negotiated are on the website. It's easy to find out.
The honourable member for Nanaimo Cowichan.
Has a Nunavut Community Council land claim been accepted by this department?
The honourable minister.
Is the question about the Nuna to Kavuts claim? This claim, as she may know, Mr. Chair, has been presented a long while ago, and this is a claim that is still being considered, and no decisions has been made.
The honourable member from Nanaimo Cowichan.
What is the status of the Labrador Innu land claims agreement in principle?
The honourable minister.
That land claim agreement, the agreement in principle, I believe is still being discussed and has not been concluded.
The honourable member from Nanaimo Cowichan.
Mr. Chair, the government keeps talking about willing partners. What is the government's plan to work with unwilling partners, since the government has a constitutional obligation to do so?
Yes. The honourable minister.
I could simply say it takes two to tango.
The honourable member from Nanaimo Cowichan.
Have all the government bills tabled in this Parliament that affect Aboriginal people's rights met the legal requirement for consultation and accommodation as defined by the courts?
The honourable minister.
I'd like to correct the record. I referred to a solved specific claim earlier, as and it is 93 that have been solved under justice at last.
Want to respond to the question? The honourable member from Nanaimo Cowichan.
Mr. Chair, I suppose my time doesn't get extended. Have all the government bills tabled in this Parliament, sorry, Mr. Chair.
Been extended.
Have all the government bills tabled in this Parliament that affect Aboriginal people's rights meet the legal requirement for consultation and accommodation as defined by the courts?
The honourable minister.
Canada takes its legal duty to consult very seriously. We not only acknowledge that duty, we implement it, and every activity or conduct that may adversely affect inherent Aboriginal rights or claimed potential rights or title to land is, of course, done through the duty to consult.
The honourable member from Nanaimo Cowichan. You're in your last minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Did the department recommend or undertake consultation with Aboriginal peoples regarding the China-FIPA agreement, because there is a court challenge pending?
The honourable minister.
Since the matter is before the court, I think we'll leave it at that, Mr. Chairman.
We have time for one more question.
Mr. Chair, how can the federal government justify increasing operating expenses for ANSI while simultaneously reducing the funds allocated to grants and contributions for First Nations communities?
Minister has about 30 seconds to respond.
Mr. Chair, the operation seems to be inflated simply because it's not only about operation, but there are other items that come under vote 1, and it doesn't go all to operations.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Minister of Indian Affairs.
C'est à mon tour. Bon Dieu, c'est votre tour. Well, Monsieur le Président, d'abord, je vais...
Mr. Chair, I'd like to thank you. I am pleased to be here today to discuss the 2013-2014 main estimates for Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development Canada. I welcome this opportunity to bring all my honourable colleagues up to date on activities in this very important file. I had the honour, Mr. Chair, of being appointed to this portfolio on February 22nd this year. Since then, I have made it my priority to meet with community members, elders, leaders, and Aboriginal youth across Canada in order to advance dialogue on our shared priorities and to establish a new relationship with Aboriginal people and Northerners. From settling land claims to achieving self-government agreements to increasing economic development opportunities both on and off reserve, we are creating the conditions for Aboriginal people to participate more fully in Canada's social and economic life. And while we are making progress, we know that more work remains to be done. Our government is also working to modernize legislation in order to allow Aboriginal people to benefit from a framework of rights and standards comparable to those all other Canadians enjoy. For example, the First Nations Financial Transparency Act received royal assent on March 27th. It responds to calls from First Nation community members for greater access to the same basic financial information about their leadership, comparable to that other Canadians expect of other levels of government, what other Canadians receive from other levels of government. Specifically, Mr. Chair, it requires First Nations to publish a statement of remuneration and expenses paid to their chief and council, as well as their audited consolidated financial statements. This act provides community members with the information required to make informed decisions about their leadership, and it provides investors with the confidence they need to enter into financial partnerships with First Nations. This will contribute to greater economic opportunities for their communities.
The government is, of course, committed to advancing the outcomes agreed to at the historic Crown First Nation gathering on January 24th, 2012. In trying to find practical solutions, work continues with willing partners to renovate programs and develop approaches, including a new legislation that will improve the lives of First Nations members across Canada. The government is committed to working with willing partners in addressing elements of the Indian Act that are barriers to First Nation governance. For example, we have expanded the First Nations Land Management Act to enable First Nation to manage their own reserve land and resources so that they can operate at the speed of business. The government is also improving the process for adding lands to reserve. On January 11, 2013, the government and the Assembly of First Nation agreed to establish 2 senior high-level forums for promoting high-level discourse and cooperative approaches to address the historic treaty relationship and claims issues. And on April 12 last, Mr. Chair, I announced the government's commitment to reviewing and the renewal of the Government of Canada's comprehensive claim policy to expedite the resolution of claims in a manner that is fair and enable economic development to First Nations. Now, we've also taken, and I've referred to it briefly in an answer, Mr. Chair, we have also taken historic steps to speed up and improve the resolution of specific claims. And in the past, these claims dragged on for many years, but our reforms have led to real progress, and I'm proud on how our government has tackled this very important issue. We have cleared up a backlog of more than 540 claims at the assessment stage and settled through cooperative negotiations with First Nations across the country more than 90 specific claims valued at more than $1.5 billion since forming government. And as I said earlier, Mr. Chair, these settlements not only correct the wrong, they create the certainty and provide resources so that First Nation can target economic development initiatives that their communities, that indeed Canada can benefit from. Mr. Chair, we will continue to take the steps required so that First Nation, Métis and Inuit can take advantage of the opportunities, the great opportunities that this great country offers. And this is clear in my department's 2013-14 main estimates, for which I am here to speak to you about today. Now, the 2013-14 main estimates forecast departmental expenditures of approximately $8 billion, and that's a net increase of $178 million above last year's main estimates. And as you know, the main estimates don't provide a complete picture of the government's investment. Since the main estimates were tabled, we have had the budget that has been laid before Parliament, and Economic Action Plan 2013 indeed adds an additional $319 million to the department's budget for programming in job training, education, important community infrastructure, and family violence prevention. Together, these investments demonstrate our government's unwavering commitment to improving the quality of life for Aboriginal people and Northerners, and to create jobs and economic growth. Last year's Economic Action Plan included increased funding for priorities our government shares with First Nation, such as First Nation education and the First Nations Water and Wastewater Action Plan, among others. Our government's goal, Mr. Chair, is to provide First Nation students with a quality education that provide them with the same opportunities and choices as other Canadian students. By improving graduation rates, we will help ensure that First Nation students have the skills they need to pursue additional education or skills and training, or enter the labor market and enjoy the dignity of a good job and the freedom and independence that goes with it. I could go on and tell you all of the other good things that the estimates reveal, but I guess that my time is up, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to thank the Minister for his remarks. I have a few tough but fair questions for him. As Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs, I am particularly pleased to be here tonight to speak to the 2013 and 14 main estimates for Aboriginal Affairs in Northern Development Canada. I'm proud, as somebody who spent a professional lifetime living in First Nation communities and working with them in a variety of different capacities. We're seeing improved quality of life, improved opportunities to get a good education, create jobs and economic growth for First Nation Canadians and Northerners. We're also committed to supporting these reforms with the necessary resources in a way that's strategic and targeted, and I believe this is evidenced once again in this year's main estimates and this year's budget. So, Minister, could the Minister describe how these investments in the main estimates and the budget demonstrate our government's commitment to creating the conditions for Aboriginal people to achieve healthier, more self-sufficient lives and communities? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Aboriginal Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, I want to thank my Parliamentary Secretary for his question and also for his great assistance. You referred briefly to his vast experience in this matter, and I will share with all members of the House that being a newcomer in this position, I greatly appreciate the experience and the knowledge of my learned friend. As he knows, and I said earlier, these main estimates forecast expenditures of about $8 billion. That's a net increase over last year of $178 million. And this includes funding for the Indian Residential School Settlement Agreement, for First Nation Water and Wastewater Action Plan, and also investments to improve First Nation educations. Now, but as I am sure my learned friend knows, the mains don't provide a complete picture of the government's investment, and since the mains were tabled, the Economic Action Plan 2013, Mr. Chair, has added $390 million to our budget for programming in job training, education, important community infrastructure, and family violence protection.
Questions and comments? The Parliament Secretary, there's about 2.5 minutes, so a minute or so for the question.
For my second question, Mr. Chair, I want to talk about Canada's Economic Action Plan version 2012 included increased funding for priorities our government shares with First Nations, such as First Nation education. Economic Action Plan 2012 committed $275 million in additional investments over 3 years. And as a result, as the Minister mentioned in his remarks, this year's 2013-2014 main estimates include $115 million towards improvement for First Nations education. A portion of this year's funding will go towards early literacy programming, for example, and other supports and services such as administration to First Nations schools and students to strengthen their relationships with provincial school systems and improve outcomes. So my question is, can the Minister describe how these investments will contribute to better opportunities for First Nations students to get a good education that will in turn equip them with the skills they need to enter the workforce and participate in Canada's economy fully?
Minister has about 1.5 minutes to reply.
Mr. Chair, whether it be in Saskatchewan, whether it be in BC, whether it is in Atlantic Canada, all the youth and chiefs and councils I've met, they unanimously and they all agree that education, skills training is vital to combat and to fill this gap in between the graduation rate, for example, at the school level of Aboriginal students versus non-Aboriginal. All the investment we are making in education have as the main objective to improve these graduation rates, to improve outcomes, so that the Aboriginal youth in this country, which is an enormous and a wealth of human resources, can be assisted to become a full participant in our economy. So this is the objective and why these investments are so important.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for St. Paul's. And if she could inform the chair how she would like to apportion her 15 minutes in terms of questions and answers or a speech.
Yes, we'll be doing questions and answers, and I understand that it means that they're the same length of time. Just following up on the minister's statement about First Nations, Inuit, Métis in Canada fully participating in the economy, could the minister tell us what percentage of high school students living on reserve graduate from high school every year?
The Honourable Minister of Aboriginal Affairs.
Unfortunately, the rate of graduation is not similar to that of other Canadians, non-Aboriginal Canadians not living on reserve, and that's why it's about 35%. But hence, Mr. Chair, the importance of investing into what we have proposed as a result of the work we have done with the Assembly of First Nation, which is to introduce a National Education Act. We are consulting on this at this moment with First Nations and Canadians and stakeholders. And
the Honourable Member St. Paul.
Mr. Speaker, the minister should know that that rate hasn't changed in the 7 years that this government has been in power. In fact, in some years it's actually gone backwards. The government set a goal that people find pretty disappointing of an 8% improvement over the next 5 years. Does the minister believe this goal is good enough, and what investments is he putting in to improve the number of students finishing high school?
The Honourable Minister of Aboriginal Affairs.
Mr. Chair, I'm kind of surprised because she complains about the rate not having changed, and as far as I know, for the 13 years they were in office prior to 2006, it hasn't changed either. I mean, the fact of the matter, if they are concerned about education and the investment in education, maybe they could explain to First Nation people and Canadians why they vote against every investment we propose to make in education.
The Honourable Member of St. Paul's.
Okay, so Minister, a real strategy is what, by when, and how. When do you expect that the on-reserve graduation rates for Aboriginal students would arrive at the national average? And what investments are you prepared to put in to make that happen? What year will they be the same as all Canadians?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chair, the Reforming First Nation Education Initiative, which was launched in 2008, includes, of course, the First Nations Student Success Program, the Education Partnership Program, and in Budget 2012, we committed, in response to a report of the National Panel on First Nation Elementary and Secondary Education, jointly undertaken by the Government of Canada and the Assembly of First Nation, to introduce a First Nation Education Act, to explore new mechanisms to ensure stable, predictable, and sustainable funding. And if we can achieve that, we will see the results and the graduation rate increase indeed.
The Honourable Member of St. Paul.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives have decided that they want to have a look at the history of Canada, yet not in the proposal. There's nothing there on Indigenous people. There's a chapter in Canadian history that Commissioner Sinclair has called The Secret of Shame. The Truth and Reconciliation Commission says it needs more time and more money to complete its work, and it also needs the documents, not only from the Minister's Department, but from all the other departments, particularly the RCMP. Will the Minister be giving the Truth and Reconciliation Commission the time and the money and organize the documents so that this chapter in Canadian history can be properly dealt with in truth and reconciliation?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chair, the fact of the matter is that I have met twice and no longer than 2 days ago with Justice Sinclair and the other commissioners. And when she claims that they need more time, what my discussions with the Commission has been about is to implement the agreement that is court supervised, and we are working together, and I have committed to work with the Commission in order to ensure that we respect fully the obligations of Canada under the agreement, the settlement agreement that is court supervised. And this is a continuing conversation and dialogue I'm going to have with the Commission in order to ensure that the objective of the agreement is attained.
The Honourable Member St. Paul.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Commission is supposed to finish its work in next year. Can you tell us how you are complying with the court order that said you were to turn over all documents requested by the Commission? When will you comply with the court order?
Just before I go to the Minister, just remind all honourable members to direct their comments and questions and responses through the Chair. The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chair, we are going to work diligently with all the parties. I mean, this is not just about the Government of Canada. This is an agreement to which there are many parties, and it is court supervised, and we cannot, Canada alone, change the terms of a court settlement that is court approved. Maybe that she doesn't get this. So we are going to continue working to implement our obligations under the settlement agreement. That's what we have committed to.
The Honourable Member St. Paul's.
Mr. Chair, what I do get is that the Commission had to go to court to get the documents. Budget 2013 says that it will invest $24 million over 2 years through the Family Violence Prevention Program for First Nations to contribute to improving safety on reserve. I would like to ask the Minister, how can he justify cutting the funding by $7 million from the last year while repeatedly talking about government's commitment to combating violence against Aboriginal women?
Great question.
The Honourable Minister.
With her experience, she should know the difference between cutting expenditures and or a sunsetting program. There have been no cut to this program. As a matter of fact, the budget has increased the amount of funding for this prevention program, and as a result, we will be able to continue spending even more this year than last year.
The Honourable Member for St. Paul's.
Mr. Chair, the Department of Justice has been reducing the funding for the Aboriginal Justice Strategy. A review of the program by the Department in 2011 noted the capacity to expand the strategy into additional communities is currently limited, and that there are large geographical gaps in the access to community-based justice programs which remain. Given this, would the Minister agree that he should be cutting funding to this program?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chair, these are the estimates of Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development Canada, and not Justice.
The Honourable Member for St. Paul's.
Well, Mr. Chairman, in our government, we had an Aboriginal Affairs Committee of Cabinet where we dealt with these things together in order to make things happen like the Kelowna Accord. Over the past 6 years, programs to build, operate and maintain infrastructure on reserves, and I think there isn't a Canadian watching tonight that hasn't seen the scenes from Attawapiskat and 100 other communities in that shape, which received an average of $1.2 billion annually. But Budget 2013 allocates $7 billion over the next 10 years. I'd like to ask the Minister why he's decided to cut approximately $345 million per year from the 2012 funding levels and $500 million from the 6-year average for First Nations infrastructure programs.
The Honourable Minister.
I thought, Mr. Speaker, she was going to congratulate me. I announced this week that we were going to spend a further over $2 million for housing needs in Ottawa-Piscataway. And now she tries to picture this as no efforts on our part. The community infrastructure expenditures of this government, and if you look at the last budget again, we have committed to infrastructure investment in First Nation communities all across Canada for the next 10 years at a rate that will see real progress in the infrastructure needs of First Nations.
Honourable Member for St. Paul's.
The cut to community infrastructure is also impacting on water and wastewater, which will lose $200 million in funding under the government by 2015. I want to ask the Minister how he justifies this when his own department's national assessment on First Nations water and wastewater estimated an urgent and immediate funding shortfall of $1.2 billion and an additional $4.7 billion that was necessary over the next 10 years.
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chair, the fact of the matter is that the investment in water and wastewater that have been made from 2006 to 2013-14, we will have spent over $1.3 billion to improve these infrastructure. And these investments, what is important to understand, and I know that Liberals would not operate that way, this investment is part of a comprehensive long-term plan to improve on reserve water and wastewater founded on 3 pillars: enhanced capacity building, and operator training, enforceable standards and protocols, and infrastructure investments. Mr. Chair, I was in a community where the government had invested a lot of money on a system and they had no operator. So we are now training these operators so that these investments can be protected.
The Honourable Member for St. Paul's.
Mr. Chairman, as the Minister knows, that 3/4 of First Nation communities have now water systems that are at risk of high or medium risk. I want to know, how long does the government anticipate it would take at the current funding levels to deal with at-risk water and wastewater systems identified in that national assessment? And when, again, in a strategy of what, by when, and how, when does the Minister expect that 100% of families in 100% of communities would have access to safe drinking water in Canada?
The Honourable Member for St. Paul. Pardon me, the Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chair, since the 2009-2011 national assessment, the percentage of First Nation drinking water systems that have certified operators has increased from 51% to 60%, and the percentage of wastewater systems that have certified operators have increased from 42% to 54%. And if she wants to give me more time, I could talk about the water system and their risk levels. But I know my time is up.
The Honourable Member for St. Paul's.
Mr. Chairman, the Minister's own February 2011 evaluation of First Nations housing concluded that the housing shortage on reserve is severe and only getting worse. 20,000 to 35,000 new units are needed to meet the demand. We want to know how the Minister can justify the Department's plan on page 42 of Planning and Priorities of 2013 to cut approximately $20 million over the next 2 years from First Nations community infrastructure for things like on-reserve housing, when the Minister well knows there's 99 other Attawapiscats.
Exactly.
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chair, this is, if not incorrect, misleading. The fact of the matter is that between 2006 and 7 and 2012-13, our department provided approximately $1.2 billion in on-reserve housing support to First Nation communities. According to First Nations report, not ours, the Government of Canada investments have contributed to an average of 1,750 new units and 3,100 renovations annually over the past 5 years. Now, access to safe, sustainable, and affordable housing, of course, is essential to improve economic and social circumstances and supporting healthy, sustainable First Nation communities. But the fact of the matter is that the provision and management of housing on reserve lands is primarily the responsibility of First Nations with support from the Government of Canada, which we are doing.
Member from St. Paul's, time for one last short question.
Okay. Mr. Chair, I would like the minister to explain why the 10,000 units that they claim the government has built on reserve over the last 6 years is approximately 3,800 units less than what would have been built during that same period at the 205 funding levels.
Exactly.
The Honourable Minister, short answer, please.
The fact of the matter, Mr. Chair, is that the numbers I have quoted are coming from a First Nations report. And again, there is no cut in the assistance that will be given to housing units from the previous year.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for the Yukon, if he could inform the Chair how he wants to split his time between a speech and questions and comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll indicate that I'll be using the first 10 minutes of my time to speak and the last 5 minutes to pose questions to the Minister. And before I begin, Mr. Chair, I would like to say I'd like to congratulate the Minister on his position, and I can say as a Northern Member of Parliament, I've had numerous opportunities to speak directly with the Minister, and I thank him for his availability to his Northern MPs and to his willingness to work on Northern issues directly with me and my other colleagues. So, thank you. I also appreciate this opportunity to take in today's debate, and I would like to discuss Canada's Northern Strategy, its achievements and its benefits to residents of our North. Since the government's 2007 speech from the throne, we announced Canada's Northern Strategy, which outlined an overarching vision for the North. It focused on 4 priority areas: strengthening Canada's sovereignty, protecting our environmental heritage, and promoting economic and social development, and improving and developing governance. The North is a special and iconic place for Canadians, majestic in its vast geography, magnificent in its wildlife, a homeland for many Aboriginal people, and possessing world-class natural resource wealth. Northerners are at the heart of the Northern Strategy. Our government is committed to ensuring that a strong and prosperous North helps shape the future of our nation. Every Canadian can take pride in the progress we continue to make on issues of importance for people living in the North and for the future of our country. Since 2007, Canada has made significant investments to improve social and economic development in the North. One of the key pillars of the Northern Strategy today, we'll touch on a few of the significant achievements that allow us to achieve our full potential. The Northern Jobs and Growth Act contributes to the Government of Canada's plan to create jobs, growth, and long-term prosperity by making improvements to the review process for major resource projects. Mr. Chair, the overly complex regulatory environment in the North has been repeatedly identified as a major source of frustration for those invested in our resources. Northern regulatory processes have often resulted in delayed regulatory decisions, which have discouraged potential new investors and undermined the economic viability of major projects. To be globally competitive, Northern regulatory processes need to provide for timely, efficient, and effective project reviews. At the same time, these processes also need to ensure strengthened environmental protection and respect Aboriginal consultation obligations. For residents of Nunavut, the Northern Jobs and Growth Act means improvement to the regulatory regime, which will provide a highly efficient single-entry system, and will enshrine the concept of one project, one review approach for major project proposals. These improvements will add clarity and predictability to the land use planning and environmental assessment process in Nunavut. In the Northwest Territories, the Northern Jobs and Growth Act means a new Northwest Territories Surface Rights Board. It will have jurisdiction throughout the Northwest Territories to resolve disputes over the terms and conditions and compensation for access to land when an agreement cannot be reached by the parties through negotiation or mediation, thereby providing predictable conclusions to reaching those agreements. The Northern Jobs and Growth Act also responds to the call for action from resource companies and Canadians asking for better coordination, clearly defined time periods for project reviews, more streamlined and predictable review processes, and improved regulatory approvals. Bill C-47 will help make these a reality, and in turn will contribute to resource wealth and create economic opportunities for individuals and communities that will not only benefit Northerners, but will benefit all Canadians. Our government's aim is a Northern regulatory regime that is more effective and predictable while safeguarding the environmental health and heritage of the region and including meaningful Aboriginal consultation. Mr. Chair, the Northern Jobs and Growth Act is an important part of moving forward with the Government of Canada's Northern Strategy. It supports social and economic development, it protects the North's sensitive environment, and it upholds Canada's responsibilities under modern land claim and self-government agreements. With an improved regulatory regime, Northerners will have an efficient and effective system now and for future generations. Mr. Chair, I would now like to touch on the important work being done by CANOR, the Economic Development Agency for Canada's North. It's also supporting the social and economic pillar of the Northern Strategy. CANOR works with its many partners to develop a diversified, sustainable, and dynamic economy across Canada's 3 territories for Northerners and Aboriginal people. It does this by delivering programs, building partnerships, and incorporating the activities of other federal departments, particularly as they relate to resource development in the North. Our government is also continuing its important work under Arctic Science and Technology pillar of the Northern Strategy by demonstrating leadership in Arctic science. As part of this his northern tour, the Prime Minister visited Cambridge Bay, site of the Canadian High Arctic Research Station, and remarked, "The North is a fundamental part of Canada's heritage, future, and identity, and we must continue to assert our sovereignty over Canada's Arctic." This new station will undertake science and technology research that will support the responsible development of Canada's North, inform environmental stewardship, and enhance the quality of life of Northerners and all Canadians. It is estimated that the construction of the station will generate up to 150 jobs locally across the North and in more specialized sectors in other parts of Canada. Mr. Chair, as a part of the governance pillar of the Northern Strategy, our work in the Northwest Territories over the course of the last year has resulted in successful negotiation of a consensus agreement on the terms for the devolution of lands and resource management from the Government of Canada to the Government of the Northwest Territories. Our government recognizes that Northerners are best placed to make the important decisions about how to run their economies and how to maximize use of their resources, said Prime Minister Harper. Once finalized, this historic agreement will provide Northwest Territories with greater decision-making powers over a range of new responsibilities, which will lead to jobs, growth, and long-term prosperity across the territory. Devolution in the NWT will mean the transfer of decision-making and administration for land and resource management from the Government of Canada to the Government of the Northwest Territories. The territorial government will become more responsible for the management of onshore lands and the issuance of rights and interests with respect to onshore minerals and oil and gas. It will also give them the power to collect and share in resource revenues generated in the territory. With the conclusion of negotiations, the Government of Canada has engaged in a second round of consultations to gather input from Aboriginal organizations in the NWT that will lead to a final devolution agreement. Mr. Chair, at this time I would like to speak of yet another example of our government's commitment to our Northern Strategy. The Nutrition North program provides Northerners with greater access to nutritious perishable foods such as fruits, vegetables, bread, meat, milk, and eggs. Recently, the Arctic Co-op Limited announced how the Nutrition North Canada has established them to provide direct 767 super freighter service from Winnipeg to Iqaluit. Dwayne Wilson, Vice President, Merchandising and Logistics Division, Arctic Co-op, recently noted this change represents improved efficiency, innovation, and collaboration in the supply chain. Early efficiencies under Nutrition North Canada have seen prices in communities fall and stay below where they were under the former program. Nutrition North Canada benefits 103 remote northern communities in Ontario, Manitoba, Quebec, Saskatchewan, Newfoundland and Labrador, Yukon, Nunavut, and Northwest Territories. It is more focused and transparent than the outmoded program it replaced. What's more, Northerners have a direct impact on the new program by voicing their opinions and suggestions for improvement in the way it works. And I have certainly been advised on some of those, and we've had direct contact and communication with the First Nation communities that are working under and with the Nutrition North program in my riding. Nutrition North Canada is also guided by an advisory board, the members of which represent a wide range of northern perspectives and interests. They provide information and advice to the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development on the management, direction, and activities of the program. Our government has made the North a top priority, placing it higher on the agenda than it has been in many decades. This government has a clear vision for the North as a healthy, prosperous region within a strong and sovereign nation. I would like to end by thanking all of our partners who have contributed to our significant achievements under the Northern Strategy, and I look forward to continuing our work on jobs and growth across the North. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
The honourable member for the Yukon have a question for the minister.
How many minutes did you say? Just asked if you have a question. Oh, I do, Mr. Chair. Thank you. I'll have a few questions, and I'm not sure how much time I have left for those, Mr. Chair. 5 minutes? Thank you. Mr. Chair, our Conservative government has just announced an historic agreement, of course, for devolution in the Northwest Territories. This is an outstanding achievement. Once finalized, this agreement will provide the Northwest Territories with greater decision-making powers, which will lead to jobs, growth, and long-term prosperity in the Territory and indeed across Canada. As a Member of Parliament for the Yukon, I can speak firsthand to the benefits of devolution, and our government knows that it is Northerners who are best placed to make decisions to manage their economy, contrary, of course, to the position taken by the member from the Western Arctic on the devolution agreement. So I'd like to ask the Minister, what does Northern Regulatory Improvement Initiatives mean for devolution in the Northwest Territories?
The Honourable Minister.
I want to thank Member Leith for his good question. Indeed, he referred to the Prime Minister visiting Yellowknife on March 11 to announce that consensus had been reached on the terms of a foreign agreement, and this is indeed a historic accomplishment. On the regulatory front, we will soon launch consultations on additional improvements, particularly in the Northwest Territories, where we want to ensure that an effective and efficient regulatory system for the benefit of all Western Territory residents is in place prior to the devolution of the responsibilities for the management of lands and resources to the government of the Northwest Territories. It is important, Mr. Chair, that these regulatory regimes in the North work right to create the predictability and certainty needed to attract investment and create jobs in the North. And this, of course, advances the objectives of the Northern Strategy and builds on our government's commitment to jobs, growth, and long-term prosperity.
The Honourable Member for the Yukon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Minister. Obviously, we know no government has done more to advance the interest of Canada's North than we have, and I know we will certainly continue to do so. We introduced the Northern Jobs and Growth Act to allow Northerners to benefit from projects in mining, oil, gas, transportation, and other businesses across the North and across Canada. Can the Minister tell us briefly how Bill C-47 fits into the broader Northern Regulatory Initiative and what this means for the future regulatory improvements?
The Honourable Minister.
Well, Mr. Chair, the Northern Jobs and Growth Act, as members may know, it fulfills obligations flowing from land claim agreements, and it responds also to economic development needs of Northerners, and it builds, of course, on our government's commitment to create jobs, create new wealth and long-term prosperity for all Canadians. Now, C-47 establishes in legislation the Nunavut Impact Review Board and the Nunavut Planning Commission, whom we know stem from those land agreements, as well as systems for environmental assessment and land use approach in Nunavut. The bill also establishes the Northwest Territories Surface Rights Board Act, which will resolve disputes in case of access to the land. Now, importantly for the member asking the question, C-47, because it touches his own land, it amends the Yukon Surface Rights Board Act, advancing the objective of the Northern Strategy. A more predictable regulatory regime will allow Northerners to benefit from and this is huge, Mr. Speaker, 24 major resource projects worth more than $38 billion. So there's a lot of potential there, and with this government as an ally of the North, we'll see that development occur.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay, and if you could tell the Chair how we'd like to spend his time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will be asking a number of questions. I have a number of questions to get through, so I'd like us to follow the standard of keeping the questions and the answers roughly to the same length. I'd like to begin by congratulating the Minister. This is the first chance I've had to congratulate him in the House officially on his being chosen in this very important role, so congratulations. I'd also like to note that we are coming up now on the 3rd anniversary of the death of Shannon Kustashian, the youth activist who fought so much for education. So I'll be focusing my questions tonight mostly on the issue of education. Can the Minister tell me what is the total funding envelope for instructional services within the elementary and secondary education file under Aboriginal Affairs?
The Honourable Minister.
It is $27 million. Sorry.
Pardon, the Honourable Minister.
In the main estimates, you don't have the detailed answer for that question because, it is over 1.5 billion at $1.55 billion that we invest in education. As the estimates indicate, you don't have the particular numbers, but what is important, I think, to realize is that when you look at the investment in education that is made throughout the
Order. I want if I could just stop the clock for a second. I want to remind all honourable members that an attempt will be made to keep the length of the answer similar to the length of the question, and the chair will try to keep to that. Sometimes I recognize it's difficult for that to happen, but in this case, the honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Thank you. Yes, I understand what the estimates give, but any school board in the country will be able to tell you what's in the funding envelope for education. The instructional funding envelope for elementary and secondary, how much is it?
The Honourable Minister.
The Government of Canada invests $1.55 billion in First Nation education for about 160 17,500 students, and this represents an average of about $14,000 per full-time equivalent student in 2011-12. And according to these instruction services, that's the cost for 2011-12. And since there are no reductions in the estimates for that envelope, it will be about the same amount this year.
Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay.
Thank you. I'm sorry. This is a big issue. In the provincial system, I was a school board trustee, so I'm a little hung up on this. In the school board, provincially, the funding envelope comes with the students per capita, and you know it's ring fencing. The envelopes are specific. So there's a specific question here that the minister doesn't seem to be able to answer. He doesn't seem to be able to tell us if he knows what is going in for instruction, not in terms of what's being spent by the bureaucracy, not what's being spent on all manner of other things. What is being spent in terms of the instructional envelope?
The Honourable Minister.
For instructional services, it is $1.3 billion.
The Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay.
If he wants to put that in the record, he can. I don't think he understood the question. But I'm not going to make this hard for him. He is the education minister of one of the largest school systems in the country. These are things that are fairly straightforward. So how many schools on reserve actually right now? What's the backlog of schools that need to be replaced?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chair, we have in the last few budgets, and again this year in the estimates, we are investing over $115 million for schools throughout all of the reserve in Canada. We have, as I, in the action plan of 2012, we had invested $175 million over 3 years to build and renovate schools. And
Order. Just, once again, the member for Timmins James Bay is asking questions in the range of about 20 to 35 seconds, and I appreciate they're complicated, but I would ask the minister respectfully to try to keep his answers to something similar to that. The honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just asked, what's the backlog of schools? How many schools need to be replaced? What's the plan? How many?
The Honourable Minister.
The schools are being replaced according to a system which analyzes which school is in need of being replaced in order to protect the health and safety of the students, and it is that ranking that decides which school is done.
The Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay.
Thank you. So the minister doesn't know how many schools need to be replaced. Again, we're talking about children here. This is an issue that he has a responsibility to understand the importance of protecting the health and safety of children. I'm surprised that he doesn't know the number. I could give him a number 48. Maybe that would help him. I would like to ask him what is the how many schools on reserve have been listed as substandard or condemned?
The Honourable Minister.
If he has the answer, then why does he ask the question?
The Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay.
I was asking a question because I was hoping that the minister would understand his portfolio and be able to see the importance of making sure that children are able to go to school in quality education. If the minister doesn't think it's important or he thinks it's maybe a joke, well, that's unfortunate. I'd like to continue on, though. Since he doesn't know what the instructional services envelope is, we know that under the provincial system, there's specific funding envelopes for libraries, for computers, for extra school curricular activities. Will the minister tell us if there's any specific funding envelopes that exist for those services, and if not, why not?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chair, the member is comparing this education system among 633 First Nations in Canada to a school board in downtown Toronto. I mean, this is not the same thing at all. I have indicated earlier that the overall investment is $1.3 billion for instructional services, and he's not satisfied with the answer, but that is the fact.
The Honourable Member Timmins James Bay.
Well, Mr. Speaker, or Mr. Chair, it's not just a school board in Toronto. These are school board standards in every jurisdiction in this country. He should understand whether or not there's a funding envelope, because I'd like to tell him there is no funding envelope for libraries. Is he not aware of that? I'd find that very surprising. I'd like to continue on the importance of post-secondary education. How many students who are eligible to receive post-secondary funding support were not able to receive it this year? What are the numbers?
The Honourable Minister.
Access to post-secondary education, Mr. Chair, is key, of course, to ensuring that First Nations have every prospect for improvement and with access post-secondary education and opportunities. We provide yearly $320 million in post-secondary funding to students. In budget 2013, the government announced an additional $10 million to support bursaries for First Nations and Inuit students through Inspire. We have also allocated $5 million for the Purdy Crawford Chair in Aboriginal Business Studies and a new Aboriginal bursary search tool with close to 700 links. So,
Order. Order. The Honourable Member Timmins James Bay.
Thank you. I'm not trying to be rude here, but he didn't answer my question. I wanted to know if he knew how many students who were eligible for post-secondary education were unable to receive it. He doesn't seem to know that either. So I'll ask him another question. Will he confirm that money that should have been used for students to go to post-secondary education under the First Nation funding envelope was reallocated for internal use by INAC and Indian Affairs? Will he confirm that?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chair, the Government of Canada's commitment to post-secondary education is also reflected in a suite of programs that do exist and that are available to both Aboriginal and non-Aboriginal students. When we talk about education at the post-secondary level, I will remind the Honourable Member that not only does this department invest about $320 million of our funding, but there are also other programs in place which they can access.
The Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay.
Mr. Chair, the question was if they've taken money that should have been allowed to go to students so that they could get post-secondary education and spent it on their bureaucracy. That was the question. He won't answer it. I think that that's a very important issue, being the fact that we have so many First Nation young people who struggle so hard. We have such high dropout rates. For the minister to not take responsibility or to even think it's an issue, that they are taking money from post-secondary education and spending it on their bureaucracy, I find that pretty shocking. I'd like to continue on, though. Would the minister tell us how much the department spent fighting the equality and child welfare case at the Human Rights Tribunal and at the federal court? How much money have they spent going after these?
The Honourable Minister.
I guess the Department of Justice could best answer that question because they are the one carrying the case.
The Honourable Member Timmins James Bay.
Well, I find it surprising he wouldn't know that either because we're talking about First Nation children. The number is in excess of $3 million. I'd like to ask the Minister, under the federal government's Directive 21, which the government's own records describe as creating a dire situation, driving children unnecessarily into foster care when many could stay at home if there were proper family support services provided, would he agree with the government assessment that their plan dealing with children is leaving families and children in a dire situation?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chair, we are, as a matter of policy, we are funding or reimbursing First Nations or other service providers for administrative protection and prevention services, and we also fund the direct cost of placing First Nation children ordinarily resident on reserve in temporary or permanent care out of the parental home. We have introduced an enhanced protection program where we have now agreement with 6 provinces where these cares are delivered in the best interest of those children.
The Honourable Member Timmins James Bay.
Thank you. Yes, well, the question had been on the government's own report that these children are being left in a dire situation under this minister's watch. I'd like to carry on, though. Many of our First Nation children have to leave their reserves, and they end up in the provincial system. What standards does this minister have to ensure that the children under his watch, who are under the provincial system, what methodologies, what accounting do they have to ensure that the province is providing them the kind of support they need?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chair, the new enhanced prevention-focused approach, which provides funding for additional support for these children and provide tools that allow parents to better care for their children. But, you know, this is, and you should realize that when you talk about these Aboriginal children who are not on reserve, then they become under the provincial jurisdiction, and they are dealt with by the provincial systems.
Well, Member for Timmins James Bay.
Well, how much then did the provincial jurisdictions bill for services for students who had to go off reserve?
The Honourable Minister.
We have that number. The fact of the matter in terms of funding is that over the last 16 years, the funding has grown from $193 million a year to $626 million in 2012-13. So in 2012-13, it was $626 million that was invested for child care services.
The Honourable Member Timmins James Bay. We have about 1 minute left.
Yes, I was actually talking about what they're being billed by schools for education, and he said that once they're off reserve, it's not his responsibility. It is his responsibility. So I'm going to ask that question again in terms of what standards do they have to ensure that the children who have to leave their reserves to be educated, that they're meeting a quality of education, that they're meeting the needs. They are his responsibility.
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chair, I will ask the member to repeat his question.
The Honourable Member of Timmins James Bay.
Thank you. When a student has to leave a reserve and go into the provincial system, there's a funding agreement in place, but there's also the obligation to ensure that since they are reserve students, that whoever is educating them, there has a standard. There's got to be a protocol. I mean, I'm sorry I'm hung up on this. As a former school board trustee, I'd be shocked that there would be no standards in place to ensure that there is some level of accountability. What is the protocol?
The Honourable Minister.
Well, when we invest in provincial schools, $393 million, close to $394 million, to ensure that these protocols be respected.
The order. The time for the member for Timmins James Bay has expired. Next is the member from Brampton West. How will he be splitting his time?
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be 10 minutes, and I'll have 5 minutes for questions for the minister. Mr. Chair, I'm proud to stand today and talk about what our government is doing for First Nations with respect to providing improved water and wastewater services to their residents. And, Mr. Chair, one of the things that is our government engaged upon the largest study of water and wastewater systems, comprehensive studies that this country has ever seen, identifying and going through every water and wastewater system so we can prioritize how we can improve water and wastewater. The Government of Canada and First Nations have shared the goal of ensuring that First Nations have the same access to safe, clean drinking water in all their communities as all other Canadians do. Access to safe drinking water, the effective treatment of water, and the protection of sources of drinking water in First Nation communities is critical to ensuring the health and safety of First Nations. And I want to assure all members in this House tonight that this is an area of great concern for our government. We are targeting 3 key areas to ensure that residents of First Nation communities can readily access clean and safe drinking water like all Canadians. And these 3 things we look at are enforceable standards and protocols, infrastructure investments in specific projects, and enhanced capacity building, operation, and training for those treatment systems. In the area of enforceable standards and protocols, I have to say, Mr. Chair, we have made significant strides. On February 29, 2012, after significant consultation with First Nations, Bill S-8, Safe Drinking Water for First Nations Act, was introduced in the Senate. This is enabling legislation, Mr. Chair. If passed, it would make possible for our government to work with First Nations, and not just First Nations, but also with other stakeholders, to develop regulations comparable to those that safeguard drinking water in other places across Canada. Currently, Mr. Chair, legally enforceable protections governing drinking water and wastewater do not exist on most First Nation lands. It's our government's view that anyone committed to better safeguarding water quality on First Nation lands should see the importance of supporting this legislation. And of course, I urge my colleagues on the other side of the House to support this legislation when it comes back for a vote. It's now moving to the committee. This legislation would clearly lay out the roles and responsibility of all parties involved in drinking water on First Nations communities. Mr. Chair, I want to underscore that the proposed legislation is the product of engagement between the government and First Nations on safe drinking water legislation and enforceable standards over the last 7 years, Mr. Speaker. That's how long this consultation's been going on. There have been numerous recommendations concerning federal water regulations, including reports by the Commissioner of the Environment and Sustainable Development from the Office of the Auditor General, the Expert Panel on Safe Drinking Water for First Nations, the Senate Standing Committee on Aboriginal Peoples, as well as the National Assessment of First Nation Water and Wastewater System, which is the study that I was referring to at the beginning of my speech. First Nations have also supported the concept of water regulations. When the proposed legislation was first introduced, Chief Lawrence Paul of the Millbrook First Nation, who is also the Atlantic Policy Congress of First Nation Chief Secretariat co-chair, spoke to the potential of the bill for First Nation communities. Mr. Speaker, I quote, this is an important quote, First Nations will be able to look forward to having the same protections that other Canadians have around the provision of drinking water, water quality standards, and the disposal of wastewater in their communities. This is not only an important health and safety issue, but will help build confidence in our infrastructure and help create a better climate for investment. Mr. Chair, should the proposed legislation be passed, further engagement with First Nations on development of federal regulations will follow. This will support the development of federal regulations that are tailored to the unique circumstances of First Nations. But the opposition has indicated yet again they won't support this important legislation for First Nations. I do not understand this opposition, Mr. Speaker. The time for this legislation is now. Creating federal regulations will take time, and they would be implemented over a number of years. This will provide the government and First Nations to bring water and wastewater infrastructure and capacity to the level required to meet those very regulations. Our government's vision for supporting First Nations to improve water and wastewater services for the residents also includes capital investments. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair, between 2006 and 2014, the federal government will have invested approximately $3 billion. Yes, you got that right. $3 billion in water and wastewater infrastructure and related public health activities to support First Nation communities in managing their water and their wastewater systems. That is a significant investment. Economic Action Plan 2012 also included an additional $330 million over 2 years to help sustain progress made to build and renovate water infrastructure on reserve and to support the development of a long-term strategy to improve water quality in First Nations. More specifically, this money is going towards training for operators of water and wastewater systems on reserve, operating costs of water and wastewater systems, and capital investments at the highest risk systems. So because of that comprehensive study we did, the first of its kind, we were able to prioritize water and wastewater systems that are in need of immediate help. And that's what we're doing with those funds, Mr. Chair. With this new funding last year, the government was able to prioritize investments to high and medium risk systems, in over 50 First Nation communities, including Canoe Lake, Tall Cree First Nation, and the Nazco First Nation. These estimates include $137.4 million for First Nation Water and Wastewater Action Plan. Again, additional funds being invested in water and wastewater. This funding will be allocated in 2013 and 2014 in 3 areas of planned expenditures: $46.1 million for operations and maintenance, $30.2 for training First Nations, and $50.8 million for capital investments. But, Mr. Chair, that's not all. Health Canada is also supporting First Nations with an investment of $54.8 million committed through Economic Action Plan 2012. This is for water-related public health activities. The federal government recognizes that in some First Nation communities there are issues regarding in-home access to water and wastewater services. Manitoba's 4 Lake Island First Nations are one such example, and I am pleased to say this government has invested $5.5 million in 2011 to bring running water to 100 houses in that community. Mr. Chair, I want to underscore the fact that our government is committed to ensuring First Nations have the same access to safe, clean drinking water in their communities as all other Canadians. This means not only setting our sights on reducing the number of medium and high-risk systems, but also directing investments to capacity and training to operate and maintain those systems. The 2011 National Assessment results underscored the critical importance of having trained and certified operators to reduce the risk and help ensure that the drinking water on First Nation communities is safe. Operation and maintenance, operator qualification, record-keeping and accounting for 60% accounts for 60% of the risk measured. As I outlined earlier, the federal government's Economic Action Plan 2012 Year 1 investment includes more than $30 million for training First Nations. Our government provides funding for operator training courses and for operator certificate training and registration costs in all regions. Training helps to ensure that operators have a level of training and skills required to operate and maintain those water and wastewater systems. I want to take a moment to also highlight another important program, Mr. Chair, and that is, of course, the government's Circuit Rider Training Program. Now, this program, for those that don't know, is a specialized training program that provides First Nation operators with ongoing on-site training and mentoring on how to operate their water and wastewater systems. We invest approximately $10 million a year into the Circuit Rider Training Program across this country. Mr. Chair, it's clear that this government has made working with First Nation partners to improve on-reserve water and wastewater a priority. Through progress on enforceable standards and protocols, through sustainable capital investments, and by supporting enhanced capacity building and operation training, we are delivering on those results. And I'm confident we'll continue to deliver results and make progress on this important issue.
Does the honourable member have a question for the Minister of the Parliamentary Secretary?
Mr. Chair, between 2006 and 2014, including the Budget 2012 investment, the Government of Canada will have invested approximately $3 billion to support First Nation communities in managing their water and wastewater infrastructure and related public health activities. The government is prioritizing these investments to high and medium risk systems to address factors that are the greatest contributors to risk, such as capacity and training and operations and maintenance. In 2011-2012, the government supported 402 major and minor First Nation water and wastewater infrastructure projects. 286 are currently planned for 2012-2013. Could the Parliamentary Secretary please inform us how Bill S8 will help protect Canada's substantial investments in First Nations water and wastewater systems?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank the member for Brampton West for his pertinent question. Of course, access to safe and effective drinking water, potable water, and responsible wastewater protection is a top priority for this government. Over the past 7 years, we have, through a very rigorous consultation process, from coast to coast to coast. One, in fact, I was involved with in my previous life as legal counsel on behalf of First Nation members in some communities, participated in that consultation. Of course, born from that consultation were three principles. One, the capacity, reporting, monitoring, and maintenance of these facilities, which the member alludes to as being one of the factors with respect to the national assessment that finds the lifespan of these water treatment facilities to be much shorter. In addition, the harsher environments. So our focus then, with respect to the infrastructure and with respect to this legislation, is to do these three things synchronously. They're not mutually exclusive of each other. You can't build a facility without having, or rehabilitate it without having properly certified workers to operate them. Thank you.
The honourable member for Brampton West.
Mr. Chair, in January, the former Minister of Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development announced the government's plan for new investments in First Nation water and wastewater systems. The government will invest $330.8 million over 2 years to sustain progress made to build and renovate water and wastewater infrastructure and support the development of a long-term strategy to improve water quality in First Nations communities. Funding is also provided to support the Circuit Rider training program, which I just mentioned. This is a long-term capacity-building program that uses traveling trainers called Circuit Rider trainers. Could the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development please tell us what else our government is doing to improve water quality in First Nation communities across the country?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Chair, in 2009, the government had initiated the national assessment of First Nations water and wastewater systems. It was the most rigorous and comprehensive independent assessment of its kind, surveying 97% of drinking water and wastewater systems in First Nation communities, First Nation reserves. In 2008, our department completed a series of workshops with First Nations across the country to obtain feedback from the department's water protocols, and based on this, in 2010, updated and replaced its previous protocol with the Protocol for Centralized Drinking Water Systems in First Nations communities. And over the course, more recently, of 2011 and 12, we are working to address 47 water systems identified as both high design and high overall risk. Mr. Speaker, again, with respect to the training programs that he's talking about, I would invite him to come out to the Great Kenora Riding, where we've seen significant investments in certification, and we thank Northern Waterworks and Confederation College for their important work in ensuring that the facilities themselves, the infrastructure, can be reported, monitored, and maintained with appropriate certified workers in those respective isolated First Nations communities in particular.
That concludes the time for the honourable member for Brampton West. Next, the l'honorable député d'Abitibi.
The honourable member for Abitibi, Bay James Ayou.
Speaker, and I'll be taking up my 15 minutes to ask questions and hopefully get answers from the other side. My theme for these questions is the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. In particular, I won't have any difficult or easy questions. I just want to ask some important questions in this file. I know that the minister referred to the tango just a while ago. It takes two to tango, but I also know that to dance the tango, there's only one person that leads the dance. And on that account, I'd like to say that I prefer the round dance because it's more inclusive of a dance. I'd like the first question to the minister would be, have historical files pertinent to the Indian residential school system been destroyed by the Government of Canada?
The Honourable Minister of Aboriginal Affairs.
To my knowledge, no, Mr. Chair.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi Bay James Nunavik AU.
Est-ce que le ministre alors?
Is the minister denying that documents were in fact destroyed because he's afraid of legal prosecution? I wasn't there back in the 40s or in the 30s or in the 20s. And what I would say to the member is no. To my knowledge, there were no governments that were destroyed knowingly. The honourable member for Abitibi.
No. Has the department commissioned an internal analysis outlining the potential consequences of the destruction of documents?
L'honorable ministre.
The honourable minister. The fact of the matter is
an agreement that has been reached, which is court approved and court supervised. In that settlement agreement, Canada has committed itself to remit the relevant documents so that an archive could be built whereby the legacy of the school, residential school system could be studied, and we will abide by that commitment of Canada.
L'honorable député.
The honourable member.
That was requested here, and I'd like to know from the minister who asked for this internal analysis to be done. Were senior staff or legal counsel involved in this analysis?
L'honorable ministre.
The honourable minister.
Identifying and disclosing over a century's worth of relevant Indian residential school documents held at the Library and Archives Canada presents a massive challenge. I discussed with the Commission these challenges right this week, 2 days ago, as a matter of fact, and we are working together diligently to implement our obligation.
L'honorable député.
The honourable member.
Ontario Superior Court of Justice decision, the court says at paragraph 29, while its scope is disputed, the legacy mandate of the TRC is clearly an important part of his work. I'd like to know from the minister, following the analysis of the Auditor General of Canada's recent report, can the minister tell me what is the current time frame to transfer all of the requested Indian residential school records to the Truth and Reconciliation Commission?
The honourable minister.
We are actually working diligently with the Commission, and we are scoping the bunch of documents that lay at the archives of the National Archives to determine how we can, the most rapidly possible, remit the relevant documents to the Commission, which we are committed to do.
L'honorable député.
The honourable member.
Has the department estimated the financial and human resources that will be required in order to hand over to the TRC all of the relevant documents requested?
The honourable minister.
Mr. Chair, this is the process that is taking place right now, and when we have that information available, I will be able to provide it.
The honourable member.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One of the issues, of course, was the determination what constituted relevant documents in this case. And after 3 years, can the minister confirm to us today here that there is agreement, common understanding or an agreement on what constitutes relevant documents?
The honourable minister.
The department is working, Mr. Chair, in collaboration with the Commission, with Library and Archives Canada and the Department of Justice to develop a plan to identify and disclose the remaining relevant Indian residential historical records held at Library and Archives Canada, and that is taking place as we speak.
Member?
Mr. Chair, can the minister also, I know that this case was hardly disputed by the Government of Canada, and I'd like to know, I know that he responded to our colleague from St. Paul just a while ago about this, but how much has the department spent fighting the TRC in court on this issue?
The honourable minister.
As I said earlier, the legal cost is an issue that you should raise with the Minister of Justice.
The honourable member.
But, Mr. Chair, does he not think that it's important for the Minister of Indian Affairs to know how much it costs to fight Aboriginal rights in this country?
The honourable minister.
What I know, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair, is that indeed Canada is committed to a court settlement that is court approved and supervised by the court, and we are committed to respect our obligations under the agreement.
The honourable member.
Is there, if that is the case, Mr. Chair, is there a common understanding with the TRC about timeframes in this case with respect to the documents, what the documents would cover, and what format will be used?
The honourable minister.
I previously answered to the honourable member that this time and the scoping of the necessary documents that I've got that will be disclosed is something that is being worked on as we speak in between the Commission, in between the Department and Library and Archives. And as soon as that process is terminated, then we'll be able to know what is the time frame.
Mr. Chair, we know, both you and I and all members in this House should know that other survivors, First Nation, Métis, and Inuit, attended provincial or privately run residential or school days and sanatoriums. Will there be further funding to compensate other survivors like those?
The honourable minister.
The agreement that has been reached between a host of parties who were party to a class action, and the court approved settlement implicates and bring, of course, all of the parties, and all of the terms of that settlement are very clear as to who are the persons to whom it applies, and that court-approved settlement will be implemented as per the agreement of all parties.
Honourable member.
But my question, Mr. Chair, was to the effect whether or not the department is open to these other cases that are as dramatic and tragic as the other ones. Will the department allocate further funding to compensate other survivors in other social experiments like the experimental Eskimos, for instance, and children of the 60s Scoop who have been fighting for recognition and compensation?
The honourable minister.
Canada has accepted the responsibility in this class action for those students that attended residential schools that were under the supervision and or the aegis of the federal government, and this is the extent of the obligation of Canada that has been accepted and that is reflected in the settlement agreement.
The honourable member.
Mr. Chair, I know that these issues are important, and I'd like to know how much has the government budgeted for this fiscal year, since we're discussing the budget here, to continue to fight against recognition and compensation of survivors in the courts?
The honourable minister.
The investments that are outlined in the estimates for the settlement are meant and are intended to respect Canada's obligation under the settlement agreement. And again, these funds will be invested and will be spent to meet our obligations.
The honourable member.
How much time do I have left?
4 minutes.
4 minutes. Mr. Chair, I know that the Minister of Indian Affairs is fully aware of the fact that there are many cases before the courts, and I'm not asking him to talk about those cases since they're in court. I would guess he would say, but I was wondering about his opinion and whether or not he thinks that it is a good use of taxpayers' money to continue to fight against survivors in the courts and Aboriginal rights in general before the courts.
The honourable minister.
Again, Mr. Chair, Canada is party to a settlement agreement which is court supervised and which is court approved, and Canada is committed to meet its obligation under the agreement.
The honourable member.
Mr. Speaker, he doesn't seem to understand the question in English, so I'll repeat in French. There are a lot of files that are now before the courts. It costs taxpayers' monies in order to ensure that the rights of First Nations are respected. It's a simple question. Does the minister think that we're making good use of taxpayers' monies to fight for the First Nations of this country? The Honourable Minister, I understand that the member just wants to grandstand. He's trying to say that we should be respecting taxpayers, but as a government, we have an obligation to, of course, respect taxpayers, but also to ensure that the rights of all Canadians are defended. And of course, it is always up to the court to make the final ruling, but our main concern is that the rights be respected. The Honourable Member. Mr. Chairman, we're not grandstanding when we talk about the rights of the First Nations. These are fundamental rights. And the concern here, well, it was shown when the minister went to the Queen Elizabeth Hotel and he tried to get away from that place as quickly as possible. We don't apologize to the First Nations and continue to fight against fundamental rights. Would he agree with that? The Honourable Minister saying that what the member has said is completely false. The Prime Minister, Mr. Harper, was the first leader of a government to offer the victims of this dark chapter in our history to offer apologies on behalf of all Canadians. We have reached an agreement with respect to that, and once again, and I will repeat this, we will respect all of our obligations under this agreement. The Honourable Member. 1 minute remaining. Yes, I think that we seem to be heading in a very serious direction here. This is such an important issue. We have to be able to achieve reconciliation amongst First Nations. Yes, you apologized. Good. But my question to you was very simple. Would he agree that on the one hand the government's apologizing, but it's continuing to fight against the rights of First Nations on the other hand? The Honourable Minister, the statement made by the member is completely false. It's pure fabrication. The fact of the matter is, Mr. Chairman, according to this agreement, on March 31st, 2013, a large percentage of these applications that were received $1.6 million from Canadians. So 159 received the Common Experience payment, and that represents 90% of these 80,000 former residents who are part of this program. We did reach an agreement. We are respecting this agreement, and we will continue to work diligently with the Commission to fulfill all of the obligations that Canada has.
With the honourable member from Saskatoon, Rosetown Bigger, I just want to remind all honourable members that references to colleagues by their given names is not acceptable in the House. So at this point, the honourable member for Saskatoon Rosetown Bigger, and if she could tell the chair how she'll be using her 15-minute time slot.
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you for this opportunity to speak to Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development Canada's main estimates for 2013-2014. Before I begin, I would just like to indicate that I will use the first 10 minutes of my time to speak and the last 5 minutes to pose questions. These main estimates reflect the Government of Canada's continued commitment to improving the quality of life for Aboriginal people and Northerners. Through targeted investments, this government is helping build the strong foundations of governance, human capital, and infrastructure, which are the basis for healthy and prosperous communities. The First Nations Financial Transparency Act, Bill C-27, which received oral assent this past March, is one such example of our government's efforts to promote greater transparency and accountability. This in turn will create the conditions that encourage investment, economic development and growth, building a foundation for long-term prosperity in First Nation communities across the country. The passage of this legislation into law represents a milestone for those First Nation communities and members and leaders who have been calling for this change. As I've said before, all Canadians, including First Nations, want and deserve transparency and accountability from their governments. I am proud of our work with grassroots First Nation members to have this legislation passed into law. Until this legislation was passed, First Nation governments were the only level of government in Canada that did not have some form of legislation to enhance or ensure accountability and transparency. Now, the roughly 580 First Nations operating under the Indian Act can benefit from more accountable, transparent governments. Phyllis Sutherland, member of the Peguis First Nation and president of the Peguis Accountability Coalition, has said, Bill C-27 will lead to big changes in accountability and transparency in First Nations communities. People at the grassroots level will be able to access information about their community without fear of intimidation or reprisal. And Colin Craig, Prairie Director of the Canadian Taxpayers Federation, said, "We pushed for this new law for over 3 years, so we're ecstatic it has passed. We commend the government for acting on concerns raised by taxpayers and whistleblowers living on reserves. Plain and simple, this new law will improve accountability and especially help the grassroots hold their elected officials accountable." The First Nations Financial Transparency Act ensures First Nation citizens have the same democratic rights and protections as all other Canadians. First Nations are already required as a condition of funding agreements to provide government officials with audited financial statements and a schedule of salary, honoraria, and travel expenses for chiefs and councillors. But that isn't always shared with local residents, even when they ask for the information. In fact, during committee hearings for Bill C-27, we heard stories of people being intimidated in their home community just for asking for that information. This Act ensures these statements will now be made available to First Nation members as well as to the public through posting on a website. This change will not lead to an increased reporting burden. These documents are already being prepared in accordance with the same accounting principles that apply to all levels of government right across the country, using a consistent format that was put in place in 2012-2013. Our ultimate goal is one recipient, one agreement, and one report. Work toward this goal has already begun through a pilot project in which several First Nations across Canada are taking part. The participating First Nations prepare an annual report to their community, and Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development Canada will now draw the performance information it needs from these reports to satisfy its own requirements to report to the Treasury Board and Parliament. The results of this pilot project have been encouraging, and as an added benefit, the participating First Nations are in an excellent position to meet the requirements under the First Nations Financial Transparency Act. In parallel with financial transparency created by the First Nations Financial Transparency Act, our government is reducing the reporting burden on First Nations created by funding agreements. The year-end reporting handbook has been streamlined by 60% from previous years. This means that we are reducing the number of reports recipients must submit, including eliminating those that duplicate information we can now get from the audited financial statements that will be online. All First Nations will now be completing fewer reports each year, beginning this year. We intend to go even further to weed out unnecessary reporting while ensuring Parliament, Canadians, and First Nation community members can evaluate the results achieved with taxpayer dollars. Consistency and transparency will help voters in First Nations make decisions at election time. They will be able to make comparisons from year to year and from community to community. They can ask questions about spending and about revenues. Some First Nation governments already post financial information on their communities' websites. Some already table comprehensive annual reports to their communities. We commend them for this. The First Nations Financial Transparency Act will encourage this kind of progress right across the country. Legislation like Bill C-27 is an essential step forward on that path. Mr. Chair, we have worked with First Nation partners to develop legislation that will replace the defective election provisions of the Indian Act with a clear, consistent, reliable framework that communities can use to elect strong, stable, effective governments. I'm pleased to report that our creative and collaborative work has borne fruit, and the result of that creative collaboration is Bill S-6, First Nations Election Act. Mr. Chair, the Indian Act election system has significant flaws. For instance, the Indian Act requires that First Nation communities hold elections every 2 years. This requirement deters First Nations chiefs and councils from initiating long-term projects, from working closely with investors, business owners, and partners in other governments, and from taking full advantage of emerging opportunities to improve the lives of people in their communities. There's more, Mr. Chair. The Indian Act doesn't prevent any person from running and being elected chief and to a councillor position at the same time. The current system's loose nomination process also enables the names of candidates who are neither dedicated to running nor serious about serving to be placed on the ballot without their approval and, in some instances, without their knowledge. Because of this omission in the law, some First Nation elections have had more than 100 candidates vie for as few as 13 positions. Finally, the Indian Act election system does not contain offence and penalty provisions, leaving it open to abuse and questionable activities. Mr. Chair, Bill S-6 enables First Nation people to shed a piece of the Indian Act by providing an alternative to its flawed election provisions. Bill S-6 presents an open, transparent, and accountable election system that First Nation people expect and deserve. We only have to consider some key provisions of the bill and what these provisions will set in motion to understand its value. Significantly, Bill S-6 provides for terms of office of 4 years. With this time horizon, band councils are well positioned to advance important initiatives for the well-being of their communities. As well, Bill S-6 provides more rigor to the nomination of candidates, offence and penalty provisions that will allow courts to impose penalties for activities such as vote buying and obstructing the electoral process, and removes the paternalistic role of the minister in reviewing and deciding upon election appeals. It is important that we all understand that the proposed act is not mandatory. A First Nation can simply remain under its current election system, whether that is the Indian Act or its own community-based system. To opt into the new law, a band council must adopt a resolution asking the minister to add its name to the schedule of First Nations to which the new election system will apply. At a later time, a First Nation can remove itself from the First Nations Elections Act by developing its own community election code, submitting that code to a community vote, and receiving a favourable outcome. More than that, the fact that Bill S-6 is the product of collaborative efforts among government and First Nation organizations is testament to its validity as an important step forward for First Nations. Mr. Chair, as you can see from our work on the First Nations Financial Transparency Act and on Bill S6, First Nations Election Act, our government is committed to helping deliver more effective, more transparent, and accountable governments. Thank you.
Sure.
Can I ask a question? Member has about 4 minutes and 45 seconds for questions.
All right. Mr. Chair, 2 years ago, after hearing complaints from First Nations community members, I introduced my private member's Bill C-575 to increase financial transparency and accountability for First Nations across Canada. My bill died on the order paper, but this government introduced Bill C-27, the First Nations Financial Transparency Act, to deliver more effective, transparent, and accountable governments. I am proud to have contributed to this legislation becoming law so that First Nations communities can benefit from the investment, economic development, and greater certainty that accompanies enhanced accountability and transparency. And I would like to take this opportunity to acknowledge the time that the Minister spent in Winnipeg in celebrating this legislation coming into force and the many meetings we held that day to celebrate with many of the members who had been calling for this legislation for quite some time. So my question to the Parliamentary Secretary is, why did the government bring in a piece of legislation on First Nation financial transparency?
Well, Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Indian Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And first, thank you to the member of Saskatoon, Rosetown Bigger, who started the work on her private member's bill and made significant contributions to what would become Bill C-27 and now law. Our government believes that First Nation members, like all Canadians, deserve that kind of transparency and accountability from their elected officials. The Act builds on our ongoing commitment to ensure that First Nations have strong, transparent, and accountable governments and does not increase the current reporting requirements of First Nations. Our government has heard, Mr. Chair, from Aboriginal community members who have said that the financial disclosure is important and necessary for their communities, and I'm proud that we've taken action to deliver results for First Nations, and as a matter of governance, have that discussion go on between its members and its council with respect to financial transparency. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Saskatoon, Rosetown Bigger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We know that First Nations have been denied basic access to the financial information of their elected officials and their financial statements for far too long. We believe that First Nations deserve and expect the same level of financial transparency and accountability of their First Nations governments as all other Canadians. So my question to the Parliamentary Secretary is, what are the benefits of the First Nation Financial Transparency Act?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, the Act actually addresses the issue of financial transparency for First Nation leaders by expanding the scope of the information to be publicly disclosed. In accordance with provisions in their funding agreements, First Nation band councils are already required to provide Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development Canada with audited consolidated financial statements, which include a schedule of salary, honoraria, and travel expenses for their elected band officials. So the Act ensures that these statements are made available to First Nation membership in their communities and the public by posting them on a website. This will help First Nations by supporting reductions in the reporting and bureaucracy requirements surrounding funding agreements themselves, Mr. Chair. Of course, transparent and accountable First Nation governments also create, more, as importantly, a better environment for private sector investment, more confidence, which could lead to greater economic development opportunities. And in fact, we heard that at the Standing Committee, again, with that superordinate goal of improving the quality of life for First Nation communities and their members. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Churchill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. and I'm glad to have the opportunity to ask the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs a few serious questions. Number one, does the Minister acknowledge the urgency of addressing violence against First Nations, Inuit and Métis women?
The Honourable Minister.
Indeed, Mr. Chair, that is why Economic Action Plan 2013 announced funding of $24 million over 2 years for the Family Violence Prevention Program, allowing my department to continue its programming at a funding level of approximately $30 million in 2013-14 and 2014-15. This investment contributes to enhance safety and security of unreserved residents, particularly women and children.
The Honourable Member for Churchill.
Does the Minister acknowledge the tragedy of over 582 missing and murdered Aboriginal women?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chair, absolutely, and that is why we are taking concrete action by investing $25 million over 5 years to address the issue of missing and murdered Aboriginal women in Canada. Funding is also provided for shelters and violence prevention programming on reserve, and this should attest to the Honourable Member our concern about the issue.
The Honourable Member for Churchill.
If the Minister and his government are so concerned, will they commit to a national inquiry into missing and murdered Aboriginal women? Yes or no?
The Honourable
Minister. If the concern of the Honourable Member is such, maybe she could extend it to the matrimonial property rights of women, which we are trying to implement in Canada, to try to fill a gap of over 25 years where women living on reserve are denied a basic right which the NDP oppose.
The Honourable Member for Churchill.
Mr. Chair, I would ask the respect for the Minister to I would ask for the Minister to respect the rules and keep his answers to the same as the timing of the questions. And my question is, will the Minister commit to a national inquiry into missing and murdered Aboriginal women? Yes or no?
This House has decided to create a special committee to look at the issue. The government has endorsed the motion, and as I understand, the work is currently taking place to look at this issue, and I'm sure that we can trust the members of Parliament to do an excellent job in their mandate.
The Honourable Member for Churchill.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to acknowledge that that question was not answered, and certainly families and organizations like the Native Women's Association of Canada would like to know that answer directly from the Minister. Which department takes the lead role in coordinating the federal government response to violence against Aboriginal women?
The Honourable Minister.
This is a whole of government concern, Mr. Chair. Many departments, several departments, are concerned about this issue and work together with First Nations, with stakeholders all across Canada to try to address this important issue.
The Honourable Member for Churchill.
And again, which department is taking the lead?
Honourable Minister.
The lead over the inquiry is taken by the Department of Justice, and it is assisted ably, I might add, by a host of other departments.
The Honourable Member for Churchill.
Many recommendations in the UN Universal Periodic Review of Canada draft report ask that Canada develop a national action plan to address violence against Aboriginal women. Will the Minister commit to a national action plan?
The Honourable Minister.
Will the Honourable Member respect the will of this House and let the special committee do its work, do its recommendation, and then allow the government to analyze those and take the proper steps that have to be taken?
Reasonable. The Honourable Member for Churchill.
Will the Minister use the power that he has in his role to listen to what emerged from the UN Periodic Review and commit to a national action plan, yes or no?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chair, it is important, I believe, that we respect the will of the House, who has appointed a special committee to look into this issue. We shall let the committee do its work, listen to witnesses, to stakeholders, and
listen to Canadians,
and then get the recommendations of the committee, which I can assure the honourable member the government will consider diligently.
The Honourable Member for Churchill.
Does the department have benchmarks to measure progress on preventing violence against women?
The Honourable Minister.
The issue of violence against women, as I have indicated, is a serious concern. Ending violence against Aboriginal women is a priority for our government, and it is a shared responsibility, Mr. Chair, of not only the federal government, but provincial, territorial government, and also civil society.
The honourable member for Churchill.
If it's such a priority, how much funding is specifically set aside by the department to address violence against Aboriginal women?
The honourable minister.
Action Plan 2013 announced funding of $24 million over 2 years for the Family Violence Prevention Program, allowing my department to continue to offer its programming at a funding level of approximately $30 million in 2013-14. And another thing that could help these women and these children would be the adoption of S2, the bill that tries to fill a gap that had existed in this country for too long.
Chill.
Will be going to northern and remote communities.
The honourable minister.
I didn't understand the question.
Because his colleague was clapping too loud. How much of that money is allocated for northern and remote communities?
The $30 million program that will be spent in 2013-14 will be for the benefit of all First Nations all across Canada.
The honourable member for Churchill.
How does the funding for emergency shelters on reserve compare to funding for those off reserve?
The honourable minister.
We have invested into about 41 shelters that exist all over the country, Mr. Chair, and this network of 41 shelters, which has grown from 35 about a few years ago, has grown, as I said, from 35 in a few years ago to 41 as a result of the construction of 5 new shelters and the addition of an existing shelter in the Atlantic region to the list of department-funded shelters.
Honourable member for Churchill.
Is the minister saying that out of 633 First Nations, only 41 First Nations have emergency shelters on reserve?
The honourable minister.
Approximately 329 First Nation communities are served by these shelters. And in 2010-11, this is approximately 3,143 women and 2,890 children accessed family violence shelters, and 270 proposal-based prevention projects were supported throughout Canada.
Honourable member for Churchill.
How many of these shelters are operating at full capacity?
The honourable minister.
That some are operating at full capacity, others at less than full capacity. What is important is that the investment that has been made this year, again, will ensure that these programs can continue throughout Canada.
The honourable member for Churchill.
Out of these 41 shelters, how many are at full capacity?
The honourable minister.
Mr. Chair, as I indicated, these shelters are there to meet the demand as it comes. Some are at full capacity indeed. Others are at less than full capacity. And the important thing is that these shelters are there in place to serve indeed these 229 First Nation communities across Canada.
Honourable member.
Clearly no real answers there, so let's move on to another question. How many does the minister acknowledge the disproportionate number of Aboriginal women in prisons? In fact, does he know what percentage of women in prisons are Aboriginal?
Honourable minister.
Mr. Chair, I do not have the exact number of Aboriginal women in prison. I'm sure that the Minister of Public Safety would be able to answer her question.
The honourable member for Churchill.
The percentage of Aboriginal women in prison is 33%. How is this government addressing the number of Aboriginal women, overrepresentation of Aboriginal women in prisons?
The Honourable Minister.
Not only is this a matter for the provincial, the federal Minister of Public Safety, but as I said earlier, Mr. Chair, the problem of women in those circumstances is a shared responsibility of not only the federal but also the provincial and territorial governments and indeed civil society.
The Honourable Member.
What percentage of funding for Aboriginal economic development is going to women and or organizations that serve and employ Aboriginal women?
The Honourable Minister.
The department has an economic development program which is in place and which benefits without gender regards all First Nation members all across Canada.
Honourable Member.
Mr. Chair, we know that Aboriginal women are often live in greater poverty than Aboriginal men. The question is, in the Aboriginal Economic Development Program, what percentage of the funding is focused on engaging women in the workplace, or is there no focus on employing and training Aboriginal women?
Honourable Minister.
I know for a fact, Mr. Chair, that my colleague, the Minister in charge of the status of women, also the Minister of Health, and our department are working together to address that particular situation. And there are programs indeed in place which are not, they are gender neutral, but efforts are being made to work with these stakeholders, with these groups, in order to improve their employability. And that's why I think that the NDP should revise its position to oppose the measures that will lead to better skills training of these youth, these young girls and women all throughout First Nations in Canada.
Honourable Member for Churchill.
How does the federal government plan to address the need for increases to officer complements in First Nation police forces and for proper training for these officers and proper equipment so that they can do their job effectively, efficiently and safely?
The Honourable Minister.
I thought she was going to congratulate the government for the announcement that by the Minister of Public Safety that long-term, sustainable, predictable funding will be has been committed to provide those services on First Nations all across Canada.
The Honourable Member.
When will the First Nations Police Program be updated to address the current situation facing First Nations police services and include resources for housing and infrastructure?
The Honourable Minister.
The fact of the matter, as I just said, is that the government has recently announced long-term, sustainable, predictable funding to help First Nation police the First Nation lands. And I think, and I believe, Mr. Chair, that we can trust these professionals to do their job to the best, not only of their ability, but they know the terrain really well, and I trust that they can discharge that responsibility.
Honourable Member.
Is the minister saying that all First Nations that have pointed to the deficiency in policing funding are okay with the funding announcement, or are there still First Nations that require and have asked for federal funding for the police service?
Mr. Chair, this honourable member should know by now that this government remains focused on 4 priorities. I mean, they are, and they've been outlined by the Prime Minister many times. Canadians, and these are priorities that Canadians care most about. First, their families. Second, the safety of our streets and communities, and that doesn't stop at the door of First Nation. They are included, and their pride in being a Canadian citizen, a citizen of this country, plus, of course, their personal financial security.
Honourable member has 1 minute left of her time.
I'd ask the minister to hear the calls from the Garden Hill First Nation regarding policing. The department completely eliminated the funding envelope that provides First Nations and tribal councils with the financial resources to secure legal services. Can the minister explain why this government continues to take actions that stifle the ability of First Nations to advocate and protect their interests?
The Minister has 30 seconds.
Quite to the contrary, this government and this department is working cooperatively with all First Nations all across Canada to improve the situation, the self-sufficiency, and the prospects of all First Nations all across Canada.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for the status to the Minister for the Status of Women.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the opportunity to be here this evening. Before I begin, I would just like to indicate that I will use my first 10 minutes of my time to speak and the last 5 minutes for questions. Mr. Chair, funding for Aboriginal affairs and Northern development programs, services and activities allows the Department to support Aboriginal people and Northerners in their efforts to improve social well-being and economic prosperity, develop healthier, more sustainable communities, and participate more fully in Canada's political, social, and economic development. One such initiative that aims to improve the rights of families living on reserves is Bill S-2, the Family Homes on Reserves and Matrimonial Interest or Rights Act. Many Canadians are not aware that in the absence of legislation like Bill S-2, if a spouse who holds the interest in an on-reserve family home passes away, the surviving spouse has no legal rights to that home. Or that the spouse that holds the interest in a family home on reserve can sell that home without the consent of the other spouse and, Mr. Chair, keep all of the money. Or that a spouse who holds the interest in the family home on reserve can bar the other spouse from the residence. Where do you think they're going to end up, I would ask? Mr. Chair, constituents in my riding of London North Centre were shocked when I told them that Aboriginal women do not have the same matrimonial rights that women off reserves have. Or that, in the event of a domestic violence or abuse, a court cannot order the spouse who holds the interest in the on-reserve family home to leave the residence, even on a temporary basis. Domestic violence is a stain on society. To counter it, countries such as ours should continue to maintain effective justice systems and to establish appropriate and specialized legal responses. For many women living on reserves, however, there is no justice. Aboriginal women are at least 3 times more likely than non-Aboriginal women to experience violence, and they are also more likely to experience severe violence that is repeated over time and over again. Aboriginal women who experience this violence and abuse currently have no legal recourse when it comes to the family home. In cases of abuse, women often have to choose between leaving their home or enduring the abuse because there are no emergency protection orders or exclusive occupation orders available to them. Mr. Chair, I saw witnesses who were in tears who said that if this bill had been in place, she would still have her home that she paid for. Although violence against women that takes place off reserve has similar impacts on individuals and communities, there is at least one fundamental difference off reserve. There are laws that enable women to seek protection and retain access to the family home. Women who live off reserve can go to the judge and secure legal resolutions, such as exclusive occupation orders and emergency protection orders. These tools provide women with the rights to the family home and a way to protect themselves and their children. This has been going on for years and years all across Canada, but not on reserves. However, many women living on reserves do not have access to the same protection measures. Aboriginal women on reserves are all too often forced to leave the family home along with their children and even leave their reserve community when they experience violence at the hands of their intimate partner. It is simply unacceptable that in this day and age, people living on reserve are not afforded similar rights and protections as those available to people living off of the reserve. Individuals living on reserve should not be penalized simply because of where they live. Mr. Chair, Bill S-2, Family Homes on Reserves and Matrimonial Interests or Rights Act, if passed, will provide matrimonial real property rights and interest to men and women who live on reserves and will provide protection for spouses in situations of domestic abuse. As Betty Ann Lavallee, National Chief of the Congress of Aboriginal Peoples, said before the Standing Senate Committee on Human Rights, Bill S2 is addressing the real human issue.
Point of order.
2 has anything to do with the main estimates.
I'm sure the member is aware that the range of debate is extremely wide. I think even more so when we're in the Committee of the Whole. Go ahead, Parliamentary Secretary.
Shall I continue? Please. Thank you. Bill S2 is addressing the real human issue of an Aboriginal person, something taken for granted by all other Canadians.
Yes, you are.
A spouse within an Aboriginal relationship should not be denied or put out on the street alone and without any recourse because of a family or marital breakdown. Prevention is the cornerstone of the government's overarching plan to stop the violence perpetrated against Aboriginal women. This bill is one important means by which First Nation women and children will be protected, as it will allow access to emergency protection orders. Bill S2 will provide protections in situations of family violence and may prevent future incidents. Furthermore, this legislation will empower First Nations to develop their own laws in the area of matrimonial real property, laws designed to meet their particular needs and respect their particular customs. Under Bill S2, a First Nation could formalize its traditional dispute resolution processes and remedies and finally give them the force of law. The legislation would also ensure that until such time as a First Nation is able to create its own laws, federal rules would provide families with the rights and protections they seek and deserve, just like all non-Aboriginal citizens and Aboriginal people living off reserves. As a result, all men and women and children living on reserve will have rights related to the occupancy, transfer, or sale of the family home that were not previously available to individuals living on reserves. More importantly, in situations of family violence, a spouse will be able to apply for emergency order to stay in the family home with the exclusion of the other spouse for a period of up to 90 days with the possibility of an extension. Furthermore, Mr. Chair, we have committed to the creation of an arm's-length Centre of Excellence for Matrimonial Real Property, which will assist First Nations in the development of their own on-reserve matrimonial real property laws or in the application of the federal provisional rules. I would like to point out, Mr. Chair, that as part of the development of this legislation, our government undertook an extensive consultation process that included over 100 meetings in 76 cities across Canada. And we have had ample opportunity to review, discuss, and debate the bill since it was first introduced in 2008. Since then, more than 40 hours have been dedicated to debate and study of the bill in Parliament. More than half of this time occurred during committee study of the bill, with 60 appearances from First Nation organizations, individuals, and federal and provincial representatives, among others. As a result of these consultations, Bill S2 incorporates a number of improvements over previous versions. Mr. Chair, we are proud of this bill and urge all parties to support it. To further protect vulnerable Aboriginal women and children, Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development Canada also supports access to a network of shelters serving on reserve residents and works in partnership with provincial and territorial governments, First Nation people and other stakeholders to develop effective and appropriate solutions to the issue of domestic violence. Family violence is an issue that can affect Canadians from all walks of life and can have tremendous costs, particularly for children. So it is important to ensure that help is near. Families in First Nations communities that are remote and isolated may face particular challenges in accessing protection and support services. In order to address these challenges, this government invests in the ongoing operation of the Family Violence Protection Program on reserve. Economic Action Plan 2013 commits $24 million over 2 years for this program. These funds will allow the total funding level of the program to remain at $30.4 million for each of the next 2 years. This investment, Mr. Chair, contributes to enhanced safety, security on on-reserve residents, particularly women and children. Thank you. I had the pleasure of being part of the Status of Women Committee that is currently studying Bill S2. I hope that this bill will be referred back to the House very soon. If passed by Parliament, Bill S2 will do so much to protect some of the most vulnerable people in Canadian society, specifically women and children living in First Nation communities. This bill must be passed into law in order to ensure that women and children on reserve can benefit from the same rights and protections people living off reserves are afforded. They deserve and expect no less. Our government believes that family violence, wherever it occurs, should not be tolerated, and that the rights of individuals and families to an equal division of the value of the family home must be protected. It is shameful that the opposition is not supporting these important measures. If they truly want to stand up for Aboriginal women and children, they should support our legislation to protect the rights of women and children on reserves. Can the Minister explain to the committee why Aboriginal women and children cannot wait any longer for access to these same rights and protections?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Indian Affairs.
Mr. Chair, the Parliamentary Secretary will, and I'll say that I want to thank the member from London North Centre for her work on the Status of Women Committee dealing with this piece of legislation and her participation on the Special Standing Committee for Missing and Murdered Aboriginal Women. After more than 20 years, Mr. Chair, living in 8 of those years and working as a nurse, a business person, and a lawyer. So health, economic development, and justice, there are several important pieces to develop any one of these particular areas. One of those important pieces is actually this legislation. Because unlike the majority of Canadians, individuals residing on most reserves do not have the rights and protections as you and I and women in the event of a relationship breakdown, death of a spouse, or in situations of family violence. Women and children and families living on reserve have been waiting for this for more than 25 years. Without those matrimonial property rights, Mr. Speaker, and particularly the emergency protection orders contained in them, these vulnerable people will continue to be defenseless, and we're here to fix it with this piece of legislation.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for the Status of Women.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, Aboriginal women are 3 times more likely to experience violence, including spousal violence. Our government believes that Aboriginal women should have access to rights that most other Canadian women take for granted. The right to the equitable distribution of the family home upon a divorce or separation. The right for a spouse and their children to continue to occupy the family home on the death of a spouse. The right to be protected from violent situations in a family home. We have heard stories about Aboriginal women having to leave a violent situation in their family home on reserve for a shelter in a nearby town. We have heard stories about Aboriginal women who have paid for the family home on reserve only to be evicted on the dissolution of the relationship. Some of these women are still paying for the homes that which they are not allowed to stay anymore. Could the Minister please speak to the need for access to justice for these Aboriginal women?
The Parliamentary Secretary has a little better than a minute to respond.
Parliamentary Secretary, I'd be happy to answer that question, Mr. Chair. In my time working as a nurse in these communities, rather unfortunately on occasion, I have witnessed firsthand, I've had a ringside seat to unfortunate acts of family violence. I have seen firsthand at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning when it's 30 or 40 below, an unfortunate act of violence committed to a woman, and have seen her at the front door of that nursing station with her small children. It was shocking then, and it's shocking now. that as a matter of justice and a matter of access to justice, they do not have the right to protect themselves in situations of violence or, as the member points out, in the dissolution of a marriage. This bill does not propose anything more than providing access and the same rights and protections on reserve that are already available to individuals living off reserves under provincial and territorial legislation. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for St. Paul's.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to ask the Minister if he thinks that consultation with Aboriginal people is best handled by the federal government or by businesses like Enbridge.
Second. Could the honourable member indicate how much time she's going to give in the way of a speech and how much in the way of questions?
How much questions, how much speech?
Could the honourable member indicate how much time she's going to be using for speech and how much for questions?
There will be no speeches.
Thank you. The honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair, that is, Canada takes its legal duty to consult obligations very seriously, and we are committed to an approach to Aboriginal Crown consultation and accommodation that is fair, efficient, accessible, transparent, and meaningful.
Honourable member for St. Paul's.
In the 2013-2014 main estimates, they allocate about $11.4 million in contributions to First Nations for the purpose of consultation policy development. Why is the department expecting to cut support for First Nations participation in consultation by 60%, or $18 million from last year?
Minister.
The duty to consult, Mr. Chair, is a solemn duty of the Crown, which we are respecting throughout. The duty to consult is an important part of the reconciliation that is called for by the Supreme Court of Canada in so many decisions, and we take this obligation seriously, and we do discharge that obligation in respect of the honour of the Crown.
The honourable member for St. Paul's.
I asked the Minister how he can say that he's taking it seriously and then talk about the billions of dollars in potential new investment in Canada's resource sector while preparing to slash the support for First Nations to effectively participate in these constitutionally required consultations.
The honourable minister.
Mr. Chair, the government is taking concrete steps to ensure that government funding for organizations is directed at the delivery of essential programs and services for Aboriginal people. And we recognize, of course, the important contribution that Aboriginal representative organizations make on behalf of these members, and that is why we continue to provide them with the core funding that enables them to continue helping dispensing these services, essential services to First Nations all across Canada.
The honourable member for St. Paul.
I'll remind the Minister that he has slashed the dollars for consultation for 60%, which goes exactly flies in the face of everything that's to do with a respectful partnership on these resources. Does the federal government have a legal obligation to support post-secondary education for First Nations and Inuit students?
The honourable minister.
The concern of this government for post-secondary education should be evident from the last budget that was tabled in this House, Mr. Chair. Again, this year, we have renewed our commitment to post-secondary education by designated new resources, important resources to post-secondary education, so that First Nation and Aboriginal youth all across Canada, Métis, Inuit, and First Nation members can access post-secondary education all throughout Canada.
Honourable member.
I think, Mr. Chair, in view of the of the huge wait list that I would take that minister's answer to the legal obligation to get these kids to post-secondary as a no. What is the total number of students attending First Nations schools normally residing on reserve?
The Honourable Minister.
The schools that are attended by these students is about 116,500, 117,000, and we invest 1.3 billion for the education of those Aboriginal youth.
The Honourable Member.
What is the number of students living on reserve that have to attend, go off reserve and attend provincial or territorial schools?
Honourable Minister.
There are certain students that do attend schools on reserve that are funded federally. Others attend their private schools on reserve. Others do attend schools that are in the provincial system. And our concern on education of children is witnessed by our determination to bring about the legislative framework to a National School Education Act that will ensure that we have better graduation rates so that Aboriginal youth can enter the labour market much more efficiently for their own benefit.
The Honourable Member for St. Paul.
The number of what bands are having to pay to send their children off reserve to school.
The Honourable Minister.
The cost is for example, I can give you the summary of the total. It is $393,763,463.20.
The Honourable Member.
But anyway, what is the department's goal this year for the number of First Nations and Inuit students graduating with a post-secondary certificate?
The Honourable Minister.
My answer will be that the concern we have for the education of Aboriginal students all across Canada should be echoed by that side of the House. They should support and participate in the consultation and the important work that is taking place right now to try to adopt a National Education Act which will ensure that we improve the graduation rates, that we equip Aboriginal youth all across Canada with the tools they need to enter the labour market and contribute to their own community, their region, their province, and their country.
The Honourable Member.
It's about the department's goal, and the answer, which the minister doesn't seem to understand, is that the department doesn't have a goal listed in the reports on plans and priorities of how many Aboriginal, First Nations and Inuit students will finish post-secondary this year. So I'll ask the minister, how many communities were under boil water advisories as of today, and is this level higher or lower than it was in 2006?
The Honourable Minister.
We have adopted a comprehensive plan, Mr. Chair, for water and wastewater on reserve. We have invested, and by 2013, from 2006 to 2014, we will have invested $3 billion to improve these infrastructures. And when anyone cares to visit the First Nations across the country, enormous progress has been achieved.
The Honourable Member.
I would let the minister know the progress that you have achieved, that he has achieved, is that the boil water advisories are 20% higher now than they were in 2006. So the department's assessment, its own assessment in 2011, was a $1.2 billion shortfall in order to meet the water and wastewater needs. How much of this need have you funded since that report came out in July of 2011?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chair, in 2011-12, our government supported 402 major and minor First Nation water and water infrastructure projects, and 286 were planned for 2012-13.
The honourable member.
It's quite clear that the need is not being met. The boil water advisories are up 20%. So I'd like to move to housing. What happened to the $295 million of additional funding that was allocated in 2005 for on-reserve housing to build even more than the 13,800 units that should have been built every year if the government had stayed at 2005 funding levels?
The honourable minister.
Mr. Chair, between 2006-7 and 2012-13, the department provided approximately $1.2 billion in on-reserve housing support to First Nation communities. According to First Nations report, Government of Canada investment have contributed to an average of 1,750 new units and 3,100 renovations annually over the past 5 years.
Honourable member.
Could the minister tell us if the department's done a calculation of how long it would take to fill the on-reserve housing gap identified in the departmental 2011 evaluation at the current funding levels?
The honourable minister.
The provision and management of housing on reserve lands, as I said earlier, Mr. Chair, is primarily the responsibility of First Nations with support from the Government of Canada. And in addition to government funding, First Nations are expected to identify funding from other sources for their housing needs, and we are working cooperatively with all First Nations to address those housing challenges that indeed are that certain First Nations face. But we are cognizant of the fact that access to safe, sustainable and affordable housing is essential for improving economic and social outcomes, hence the important investment we are making.
The honourable member.
Well, I ask the minister again, at these funding levels, when does he believe that the housing gap identified in the 2011 report will be met?
The honourable minister.
This is an issue that I discussed with several First Nations across the country, with chiefs and council, and we continue to work together to find ways where we can improve the housing situation on First Nations all across Canada. And I am confident that by working together and looking at options and innovation, we can achieve much better results in the future.
The honourable member.
In September, the government announced a new results-based approach to self-government negotiations. How many specific land claims does the government anticipate settling this year?
The honourable minister.
I have a lot of powers, but I have no crystal ball. All I know is that we are devoting important resources throughout the country, especially in Western Canada and in British Columbia, to reach agreement with First Nations. And the new approach, which my predecessor announced in September, has for objective to conclude as rapidly as we can more such agreements.
The honourable member.
When does the government anticipate bringing the Nunatukovut land claim from Labrador to the House?
The honourable minister.
The honourable member should know that before a land claim be accepted, certain criteria must be met, and the assessment of these is taking place as we speak. And when that decision is made, we'll be able to make an announcement.
The honourable member.
In the 2013-2014 main estimates, it reduces the income assistance program by $40.4 million. Is this because the government's proposed harmonization of income assistance with provincial systems?
The honourable minister.
No, it is simply because we will ensure that the program is complied with throughout the country. We believe, Mr. Chair, that with stricter compliance, if the conditions of the program are met and respected throughout the country, that we will effect those savings. So it's not a cut, because the service will still be available to all First Nations all across the country.
Honourable member, this is your final question.
Isn't the government currently subject to an injunction regarding this proposed restructuring of social assistance, and until a court can hear the legal challenge later this year?
Minister has 30 seconds.
The fact of the matter is that in a certain part, in one part of Canada, that is the Maritime Provinces, there is an injunction in place preventing the application of the provincial rates to the First Nations of those 3 provinces. And as the matter is before the court, I will not comment any further.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Mississauga South.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And before I begin, I'd like to indicate that I will be speaking for 10 minutes and then posing tough but fair questions for the remaining 5. Mr. Chair, education represents our hopes and aspirations for the future of our children and their ability to succeed and make their mark in this world. First Nations leaders, parents, educators, and our government all share the same overarching goal, and that is to provide First Nations students with quality education that allows them to acquire the skills they need to enter the labour market and be full participants in a strong Canadian economy. Our government continues to invest in initiatives and programs that will improve literacy and math skills, teaching on reserve school infrastructure. Between April 2006 and March 2012, our government has provided funding to support the completion of 429 school projects, including the building of 36 new schools and 393 renovations and other school-related projects. Yeah. In 2011-2012, our government provided $1.55 billion to support approximately 116,400 First Nations elementary and secondary students. In addition, approximately $200 million was provided to First Nations for construction and maintenance of education facilities on reserve. Economic Action Plan 2012 included an additional $275 million over 3 years to improve school infrastructure and education outcomes of First Nations students. This investment includes $100 million to provide early literacy programming and other supports and services to First Nations schools and students, and $175 million to build and renovate schools on reserve, providing First Nations youth with better learning environments. These additional funds are helping more First Nations students get the education they need so that they can graduate and pursue the same opportunities available to all Canadian students. In Economic Action Plan 2012, our government committed to exploring mechanisms to ensure stable, predictable, and sustainable funding for First Nations elementary and secondary education. Despite the scale of these investments, more work needs to be done to improve education literacy, graduation rates, and post-secondary completion, and ensure students have safe and secure learning environments. For more than 40 years, First Nations have requested greater control over First Nation education, more parental involvement in decisions about their children's education, and better support for the promotion of First Nation languages and culture. At the same time, the call for legislation has been repeated in years of studies, audits, and reports, including 3 major reports to Parliament: the 2011 report from the Office of the Auditor General, the Senate Standing Committee on Aboriginal Peoples 2011 report, Reforming First Nations Education, called From Crisis to Hope, and the 2012 report of the National Panel on First Nations Elementary and Secondary Education. What rings true in all of these studies is that First Nations children deserve an education system that is transparent, accountable, and achieves results. We all agree that the current system is not working. We recognize that there are challenges. For example, on-reserve schools are the only ones that do not benefit from overarching legislation. The current First Nations education system does not include accountability requirements for educational outcomes. First Nations are not legally required to spend federal education funding on education. And federal funding for First Nations education is divided into many different programs, making the system bureaucratic and complex. The moment has come to provide the foundation for the development of a strong First Nation education system with enough flexibility to accommodate the needs and diversity of First Nations communities. Our government is working with First Nation partners on a concrete agenda to improve graduation rates of First Nation students. Our government has committed to work with First Nation partners and other stakeholders to introduce a First Nation Education Act and have it in place for September 2014, which would put into place standards and structures to improve accountability and educational outcomes for First Nation children on reserve. Of that $250 million announced in Economic Action Plan 2012 for school infrastructure and for programming, $115 million will be allocated in 2013-2014. This includes $40 million to support early literacy and partnership activities. The Strong Schools Successful Students Initiative that was launched in October 2012 provides funding to education organizations to conduct self-assessments and develop plans to improve their organization capacity to deliver education services. The 2013-2014 main estimates allocation also includes $75 million in funding to support the commencement and continuation of priority school construction projects in selected communities. Economic Action Plan 2013 confirmed our government's commitment to consult with First Nations on the development of First Nation education of the Act itself, and we are determined to follow through on this commitment. Over the last 4 months, our government has held intensive consultations on this proposed approach. Officials have been speaking with First Nation chiefs, parents, teachers, principals, elders, and community members across the country about the government's proposed legislative approach to First Nation elementary and secondary education. Potential legislation would provide the modern framework necessary to build standards and structures, strengthen governance and accountability, and provide the mechanism for stable, predictable, and sustainable funding, key ingredients to education success. The proposed legislative approach would respect the historic treaties and current modern land claim and self-government agreements and legislations. Our government has held 8 regional consultation sessions across the country and more than 30 video and/or teleconference sessions with First Nation chiefs, educators, parents, teachers, elders, students, and other community members. In addition, the department's website hosted an online survey and provided opportunities for individuals or organizations to submit comments online, and we've received hundreds of responses. During this phase of consultations, we heard about the importance of treaty rights, funding and language and culture in the development of education legislation. We were given suggestions about the proposed legislative approach. Our government will also continue to have discussions with any First Nation individual, organization, or other stakeholder that wishes to receive further information on the proposed legislative approach. Education is a shared responsibility. Parents, teachers, and leaders all have a role. We must work together to help ensure that all First Nation students have access to a strong, accountable education system in their communities. The result will be better outcomes for students at all grade levels so that all students have the skills and knowledge to reach their full potential and make positive contributions to their communities. That's why we remain committed to developing a First Nations Education Act that allows First Nations students to pursue the opportunities and prosperity they seek to succeed and make their mark in this world. Thank you. For those tough but fair questions. Mr. Chair, I mentioned at the beginning of my speech, education represents our hopes and aspirations for the future of our children and their ability to succeed and make their mark in this world. First Nations First Nations leaders, parents, educators, and our government all share the same overarching goal: to provide First Nations students with a quality education that allows them to acquire the skills they need to enter the labour market and to be full participants in a strong Canadian economy. Our government's Economic Action Plan 2012 included an additional $275 million over the span of 3 years in order to improve infrastructure and the overall educational prospects of First Nations youth. The main estimates have identified this increase in funding for education in 2013 and 2014. Could the Minister update the committee on how much we currently invest in K-12 education for First Nations youth?
The Honourable Minister.
That's a good question. Thank you for the question and the important question. I welcome the opportunity to respond to this issue and explain how our government has been supporting K-12 education for First Nation students. We spend over $1.5 billion to support annually approximately 117,500 First Nation students. In last year's budget, as the member alluded to, we invested an additional $275 million for K-12 education, but shamelessly, the two opposition parties voted against it. And we're also responding to the calls from the Auditor General, the Senate Committee, and a panel co-sponsored by the Assembly of First Nations for actions to develop a First Nation Education Act. So we are committed to explore a further mechanism to ensure stable, predictable, and sustainable funding for First Nations elementary and secondary education.
The Honourable Member for Mississauga South.
Mr. Chair, as the Minister mentioned, in Economic Action Plan 2012, our government committed to exploring mechanisms to ensure stable, predictable, and sustainable funding for First Nations elementary and secondary education. Despite the scale of investments in K-12 education, we know more work needs to be done to improve education literacy, graduation rates, and post-secondary completion, and to ensure students have a safe and secure learning environment. Economic Action Plan 2013 confirmed our government's commitment to consult with First Nations on the development of a First Nation Education Act, and we are determined to follow through on this commitment. Mr. Chair, I would like to know, what does the government hope to achieve with First Nations education legislation, and how will this improve First Nations education and graduation rates?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you for the question. While we have made important investment in First Nations education, we know that money is not the only answer. And that is why we are committed to making the structural changes needed to improve literacy and graduation rates and to ensure students have a safe and secure learning environment. I mean, people should realize that First Nation students are the only students in Canada whose education is not governed by a comprehensive education legislation. So a First Nation Education Act would create the structures and standards to support strong, accountable education systems on reserve and provide a framework for improved school governance while allowing communities to adapt delivery of education to meet their unique local cultural need. And I think that's important.
The Honourable Member for Mississauga South.
In Economic Action Plan 2012, our government committed to exploring mechanisms to ensure stable, predictable, and sustainable funding for First Nations elementary and secondary education. For more than 40 years, First Nations have requested greater control over First Nation education, more parental involvement in decisions about their children's education, and better support for the promotion of First Nations languages and culture. At the same time, the call for legislation has been repeated in years of studies, audits, and reports, including 3 major reports to Parliament. the 2011 report from the Office of the Auditor General, the Senate Standing Committee on Aboriginal Peoples 2011 report, Reforming First Nations Education from Crisis to Hope, and the 2012 report of the National Panel on First Nations Elementary and Secondary Education. What rings true in all of these studies is that First Nations children deserve an education system that is transparent, accountable, and achieves results. Can the Minister describe the consultation that has taken place thus far on the First Nations Education Act and let us know what we can expect next?
Honourable Minister, you only have 35 seconds to respond.
Okay, well, rapidly, as the member knows, my predecessor announced the launch of this consultation in December of 2012. The first phase is completed. That is, consultation have taken place with First Nation chiefs, parents, teachers, principals, elders, and community members. And the second phase, to which we are also committed, is to share with First Nations a draft bill, which we will do in the next few months.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate.
Député de
The Honourable Member for Manicouagan.
D'entrée de jeu, Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Chairman, I will be using my 15-minute period to put questions to the Minister. Now, before I start, I'd like to go back to one of the questions that was put earlier. The Minister talks about 93 specific claims that have been resolved, but what percentage of the land claims have been rejected since 2008? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Chairman, we're very proud of the initiative that has enabled us to clear up the land claims, specific claims that the member refers to. This policy and new approach, which was applauded by all First Nations across the country, enabled us to resolve 93 cases, and the work continues. We will continue to move along the same lines. The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. That was an evasive response, Mr. Chairman, but I have the answer here, so I'd like to rectify it. According to the FN, 85% of the specific land claims have been rejected since 2008. Can the Minister tell us how many homes in First Nation communities don't have running water? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Chairman, as I said earlier, on several occasions, between 2006 and 2014, we will have invested more than $1 billion to improve water and sewer systems on First Nations lands. That's part of a comprehensive plan which aims to address not only the issue of infrastructure, but also training for people running those systems. The Honourable Member. The question's been avoided, but I have the answer here. In 2011, 1,800 First Nations communities didn't have running water, and over 1,700 homes didn't have sewer systems. Can the Minister tell us how many First Nations communities are under a boil water advisory? A very simple question. The Honourable Minister. Well, I'm sure that he has the answer again, so I could tell him that like other municipalities in the country, there are many that are under an advisory. However, what's important is what steps we are taking. Each time we come here, we propose investing large amounts of money. They vote against those measures. Why is that? The Honourable Member. Mr. Speaker, 120 are facing a boil water advisory. Now, what does the department estimate the cost to be to upgrade wastewater and drinking water infrastructure on reserves? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, to Chairman rather, as I said earlier, we have a comprehensive plan to address water issues, water cleanliness issues, and wastewater systems on reserve. In fact, it's quite strange to hear him express concerns over the matter, because just this week he was opposed to our enacting legislation, a bill that would have put in place regulations to ensure that there is drinking water on reserves, safe drinking water. The Honourable Member. Well, $4.7 billion is the amount required to upgrade these systems. Now, next question. In 2013, in the budget, what was the total amount of funding for the government that the government set aside for wastewater and drinking water infrastructure, in addition to funding for schools and housing for the next 10 years? Well, the honourable member just said $4.7 billion. I'm sure that he's hoping or dreaming about putting his carbon tax in there. It'll be $21 billion from taxpayers to once again throw money at problems without dealing with the structural causes.
The honourable member. We're changing topics quickly now. The answer is $7 billion. It's as simple as that. According to the department's estimates, how much will it cost to bring wastewater and water up to standards? The Honourable Minister. We've introduced a bill in this House that will allow my department, the Canadian government, in collaboration with First Nations all over the country, to bring in regulations that will ensure clean water for First Nations in the country. As I said in the House earlier this week, Mr. Chair, this is not something that will happen overnight, of course, but what's important is that we have a comprehensive plan in place that will give results. The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. Does the Minister believe that infrastructure could be damaged by these changes and that more will have to be built to be adapted to the new climate conditions? The Honourable Minister. I am confident, Mr. Chair, that if the new Democratic Party wants to support the bill concerning wastewater and water on reserves, that together with First Nations we'll be able to have regulations that will allow us to not only take into account the concerns that some of them have about the subject that has been raised, but also ensure that all over the country, First Nations and all our investments will be protected by a system that's sound and structurally well put in place to ensure clean water. The Honourable Member. How much has been budgeted to help communities adapt to this challenge? The Honourable Minister. As I indicated earlier, by the end of 2014, it's over $1 billion that will be invested in infrastructure for First Nations, for water and sewer systems, and these investments will be accompanied by a bill, a law, that will allow us to bring in regulations to ensure we continue to build on what we've set out. 60% of the cause of non-clean drinking water was a lack of training on reserves. And this is something that's already begun and that is providing very positive results, Mr. Chair. The Honourable Member. Does the Minister recognize that unhygienic housing can have an impact on health, education, and socioeconomic conditions for First Nations? The Honourable Minister. Of course. The Honourable Member. Does the Minister agree that the number of housing units built and renovated is not keeping pace with need? The Honourable Minister. What I've seen is that, as I said earlier, housing responsibility belongs to First Nations, and they must be supported by the Government of Canada, as we've been doing. We have programs in place that allow us to work with First Nations in order to tackle this significant challenge that is housing on First Nations all over the country. The Honourable Member. How many new housing units are expected to be built over the next 2 years? The Honourable Minister. As I indicated earlier, the same questions seem to be asked repeatedly. Between 2006, 2007, and 2012, 2013, my department will have spent about $1.2 billion on housing on First Nations reserves. And based on reports presented by First Nations, government investments have allowed for about 1,700 new housing units to be built, and nearly 3,100 have been renovated per year over the past 5 years and will continue in that direction. The Honourable Member. How many existing housing units will be renovated over the next 2 years, Mr. Chair? The Honourable Minister. If we can base ourselves on the past, I said we'll keep going in the same direction, so I expect the same results. The Honourable Member. How many Aboriginal people in Canada have inadequate housing? The Honourable Minister. Far too many. The Honourable Member. Can the Minister break this number down by population segment for Inuit, Métis, and First Nations people? He didn't provide a number, but can he tell us about the rates? The Honourable Minister. We shouldn't laugh, because here we have an important question, Mr. Chair. We have budgetary estimates, spending estimates to address serious problems: housing, health, First Nations opportunities for young people to obtain the skills they need, the education they need to participate in the Canadian economy. But people are ignoring serious issues in order to ask questions that have nothing to do truly with the real issue, which is safety, security. The Honourable Member. What guidelines does the government use to measure progress in improving housing on reserves? The Honourable Minister. As the member knows, depending on the area and the country, some reserves have adopted building codes that they apply to their First Nation, and it's our hope and our goal that eventually all First Nations will have standards for buildings that they will ensure and protect those massive investments that are made by taxpayers into those housing units. The Honourable Member. Has the department spent additional funds to resolve the problem of mold in homes on reserve? The Honourable Minister. The issue of mold is an issue that affects a number of First Nations throughout the country. And yes, in fact, efforts have been deployed to address this issue. In fact, of the 3,100 renovations I mentioned earlier, many of them were to address mold. The Honourable Member. Does the department follow up on work done to resolve the problem of mold in homes on reserve? The Honourable Minister. The government and the department work with First Nations to ensure that investments made by First Nations into housing are protected, so that measures are taken on the ground to ensure that those investments and those housing units are protected. They must be taken care of. I've spoken to a number of bands and chiefs throughout the country, and they are concerned with the situation, and they are working in their communities to prevent those situations as much as possible. The Honourable Member. The 2011 National Household Survey tells us that only 17.2% of Aboriginal people speak an Aboriginal language, which constitutes a decrease of over 10% compared with the 2006 survey. Is that a mistake in the data or the result of your department's policies for Aboriginal language promotion? Not my department, but the Minister could answer. Mr. Chair, what I can say is that I visited a number of these First Nations throughout the country. And when I compare what I see today with what I've observed about 20 years ago, is that there's huge progress happening when it comes to preserving language and culture in different First Nations throughout the country, and I'm very proud of that. The Honourable Member. How much is allocated for Aboriginal language promotion by the department? The Honourable Minister. The question of language is a question of education, and it's included in the $1.5 billion that we've invested in educational programs starting in kindergarten to grade 12. And what's important to highlight, Mr. Chair, is that, and this can be attested to by a number of First Nations throughout the country, it's that when it comes to preserving a language and relearning a language, we're making strides that are notable in all areas of the country, and we will continue those investments in order to continue to obtain those good results. The member for Manicouagan, you have 1 minute left.
Why was a federal court order needed to implement Jordan's principle when it passed unanimously through the House?
The Honourable Minister.
The question of the Jordan principle is a question, of course, that this House has addressed. And following the adoption by the House of the principle, Mr. Chair, we've reached agreements with a number of provinces, official agreements, memorandums of understanding, and we have arrangements with all of the other provinces to ensure that the principle is respected.
No. C'est tout le temps que vous avez.
That's all the time you had.
The Honourable Member for Palliser.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And before I begin, I would just like to indicate that I will use the first 10 minutes of my time to speak and the last 5 minutes to pose questions for our Minister. Mr. Chair, thank you for affording me the opportunity to speak in today's discussion of the main estimates for 2013-2014 of the Department of Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development. The funds provided by these estimates will allow the Department to continue fulfilling its mandate of improving the lives of Aboriginal people and Northerners. Our government's top priority is jobs and economic growth for all Canadians. This priority is particularly crucial when it comes to achieving our goal of healthier, more prosperous, and self-sufficient Aboriginal communities. Our government's strategy has been to focus on finding real solutions to specific economic obstacles, and we remain focused on creating jobs, economic growth, and long-term prosperity. Business owners and operators, entrepreneurs and investors have vital roles to play in spurring Canada's economy by starting new businesses, by expanding existing ones, and thereby encouraging job creation and economic development. The role of the government is to help foster predictable, consistent, and reliable conditions that give Canadian businesses, entrepreneurs, and investors the certainty and the incentives they need to take calculated risks to invest, expand, and create jobs. Our government continues to concentrate action to ensure that necessary conditions for Aboriginal communities to create and take advantage of economic opportunities does indeed exist. Our government is committed to supporting Aboriginal businesses through the Aboriginal Business Development Program. This program, as we know, has its inception in 1986. The program has provided $730 million in direct non-repayable contributions to support over 11,600 Aboriginal businesses. In addition to direct non-repayable contribution support to Aboriginal entrepreneurs, the Aboriginal Business Development Program also provides operational support and loan capital to a network of Aboriginal owners and operators in the financial institutions, also known as AFI. Since 1986, $232 million of loan capital has been invested into the network, from which over 35,700 businesses loans totaling $1.49 billion. This has been made available to Aboriginal entrepreneurs. The AFI are one of the most cost-effective Canadian job creation mechanism available to government. A 2010 analysis revealed a cost to government of $12,479 per job created and maintained. Furthermore, each new AFI loan advanced products and produce and maintain more than 3 full-time equivalent jobs. It is also important to note that Aboriginal self-employment is on the rise. According to the 2006 census, there are more than 37,000 First Nation, Métis, and Inuit persons in Canada who have their own businesses and are doing quite well, a significant increase, Mr. Chair, from 85% since 1996. Our government continues to expand the First Nation land management regime, which is a shining example of concrete steps we're taking to enable First Nations to assume greater control over their day-to-day affairs and economic development. The First Nations land management regime provides the opportunity for First Nations to opt out of the 34 land-related sections of the Indian Act and assume greater control over their resources through the First Nations land management regime. Communities assume greater control over their reserve lands and their natural resources, which is an important stepping stone to economic development. There has been significant progress made under the First Nation land management regime over the past few years, and I am very proud of what our government has accomplished and extremely impressed with what some First Nations have achieved. Many First Nations have shown great interest in opting into the First Nations land management regime. To date, the regime includes a total of 69 First Nations who are either developing land codes or have ratified and are operating under their own First Nation land management land code. We have invested in the First Nations lands management regime so that more First Nations can take advantage of the economic opportunities it creates. In Economic Action Plan 2011, our government relocated $20 million over 2 years to respond to the growing interest from First Nation leaders who recognize the benefit of their communities by participating in the First Nation land management regime. And through Economic Action Plan 2013, we will invest a further $9 million over 2 years into the First Nation land management regime. Last spring, we welcomed 18 new entrants into the First Nation land management regime, and just this past March, we welcomed another 8 new entrants. These 26 First Nations are now positioned to assume greater control over their reserve lands and natural resources. This leads to new investments and jobs and opens a path to greater prosperity and self-sufficiency for their communities. With these recent entrants, there are now 32 First Nations developing their own land codes, 35 First Nations now fully operational under this regime, and 2 First Nations have since moved into further self-government positioning. While there are many First Nations across the country that have achieved success under the First Nations land management regime, I'll raise 2 success stories as examples. First, the West Bank First Nation in British Columbia has attracted investments to its lands since its self-government agreement of 2005. In 2010, investments generated annual tax revenues of $80 million, $50 million of which goes into the federal government. Over the past decade, the West Bank First Nations GDP has grown from some $100 million to $458 million. A sizable success, Mr. Chair. Since 2005, West Bank First Nation created 3,300 working opportunities, raised over $300 million in building permits, and attracted $245 million in construction investment. This First Nation has become a recognized entity in the Okanagan Valley and works with governments and partners to sustain profitable, sustainable, and culturally appropriate development within and beyond its borders. Second, also in British Columbia, the Sauk First Nation on Vancouver Island has become the largest solar energy producing community in BC. Their participation in the First Nation land management regime opened the door to this opportunity, which has become a thriving business venture. FNLM is a powerful tool for First Nations seeking greater control over not just their land and resources, but economic futures as well. We have also taken some steps to help unlock the economic potential of lands for those First Nations who remain under the Indian Act. In December of last year, the Jobs and Economic Growth Act received royal assent. The Act included amendments to the land designation sections of the Indian Act. First Nation designated lands are reserve lands, that a First Nation has agreed to release for commercial, agricultural, recreational, or other purposes. Similar to how municipalities would zone land for a specific purpose off a reserve, First Nations who operate under the Indian Act identify lands on their reserve for specific purposes. Following a designated process, the lands remain reserve land. I see we're running out of time, Mr. Chair. Let me just conclude this by saying, for First Nations operating under the Indian Act, land designation is prerequisite for economic development on reserve and is the legal instrument that permits leasing of First Nations land. It is also critical to Canada's future economic prosperity. Our vision is one of the future in which First Nations are self-sufficient and prosperous, managing their own affairs, and who are fully participants in Canada's strong economy. All Canadians benefit from strong, healthy, self-sufficient Aboriginal peoples and communities. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and we have a couple of questions for the Minister. And since the Minister is absent, we will go with the PS. Mr. Chair, Budget 2013 will expand the First Nation land management regime by investing $9 million over 2 years to create further opportunities for economic development on reserve. This will add 33 First Nations to the regime, including the 8 announced earlier this year. The question is, what does the Budget 2013 announce for additional investments into First Nation land management regimes for First Nations?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for Palliser for his contributions at the Standing Committee, particularly as we work through land use planning work on the committee, and certainly the First Nations Land Management Act became an important part of that conversation. Our government's plan for creating jobs, growth, and long-term prosperity doesn't stop at the doors of Aboriginal communities. We're taking concrete steps to accelerate economic development, and the First Nations Land Management Act is one of the important ways that we're going to be able to do that. First Nations Land Management Act enables the communities to make decisions at the speed of business, and that economic development is much greater in comparison to those whose lands which are administered by the government under the Indian Act are often slowed or face lengthy delays. So we agree, Mr. Speaker, and we'll continue to take action so that First Nations can take advantage of all of the economic opportunities Canada has to offer, including the First Nations Land Management Act.
The honourable member for Palliser.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Lands and natural resources are among the most valuable assets held by First Nations, and their sustainable use is critical for economic development, building partnerships with other governments and the private sector, and for maintaining strong relationships with neighbouring communities. We have heard time and time again at committee how the First Nations Land Management Act opens communication and communities up to a host of new economic opportunities for First Nation businesses. The question for the Parliamentary Secretary: how has the First Nation Land Management Act been a successful vehicle for economic development?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, I thank the member for his logically developed line of question on this important matter. Many of the operational First Nations under the First Nations land management regime reported a significant increase in new businesses overall by band members, and up to 40% corresponding increase in the different types of businesses, including supplier and spin-off businesses. These First Nations attracted approximately $53 million in internal investment and close to $100 million in external investment. More than 2,000 employment opportunities had been generated for band members, and more than 10,000, jobs for non-members. So this is a real economic driver for the First Nation community and for the region. I can think of no greater example than the Great Kenora Riding, where First Nations communities have small business centres. They're participating in regional resource development, Mr. Speaker, through jobs, skills training, and this First Nations Land Management Act provides an opportunity for communities under that regime to develop even more businesses in their own communities. I think that.
The honourable member for Palliser, you have about a minute and a half to go, so a short question and a short answer.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair, and I see the minister is back, so we will lay this one on his desk. Mr. Minister, our commitment to creating jobs and growth doesn't stop at the door of the Aboriginal communities. First Nations across Canada have expressed frustration, saying that the process of leasing land was too lengthy and had too much red tape. We have responded to their calls. The question is, how do the changes to the land designation provisions in the Indian Act found in budget 2012, got my tongue in my teeth here, strengthening First Nation decision-making power and authority over their lands?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Honourable Minister, you have 37 seconds.
Yeah, well, I'll do it quick. I mean, the current designation process could take up to 2 years and was preventing many First Nations from taking advantage of business opportunities. So once again, this government acted. Instead of just talking about it, we amended the Act with the result that we have much more economic development opportunities that are being pursued by those First Nations.
The resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Member for Western Arctic.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'll be asking questions here. My critics area is Northern Development, so we'll be taking a number of questions in that area, but we'll also move on to some on the broader responsibilities of the minister. Why did the government not consult all the First Nations in the Northwest Territories prior to negotiating devolution of powers to the government of the Northwest Territories?
The Honourable Minister.
I'm really surprised by the question. I mean, this honourable member should know better than any other members of the House. There was indeed a wide and very substantial consultation process that is taking place as we speak. Of course, in March we announced that a general consensus had been reached, but we are in the process of consulting with all First Nations throughout in order to not only meet our obligation, but to ensure for the benefit of Northerners the success of devolution.
The Honourable Member for Western Arctic.
Not involved in the negotiations on devolution, and consultation with them after the agreement has been signed is not consultation, but simply showing them what's going to happen. As the Premier of the Northwest Territories indicated, the deal was take it or leave it. There is no negotiation anymore, so how can you have consultation with no negotiation?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chair, Canada and the government of the Northwest Territories continue to encourage and support participation of the two other regional Aboriginal groups to which he refers. The Government of Canada remains committed to fulfilling its Section 35 obligation and responsibilities to consult Aboriginal groups in the Northwest Territories with respect to devolution. We're doing it.
The Honourable Member.
Well, getting to the agreement itself, one of the most important acts in Parliament is the Mackenzie Valley Resource Management Act, which governs all resource development terms and conditions. Now, in the agreement, the minister will delegate certain powers to the territorial minister. This act will not be transferred. Is the minister and this government going to turn the full power of the right to say yes or no to the terms and conditions of development to the territorial minister, or will the territorial minister remain one minister among the other ministers of the federal government in making those determinations?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chair, I will not accept the invitation of the honourable member to put the cart before the horses. There is a consensus on the general term of the devolution agreement. Consultations are taking place, and after those consultations have taken place and the accommodations that can be made are being made, then there will be an agreement. But I cannot tonight here talk about what the results would be before these consultations take place. He ought to know better.
Here.
The Honourable Member.
Premier of the Northwest Territories indicated there were to be no changes to the agreement that was signed by the Prime Minister in Yellowknife in February. There was no changes, or March, there was no changes to be made. So how can we be still talking about the conditions of the deal if there's no changes that are going to be made to the agreement?
The Honourable Minister.
If the honourable member is at least familiar with the consultations taking place and the duty to consult and the conditions of the agreements that are in place which compel these consultations, then, I mean, what can I say? The fact of the matter is that there is no reached agreement yet. There is a consensus on the terms of the agreement. The consultation must take place. It is taking place. And when this is accomplished, we will know what the conditions will then be.
The Honourable Member.
Well, if there was no agreement made, what was the final agreement that the Prime Minister signed in Yellowknife? Was that not a final agreement? This is really news, I'm sure, to everyone that's listening from the Northwest Territories.
The Honourable Minister.
About the Northwest Territories? I mean, if the honourable member is referring to the March 11th event that we did in Yellowknife, where I was with my learned friend, the Minister of Health, and the Prime Minister was very clear. He said that the heavy lifting had been done, that there was a consensus reached on the terms for an agreement, but he was clear. The Prime Minister said clearly there, I was present, that consultations had to take place with the Aboriginal communities, as we have too. And until this is done, I'm sorry, there's no agreement.
The Honourable Member.
Okay, well, I'll leave that then. Will the Minister confirm that the cost of the taxpayers to clean up the giant mine is over $900 million and is still expected to rise?
The Honourable Minister.
Well, if the NDP wants to put a price on the health and safety of the residents of that community, we will not.
Hear, hear.
Yeah.
Bravo!
Honourable Member.
Well, that's certainly true, because the Minister's staff would not indicate to the environmental assessment what the cost was going to be. So, yes, the Minister doesn't want to put a cost to it, but will the cost exceed $900 million?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the median project will pass through several phases and take many years. This will not happen overnight. The giant mine remediation project team's first priority is the health and safety of the public and its staff and the protection of the environment. So before multi-year cost projections will move over time as work progresses, and Parliament and Canadians will be kept up to date, I can assure you.
Honourable Member.
Well, that's actually good news, because the Minister then will probably agree that we need to look at the ionization process to ensure that the water coming out of the giant mine site has no arsenic in it. So will the Minister instruct his staff then to consider the ionization process that has been outlined by the environmental assessment process to deal with this particular problem of pollution there?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chair, my department is currently addressing specific high risk at the giant mine site through a care and maintenance program that works to protect the environment and minimize the risk to human health and safety. I mean, two of the largest and most urgent components, the roaster complex and the stabilization of the underground, are set to begin right next month in June. And a remediation plan has been prepared for the management of the giant mine site and is currently undergoing an environmental assessment. I guess you should know that.
The Honourable Member.
Why did the Minister change regulations on downhole injection of drill waste, removing them from the Northwest Territories water regulations just before the agreement was going, the movement forward with the agreement to change legislation?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chair, the steps that we are taking in northern Canada are all pursuant to a northern strategy that takes into account the benefit to northerners of responsible development and protection of the environment. Now, I know that any development for the NDP, they call it a disease, but in the north, they call it future benefit and economic development for northerners and jobs, yes.
The honourable member.
Well, downhole injection of drill waste is a pretty straightforward issue. The minister changed the regulations. He's put them under the Canada Oil and Gas Operations Act. They're not going to come in front of any environmental assessment in the Northwest Territories. Can the minister explain why he did that?
The honourable minister.
Mr. Chair, let me repeat. Our government is aiming for a northern regulatory regime that is more effective, that is predictable, while safeguarding the environmental health and heritage of the North. This is what Northerners have asked us to do as a Conservative government, and this is what we will deliver.
Hear, hear.
The honourable member for Western Arctic.
5 minutes. Thank you very much. Land Claims Implementation Coalition is concerned about the changing to funding for the implementation of their land claims. Is the government still planning to move to per capita funding, or are they changing the funding formula in any way?
The honourable minister.
Mr. Chair, I did meet with the coalition. As a matter of fact, this was one of the first things that I did upon being sworn in as minister. We had a real good working session where I have learned that indeed the coalition was ready to work in partnership with the federal government to ensure that these Canada obligations be implemented. And we are working in partnership with the coalition to see to it that all of Canada's obligations be implemented in the best possible delay in accordance with our duty of diligent implementation.
Honourable member.
In the United States, any transfers of offshore leases have to be signed off by the President of the United States. In Canada, the minister only has to be notified for a transfer of lease on offshore oil and gas developments. Will the minister countenance in the near term changing the legislation to give him more control over the transfer of offshore leases?
The honourable minister.
Mr. Chair, I will repeat what I said earlier. What we are committed to is ensuring that the North has a regulatory regime that is more effective, predictable, while safeguarding the environmental health and heritage of the North. So we are committed to that principle, and I'm sure that in cooperation with the government in place on the territories, we can achieve that objective to ensure the sound and substantial economic development of all of the North for the benefit of Northerners and also of Canada.
Order. The honourable member for the Western Arctic.
In the last budget, there was talk about clean energy for Aboriginal communities in northern Canada. Can the minister outline any of the efforts that he's taken in that regard over the last year?
The honourable minister.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair, as everyone knows in this House, this government is committed to job creation, economic growth, and the long-term prosperity of all Canadians, including Northerners. And we will continue on our quest to create jobs, ensure proper, responsible economic development, and we would just hope that the member in question, who asked the question, who comes from there, would stop voting against these positive measures for his territory.
The honourable member.
When the minister talked about housing for reserves, he talked about 1,700 houses built on 620 some odd reserves. That works out to less than 2 or 3 houses per reserve per year. He talked about renovations to housing on reserves. There was 3,000 houses renovated. Now that works out to less than 5 houses per reserve. Does the minister think that less than 3 houses per reserve and less than 5 houses renovated per reserve is the number that's required to fix the problem of housing on Aboriginal reserves across Canada?
The honourable minister.
What this minister believes and knows is that between 2006 and 7 and 2012-13, we have provided approximately $1.2 billion in on-reserve housing support to First Nation communities. And according to First Nations report, the Government of Canada's investment have contributed to, on average, an average of 1,750 new units and 3,100 renovations annually over the past 5 years. Now, the provision and management of housing on reserve land is primarily the responsibility of First Nation, with support from the Government of Canada, and I'm proud of our support.
The honourable member, this is your final question.
Okay. When it comes to capital funding for schools, the minister has indicated $118 million a year. There's 600 reserves across Canada. We've heard figures of 48 schools that need to be replaced. At the capital cost for replacing a school in a remote and isolated community, I know very well, coming from the Northwest Territories, is probably in excess of $30 million. Is the minister thinking that somehow that this $118 million for the capital replacement budget that he's indicated for reserve schools is going to be adequate to actually catch up to the problem that we have with Aboriginal schools being substandard across this country?
Honourable Minister, you have 30 seconds to respond.
If the honourable member is really concerned about education and schools for First Nations across the country, why do they oppose a National Education Act that would identify mechanism to ensure long-term, sustainable, predictable funding for a school system in Canada? I mean, we already invest, we provide annual investment of approximately $200 million a year for on-school reserve infrastructure. And between April 2006 and March 2012, we have provided funding to support the completion of 429 school projects, including the building of 36 new schools.
The honourable member for Peace River. The honourable member is only going to have about 4.5 minutes for his time. The time will expire at 9:47.
Well, that is distressing because we have a lot of good news. But I will tell you, I will use the initial portions of my time to speak, and then I may or may not have some very tough but fair questions for the minister. Mr. Chair, I am proud of what our government has been doing over the last 7 years. Since 2006, when I was first elected, I can tell you, Chair, that we have made unprecedented investments within First Nations communities across this country. We've also seen important reforms to ensure that we will see continued support for skills training, for education reform, for housing on reserve, for safe drinking water, for new schools, as the minister just talked about, and for treaty rights, and for the resolution of land claims. The main estimates, Mr. Chair, for Aboriginal Affairs in Northern Development Canada that we were discussing today will provide the Department with the necessary funding to continue this great progress. In addition to what has been tabled in main estimates 2013-14, the Economic Action Plan 2013 announced $127 million in total investments in Aboriginal peoples and northern communities, which will allow them to participate more fully in Canada's economy and benefit from its growth. Of the total investments of $872 million, about $618 million of those dollars are directed directly to Aboriginal peoples and their communities, including strategic investments in these following areas. There is $241 million that is provided for training for on-reserve income assistance recipients. There is $9 million that are going towards supporting the First Nation land management regime. There's $24 million that are being directed towards renewing the Family Violence Prevention Program. There is $10 million that is going towards supporting post-secondary education for First Nation and Inuit students. There is approximately $5 million that's going towards promoting business studies among Aboriginal students. There's $33.1 million that are going towards supporting First Nations fishing enterprises. There's $155 million that is going towards First Nation infrastructure. There is $54 million to resolving specific claims. The list goes on, and I'm going to continue, Mr. Chair. There's $36 million that's going towards expanding First Nation policing programs. There's $11 million that's going towards supporting Aboriginal justice strategy. There is $48 million that is going towards improving the health services of First Nations communities, and there is $4 million that are going towards enhancing the mental health services in First Nations communities. The Economic Action Plan 2013 confirms our government's commitment to consult with First Nations across Canada and to develop the First Nations Education Act to support pathways to Education Canada and to continue to provide support under the Capital Facilities and Maintenance Program. And I can tell you that even today I was speaking to a person here in Ottawa named Semhar who was talking about the importance of this program. And I can tell you that what I'm hearing from people across this country, that this type of investment is absolutely essential, and that education will lead to the transformation of First Nations communities. Economic Action Plan 2013 also provides $254 million for Northerners, including support for junior mineral exploration, and that goes towards a 15% tax credit, estimated that is worth over $100 million over 2013, 2014, and 2014-2015. The construction of the all-season gravel road that it will link Inuvik to Tuktoyaktuk in the Northwest Territories is also in budget 2013. It's an additional $50 million, and that builds on our investment of $150 million from budget 2011. And I can tell you what I'm assured of, Mr. Chair, and that is that the member from Western Arctic understands the necessity of supporting his constituents, and that's why he will reflect on his decision to vote against the budget in 2011, reflect on that, and decide that, in fact, it's better to put his constituents' interests first, and that's why he will vote in favor of this budget and answer to his constituents if, in fact, he chooses not to. Mr. Chair, I recognize that my time is up. I appreciate this opportunity and look forward to continuing to do the good work that our government has done, working together with all the great men and women on this side of the House. Well said.
It being 9:47 p.m., pursuant to Standing Order 81 sub 4, all votes are deemed reported. The committee will now rise, and I will now leave the chair. Order. La Chambre demeure ajournée.
The House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.